Chapter 46. Revolutions on Persia after the death of Khosrow or Nushirvan, his son Hormuz, a tyrant, is deposed, usurpation of Bahram, flight and restoration of Khosrow II, his gratitude to the Romans, the Khagan of the Avars, revolt of the army against Maurice, his death, tyranny of Phocas, elevation of Heraclius, the Persian War, Khosrow subdues Syria, Egypt, and Asia Minor, siege of Constantinople by the Persians and Avars, Persian expeditions, victories and triumph of Heraclius. The conflict of Rome and Persia was prolonged from the death of Crassus to the reign of Heraclius. An experience of 700 years might convince the rival nations of the impossibility of maintaining their conquests beyond the fatal limits of the Tigris and Euphrates. Yet the emulation of Trajan and Julian was awakened by the trophies of Alexander, and the sovereigns of Persia indulged the ambitious hope of restoring the empire of Cyrus. 5698 Such extraordinary efforts of power and courage will always command the attention of posterity. But the events by which the fate of nations is not materially changed leave a faint impression on the page of history. And the patience of the reader would be exhausted by the repetition of the same hostilities, undertaken without cause, prosecuted without glory, and terminated without effect. The arts of negotiation, unknown to the simple greatness of the Senate and the Caesars, were assiduously cultivated by the Byzantine princes. And the memorials of their perpetual embassies 5699 repeat, with the same uniform prolixity, the language of falsehood and declamation, the insolence of the barbarians, and the servile temper of the tributary Greeks. Lamenting the barren superfluity of materials, I have studied to compress the narrative of these uninteresting transactions. But the just Nushirvan is still applauded as the model of Oriental kings, and the ambition of his grandson Khosrow prepared the revolution of the East, which was speedily accomplished by the arms and the religion of the successors of Muhammad. In the useless altercations that precede and justify the quarrels of princes, the Greeks and the barbarians accused each other of violating the peace which had been concluded between the two empires about 4 years before the death of Justinian. AD 570 plus the sovereign of Persia and India aspired to reduce under his obedience the province of Yemen or Arabia 5700 Felix, the distant land of myrrh and frankincense, which had escaped, rather than opposed, the conquerors of the East. After the defeat of Abraha under the walls of Mecca, the discord of his sons and brothers gave an easy entrance to the Persians. They chased the strangers of Abyssinia beyond the Red Sea. And a native prince of the ancient Homerites was restored to the throne as the vassal or viceroy of the great Nushirvan. 5701 But the nephew of Justinian declared his resolution to avenge the injuries of his Christian ally the prince of Abyssinia, as they suggested a decent pretense to discontinue the annual tribute, which was poorly disguised by the name of pension. The churches of Persarmenia were oppressed by the intolerant spirit of the Magi. 5702 They secretly invoked the protector of the Christians. And, after the pious murder of their satraps, the rebels were avowed and supported as the brethren and subjects of the Roman emperor. The complaints of Nushirvan were disregarded by the Byzantine court. Justin yielded to the importunities of the Turks, who offered an alliance against the common enemy. And the Persian monarchy was threatened at the same instant by the united forces of Europe, of Ethiopia, and of Scythia. AD 572 plus At the age of 80 the sovereign of the East would perhaps have chosen the peaceful enjoyment of his glory and greatness. But as soon as war became inevitable he took the field with the alacrity of youth, whilst the aggressor trembled in the palace of Constantinople. Nushirvan, or Khosrow, conducted in person the siege of Dara. And although that important fortress had been left destitute of troops and magazines, the valor of the inhabitants resisted above 5 months the archers, the elephants, and the military engines of the great king. In the meanwhile his general Adarman advanced from Babylon, traversed the desert, passed the Euphrates, insulted the suburbs of Antioch, reduced to ashes the city of Apamea, and laid the spoils of Syria at the feet of his master, whose perseverance in the midst of winter at length subverted the bulwark of the East. But these losses, which astonished the provinces and the court, produced a salutary effect in the repentance and abdication of the Emperor Justin. A new spirit arose in the Byzantine councils. And a truce of 3 years was obtained by the prudence of Tiberius. That seasonable interval was employed in the preparations of war. And the voice of rumor proclaimed to the world that from the distant countries of the Alps and the Rhine, from Scythia, Maesia, Pannonia, Illyricum, and Isauria, the strength of the imperial cavalry was reinforced with 150,000 soldiers. Yet the king of Persia, without fear or without faith, resolved to prevent the attack of the enemy. Again passed the Euphrates, and, dismissing the ambassadors of Tiberius, arrogantly commanded them to await his arrival at Caesarea, the metropolis of the Cappadocian provinces. The two armies encountered each other in the Battle of Melitene 5703. The barbarians, who darkened the air with a cloud of arrows, prolonged their line and extended their wings across the plain. While the Romans, in deep and solid bodies, expected to prevail in closer action by the weight of their swords and lances. A Scythian chief, who commanded their right wing, suddenly turned the flank of the enemy, attacked their rear guard in the presence of Khosrow, penetrated to the midst of the camp, pillaged the royal tent, profaned the eternal fire, loaded a train of camels with the spoils of Asia, cut his way through the Persian host, and returned with songs of victory to his friends, who had consumed the day in single combats or ineffectual skirmishes. The darkness of the night and the separation of the Romans afforded the Persian monarch an opportunity of revenge, and one of their camps was swept away by a rapid and impetuous assault. But the review of his loss and the consciousness of his danger determined Khosrow to a speedy retreat. He burnt, in his passage, the vacant town of Melitene, and, without consulting the safety of his troops, boldly swam the Euphrates on the back of an elephant. After this unsuccessful campaign, the want of magazines, and perhaps some inroad of the Turks, obliged him to disband or divide his forces. The Romans were left masters of the field, and their general Justinian, advancing to the relief of the Perse-Armenian rebels, erected his standard on the banks of the Araxes. The great Pompey had formerly halted within 3 days' march of the Caspian. 5704. That inland sea was explored, for the first time, by a hostile fleet. 5705. And 70,000 captives were transplanted from Hyrcania to the Isle of Cyprus. AD 579. On the return of spring, Justinian descended into the fertile plains of Assyria. The flames of war approached the residence of Nushirvan, the indignant monarch sunk into the grave. And his last edict restrained his successors from exposing their person in battle against the Romans. 5706. Yet the memory of this transient affront was lost in the glories of a long reign. And his formidable enemies, after indulging their dream of conquest, again solicited a short respite from the calamities of war. 5707. The throne of Khosrow-Nushirvan was filled by Hormuz, or Hormisdas, the eldest or the most favored of his sons. AD 579-590. With the kingdoms of Persia and India, he inherited the reputation and example of his father, the service, in every rank, of his wise and valiant officers, and a general system of administration harmonized by time and political wisdom to promote the happiness of the prince and people. But the royal youth enjoyed a still more valuable blessing, the friendship of a sage who had presided over his education, and who always preferred the honor to the interest of his pupil, his interest to his inclination. In a dispute with the Greek and Indian philosophers, Bujurg 5708 had once maintained that the most grievous misfortune of life is old age without the remembrance of virtue. And our candor will presume that the same principle compelled him, during 3 years, to direct the councils of the Persian Empire. His zeal was rewarded by the gratitude and docility of Hormuz, who acknowledged himself more indebted to his preceptor than to his parent. But when age and labor had impaired the strength and perhaps the faculties of this prudent counselor, he retired from court and abandoned the youthful monarch to his own passions and those of his favorites. By the fatal vicissitude of human affairs, the same scenes were renewed at Ctesiphon which had been exhibited at Rome after the death of Marcus Antoninus. The ministers of flattery and corruption, who had been banished by the father, were recalled and cherished by the son. the disgrace and exile of the friends of Nushirvan established their tyranny. And virtue was driven by degrees from the mind of Hormuz, from his palace, and from the government of the state. The faithful agents, the eyes and ears of the king, informed him of the progress of disorder, that the provincial governors flew to their prey with the fierceness of lions and eagles. And that their rapine and injustice would teach the most loyal of his subjects to abhor the name and authority of their sovereign. The sincerity of this advice was punished with death, the murmurs of the cities were despised, their tumults were quelled by military execution. The intermediate powers between the throne and the people were abolished. And the childish vanity of Hormuz, who affected the daily use of the tiara, was fond of declaring that he alone would be the judge as well as the master of his kingdom. In every word and in every action, the son of Nushirvan degenerated from the virtues of his father. His avarice defrauded the troops, his jealous caprice degraded the satraps. The palace, the tribunals, the waters of the Tigris, were stained with the blood of the innocent, and the tyrant exulted in the sufferings and execution of 13,000 victims. As the excuse of his cruelty, he sometimes condescended to observe that the fears of the Persians would be productive of hatred, and that their hatred must terminate in rebellion. But he forgot that his own guilt and folly had inspired the sentiments which he deplored, and prepared the event which he so justly apprehended. Exasperated by long and hopeless oppression, the provinces of Babylon, Susa, and Carmania erected the standard of revolt. And the princes of Arabia, India, and Scythia refused the customary tribute to the unworthy successor of Nushirvan. The arms of the Romans, in slow sieges and frequent inroads, afflicted the frontiers of Mesopotamia and Assyria. One of their generals professed himself the disciple of Scipio. And the soldiers were animated by a miraculous image of Christ, whose mild aspect should never have been displayed in the front of battle. 5709 At the same time, the eastern provinces of Persia were invaded by the great Khan, 5710, who passed the Oxus at the head of 300,000 or 400,000 Turks. The imprudent Hormuz accepted their perfidious and formidable aid. The cities of Khorasan or Bactriana were commanded to open their gates. The march of the barbarians towards the mountains of Hyrcania revealed the correspondence of the Turkish and Roman arms, and their union must have subverted the throne of the house of Sassan. Persia had been lost by a king, it was saved by a hero. AD 590 After his revolt, Varaniz or Bahram is stigmatized by the son of Hormuz as an ungrateful slave, the proud and ambiguous reproach of despotism. Since he was truly descended from the ancient princes of Ray, 5711, one of the 7 families whose splendid as well as substantial prerogatives exalted them above the heads of the Persian nobility. 5712 At the siege of Dara, the valor of Bahram was signalized under the eyes of Nushirvan, and both the father and son successively promoted him to the command of armies, the government of Media, and the superintendence of the palace. The popular prediction which marked him as the deliverer of Persia might be inspired by his past victories and extraordinary figure. The epithet Gibbon 5713 is expressive of the quality of dry wood. He had the strength and stature of a giant, and his savage countenance was fancifully compared to that of a wild cat. While the nation trembled, while Hormuz disguised his terror by the name of suspicion, and his servants concealed their disloyalty under the mask of fear, Bahram alone displayed his undaunted courage and apparent fidelity. And as soon as he found that no more than 12,000 soldiers would follow him against the enemy, he prudently declared that to this fatal number heaven had reserved the honors of the triumph. 5714 The steep and narrow descent of the Pul Rudbar, 5715 or Hyrcanian Rock is the only pass through which an army can penetrate into the territory of Ray and the plains of Media. From the commanding heights, a band of resolute men might overwhelm with stones and darts the myriads of the Turkish host. Their emperor and his son were transpierced with arrows. And the fugitives were left, without counsel or provisions, to the revenge of an injured people. The patriotism of the Persian general was stimulated by his affection for the city of his forefathers. In the hour of victory every peasant became a soldier, and every soldier a hero. And their ardor was kindled by the gorgeous spectacle of beds and thrones and tables of massy gold, the spoils of Asia, and the luxury of the hostile camp. A prince of a less malignant temper could not easily have forgiven his benefactor. And the secret hatred of Hormuz was envenomed by a malicious report that Bahram had privately retained the most precious fruits of his Turkish victory. But the approach of a Roman army on the side of the Araxes compelled the implacable tyrant to smile and to applaud. And the toils of Bahram were rewarded with the permission of encountering a new enemy, by their skill and discipline more formidable than a Scythian multitude. Elated by his recent success, he dispatched a herald with a bold defiance to the camp of the Romans, requesting them to fix a day of battle, and to choose whether they would pass the river themselves or allow a free passage to the arms of the great king. The lieutenant of the Emperor Maurice preferred the safer alternative, and this local circumstance, which would have enhanced the victory of the Persians, rendered their defeat more bloody and their escape more difficult. But the loss of his subjects and the danger of his kingdom were overbalanced in the mind of Hormuz by the disgrace of his personal enemy. And no sooner had Bahram collected and reviewed his forces than he received from a royal messenger the insulting gift of a distaff, a spinning wheel, and a complete suit of female apparel. Obedient to the will of his sovereign, he showed himself to the soldiers in this unworthy disguise. They resented his ignominy and their own. A shout of rebellion ran through the ranks. And the general accepted their oath of fidelity and vows of revenge. A second messenger, who had been commanded to bring the rebel in chains, was trampled under the feet of an elephant, and manifestos were diligently circulated, exhorting the Persians to assert their freedom against an odious and contemptible tyrant. The defection was rapid and universal. His loyal slaves were sacrificed to the public fury, the troops deserted to the standard of Bahram, and the provinces again saluted the deliverer of his country. As the passes were faithfully guarded, Hormuz could only compute the number of his enemies by the testimony of a guilty conscience, and the daily defection of those who, in the hour of his distress, avenged their wrongs or forgot their obligations. He proudly displayed the ensigns of royalty, but the city and palace of Madain had already escaped from the hand of the tyrant. Among the victims of his cruelty, Binduz, a Sasanian prince, had been cast into a dungeon. His fetters were broken by the zeal and courage of a brother. And he stood before the king at the head of those trusty guards who had been chosen as the ministers of his confinement and perhaps of his death. Alarmed by the hasty intrusion and bold reproaches of the captive, Hormuz looked round, but in vain, for advice or assistance. Discovered that his strength consisted in the obedience of others, and patiently yielded to the single arm of Binduz, who dragged him from the throne to the same dungeon in which he himself had been so lately confined. At the first tumult, Khosrow, the eldest of the sons of Hormuz, escaped from the city. He was persuaded to return by the pressing and friendly invitation of Binduz, who promised to seat him on his father's throne, and who expected to reign under the name of an inexperienced youth. In the just assurance that his accomplices could neither forgive nor hope to be forgiven, and that every Persian might be trusted as the judge and enemy of the tyrant, he instituted a public trial without a precedent and without a copy in the annals of the East. The son of Nushirvan, who had requested to plead in his own defense, was introduced as a criminal into the full assembly of the nobles and satraps. 57:16 He was heard with decent attention as long as he expatiated on the advantages of order and obedience, the danger of innovation, and the inevitable discord of those who had encouraged each other to trample on their lawful and hereditary sovereign. By a pathetic appeal to their humanity, he extorted that pity which is seldom refused to the fallen fortunes of a king. And while they beheld the abject posture and squalid appearance of the prisoner, his tears, his chains, and the marks of ignominious stripes, it was impossible to forget how recently they had adored the divine splendor of his diadem and purple. But an angry murmur arose in the assembly as soon as he presumed to vindicate his conduct and to applaud the victories of his reign. He defined the duties of a king, and the Persian nobles listened with a smile of contempt. They were fired with indignation when he dared to vilify the character of Khosrow. And by the indiscreet offer of resigning the scepter to the second of his sons he subscribed his own condemnation and sacrificed the life of his own innocent favorite. The mangled bodies of the boy and his mother were exposed to the people, the eyes of Hormuz were pierced with a hot needle. And the punishment of the father was succeeded by the coronation of his eldest son. Khosrow had ascended the throne without guilt, and his piety strove to alleviate the misery of the abdicated monarch. From the dungeon he removed Hormuz to an apartment of the palace, supplied with liberality the consolations of sensual enjoyment, and patiently endured the furious sallies of his resentment and despair. He might despise the resentment of a blind and unpopular tyrant, but the tiara was trembling on his head, till he could subvert the power, or acquire the friendship, of the great Bahram, who sternly denied the justice of a revolution in which himself and his soldiers, the true representatives of Persia, had never been consulted. The offer of a general amnesty and of the second rank in his kingdom was answered by an epistle from Bahram, friend of the gods, conqueror of men, and enemy of tyrants, the satrap of satraps, general of the Persian armies, and a prince adorned with the title of 11 virtues. 57:17 He commands Khosrow, the son of Hormuz, to shun the example and fate of his father, to confine the traitors who had been released from their chains, to deposit in some holy place the diadem which he had usurped, and to accept from his gracious benefactor the pardon of his faults and the government of a province. The rebel might not be proud, and the king most assuredly was not humble, but the one was conscious of his strength, the other was sensible of his weakness. And even the modest language of his reply still left room for treaty and reconciliation. Khosrow led into the field the slaves of the palace and the populace of the capital. They beheld with terror the banners of a veteran army, they were encompassed and surprised by the evolutions of the general. And the satraps who had deposed Hormuz received the punishment of their revolt, or expiated their first treason by a second and more criminal act of disloyalty. The life and liberty of Khosrow were saved, but he was reduced to the necessity of imploring aid or refuge in some foreign land. And the implacable Bindaz, anxious to secure an unquestionable title, hastily returned to the palace, and ended, with a bowstring, the wretched existence of the son of Nushirvan. 5718. While Khosrow dispatched the preparations of his retreat, he deliberated with his remaining friends 5719 whether he should lurk in the valleys of Mount Caucasus, or fly to the tents of the Turks, or solicit the protection of the emperor. The long emulation of the successors of Artaxerxes and Constantine increased his reluctance to appear as a suppliant in a rival court. But he weighed the forces of the Romans, and prudently considered that the neighborhood of Syria would render his escape more easy and their succors more effectual. Attended only by his concubines and a troop of 30 guards, he secretly departed from the capital, followed the banks of the Euphrates, traversed the desert, and halted at the distance of 10 miles from Circesium. About the third watch of the night, the Roman prefect was informed of his approach, and he introduced the royal stranger to the fortress at the dawn of day. From thence the king of Persia was conducted to the more honorable residence of Hierapolis. And Maurice dissembled his pride, and displayed his benevolence, at the reception of the letters and ambassadors of the grandson of Nushirvan. They humbly represented the vicissitudes of fortune and the common interest of princes, exaggerated the ingratitude of Bahram, the agent of the evil principle, and urged, with specious argument, that it was for the advantage of the Romans themselves to support the two monarchies which balance the world, the two great luminaries by whose salutary influence it is vivified and adorned. The anxiety of Khosrow was soon relieved by the assurance that the emperor had espoused the cause of justice and royalty. But Maurice prudently declined the expense and delay of his useless visit to Constantinople. In the name of his generous benefactor, a rich diadem was presented to the fugitive prince with an inestimable gift of jewels and gold. A powerful army was assembled on the frontiers of Syria and Armenia, under the command of the valiant and faithful Narses 5720, and this general, of his own nation and his own choice, was directed to pass the Tigris, and never to sheath his sword till he had restored Khosrow to the throne of his ancestors. 5721 The enterprise, however splendid, was less arduous than it might appear. Persia had already repented of her fatal rashness, which betrayed the heir of the house of Sassan to the ambition of a rebellious subject. And the bold refusal of the Magi to consecrate his usurpation compelled Bahram to assume the scepter, regardless of the laws and prejudices of the nation. The palace was soon distracted with conspiracy, the city with tumult, the provinces with insurrection. And the cruel execution of the guilty and the suspected served to irritate rather than subdue the public discontent. No sooner did the grandson of Nushirvan display his own and the Roman banners beyond the Tigris than he was joined, each day, by the increasing multitudes of the nobility and people. And as he advanced, he received from every side the grateful offerings of the keys of his cities and the heads of his enemies. As soon as Madain was freed from the presence of the usurper, the loyal inhabitants obeyed the first summons of Mebodes at the head of only 2,000 horse. And Khosrow accepted the sacred and precious ornaments of the palace as the pledge of their truth and the presage of his approaching success. After the junction of the imperial troops, which Bahram vainly struggled to prevent, the contest was decided by 2 battles on the banks of the Zab and the confines of Media. The Romans, with the faithful subjects of Persia, amounted to 60,000, while the whole force of the usurper did not exceed 40,000 men. The 2 generals signalized their valor and ability, but the victory was finally determined by the prevalence of numbers and discipline. With the remnant of a broken army, Bahram fled towards the eastern provinces of the Oxus. The enmity of Persia reconciled him to the Turks. But his days were shortened by poison, perhaps the most incurable of poisons, the stings of remorse and despair, and the bitter remembrance of lost glory. Yet the modern Persians still commemorate the exploits of Bahram, and some excellent laws have prolonged the duration of his troubled and transitory reign. 5722. AD 591, 603. The restoration of Khosrow was celebrated with feasts and executions, and the music of the royal banquet was often disturbed by the groans of dying or mutilated criminals. A general pardon might have diffused comfort and tranquility through a country which had been shaken by the late revolutions. Yet, before the sanguinary temper of Khosrow is blamed, we should learn whether the Persians had not been accustomed either to dread the rigor or to despise the weakness of their sovereign. The revolt of Bahram and the conspiracy of the satraps were impartially punished by the revenge or justice of the conqueror. The merits of Binduz himself could not purify his hand from the guilt of royal blood, and the son of Hormuz was desirous to assert his own innocence and to vindicate the sanctity of kings. During the vigor of the Roman power, several princes were seated on the throne of Persia by the arms and the authority of the first Caesars. But their new subjects were soon disgusted with the vices or virtues which they had imbibed in a foreign land. The instability of their dominion gave birth to a vulgar observation that the choice of Rome was solicited and rejected with equal ardor by the capricious levity of Oriental slaves. 5723. But the glory of Maurice was conspicuous in the long and fortunate reign of his son and his ally. A band of 1,000 Romans, who continued to guard the person of Khosrow, proclaimed his confidence in the fidelity of the strangers. His growing strength enabled him to dismiss this unpopular aid, but he steadily professed the same gratitude and reverence to his adopted father. And, till the death of Maurice, the peace and alliance of the 2 empires were faithfully maintained. Yet the mercenary friendship of the Roman prince had been purchased with costly and important gifts. The strong cities of Martyropolis and Dara 5724 were restored. And the Perse Armenians became the willing subjects of an empire, whose eastern limit was extended, beyond the example of former times, as far as the banks of the Araxes and the neighborhood of the Caspian. A pious hope was indulged that the church as well as the state might triumph in this revolution. But if Khosrow had sincerely listened to the Christian bishops, the impression was erased by the zeal and eloquence of the Magi. If he was armed with philosophic indifference, he accommodated his belief, or rather his professions, to the various circumstances of an exile and a sovereign. The imaginary conversion of the king of Persia was reduced to a local and superstitious veneration for Sergius 5725, one of the saints of Antioch, who heard his prayers and appeared to him in dreams. He enriched the shrine with offerings of gold and silver, and ascribed to this invisible patron the success of his arms, and the pregnancy of Syrah, a devout Christian and the best beloved of his wives. 5726 The beauty of Sira, or Shiren, 5727 Her wit, her musical talents, are still famous in the history or rather in the romances of the East. Her own name is expressive, in the Persian tongue, of sweetness and grace, and the epithet of Perviz alludes to the charms of her royal lover. Yet Sira never shared the passions which she inspired, and the bliss of Khosrow was tortured by a jealous doubt that, while he possessed her person, she had bestowed her affections on a meaner favorite. 5728. While the majesty of the Roman name was revived in the East, the prospect of Europe is less pleasing and less glorious. AD 570, 600 By the departure of the Lombards, and the ruin of the Gepidi, the balance of power was destroyed on the Danube. And the Avars spread their permanent dominion from the foot of the Alps to the seacoast of the Euxine. The reign of Bayan is the brightest era of their monarchy. Their Khagan, who occupied the rustic palace of Attila, appears to have imitated his character and policy. 5729 But as the same scenes were repeated in a smaller circle, a minute representation of the copy would be devoid of the greatness and novelty of the original. The pride of the second Justin, of Tiberius, and Maurice was humbled by a proud barbarian, more prompt to inflict than exposed to suffer the injuries of war. And as often as Asia was threatened by the Persian arms, Europe was oppressed by the dangerous inroads, or costly friendship, of the Avars. When the Roman envoys approached the presence of the Khagan, they were commanded to wait at the door of his tent, till, at the end perhaps of 10 or 12 days, he condescended to admit them. If the substance or the style of their message was offensive to his ear, he insulted, with real or affected fury, their own dignity and that of their prince. Their baggage was plundered, and their lives were only saved by the promise of a richer present and a more respectful address. But his sacred ambassadors enjoyed and abused an unbounded license in the midst of Constantinople. They urged, with importunate clamors, the increase of tribute, or the restitution of captives and deserters. And the majesty of the empire was almost equally degraded by a base compliance or by the false and fearful excuses with which they eluded such insolent demands. The Khagan had never seen an elephant, and his curiosity was excited by the strange, and perhaps fabulous, portrait of that wonderful animal. At his command, one of the largest elephants of the imperial stables was equipped with stately caparisons, and conducted by a numerous train to the royal village in the plains of Hungary. He surveyed the enormous beast with surprise, with disgust, and possibly with terror, and smiled at the vain industry of the Romans, who, in search of such useless rarities, could explore the limits of the land and sea. He wished, at the expense of the emperor, to repose in a golden bed. The wealth of Constantinople, and the skillful diligence of her artists, were instantly devoted to the gratification of his caprice. But when the work was finished, he rejected with scorn a present so unworthy the majesty of a great king. 5730 These were the casual sallies of his pride. But the avarice of the Khagan was a more steady and tractable passion. A rich and regular supply of silk apparel, furniture, and plate introduced the rudiments of art and luxury among the tents of the Scythians. Their appetite was stimulated by the pepper and cinnamon of India. 5731 The annual subsidy or tribute was raised from 80 to 120,000 pieces of gold. And after each hostile interruption, the payment of the arrears, with exorbitant interest, was always made the first condition of the new treaty. In the language of a barbarian without guile, the prince of the Avars affected to complain of the insincerity of the Greeks. 5732 Yet he was not inferior to the most civilized nations in the refinement of dissimulation and perfidy. As the successor of the Lombards, the Khagan asserted his claim to the important city of Sirmium, the ancient bulwark of the Illyrian provinces. 5733 The plains of the Lower Hungary were covered with the Avar horse, and a fleet of large boats was built in the Hercynian wood, to descend the Danube, and to transport into the Save the materials of a bridge. But as the strong garrison of Singidunum, which commanded the conflux of the two rivers, might have stopped their passage and baffled his designs, he dispelled their apprehensions by a solemn oath that his views were not hostile to the empire. He swore by his sword, the symbol of the god of war, that he did not, as the enemy of Rome, construct a bridge upon the Save. If I violate my oath, pursued the intrepid Bayan, may I myself, and the last of my nation, perish by the sword. May the heavens, and fire, the deity of the heavens, fall upon our heads. May the forests and mountains bury us in their ruins. And the Save returning, against the laws of nature, to his source, overwhelm us in his angry waters. After this barbarous imprecation, he calmly inquired what oath was most sacred and venerable among the Christians, what guilt or perjury it was most dangerous to incur. The Bishop of Singidunum presented the Gospel, which the Khagan received with devout reverence. I swear, said he, by the God who has spoken in this holy book, that I have neither falsehood on my tongue nor treachery in my heart. As soon as he rose from his knees, he accelerated the labor of the bridge, and dispatched an envoy to proclaim what he no longer wished to conceal. Inform the emperor, said the perfidious Bayan, that Sirmium is invested on every side. Advise his prudence to withdraw the citizens and their effects, and to resign a city which it is now impossible to relieve or defend. Without the hope of relief, the defense of Sirmium was prolonged above 3 years, the walls were still untouched. But famine was enclosed within the walls, till a merciful capitulation allowed the escape of the naked and hungry inhabitants. Singidunum, at the distance of 50 miles, experienced a more cruel fate. The buildings were razed, and the vanquished people was condemned to servitude and exile. Yet the ruins of Sirmium are no longer visible. The advantageous situation of Singidunum soon attracted a new colony of Sclavonians, and the conflux of the Save and Danube is still guarded by the fortifications of Belgrade, or the White City. So often and so obstinately disputed by the Christian and Turkish arms. 5734 From Belgrade to the walls of Constantinople a line may be measured of 600 miles, that line was marked with flames and with blood. The horses of the Avars were alternately bathed in the Euxine and the Adriatic. And the Roman pontiff, alarmed by the approach of a more savage enemy, 5735 was reduced to cherish the Lombards, as the protectors of Italy. The despair of a captive, whom his country refused to ransom, disclosed to the Avars the invention and practice of military engines. 5736 But in the first attempts they were rudely framed and awkwardly managed. And the resistance of Diocletianopolis and Berea, of Philippopolis and Adrianople, soon exhausted the skill and patience of the besiegers. The warfare of Bayan was that of a Tartar, yet his mind was susceptible of a humane and generous sentiment. He spared Anchialus, whose salutary waters had restored the health of the best beloved of his wives. And the Romans confessed that their starving army was fed and dismissed by the liberality of a foe. His empire extended over Hungary, Poland, and Prussia, from the mouth of the Danube to that of the Oder. 5737 and his new subjects were divided and transplanted by the jealous policy of the conqueror. 5738 The eastern regions of Germany, which had been left vacant by the emigration of the Vandals, were replenished with Sclavonian colonists. The same tribes are discovered in the neighborhood of the Adriatic and of the Baltic. And with the name of Bayan himself, the Illyrian cities of Nace and Lissa are again found in the heart of Cilicia. In the disposition both of his troops and provinces the Khagan exposed the vassals, whose lives he disregarded, 5739 to the first assault. And the swords of the enemy were blunted before they encountered the native valor of the Avars. AD 595, 602 The Persian alliance restored the troops of the East to the defense of Europe. And Maurice, who had supported 10 years the insolence of the Khagan, declared his resolution to march in person against the barbarians. In the space of 2 centuries, none of the successors of Theodosius had appeared in the field, their lives were supinely spent in the palace of Constantinople. And the Greeks could no longer understand that the name of emperor, in its primitive sense, denoted the chief of the armies of the Republic. The martial ardor of Maurice was opposed by the grave flattery of the Senate, the timid superstition of the Patriarch, and the tears of the Empress Constantina. And they all conjured him to devolve on some meaner general the fatigues and perils of a Scythian campaign. Deaf to their advice and entreaty, the emperor boldly advanced 47 miles from the capital. The sacred ensign of the cross was displayed in the front, and Maurice reviewed, with conscious pride, the arms and numbers of the veterans who had fought and conquered beyond the Tigris. Anchialus was the last term of his progress by sea and land. He solicited without success a miraculous answer to his nocturnal prayers. His mind was confounded by the death of a favorite horse, the encounter of a wild boar, a storm of wind and rain, and the birth of a monstrous child. And he forgot that the best of omens is to unsheath our sword in the defense of our country. 5741 Under the pretense of receiving the ambassadors of Persia, the emperor returned to Constantinople, exchanged the thoughts of war for those of devotion, and disappointed the public hope by his absence and the choice of his lieutenants. The blind partiality of fraternal love might excuse the promotion of his brother Peter, who fled with equal disgrace from the barbarians, from his own soldiers, and from the inhabitants of a Roman city. That city, if we may credit the resemblance of name and character, was the famous Asamuntium, 5742, which had alone repelled the tempest of Attila. The example of her warlike youth was propagated to succeeding generations. And they obtained, from the first or the second Justin, an honorable privilege that their valor should be always reserved for the defense of their native country. The brother of Maurice attempted to violate this privilege, and to mingle a patriot band with the mercenaries of his camp. They retired to the church. He was not awed by the sanctity of the place. The people rose in their cause, the gates were shut, the ramparts were manned, and the cowardice of Peter was found equal to his arrogance and injustice. The military fame of Commensalius 5743 is the object of satire or comedy rather than of serious history, since he was even deficient in the vile and vulgar qualification of personal courage. His solemn counsels, strange evolutions, and secret orders always supplied an apology for flight or delay. If he marched against the enemy, the pleasant valleys of Mount Hemus opposed an insuperable barrier. But in his retreat, he explored, with fearless curiosity, the most difficult and obsolete paths, which had almost escaped the memory of the oldest native. The only blood which he lost was drawn, in a real or affected malady, by the lancet of a surgeon. And his health, which felt with exquisite sensibility the approach of the barbarians, was uniformly restored by the repose and safety of the winter season. A prince who could promote and support this unworthy favorite must derive no glory from the accidental merit of his colleague Priscus. 5744 In 5 successive battles, which seem to have been conducted with skill and resolution, 17,200 barbarians were made prisoners. Near 60,000, with 4 sons of the Khagan, were slain. The Roman general surprised a peaceful district of the Gepidae, who slept under the protection of the Avars. And his last trophies were erected on the banks of the Danube and the Theiss. Since the death of Trajan, the arms of the empire had not penetrated so deeply into the old Dacia. Yet the success of Priscus was transient and barren. And he was soon recalled by the apprehension that Bion, with dauntless spirit and recruited forces, was preparing to avenge his defeat under the walls of Constantinople. 5745. The theory of war was not more familiar to the camps of Caesar and Trajan than to those of Justinian and Maurice. 5746 The iron of Tuscany or Pontus still received the keenest temper from the skill of the Byzantine workmen. The magazines were plentifully stored with every species of offensive and defensive arms. In the construction and use of ships, engines, and fortifications, the barbarians admired the superior ingenuity of a people whom they had so often vanquished in the field. The science of tactics, the order, evolutions, and stratagems of antiquity, was transcribed and studied in the books of the Greeks and Romans. But the solitude or degeneracy of the provinces could no longer supply a race of men to handle those weapons, to guard those walls, to navigate those ships, and to reduce the theory of war into bold and successful practice. The genius of Belisarius and Narsas had been formed without a master, and expired without a disciple. Neither honor, nor patriotism, nor generous superstition could animate the lifeless bodies of slaves and strangers who had succeeded to the honors of the legions. It was in the camp alone that the emperor should have exercised a despotic command. It was only in the camps that his authority was disobeyed and insulted. He appeased and inflamed with gold the licentiousness of the troops. But their vices were inherent, their victories were accidental, and their costly maintenance exhausted the substance of a state which they were unable to defend. After a long and pernicious indulgence, the cure of this inveterate evil was undertaken by Maurice, but the rash attempt, which drew destruction on his own head, tended only to aggravate the disease. A reformer should be exempt from the suspicion of interest, and he must possess the confidence and esteem of those whom he proposes to reclaim. The troops of Maurice might listen to the voice of a victorious leader, they disdained the admonitions of statesmen and sophists. And when they received an edict which deducted from their pay the price of their arms and clothing, they execrated the avarice of a prince insensible of the dangers and fatigues from which he had escaped. The camps both of Asia and Europe were agitated with frequent and furious seditions. 5747 The enraged soldiers of Edessa pursued with reproaches, with threats, with wounds, their trembling generals. They overturned the statues of the emperor, cast stones against the miraculous image of Christ, and either rejected the yoke of all civil and military laws or instituted a dangerous model of voluntary subordination. The monarch, always distant and often deceived, was incapable of yielding or persisting according to the exigence of the moment. But the fear of a general revolt induced him too readily to accept any act of valor or any expression of loyalty as an atonement for the popular offense. The new reform was abolished as hastily as it had been announced, and the troops, instead of punishment and restraint, were agreeably surprised by a gracious proclamation of immunities and rewards. But the soldiers accepted without gratitude the tardy and reluctant gifts of the emperor. Their insolence was elated by the discovery of his weakness and their own strength. And their mutual hatred was inflamed beyond the desire of forgiveness or the hope of reconciliation. The historians of the times adopt the vulgar suspicion that Maurice conspired to destroy the troops whom he had labored to reform. The misconduct and favor of Commensalius are imputed to this malevolent design. And every age must condemn the inhumanity or avarice 5748 of a prince, who, by the trifling ransom of 6,000 pieces of gold, might have prevented the massacre of 12,000 prisoners in the hands of the Khagan. In the just fervor of indignation, an order was signified to the army of the Danube that they should spare the magazines of the province and establish their winter quarters in the hostile country of the Avars. The measure of their grievances was full. They pronounced Maurice unworthy to reign, expelled or slaughtered his faithful adherents, and under the command of Phocas, a simple centurion, returned by hasty marches to the neighborhood of Constantinople. AD 602 After a long series of legal succession, the military disorders of the 3rd century were again revived. Yet such was the novelty of the enterprise that the insurgents were awed by their own rashness. They hesitated to invest their favorite with the vacant purple. And while they rejected all treaty with Maurice himself, they held a friendly correspondence with his son Theodosius and with Germanus the father-in-law of the royal youth. So obscure had been the former condition of Phocas that the emperor was ignorant of the name and character of his rival. But as soon as he learned that the centurion, though bold in sedition, was timid in the face of danger, alas, cried the desponding prince, if he is a coward, he will surely be a murderer. Yet, if Constantinople had been firm and faithful, the murderer might have spent his fury against the walls, and the rebel army would have been gradually consumed or reconciled by the prudence of the emperor. In the games of the circus, which he repeated with unusual pomp, Maurice disguised with smiles of confidence the anxiety of his heart, condescended to solicit the applause of the factions, and flattered their pride by accepting from their respective tribunes a list of 900 blues and 1,500 greens, whom he affected to esteem as the solid pillars of his throne. Their treacherous or languid support betrayed his weakness and hastened his fall. The green faction were the secret accomplices of the rebels, and the blues recommended lenity and moderation in a contest with their Roman brethren. The rigid and parsimonious virtues of Maurice had long since alienated the hearts of his subjects. As he walked barefoot in a religious procession, he was rudely assaulted with stones. And his guards were compelled to present their iron maces in the defense of his person. A fanatic monk ran through the streets with a drawn sword, denouncing against him the wrath and the sentence of God, and a vile plebeian, who represented his countenance and apparel, was seated on an ass and pursued by the imprecations of the multitude. 5749 The emperor suspected the popularity of Germanus with the soldiers and citizens. He feared, he threatened, but he delayed to strike. The patrician fled to the sanctuary of the church. The people rose in his defense, the walls were deserted by the guards, and the lawless city was abandoned to the flames and rapine of a nocturnal tumult. In a small bark, the unfortunate Maurice, with his wife and 9 children, escaped to the Asiatic shore, but the violence of the wind compelled him to land at the church of St. Autonomous 5750 near Chalcedon, from whence he dispatched Theodosius, his eldest son, to implore the gratitude and friendship of the Persian monarch. For himself, he refused to fly. His body was tortured with sciatic pains. 5751 His mind was enfeebled by superstition. He patiently awaited the event of the revolution, and addressed a fervent and public prayer to the Almighty, that the punishment of his sins might be inflicted in this world rather than in a future life. After the abdication of Maurice, the 2 factions disputed the choice of an emperor. But the favorite of the Blues was rejected by the jealousy of their antagonists, and Germanus himself was hurried along by the crowds, who rushed to the palace of Hebdomon, 7 miles from the city, to adore the majesty of Phocas the centurion. A modest wish of resigning the purple to the rank and merit of Germanus was opposed by his resolution, more obstinate and equally sincere. The Senate and clergy obeyed his summons, and, as soon as the Patriarch was assured of his orthodox belief, he consecrated the successful usurper in the church of St. John the Baptist. On the 3rd day, amidst the acclamations of a thoughtless people, Phocas made his public entry in a chariot drawn by 4 white horses. The revolt of the troops was rewarded by a lavish donative. And the new sovereign, after visiting the palace, beheld from his throne the games of the hippodrome. In a dispute of precedency between the 2 factions, his partial judgment inclined in favor of the Greens. "Remember that Maurice is still alive," resounded from the opposite side. And the indiscreet clamor of the Blues admonished and stimulated the cruelty of the tyrant. AD 6021-127 The ministers of death were dispatched to Chalcedon. They dragged the emperor from his sanctuary, and the 5 sons of Maurice were successively murdered before the eyes of their agonizing parent. At each stroke which he felt in his heart, he found strength to rehearse a pious ejaculation, "Thou art just, O Lord, and thy judgments are righteous." And such, in the last moments, was his rigid attachment to truth and justice that he revealed to the soldiers the pious falsehood of a nurse who presented her own child in the place of a royal infant. 5752 The tragic scene was finally closed by the execution of the emperor himself, in the 20th year of his reign, and the 63rd of his age. The bodies of the father and his 5 sons were cast into the sea. Their heads were exposed at Constantinople to the insults or pity of the multitude. And it was not till some signs of putrefaction had appeared that Phocas connived at the private burial of these venerable remains. In that grave, the faults and errors of Maurice were kindly interred. His fate alone was remembered. And at the end of 20 years, in the recital of the history of Theophylact, the mournful tale was interrupted by the tears of the audience. 5753. Such tears must have flowed in secret, and such compassion would have been criminal, under the reign of Phocas, who was peaceably acknowledged in the provinces of the East and West. The images of the emperor and his wife Leontia were exposed in the Lateran to the veneration of the clergy and Senate of Rome, and afterwards deposited in the palace of the Caesars, between those of Constantine and Theodosius. As a subject and a Christian, it was the duty of Gregory to acquiesce in the established government, but the joyful applause with which he salutes the fortune of the assassin has sullied with indelible disgrace the character of the saint. The successor of the apostles might have inculcated with decent firmness the guilt of blood and the necessity of repentance. He is content to celebrate the deliverance of the people and the fall of the oppressor. To rejoice that the piety and benignity of Phocas have been raised by Providence to the imperial throne, to pray that his hands may be strengthened against all his enemies. And to express a wish, perhaps a prophecy that, after a long and triumphant reign, he may be transferred from a temporal to an everlasting kingdom. 57-54 I have already traced the steps of a revolution so pleasing, in Gregory's opinion, both to heaven and earth. And Phocas does not appear less hateful in the exercise than in the acquisition of power. The pencil of an impartial historian has delineated the portrait of a monster. 57-55 His diminutive and deformed person, the closeness of his shaggy eyebrows, his red hair, his beardless chin, and his cheek disfigured and discolored by a formidable scar. Ignorant of letters, of laws, and even of arms, he indulged in the supreme rank a more ample privilege of lust and drunkenness. And his brutal pleasures were either injurious to his subjects or disgraceful to himself. Without assuming the office of a prince, he renounced the profession of a soldier, and the reign of Phocas afflicted Europe with ignominious peace, and Asia with desolating war. His savage temper was inflamed by passion, hardened by fear, and exasperated by resistance of reproach. The flight of Theodosius to the Persian court had been intercepted by a rapid pursuit or a deceitful message. He was beheaded at Nice. And the last hours of the young prince were soothed by the comforts of religion and the consciousness of innocence. Yet his phantom disturbed the repose of the usurper. A whisper was circulated through the East that the son of Maurice was still alive. The people expected their avenger, and the widow and daughters of the late emperor would have adopted as their son and brother the vilest of mankind. In the massacre of the imperial family, 57-56 the mercy, or rather the discretion, of Phocas had spared these unhappy females, and they were decently confined to a private house. But the spirit of the Empress Constantina, still mindful of her father, her husband, and her sons, aspired to freedom and revenge. At the dead of night, she escaped to the sanctuary of Saint Sophia. But her tears, and the gold of her associate Germanus, were insufficient to provoke an insurrection. Her life was forfeited to revenge, and even to justice. But the patriarch obtained and pledged an oath for her safety, a monastery was allotted for her prison, and the widow of Maurice accepted and abused the lenity of his assassin. The discovery or the suspicion of a second conspiracy dissolved the engagements and rekindled the fury of Phocas. A matron who commanded the respect and pity of mankind, the daughter, wife, and mother of emperors, was tortured like the vilest malefactor, to force a confession of her designs and associates. And the Empress Constantina, with her 3 innocent daughters, was beheaded at Chalcedon, on the same ground which had been stained with the blood of her husband and 5 sons. After such an example, it would be superfluous to enumerate the names and sufferings of meaner victims. Their condemnation was seldom preceded by the forms of trial, and their punishment was embittered by the refinements of cruelty. Their eyes were pierced, their tongues were torn from the root. The hands and feet were amputated. Some expired under the lash, others in the flames, others again were transfixed with arrows, and a simple speedy death was mercy which they could rarely obtain. The hippodrome, the sacred asylum of the pleasures and the liberty of the Romans, was polluted with heads and limbs and mangled bodies. And the companions of Phocas were the most sensible that neither his favor nor their services could protect them from a tyrant. The worthy rival of the Caligulas and Domitians of the first age of the empire. 5757. A daughter of Phocas, his only child, was given in marriage to the patrician Crispus. 5758 And the royal images of the bride and bridegroom were indiscreetly placed in the circus by the side of the emperor. The father must desire that his posterity should inherit the fruit of his crimes, but the monarch was offended by this premature and popular association. The tribunes of the Green faction, who accused the officious error of their sculptors, were condemned to instant death. Their lives were granted to the prayers of the people. But Crispus might reasonably doubt whether a jealous usurper could forget and pardon his involuntary competition. The Green faction was alienated by the ingratitude of Phocas and the loss of their privileges. Every province of the empire was ripe for rebellion. And Heraclius, exarch of Africa, persisted above 2 years in refusing all tribute and obedience to the centurion who disgraced the throne of Constantinople. By the secret emissaries of Crispus and the Senate, the independent exarch was solicited to save and to govern his country. But his ambition was chilled by age, and he resigned the dangerous enterprise to his son Heraclius, and to Nicetas, the son of Gregory his friend and lieutenant. The powers of Africa were armed by the 2 adventurous youths. They agreed that the one should navigate the fleet from Carthage to Constantinople, that the other should lead an army through Egypt and Asia, and that the imperial purple should be the reward of diligence and success. A faint rumor of their undertaking was conveyed to the ears of Phocas, and the wife and mother of the younger Heraclius were secured as the hostages of his faith. But the treacherous heart of Crispus extenuated the distant peril, the means of defense were neglected or delayed, and the tyrant supinely slept till the African navy cast anchor in the Hellespont. Their standard was joined at Abydos by the fugitives and exiles who thirsted for revenge. The ships of Heraclius, whose lofty masts were adorned with the holy symbols of religion 57-59 steered their triumphant course through the Propontis. And Phocas beheld from the windows of the palace his approaching and inevitable fate. The Green faction was tempted, by gifts and promises, to oppose a feeble and fruitless resistance to the landing of the Africans. But the people, and even the guards, were determined by the well-timed defection of Crispus, and the tyrant was seized by a private enemy, who boldly invaded the solitude of the palace. Stripped of the diadem and purple, clothed in a vile habit, and loaded with chains, he was transported in a small boat to the imperial galley of Heraclius, who reproached him with the crimes of his abominable reign. "Wilt thou govern better?" were the last words of the despair of Phocas. AD 610-1004. After suffering each variety of insult and torture, his head was severed from his body, the mangled trunk was cast into the flames. And the same treatment was inflicted on the statues of the vain usurper and the seditious banner of the Green faction. The voice of the clergy, the Senate, and the people invited Heraclius to ascend the throne which he had purified from guilt and ignominy. After some graceful hesitation, he yielded to their entreaties. His coronation was accompanied by that of his wife Eudoxia. And their posterity, till the 4th generation, continued to reign over the empire of the East. The voyage of Heraclius had been easy and prosperous. The tedious march of Nicetas was not accomplished before the decision of the contest. But he submitted without a murmur to the fortune of his friend, and his laudable intentions were rewarded with an equestrian statue and a daughter of the emperor. It was more difficult to trust the fidelity of Crispus, whose recent services were recompensed by the command of the Cappadocian army. His arrogance soon provoked, and seemed to excuse, the ingratitude of his new sovereign. In the presence of the Senate, the son-in-law of Phocas was condemned to embrace the monastic life. And the sentence was justified by the weighty observation of Heraclius that the man who had betrayed his father could never be faithful to his friend. 5760. Even after his death the Republic was afflicted by the crimes of Phocas, which armed with a pious cause the most formidable of her enemies. According to the friendly and equal forms of the Byzantine and Persian courts, he announced his exaltation to the throne. And his ambassador Lilius, who had presented him with the heads of Maurice and his sons, was the best qualified to describe the circumstances of the tragic scene. 5761 AD 603 plus. However it might be varnished by fiction or sophistry, Khosrow turned with horror from the assassin, imprisoned the pretended envoy, disclaimed the usurper, and declared himself the avenger of his father and benefactor. The sentiments of grief and resentment which humanity would feel, and honor would dictate, promoted on this occasion the interest of the Persian king. And his interest was powerfully magnified by the national and religious prejudices of the magi and satraps. In a strain of artful adulation, which assumed the language of freedom, They presumed to censure the excess of his gratitude and friendship for the Greeks, a nation with whom it was dangerous to conclude either peace or alliance, whose superstition was devoid of truth and justice, and who must be incapable of any virtue, since they could perpetrate the most atrocious of crimes, the impious murder of their sovereign. 5762 For the crime of an ambitious centurion, the nation which he oppressed was chastised with the calamities of war. And the same calamities, at the end of 20 years, were retaliated and redoubled on the heads of the Persians. 5763 The general who had restored Khosrow to the throne still commanded in the east. And the name of Narsas was the formidable sound with which the Assyrian mothers were accustomed to terrify their infants. It is not improbable that a native subject of Persia should encourage his master and his friend to deliver and possess the provinces of Asia. It is still more probable that Khosrow should animate his troops by the assurance that the sword which they dreaded the most would remain in its scabbard or be drawn in their favor. The hero could not depend on the faith of a tyrant, and the tyrant was conscious how little he deserved the obedience of a hero. Narsas was removed from his military command. He reared an independent standard at Hierapolis in Syria. He was betrayed by fallacious promises, and burnt alive in the marketplace of Constantinople. Deprived of the only chief whom they could fear or esteem, the bands which he had led to victory were twice broken by the cavalry, trampled by the elephants, and pierced by the arrows of the barbarians. And a great number of the captives were beheaded on the field of battle by the sentence of the victor. Who might justly condemn these seditious mercenaries as the authors or accomplices of the death of Maurice. Under the reign of Phocas, the fortifications of Merdin, Dara, Amida, and Edessa were successively besieged, reduced, and destroyed by the Persian monarch. AD 611 he passed the Euphrates, occupied the Syrian cities, Hierapolis, Chalcis, and Berhia or Aleppo, and soon encompassed the walls of Antioch with his irresistible arms. The rapid tide of success discloses the decay of the empire, the incapacity of Phocas, and the disaffection of his subjects. And Khosrow provided a decent apology for their submission or revolt, by an impostor who attended his camp as the son of Maurice 5764 and the lawful heir of the monarchy. The first intelligence from the east which Heraclius received 5765 was that of the loss of Antioch. But the aged metropolis, so often overturned by earthquakes and pillaged by the enemy, could supply but a small and languid stream of treasure and blood. The Persians were equally successful and more fortunate in the sack of Caesarea, the capital of Cappadocia. And as they advanced beyond the ramparts of the frontier, the boundary of ancient war, they found a less obstinate resistance and a more plentiful harvest. The pleasant vale of Damascus has been adorned in every age with a royal city. Her obscure felicity has hitherto escaped the historian of the Roman Empire. But Khosrow reposed his troops in the paradise of Damascus before he ascended the hills of Libanus or invaded the cities of the Phoenician coast. AD 614 The conquest of Jerusalem, 5766 which had been meditated by Nushirvan, was achieved by the zeal and avarice of his grandson. The ruin of the proudest monument of Christianity was vehemently urged by the intolerant spirit of the Magi. And he could enlist for this holy warfare an army of 26,000 Jews, whose furious bigotry might compensate, in some degree, for the want of valor and discipline. 5767 After the reduction of Galilee and the region beyond the Jordan, whose resistance appears to have delayed the fate of the capital, Jerusalem itself was taken by assault. The sepulchre of Christ and the stately churches of Helena and Constantine were consumed, or at least damaged, by the flames. The devout offerings of 300 years were rifled in one sacrilegious day. The patriarch Zechariah, and the true cross, were transported into Persia. And the massacre of 90,000 Christians is imputed to the Jews and Arabs who swelled the disorder of the Persian March. The fugitives of Palestine were entertained at Alexandria by the charity of John the Archbishop, who is distinguished among a crowd of saints by the epithet of almsgiver. 5768 And the revenues of the Church, with a treasure of £300,000, were restored to the true proprietors, the poor of every country and every denomination. But Egypt itself, the only province which had been exempt since the time of Diocletian from foreign and domestic war, was again subdued by the successors of Cyrus. AD 616 Pelusium, the key of that impervious country, was surprised by the cavalry of the Persians. They passed with impunity the innumerable channels of the delta, and explored the long valley of the Nile, from the pyramids of Memphis to the confines of Ethiopia. Alexandria might have been relieved by a naval force, but the archbishop and the prefect embarked for Cyprus. And Khosrow entered the second city of the empire, which still preserved a wealthy remnant of industry and commerce. His western trophy was erected, not on the walls of Carthage 5769 but in the neighborhood of Tripoli. The Greek colonies of Cyrene were finally extirpated. And the conqueror, treading in the footsteps of Alexander, returned in triumph through the sands of the Libyan desert. In the same campaign, another army advanced from the Euphrates to the Thracian Bosphorus. Chalcedon surrendered after a long siege, and a Persian camp was maintained above 10 years in the presence of Constantinople. The seacoast of Pontus, the city of Ancyra, and the Isle of Rhodes are enumerated among the last conquests of the great king. And if Khosrow had possessed any maritime power, his boundless ambition would have spread slavery and desolation over the provinces of Europe. From the long-disputed banks of the Tigris and Euphrates, the reign of the grandson of Nushirvan was suddenly extended to the Hellespont and the Nile, the ancient limits of the Persian monarchy. But the provinces, which had been fashioned by the habits of 600 years to the virtues and vices of the Roman government, supported with reluctance the yoke of the barbarians. The idea of a republic was kept alive by the institutions, or at least by the writings, of the Greeks and Romans. And the subjects of Heraclius had been educated to pronounce the words of liberty and law. But it has always been the pride and policy of Oriental princes to display the titles and attributes of their omnipotence, to upbraid a nation of slaves with their true name and abject condition, and to enforce, by cruel and insolent threats, the rigor of their absolute commands. The Christians of the East were scandalized by the worship of fire and the impious doctrine of the two principles. The Magi were not less intolerant than the bishops. And the martyrdom of some native Persians, who had deserted the religion of Zoroaster 5770 was conceived to be the prelude of a fierce and general persecution. By the oppressive laws of Justinian, the adversaries of the Church were made the enemies of the state. The alliance of the Jews, Nestorians, and Jacobites had contributed to the success of Khosrow, and his partial favor to the sectaries provoked the hatred and fears of the Catholic clergy. Conscious of their fear and hatred, the Persian conqueror governed his new subjects with an iron scepter. And, as if he suspected the stability of his dominion, he exhausted their wealth by exorbitant tributes and licentious rapine, despoiled or demolished the temples of the East, and transported to his hereditary realms the gold, the silver, the precious marbles, the arts, and the artists of the Asiatic cities. In the obscure picture of the calamities of the empire, 5771, it is not easy to discern the figure of Khosrow himself, to separate his actions from those of his lieutenants, or to ascertain his personal merit in the general blaze of glory and magnificence. He enjoyed with ostentation the fruits of victory, and frequently retired from the hardships of war to the luxury of the palace. But in the space of 24 years, he was deterred by superstition or resentment from approaching the gates of Ctesiphon. And his favorite residence of Artemida, or Dastagerd, was situate beyond the Tigris, about 60 miles to the north of the capital. 5772 The adjacent pastures were covered with flocks and herds. The paradise or park was replenished with pheasants, peacocks, ostriches, roebucks, and wild boars. And the noble game of lions and tigers was sometimes turned loose for the bolder pleasures of the chase. 960 elephants were maintained for the use or splendor of the great king. His tents and baggage were carried into the field by 12,000 great camels and 8,000 of a smaller size. 5773 And the royal stables were filled with 6,000 mules and horses, among whom the names of Shebdaz and Berid are renowned for their speed or beauty. 5774 6,000 guards successively mounted before the palace gate, the service of the interior apartments was performed by 12,000 slaves. And in the number of 3,000 virgins, the fairest of Asia, some happy concubine might console her master for the age or the indifference of Syra. The various treasures of gold, silver, gems, silks, and aromatics were deposited in 100 subterraneous vaults, and the chamber bedavered denoted the accidental gift of the winds which had wafted the spoils of Heraclius into one of the Syrian harbors of his rival. The voice of flattery, and perhaps of fiction, is not ashamed to compute the 30,000 rich hangings that adorned the walls, the 40,000 columns of silver, or more probably of marble and plated wood, that supported the roof, and the 1,000 globes of gold suspended in the dome, to imitate the motions of the planets and the constellations of the zodiac. 5775 While the Persian monarch contemplated the wonders of his art and power, he received an epistle from an obscure citizen of Mecca, inviting him to acknowledge Muhammad as the apostle of God. He rejected the invitation, and tore the epistle. "It is thus," exclaimed the Arabian prophet, "that God will tear the kingdom and reject the supplications of Khosrow." 5776–5777 Placed on the verge of the two great empires of the East, Muhammad observed with secret joy the progress of their mutual destruction. And in the midst of the Persian triumphs, he ventured to foretell that before many years should elapse, victory should again return to the banners of the Romans. 5778. AD 610–622 At the time when this prediction is said to have been delivered, no prophecy could be more distant from its accomplishment. Since the first 12 years of Heraclius announced the approaching dissolution of the empire. If the motives of Khosrow had been pure and honorable, he must have ended the quarrel with the death of Phocas, and he would have embraced, as his best ally, the fortunate African who had so generously avenged the injuries of his benefactor Maurice. The prosecution of the war revealed the true character of the barbarian, and the suppliant embassies of Heraclius to beseech his clemency, that he would spare the innocent, accept a tribute, and give peace to the world, were rejected with contemptuous silence or insolent menace. Syria, Egypt, and the provinces of Asia were subdued by the Persian arms, while Europe, from the confines of Istria to the long wall of Thrace, was oppressed by the Avars, unsatiated with the blood and rapine of the Italian war. They had coolly massacred their male captives in the sacred field of Pannonia, the women and children were reduced to servitude, and the noblest virgins were abandoned to the promiscuous lust of the barbarians. The amorous matron who opened the gates of Friuli passed a short night in the arms of her royal lover. The next evening, Romilda was condemned to the embraces of 12 Avars, and the third day the Lombard princess was impaled in the sight of the camp, while the Khagan observed with a cruel smile that such a husband was the fit recompense of her lewdness and perfidy. 5779 By these implacable enemies Heraclius, on either side, was insulted and besieged, and the Roman Empire was reduced to the walls of Constantinople, with the remnant of Greece, Italy, and Africa, and some maritime cities, from Tyre to Trebizond, of the Asiatic coast. After the loss of Egypt, the capital was afflicted by famine and pestilence, and the emperor, incapable of resistance and hopeless of relief, had resolved to transfer his person and government to the more secure residence of Carthage. His ships were already laden with the treasures of the palace, but his flight was arrested by the patriarch, who armed the powers of religion in the defense of his country, led Heraclius to the altar of Saint Sophia, and extorted a solemn oath that he would live and die with the people whom God had entrusted to his care. The Khagan was encamped in the plains of Thrace, but he dissembled his perfidious designs, and solicited an interview with the emperor near the town of Heraclea. Their reconciliation was celebrated with equestrian games, the Senate and people in their gayest apparel resorted to the festival of peace, and the Avars beheld, with envy and desire, the spectacle of Roman luxury. On a sudden the hippodrome was encompassed by the Scythian cavalry, who had pressed their secret and nocturnal march. The tremendous sound of the Khagan's whip gave the signal of the assault, and Heraclius, wrapping his diadem round his arm, was saved, with extreme hazard, by the fleetness of his horse. So rapid was the pursuit that the Avars almost entered the Golden Gate of Constantinople with the flying crowds. 5780 But the plunder of the suburbs rewarded their treason, and they transported beyond the Danube 270,000 captives. On the shore of Chalcedon, the emperor held a safer conference with a more honorable foe, who, before Heraclius descended from his galley, saluted with reverence and pity the majesty of the purple. The friendly offer of Sain the Persian general, to conduct an embassy to the presence of the great king, was accepted with the warmest gratitude. And the prayer for pardon and peace was humbly presented by the praetorian prefect, the prefect of the city, and one of the first ecclesiastics of the patriarchal church. 5781 But the lieutenant of Khosrow had fatally mistaken the intentions of his master. It was not an embassy, said the tyrant of Asia, it was the person of Heraclius, bound in chains, that he should have brought to the foot of my throne. I will never give peace to the emperor of Rome till he had abjured his crucified God and embraced the worship of the sun. Sain was flayed alive, according to the inhuman practice of his country. And the separate and rigorous confinement of the ambassadors violated the law of nations and the faith of an express stipulation. Yet the experience of 6 years at length persuaded the Persian monarch to renounce the conquest of Constantinople and to specify the annual tribute or ransom of the Roman Empire, 1,000 talents of gold, 1,000 talents of silver, 1,000 silk robes, 1,000 horses, and 1,000 virgins. Heraclius subscribed these ignominious terms. But the time and space which he obtained to collect such treasures from the poverty of the East was industriously employed in the preparations of a bold and desperate attack. Of the characters conspicuous in history, that of Heraclius is one of the most extraordinary and inconsistent. In the first and last years of a long reign, the emperor appears to be the slave of sloth, of pleasure, or of superstition, the careless and impotent spectator of the public calamities. But the languid mists of the morning and evening are separated by the brightness of the meridian sun, the Arcadius of the palace arose the Caesar of the camp. And the honor of Rome and Heraclius was gloriously retrieved by the exploits and trophies of 6 adventurous campaigns. It was the duty of the Byzantine historians to have revealed the causes of his slumber and vigilance. At this distance we can only conjecture that he was endowed with more personal courage than political resolution. That he was detained by the charms, and perhaps the arts, of his niece Martina, with whom, after the death of Eudocia, he contracted an incestuous marriage. 5782 And that he yielded to the base advice of the councillors, who urged, as a fundamental law, that the life of the emperor should never be exposed in the field. 5783 Perhaps he was awakened by the last insolent demand of the Persian conqueror. But at the moment when Heraclius assumed the spirit of a hero, the only hopes of the Romans were drawn from the vicissitudes of fortune, which might threaten the proud prosperity of Khosrow and must be favorable to those who had attained the lowest period of depression. 5784 AD 621 To provide for the expenses of war was the first care of the emperor, and for the purpose of collecting the tribute, he was allowed to solicit the benevolence of the eastern provinces. But the revenue no longer flowed in the usual channels, the credit of an arbitrary prince is annihilated by his power. And the courage of Heraclius was first displayed in daring to borrow the consecrated wealth of churches under the solemn vow of restoring, with usury, whatever he had been compelled to employ in the service of religion and the empire. The clergy themselves appear to have sympathized with the public distress, and the discreet patriarch of Alexandria, without admitting the precedent of sacrilege, assisted his sovereign by the miraculous or seasonable revelation of a secret treasure. 5785 Of the soldiers who had conspired with Phocas, only 2 were found to have survived the stroke of time and of the barbarians. 5786 The loss, even of these seditious veterans, was imperfectly supplied by the new levies of Heraclius, and the gold of the sanctuary united, in the same camp, the names, and arms, and languages of the East and West. He would have been content with the neutrality of the Avars. And his friendly entreaty that the Khagan would act not as the enemy but as the guardian of the empire was accompanied with a more persuasive donative of 200,000 pieces of gold. 2 days after the festival of Easter, the emperor, exchanging his purple for the simple garb of a penitent and warrior, 5787 gave the signal of his departure. To the faith of the people Heraclius recommended his children. The civil and military powers were vested in the most deserving hands. And the discretion of the Patriarch and Senate was authorized to save or surrender the city, if they should be oppressed in his absence by the superior forces of the enemy. The neighboring heights of Chalcedon were covered with tents and arms. But if the new levies of Heraclius had been rashly led to the attack, the victory of the Persians in the site of Constantinople might have been the last day of the Roman Empire. AD 622 As imprudent would it have been to advance into the provinces of Asia, leaving their innumerable cavalry to intercept his convoys, and continually to hang on the lassitude and disorder of his rear. But the Greeks were still masters of the sea, a fleet of galleys, transports, and storeships was assembled in the harbor. The barbarians consented to embark. A steady wind carried them through the Hellespont. The western and southern coast of Asia Minor lay on their left hand. The spirit of their chief was first displayed in a storm. And even the eunuchs of his train were excited to suffer and to work by the example of their master. He landed his troops on the confines of Syria and Cilicia, in the Gulf of Scanderun, where the coast suddenly turns to the south. 5788 And his discernment was expressed in the choice of this important post. 5789 From all sides, the scattered garrisons of the maritime cities and the mountains might repair with speed and safety to his imperial standard. The natural fortifications of Cilicia protected, and even concealed, the camp of Heraclius, which was pitched near Issus, on the same ground where Alexander had vanquished the host of Darius. The angle which the emperor occupied was deeply indented into a vast semicircle of the Asiatic, Armenian, and Syrian provinces. And to whatsoever point of the circumference he should direct his attack, it was easy for him to dissemble his own motions and to prevent those of the enemy. In the camp of Issus the Roman general reformed the sloth and disorder of the veterans, and educated the new recruits in the knowledge and practice of military virtue. Unfolding the miraculous image of Christ, he urged them to revenge the holy altars which had been profaned by the worshippers of fire. Addressing them by the endearing appellations of sons and brethren, he deplored the public and private wrongs of the republic. The subjects of a monarch were persuaded that they fought in the cause of freedom. And a similar enthusiasm was communicated to the foreign mercenaries, who must have viewed with equal indifference the interest of Rome and of Persia. Heraclius himself, with the skill and patience of a centurion, inculcated the lessons of the school of tactics. And the soldiers were assiduously trained in the use of their weapons and the exercises and evolutions of the field. The cavalry and infantry in light or heavy armor were divided into 2 parties. The trumpets were fixed in the center, and their signals directed the march, the charge, the retreat, or pursuit. The direct or oblique order, the deep or extended phalanx, to represent in fictitious combat the operations of genuine war. Whatever hardships the emperor imposed on the troops, he inflicted with equal severity on himself. Their labor, their diet, their sleep, were measured by the inflexible rules of discipline. And, without despising the enemy, they were taught to repose an implicit confidence in their own valor and the wisdom of their leader. Cilicia was soon encompassed with the Persian arms. But their cavalry hesitated to enter the defile of Mount Taurus, till they were circumvented by the evolutions of Heraclius, who insensibly gained their rear, whilst he appeared to present his front in order of battle. By a false motion, which seemed to threaten Armenia, he drew them against their wishes to a general action. They were tempted by the artful disorder of his camp. But when they advanced to combat, the ground, the sun, and the expectation of both armies were unpropitious to the barbarians. The Romans successfully repeated their tactics in a field of battle. 5790 And the event of the day declared to the world that the Persians were not invincible and that a hero was invested with the purple. Strong in victory and fame, Heraclius boldly ascended the heights of Mount Taurus, directed his march through the plains of Cappadocia, and established his troops for the winter season in safe and plentiful quarters on the banks of the river Halys. 5791 His soul was superior to the vanity of entertaining Constantinople with an imperfect triumph. But the presence of the emperor was indispensably required to soothe the restless and rapacious spirit of the Avars. Since the days of Scipio and Hannibal, no bolder enterprise has been attempted than that which Heraclius achieved for the deliverance of the empire. 5792 He permitted the Persians to oppress for a while the provinces, and to insult with impunity the capital of the East. While the Roman emperor explored his perilous way through the Black Sea 5793 and the mountains of Armenia, penetrated into the heart of Persia. 5794 and recalled the armies of the great king to the defense of their bleeding country. With a select band of 5,000 soldiers, Heraclius sailed from Constantinople to Trebizond, assembled his forces which had wintered in the Pontic regions, and from the mouth of the Phasis to the Caspian Sea, encouraged his subjects and allies to march with the successor of Constantine under the faithful and victorious banner of the cross. When the legions of Lucullus and Pompey first passed the Euphrates, they blushed at their easy victory over the natives of Armenia. But the long experience of war had hardened the minds and bodies of that effeminate people. Their zeal and bravery were approved in the service of a declining empire. They abhorred and feared the usurpation of the house of Sassan, and the memory of persecution envenomed their pious hatred of the enemies of Christ. The limits of Armenia, as it had been ceded to the Emperor Maurice, extended as far as the Araxes. The river submitted to the indignity of a bridge. 5795 and Heraclius, in the footsteps of Mark Antony, advanced towards the city of Taurus or Ganzaka, 5796 the ancient and modern capital of one of the provinces of Media. At the head of 40,000 men, Khosrow himself had returned from some distant expedition to oppose the progress of the Roman arms. But he retreated on the approach of Heraclius, declining the generous alternative of peace or of battle. Instead of 500,000 of inhabitants, which have been ascribed to Taurus under the reign of the Sophies, the city contained no more than 3,000 houses. But the value of the royal treasures was enhanced by a tradition that they were the spoils of Croesus, which had been transported by Cyrus from the citadel of Sardes. The rapid conquests of Heraclius were suspended only by the winter season. A motive of prudence, or superstition, 5797 determined his retreat into the province of Albania, along the shores of the Caspian. And his tents were most probably pitched in the plains of Mogan, 5798 the favorite encampment of Oriental princes. In the course of this successful inroad, he signalized the zeal and revenge of a Christian emperor. At his command, the soldiers extinguished the fire, and destroyed the temples of the Magi. The statues of Khosrow, who aspired to divine honors, were abandoned to the flames. And the ruins of Thebarma or Ormia, 5799 which had given birth to Zoroaster himself, made some atonement for the injuries of the Holy Sepulchre. A purer spirit of religion was shown in the relief and deliverance of 50,000 captives. Heraclius was rewarded by their tears and grateful acclamations. But this wise measure, which spread the fame of his benevolence, diffused the murmurs of the Persians against the pride and obstinacy of their own sovereign. Amidst the glories of the succeeding campaign, Heraclius is almost lost to our eyes and to those of the Byzantine historians. 5800 from the spacious and fruitful plains of Albania, the emperor appears to follow the chain of Hyrcanian mountains, to descend into the province of Media or Iraq, and to carry his victorious arms as far as the royal cities of Caspin and Ispahan, which had never been approached by a Roman conqueror. Alarmed by the danger of his kingdom, the powers of Khosrow were already recalled from the Nile and the Bosphorus, and 3 formidable armies surrounded, in a distant and hostile land, the camp of the emperor. The Colchian allies prepared to desert his standard, and the fears of the bravest veterans were expressed, rather than concealed, by their desponding silence. "Be not terrified," said the intrepid Heraclius, "by the multitude of your foes. With the aid of heaven, one Roman may triumph over 1,000 barbarians. But if we devote our lives for the salvation of our brethren, we shall obtain the crown of martyrdom, and our immortal reward will be liberally paid by God and posterity. These magnanimous sentiments were supported by the vigor of his actions. He repelled the threefold attack of the Persians, improved the divisions of their chiefs, and, by a well-concerted train of marches, retreats, and successful actions, finally chased them from the field into the fortified cities of Media and Assyria. In the severity of the winter season, Sarbaraza deemed himself secure in the walls of Salban. He was surprised by the activity of Heraclius, who divided his troops and performed a laborious march in the silence of the night. The flat roofs of the houses were defended with useless valor against the darts and torches of the Romans. The satraps and nobles of Persia, with their wives and children, and the flower of their martial youth, were either slain or made prisoners. The general escaped by a precipitate flight, but his golden armor was the prize of the conqueror, and the soldiers of Heraclius enjoyed the wealth and repose which they had so nobly deserved. On the return of spring, the emperor traversed in 7 days the mountains of Kurdistan, and passed without resistance the rapid stream of the Tigris. Oppressed by the weight of their spoils and captives, the Roman army halted under the walls of Amida. And Heraclius informed the Senate of Constantinople of his safety and success, which they had already felt by the retreat of the besiegers. The bridges of the Euphrates were destroyed by the Persians, but as soon as the emperor had discovered a ford, they hastily retired to defend the banks of the Saris 5801 in Cilicia. That river, an impetuous torrent, was about 300 feet broad, the bridge was fortified with strong turrets, and the banks were lined with barbarian archers. After a bloody conflict, which continued till the evening, the Romans prevailed in the assault, and a Persian of gigantic size was slain and thrown into the Saris by the hand of the emperor himself. The enemies were dispersed and dismayed. Heraclius pursued his march to Sebaste in Cappadocia. And at the expiration of 3 years, the same coast of the Euxine applauded his return from a long and victorious expedition. 5802. Instead of skirmishing on the frontier, the two monarchs who disputed the empire of the East aimed their desperate strokes at the heart of their rival. The military force of Persia was wasted by the marches and combats of 20 years, and many of the veterans, who had survived the perils of the sword and the climate, were still detained in the fortresses of Egypt and Syria. AD 626. But the revenge and ambition of Khosrow exhausted his kingdom, and the new levies of subjects, strangers, and slaves were divided into 3 formidable bodies. 5803. The first army of 50,000 men, illustrious by the ornament and title of the Golden Spears, was destined to march against Heraclius. The second was stationed to prevent his junction with the troops of his brother Theodorus. And the third was commanded to besiege Constantinople, and to second the operations of the Khagan, with whom the Persian king had ratified a treaty of alliance and partition. Sarbar, the general of the Third Army, penetrated through the provinces of Asia to the well-known camp of Chalcedon, and amused himself with the destruction of the sacred and profane buildings of the Asiatic suburbs, while he impatiently waited the arrival of his Scythian friends on the opposite side of the Bosphorus. On the 29th of June, 30,000 barbarians, the vanguard of the Avars, forced the Long Wall, and drove into the capital a promiscuous crowd of peasants, citizens, and soldiers. 5804 of his native subjects, and of the vassal tribes of Gepidae, Russians, Bulgarians, and Sclavonians, advanced under the standard of the Khagan. A month was spent in marches and negotiations, but the whole city was invested on the 31st of July, from the suburbs of Pera and Galata to the Blacherny and Seven Towers. And the inhabitants descried with terror the flaming signals of the European and Asiatic shores. In the meanwhile the magistrates of Constantinople repeatedly strove to purchase the retreat of the Khagan, but their deputies were rejected and insulted. And he suffered the patricians to stand before his throne, while the Persian envoys, in silk robes, were seated by his side. "You see," said the haughty barbarian, "the proofs of my perfect union with the great king, and his lieutenant is ready to send into my camp a select band of 3,000 warriors. Presume no longer to tempt your master with a partial and inadequate ransom. Your wealth and your city are the only presents worthy of my acceptance." For yourselves, I shall permit you to depart, each with an undergarment and a shirt, and, at my entreaty, my friend Sarbar will not refuse a passage through his lines. Your absent prince, even now a captive or a fugitive, has left Constantinople to its fate. Nor can you escape the arms of the Avars and Persians, unless you could soar into the air like birds, unless like fishes you could dive into the waves. 5805. During 10 successive days the capital was assaulted by the Avars, who had made some progress in the science of attack. They advanced to sap or batter the wall, under the cover of the impenetrable tortoise. Their engines discharged a perpetual volley of stones and darts. And 12 lofty towers of wood exalted the combatants to the height of the neighboring ramparts. But the Senate and people were animated by the spirit of Heraclius, who had detached to their relief a body of 12,000 cuirassiers. The powers of fire and mechanics were used with superior art and success in the defense of Constantinople. And the galleys, with 2 and 3 ranks of oars, commanded the Bosphorus, and rendered the Persians the idle spectators of the defeat of their allies. The Avars were repulsed. A fleet of Sclavonian canoes was destroyed in the harbor. The vassals of the Khagan threatened to desert, his provisions were exhausted, and after burning his engines, he gave the signal of a slow and formidable retreat. The devotion of the Romans ascribed this signal deliverance to the Virgin Mary. But the Mother of Christ would surely have condemned their inhuman murder of the Persian envoys, who were entitled to the rights of humanity, if they were not protected by the laws of nations. 5806. After the division of his army, Heraclius prudently retired to the banks of the Phasis, from whence he maintained a defensive war against the 50,000 gold spears of Persia. His anxiety was relieved by the deliverance of Constantinople, his hopes were confirmed by a victory of his brother Theodorus. And to the hostile league of Khosrow with the Avars the Roman emperor opposed the useful and honorable alliance of the Turks. At his liberal invitation, the horde of Khazars 5807 transported their tents from the plains of the Volga to the mountains of Georgia. Heraclius received them in the neighborhood of Tiflis, and the Khan with his nobles dismounted from their horses, if we may credit the Greeks, and fell prostrate on the ground, to adore the purple of the Caesars. Such voluntary homage and important aid were entitled to the warmest acknowledgments. And the emperor, taking off his own diadem, placed it on the head of the Turkish prince, whom he saluted with a tender embrace and the appellation of son. After a sumptuous banquet, he presented Zebul with the plate and ornaments, the gold, the gems, and the silk, which had been used at the imperial table, and, with his own hand, distributed rich jewels and earrings to his new allies. In a secret interview, he produced the portrait of his daughter Eudocia. 5808 condescended to flatter the barbarian with the promise of a fair and august bride. Obtained an immediate succor of 40,000 horse, and negotiated a strong diversion of the Turkish arms on the side of the Oxus. 5809 The Persians, in their turn, retreated with precipitation. In the camp of Edessa, Heraclius reviewed an army of 70,000 Romans and strangers. And some months were successfully employed in the recovery of the cities of Syria, Mesopotamia and Armenia, whose fortifications had been imperfectly restored. Sarbar still maintained the important station of Chalcedon. But the jealousy of Khosrow, or the artifice of Heraclius, soon alienated the mind of that powerful satrap from the service of his king and country. A messenger was intercepted with a real or fictitious mandate to the Cadaragan, or second in command, directing him to send, without delay, to the throne the head of a guilty or unfortunate general. The dispatches were transmitted to Sarbar himself. And as soon as he read the sentence of his own death, he dexterously inserted the names of 400 officers, assembled a military council, and asked the Cadaragan whether he was prepared to execute the commands of their tyrant. The Persians unanimously declared that Khosrow had forfeited the scepter. A separate treaty was concluded with the government of Constantinople. And if some considerations of honor or policy restrained Sarbar from joining the standard of Heraclius, the emperor was assured that he might prosecute, without interruption, his designs of victory and peace. Deprived of his firmest support, and doubtful of the fidelity of his subjects, the greatness of Khosrow was still conspicuous in its ruins. The number of 500,000 may be interpreted as an Oriental metaphor, to describe the men and arms, the horses and elephants, that covered Media and Assyria against the invasion of Heraclius. Yet the Romans boldly advanced from the Araxes to the Tigris, and the timid prudence of Rhazates was content to follow them by forced marches through a desolate country, till he received a peremptory mandate to risk the fate of Persia in a decisive battle. AD 627 eastward of the Tigris, at the end of the bridge of Mosul, the great Nineveh had formerly been erected. 5810 The city, and even the ruins of the city, had long since disappeared. 5811 The vacant space afforded a spacious field for the operations of the two armies. But these operations are neglected by the Byzantine historians, and, like the authors of epic poetry and romance, they ascribe the victory not to the military conduct, but to the personal valor of their favorite hero. On this memorable day, Heraclius, on his horse Phalas, surpassed the bravest of his warriors. His lip was pierced with a spear. The steed was wounded in the thigh, but he carried his master safe and victorious through the triple phalanx of the barbarians. In the heat of the action, 3 valiant chiefs were successively slain by the sword and lance of the emperor. Among these was Rhazates himself. He fell like a soldier, but the sight of his head scattered grief and despair through the fainting ranks of the Persians. His armor of pure and massy gold, the shield of 120 plates, the sword and belt, the saddle and cuirass, adorned the triumph of Heraclius, and if he had not been faithful to Christ and his mother, the champion of Rome might have offered the 4th oppim spoils to the Jupiter of the capital. 5812 In the Battle of Nineveh, which was fiercely fought from daybreak to the 11th hour, 28 standards, besides those which might be broken or torn, were taken from the Persians. The greatest part of their army was cut in pieces, and the victors, concealing their own loss, passed the night on the field. They acknowledged that on this occasion it was less difficult to kill than to discomfit the soldiers of Khosrow. Amidst the bodies of their friends, no more than 2 bowshot from the enemy, the remnant of the Persian cavalry stood firm till the 7th hour of the night. About the 8th hour they retired to their unrifled camp, collected their baggage, and dispersed on all sides from the want of orders rather than of resolution. The diligence of Heraclius was not less admirable in the use of victory. By a march of 48 miles in 24 hours, his vanguard occupied the bridges of the Great and the Lesser Zab. And the cities and palaces of Assyria were opened for the first time to the Romans. By a just gradation of magnificent scenes, they penetrated to the royal seat of Dastagerd 5813 and, though much of the treasure had been removed, and much had been expended, the remaining wealth appears to have exceeded their hopes, and even to have satiated their avarice. Whatever could not be easily transported they consumed with fire, that Khosrow might feel the anguish of those wounds which he had so often inflicted on the provinces of the empire. And justice might allow the excuse, if the desolation had been confined to the works of regal luxury, if national hatred, military license, and religious zeal had not wasted with equal rage the habitations and the temples of the guiltless subject. The recovery of 300 Roman standards, and the deliverance of the numerous captives of Edessa and Alexandria, reflect a purer glory on the arms of Heraclius. From the palace of Dastagerd, he pursued his march within a few miles of Modine or Ctesiphon, till he was stopped, on the banks of the Arba, by the difficulty of the passage, the rigor of the season, and perhaps the fame of an impregnable capital. The return of the emperor is marked by the modern name of the city of Sherzaur. He fortunately passed Mount Zara before the snow, which fell incessantly 34 days. And the citizens of Ganzka, or Taurus, were compelled to entertain the soldiers and their horses with a hospitable reception. 5814. When the ambition of Khosrow was reduced to the defense of his hereditary kingdom, the love of glory, or even the sense of shame, should have urged him to meet his rival in the field. In the battle of Nineveh, his courage might have taught the Persians to vanquish, or he might have fallen with honor by the lance of a Roman emperor. The successor of Cyrus chose rather, at a secure distance, to expect the event, to assemble the relics of the defeat, and to retire by measured steps before the march of Heraclius. Till he beheld with a sigh the once loved mansions of Dastagerd. Both his friends and enemies were persuaded that it was the intention of Khosrow to bury himself under the ruins of the city and palace. And as both might have been equally adverse to his flight, the monarch of Asia, with Sira 5815 and 3 concubines, escaped through a hole in the wall 9 days before the arrival of the Romans. The slow and stately procession in which he showed himself to the prostrate crowd was changed to a rapid and secret journey. And the first evening he lodged in the cottage of a peasant, whose humble door would scarcely give admittance to the great king. 5816 His superstition was subdued by fear. On the third day, he entered with joy the fortifications of Ctesiphon, yet he still doubted of his safety till he had opposed the river Tigris to the pursuit of the Romans. The discovery of his flight agitated with terror and tumult the palace, the city, and the camp of Dastagerd. The satraps hesitated whether they had most to fear from their sovereign or the enemy. And the females of the harem were astonished and pleased by the sight of mankind, till the jealous husband of 3,000 wives again confined them to a more distant castle. At his command the army of Dastagerd retreated to a new camp. The front was covered by the Arba and a line of 200 elephants. The troops of the more distant provinces successively arrived. And the vilest domestics of the king and satraps were enrolled for the last defense of the throne. It was still in the power of Khosrow to obtain a reasonable peace. And he was repeatedly pressed by the messengers of Heraclius to spare the blood of his subjects, and to relieve a humane conqueror from the painful duty of carrying fire and sword through the fairest countries of Asia. But the pride of the Persian had not yet sunk to the level of his fortune. He derived a momentary confidence from the retreat of the emperor. He wept with impotent rage over the ruins of his Assyrian palaces, and disregarded too long the rising murmurs of the nation, who complained that their lives and fortunes were sacrificed to the obstinacy of an old man. That unhappy old man was himself tortured with the sharpest pains both of mind and body. And, in the consciousness of his approaching end, he resolved to fix the tiara on the head of Merdeza, the most favored of his sons. But the will of Khosrow was no longer revered, and Siros 5817, who gloried in the rank and merit of his mother Sira, had conspired with the malcontents to assert and anticipate the rights of primogeniture. 5818-22 satraps, they styled themselves patriots, were tempted by the wealth and honors of a new reign. To the soldiers, the heir of Khosrow promised an increase of pay. To the Christians the free exercise of their religion, to the captives liberty and rewards, and to the nation instant peace and the reduction of taxes. It was determined by the conspirators that Siros, with the ensigns of royalty, should appear in the camp, and if the enterprise should fail, his escape was contrived to the imperial court. But the new monarch was saluted with unanimous acclamations. The flight of Khosrow, yet where could he have fled? Was rudely arrested. 18 sons were massacred 5819 before his face, and he was thrown into a dungeon, where he expired on the 5th day. AD 6280-228. The Greeks and modern Persians minutely describe how Khosrow was insulted, and famished, and tortured, by the command of an inhuman son, who so far surpassed the example of his father. But at the time of his death, what tongue would relate the story of the parricide? What eye could penetrate into the tower of darkness? According to the faith and mercy of his Christian enemies, he sunk without hope into a still deeper abyss. 5820. And it will not be denied that tyrants of every age and sect are the best entitled to such infernal abodes. The glory of the house of Sassan ended with the life of Khosrow. His unnatural son enjoyed only 8 months the fruit of his crimes. And in the space of 4 years the regal title was assumed by 9 candidates, who disputed, with the sword or dagger, the fragments of an exhausted monarchy. Every province and each city of Persia was the scene of independence, of discord, and of blood, and the state of anarchy prevailed about 8 years longer. 5821. Till the factions were silenced and united under the common yoke of the Arabian caliphs. 5822. As soon as the mountains became passable, the emperor received the welcome news of the success of the conspiracy. the death of Khosrow, and the elevation of his eldest son to the throne of Persia. The authors of the revolution, eager to display their merits in the court or camp of Taurus, preceded the ambassadors of Syros, who delivered the letters of their master to his brother the Emperor of the Romans. 58:23 In the language of the usurpers of every age, he imputes his own crimes to the deity, and, without degrading his equal majesty, he offers to reconcile the long discord of the two nations by a treaty of peace and alliance more durable than brass or iron. The conditions of the treaty were easily defined and faithfully executed. In the recovery of the standards and prisoners which had fallen into the hands of the Persians, the emperor imitated the example of Augustus. Their care of the national dignity was celebrated by the poets of the times. But the decay of genius may be measured by the distance between Horace and George of Pisidia. The subjects and brethren of Heraclius were redeemed from persecution, slavery, and exile. But, instead of the Roman eagles, the true wood of the Holy Cross was restored to the importunate demands of the successor of Constantine. The victor was not ambitious of enlarging the weakness of the empire. The son of Khosrow abandoned without regret the conquests of his father. The Persians who evacuated the cities of Syria and Egypt were honorably conducted to the frontier. And a war which had wounded the vitals of the two monarchies produced no change in their external and relative situation. The return of Heraclius from Taurus to Constantinople was a perpetual triumph, and after the exploits of 6 glorious campaigns, he peaceably enjoyed the Sabbath of his toils. After a long impatience, the Senate, the clergy, and the people went forth to meet their hero, with tears and acclamations, with olive branches and innumerable lamps. He entered the capital in a chariot drawn by 4 elephants. And as soon as the emperor could disengage himself from the tumult of public joy, he tasted more genuine satisfaction in the embraces of his mother and his son. 5824. The succeeding year was illustrated by a triumph of a very different kind, the restitution of the true cross to the Holy Sepulchre. Heraclius performed in person the pilgrimage of Jerusalem. The identity of the relic was verified by the discreet patriarch. 5825 And this august ceremony has been commemorated by the annual festival of the exaltation of the cross. Before the emperor presumed to tread the consecrated ground, he was instructed to strip himself of the diadem and purple, the pomp and vanity of the world. But in the judgment of his clergy, the persecution of the Jews was more easily reconciled with the precepts of the gospel. 5826 He again ascended his throne to receive the congratulations of the ambassadors of France and India. And the fame of Moses, Alexander, and Hercules 5827 was eclipsed, in the popular estimation, by the superior merit and glory of the great Heraclius. Yet the deliverer of the East was indigent and feeble. Of the Persian spoils the most valuable portion had been expended in the war, distributed to the soldiers, or buried, by an unlucky tempest, in the waves of the Euxine. The conscience of the emperor was oppressed by the obligation of restoring the wealth of the clergy, which he had borrowed for their own defense. A perpetual fund was required to satisfy these inexorable creditors. The provinces, already wasted by the arms and avarice of the Persians, were compelled to a second payment of the same taxes. And the arrears of a simple citizen, the treasurer of Damascus, were commuted to a fine of 100,000 pieces of gold. The loss of 200,000 soldiers 5828 who had fallen by the sword was of less fatal importance than the decay of arts, agriculture, and population, in this long and destructive war. And although a victorious army had been formed under the standard of Heraclius, the unnatural effort appears to have exhausted rather than exercised their strength. While the emperor triumphed at Constantinople or Jerusalem, an obscure town on the confines of Syria was pillaged by the Saracens. And they cut in pieces some troops who advanced to its relief, an ordinary and trifling occurrence, had it not been the prelude of a mighty revolution. These robbers were the apostles of Muhammad. Their fanatic valor had emerged from the desert. And in the last 8 years of his reign, Heraclius lost to the Arabs the same provinces which he had rescued from the Persians. Chapter 47. Theological History of the Doctrine of the Incarnation. the human and divine nature of Christ, enmity of the patriarchs of Alexandria and Constantinople, St. Cyril and Nestorius, Third General Council of Ephesus, heresy of Eutyches, Fourth General Council of Chalcedon, civil and ecclesiastical discord, intolerance of Justinian, the three chapters, the Monothelite controversy, state of the Oriental sects, I. The Nestorians, 2. The Jacobites, 3. The Maronites, 4. The Armenians, v. The Copts and Abyssinians. After the extinction of paganism, the Christians in peace and piety might have enjoyed their solitary triumph. But the principle of discord was alive in their bosom, and they were more solicitous to explore the nature, than to practice the laws, of their founder. I have already observed that the disputes of the Trinity were succeeded by those of the Incarnation, alike scandalous to the Church, alike pernicious to the State, still more minute in their origin, still more durable in their effects. It is my design to comprise in the present chapter a religious war of 250 years, to represent the ecclesiastical and political schism of the Oriental sects, and to introduce their clamorous or sanguinary contests by a modest inquiry into the doctrines of the primitive Church. 5829. I. A laudable regard for the honor of the first proselyte has countenanced the belief, the hope, the wish, that the Ebionites, or at least the Nazarenes, were distinguished only by their obstinate perseverance in the practice of the Mosaic rites. Their churches have disappeared, their books are obliterated. Their obscure freedom might allow a latitude of faith, and the softness of their infant creed would be variously molded by the zeal or prudence of 300 years. Yet the most charitable criticism must refuse these sectaries any knowledge of the pure and proper divinity of Christ. Educated in the school of Jewish prophecy and prejudice, they had never been taught to elevate their hopes above a human and temporal Messiah. 5830. If they had courage to hail their king when he appeared in a plebeian garb, their grosser apprehensions were incapable of discerning their God, who had studiously disguised his celestial character under the name and person of a mortal. 5831. The familiar companions of Jesus of Nazareth conversed with their friend and countryman, who, in all the actions of rational and animal life, appeared of the same species with themselves. His progress from infancy to youth and manhood was marked by a regular increase in stature and wisdom, and after a painful agony of mind and body, he expired on the cross. He lived and died for the service of mankind, but the life and death of Socrates had likewise been devoted to the cause of religion and justice. And although the Stoic or the hero may disdain the humble virtues of Jesus, the tears which he shed over his friend and country may be esteemed the purest evidence of his humanity. The miracles of the gospel could not astonish a people who held with intrepid faith the more splendid prodigies of the Mosaic law. The prophets of ancient days had cured diseases, raised the dead, divided the sea, stopped the sun, and ascended to heaven in a fiery chariot. And the metaphorical style of the Hebrews might ascribe to a saint and martyr the adoptive title of Son of God. Yet in the insufficient creed of the Nazarenes and the Ebionites, a distinction is faintly noticed between the heretics, who confounded the generation of Christ in the common order of nature, and the less guilty schismatics, who revered the virginity of his mother and excluded the aid of an earthly father. The incredulity of the former was countenanced by the visible circumstances of his birth, the legal marriage of the reputed parents, Joseph and Mary, and his lineal claim to the kingdom of David and the inheritance of Judah. But the secret and authentic history has been recorded in several copies of the Gospel according to St. Matthew 58:32, which these sectaries long preserved in the original Hebrew 58:33 as the sole evidence of their faith. The natural suspicions of the husband, conscious of his own chastity, were dispelled by the assurance, in a dream, that his wife was pregnant of the Holy Ghost. And as this distant and domestic prodigy could not fall under the personal observation of the historian, he must have listened to the same voice which dictated to Isaiah the future conception of a virgin. The son of a virgin, generated by the ineffable operation of the Holy Spirit, was a creature without example or resemblance, superior in every attribute of mind and body to the children of Adam. Since the introduction of the Greek or Chaldean philosophy, 5830 for the Jews 5835 were persuaded of the pre-existence, transmigration, and immortality of souls. And providence was justified by a supposition that they were confined in their earthly prisons to expiate the stains which they had contracted in a former state. 5836 But the degrees of purity and corruption are almost immeasurable. It might be fairly presumed that the most sublime and virtuous of human spirits was infused into the offspring of Mary and the Holy Ghost. 5837 That his abasement was the result of his voluntary choice, and that the object of his mission was, to purify, not his own, but the sins of the world. On his return to his native skies, he received the immense reward of his obedience, the everlasting kingdom of the Messiah, which had been darkly foretold by the prophets. Under the carnal images of peace, of conquest, and of dominion, omnipotence could enlarge the human faculties of Christ to the extent of his celestial office. In the language of antiquity, the title of God has not been severely confined to the first parent, and his incomparable minister, his only begotten Son, might claim, without presumption, the religious, though secondary, worship of a subject world. 2. The seeds of the faith, which had slowly arisen in the rocky and ungrateful soil of Judea, were transplanted, in full maturity, to the happier climes of the Gentiles. And the strangers of Rome or Asia, who never beheld the manhood, were the more readily disposed to embrace the divinity of Christ. The polytheist and the philosopher, the Greek and the barbarian, were alike accustomed to conceive a long succession, an infinite chain of angels, or demons, or deities, or eons, or emanations, issuing from the throne of light. Nor could it seem strange or incredible that the first of these eons, the Logos, or Word of God, of the same substance with the Father, should descend upon earth to deliver the human race from vice and error and to conduct them in the paths of life and immortality. But the prevailing doctrine of the eternity and inherent pravity of matter infected the primitive churches of the East. Many among the Gentile proselytes refused to believe that a celestial spirit, an undivided portion of the first essence, had been personally united with a mass of impure and contaminated flesh. And, in their zeal for the divinity, they piously abjured the humanity of Christ. While his blood was still recent on Mount Calvary 5838 the Docetes, a numerous and learned sect of Asiatics, invented the fantastic system, which was afterwards propagated by the Marcionites, the Manichaeans, and the various names of the Gnostic heresy. 5839 They denied the truth and authenticity of the Gospels, as far as they relate the conception of Mary, the birth of Christ, and the 30 years that preceded the exercise of his ministry. He first appeared on the banks of the Jordan in the form of perfect manhood. But it was a form only, and not a substance, a human figure created by the hand of omnipotence to imitate the faculties and actions of a man and to impose a perpetual illusion on the senses of his friends and enemies. Articulate sounds vibrated on the ears of the disciples. But the image which was impressed on their optic nerve eluded the more stubborn evidence of the touch, and they enjoyed the spiritual, not the corporeal, presence of the Son of God. The rage of the Jews was idly wasted against an impassive phantom. And the mystic scenes of the Passion and Death, the Resurrection and Ascension of Christ, were represented on the theater of Jerusalem for the benefit of mankind. If it were urged that such ideal mimicry, such incessant deception, was unworthy of the God of truth, the Docetes agreed with too many of their orthodox brethren in the justification of pious falsehood. In the system of the Gnostics, the Jehovah of Israel, the creator of this lower world, was a rebellious, or at least an ignorant, spirit. The Son of God descended upon earth to abolish his temple and his law. And, for the accomplishment of this salutary end, he dexterously transferred to his own person the hope and prediction of a temporal Messiah. One of the most subtle disputants of the Manichaean school has pressed the danger and indecency of supposing that the God of the Christians, in the state of a human fetus, emerged at the end of 9 months from a female womb. The pious horror of his antagonists provoked them to disclaim all sensual circumstances of conception and delivery. To maintain that the divinity passed through Mary like a sunbeam through a plate of glass. And to assert that the seal of her virginity remained unbroken even at the moment when she became the mother of Christ. But the rashness of these concessions has encouraged a milder sentiment of those of the Docetes, who taught, not that Christ was a phantom, but that he was clothed with an impassible and incorruptible body. Such, indeed, in the more orthodox system, he has acquired since his resurrection, and such he must have always possessed, if it were capable of pervading, without resistance or injury, the density of intermediate matter. Devoid of its most essential properties, it might be exempt from the attributes and infirmities of the flesh. A fetus that could increase from an invisible point to its full maturity, a child that could attain the stature of perfect manhood, without deriving any nourishment from the ordinary sources, might continue to exist without repairing a daily waste by a daily supply of external matter. Jesus might share the repasts of his disciples without being subject to the calls of thirst or hunger, and his virgin purity was never sullied by the involuntary stains of sensual concupiscence. Of a body thus singularly constituted, a question would arise, by what means, and of what materials, it was originally framed. And our sounder theology is startled by an answer which was not peculiar to the Gnostics, that both the form and the substance proceeded from the divine essence. The idea of pure and absolute spirit is a refinement of modern philosophy. The incorporeal essence, ascribed by the ancients to human souls, celestial beings, and even the deity himself, does not exclude the notion of extended space. And their imagination was satisfied with a subtle nature of air, or fire, or ether, incomparably more perfect than the grossness of the material world. If we define the place, we must describe the figure, of the deity. Our experience, perhaps our vanity, represents the powers of reason and virtue under a human form. The anthropomorphites, who swarmed among the monks of Egypt and the Catholics of Africa, could produce the express declaration of Scripture that man was made after the image of his Creator. 5840 The Venerable Serapion, one of the saints of the Nitrian deserts, relinquished, with many a tear, his darling prejudice, and bewailed, like an infant, his unlucky conversion, which had stolen away his God and left his mind without any visible object of faith or devotion. 5841. 3. Such were the fleeting shadows of the Docetes. A more substantial, though less simple, hypothesis was contrived by Cerinthus of Asia, 5842, who dared to oppose the last of the apostles. Placed on the confines of the Jewish and Gentile world, he labored to reconcile the Gnostic with the Ebionite, by confessing in the same Messiah the supernatural union of a man and a God. And this mystic doctrine was adopted with many fanciful improvements by Carpocrates, Basilides, and Valentine. 5843 The heretics of the Egyptian school. In their eyes, Jesus of Nazareth was a mere mortal, the legitimate son of Joseph and Mary, but he was the best and wisest of the human race, selected as the worthy instrument to restore upon earth the worship of the true and supreme deity. When he was baptized in the Jordan, the Christ, the first of the eons, the Son of God himself, descended on Jesus in the form of a dove, to inhabit his mind and direct his actions during the allotted period of his ministry. When the Messiah was delivered into the hands of the Jews, the Christ, an immortal and impassible being, forsook his earthly tabernacle, flew back to the pleroma or world of spirits, and left the solitary Jesus to suffer, to complain, and to expire. But the justice and generosity of such a desertion are strongly questionable. And the fate of an innocent martyr, at first impelled, and at length abandoned, by his divine companion, might provoke the pity and indignation of the profane. Their murmurs were variously silenced by the sectaries who espoused and modified the double system of Cerinthus. It was alleged that when Jesus was nailed to the cross, he was endowed with a miraculous apathy of mind and body, which rendered him insensible of his apparent sufferings. It was affirmed that these momentary though real pangs would be abundantly repaid by the temporal reign of 1,000 years reserved for the Messiah in his kingdom of the New Jerusalem. It was insinuated that if he suffered, he deserved to suffer, that human nature is never absolutely perfect, and that the cross and passion might serve to expiate the venial transgressions of the son of Joseph, before his mysterious union with the Son of God. 5844. 4. All those who believe the immateriality of the soul, a specious and noble tenet, must confess, from their present experience, the incomprehensible union of mind and matter. A similar union is not inconsistent with a much higher, or even with the highest, degree of mental faculties. And the incarnation of an aeon or archangel, the most perfect of created spirits, does not involve any positive contradiction or absurdity. In the age of religious freedom, which was determined by the Council of Nice, the dignity of Christ was measured by private judgment according to the indefinite rule of Scripture, or reason, or tradition. But when his pure and proper divinity had been established on the ruins of Arianism, the faith of the Catholics trembled on the edge of a precipice where it was impossible to recede. Dangerous to stand, dreadful to fall. And the manifold inconveniences of their creed were aggravated by the sublime character of their theology. They hesitated to pronounce that God himself, the second person of an equal and consubstantial Trinity, was manifested in the flesh. 5845 That a being who pervades the universe had been confined in the womb of Mary, that his eternal duration had been marked by the days and months and years of human existence. That the Almighty had been scourged and crucified, that his impassible essence had felt pain and anguish, that his omniscience was not exempt from ignorance, and that the source of life and immortality expired on Mount Calvary. These alarming consequences were affirmed with unblushing simplicity by Apollinaris, 5846, Bishop of Laodicea, and one of the luminaries of the Church. The son of a learned grammarian, he was skilled in all the sciences of Greece. Eloquence, erudition, and philosophy, conspicuous in the volumes of Apollinaris, were humbly devoted to the service of religion. The worthy friend of Athanasius, the worthy antagonist of Julian, he bravely wrestled with the Arians and polytheists, and, though he affected the rigor of geometrical demonstration, his commentaries revealed the literal and allegorical sense of the Scriptures. A mystery which had long floated in the looseness of popular belief was defined by his perverse diligence in a technical form. And he first proclaimed the memorable words, "One incarnate nature of Christ," which are still re-echoed with hostile clamors in the churches of Asia, Egypt, and Ethiopia. He taught that the Godhead was united or mingled with the body of a man, and that the Logos, the eternal wisdom, supplied in the flesh the place and office of a human soul. Yet, as the profound doctor had been terrified at his own rashness, Apollinaris was heard to mutter some faint accents of excuse and explanation. He acquiesced in the old distinction of the Greek philosophers between the rational and sensitive soul of man. That he might reserve the Logos for intellectual functions, and employ the subordinate human principle in the meaner actions of animal life. With the moderate Docetes, he revered Mary as the spiritual, rather than as the carnal, mother of Christ, whose body either came from heaven, impassible and incorruptible, or was absorbed, and as it were transformed, into the essence of the deity. The system of Apollinaris was strenuously encountered by the Asiatic and Syrian divines whose schools are honored by the names of Basil, Gregory and Chrysostom, and tainted by those of Diodorus, Theodore, and Nestorius. But the person of the aged Bishop of Laodicea, his character and dignity, remained inviolate. And his rivals, since we may not suspect them of the weakness of toleration, were astonished, perhaps, by the novelty of the argument, and diffident of the final sentence of the Catholic Church. Her judgment at length inclined in their favor, the heresy of Apollinaris was condemned, and the separate congregations of his disciples were proscribed by the imperial laws. But his principles were secretly entertained in the monasteries of Egypt, and his enemies felt the hatred of Theophilus and Cyril, the successive patriarchs of Alexandria. V. The groveling Ebionite and the fantastic Docetes were rejected and forgotten. The recent zeal against the errors of Apollinaris reduced the Catholics to a seeming agreement with the double nature of Cerinthus. But instead of a temporary and occasional alliance, they established, and we still embrace, the substantial, indissoluble, and everlasting union of a perfect God with a perfect man. Of the second person of the Trinity with a reasonable soul and human flesh. In the beginning of the 5th century, the unity of the two natures was the prevailing doctrine of the Church. On all sides, it was confessed that the mode of their coexistence could neither be represented by our ideas nor expressed by our language. Yet a secret and incurable discord was cherished between those who were most apprehensive of confounding, and those who were most fearful of separating, the divinity and the humanity of Christ. Impelled by religious frenzy, they fled with adverse haste from the error which they mutually deemed most destructive of truth and salvation. On either hand they were anxious to guard, they were jealous to defend, the union and the distinction of the two natures, and to invent such forms of speech, such symbols of doctrine, as were least susceptible of doubt or ambiguity. The poverty of ideas and language tempted them to ransack art and nature for every possible comparison, and each comparison misled their fancy in the explanation of an incomparable mystery. In the polemic microscope an atom is enlarged to a monster, and each party was skillful to exaggerate the absurd or impious conclusions that might be extorted from the principles of their adversaries. To escape from each other, they wandered through many a dark and devious thicket, till they were astonished by the horrid phantoms of Cerinthus and Apollinaris, who guarded the opposite issues of the theological labyrinth. As soon as they beheld the twilight of sense and heresy, they started, measured back their steps, and were again involved in the gloom of impenetrable orthodoxy. To purge themselves from the guilt or reproach of damnable error, they disavowed their consequences, explained their principles, excused their indiscretions, and unanimously pronounced the sounds of concord and faith. Yet a latent and almost invisible spark still lurked among the embers of controversy. By the breath of prejudice and passion, it was quickly kindled to a mighty flame. And the verbal disputes 5847 of the Oriental sects have shaken the pillars of the Church and State. AD 412, 444 The name of Cyril of Alexandria is famous in controversial story, and the title of saint is a mark that his opinions and his party have finally prevailed. In the house of his uncle, the Archbishop Theophilus, he imbibed the orthodox lessons of zeal and dominion, and 5 years of his youth were profitably spent in the adjacent monasteries of Nitria. Under the tuition of the abbot Serapion, he applied himself to ecclesiastical studies with such indefatigable ardor, that in the course of one sleepless night he has perused the 4 Gospels, the Catholic epistles, and the Epistle to the Romans. Origen he detested, but the writings of Clemens and Dionysius, of Athanasius and Basil, were continually in his hands. By the theory and practice of dispute, his faith was confirmed and his wit was sharpened. He extended round his cell the cobwebs of scholastic theology, and meditated the works of allegory and metaphysics, whose remains, in 7 verbose folios, now peaceably slumber by the side of their rivals. 5848 Cyril prayed and fasted in the desert, but his thoughts, it is the reproach of a friend 5849, were still fixed on the world. And the call of Theophilus, who summoned him to the tumult of cities and synods, was too readily obeyed by the aspiring hermit. With the approbation of his uncle he assumed the office and acquired the fame of a popular preacher. His comely person adorned the pulpit, the harmony of his voice resounded in the cathedral, his friends were stationed to lead or second the applause of the congregation. 5850 In the hasty notes of the scribes preserved his discourses, which in their effect, though not in their composition, might be compared with those of the Athenian orators. The death of Theophilus expanded and realized the hopes of his nephew. The clergy of Alexandria was divided, the soldiers and their generals supported the claims of the archdeacon. But a resistless multitude, with voices and with hands, asserted the cause of their favorite, and after a period of 39 years Cyril was seated on the throne of Athanasius. 5851. AD 413-415 The prize was not unworthy of his ambition. At a distance from the court, and at the head of an immense capital, the Patriarch, as he was now styled, of Alexandria had gradually usurped the state and authority of a civil magistrate. The public and private charities of the city were managed by his discretion, his voice inflamed or appeased the passions of the multitude. His commands were blindly obeyed by his numerous and fanatic parabolani, 58-52, familiarized in their daily office with scenes of death. And the prefects of Egypt were awed or provoked by the temporal power of these Christian pontiffs. Ardent in the prosecution of heresy, Cyril auspiciously opened his reign by oppressing the Novatians, the most innocent and harmless of the sectaries. The interdiction of their religious worship appeared in his eyes a just and meritorious act, and he confiscated their holy vessels, without apprehending the guilt of sacrilege. The toleration and even the privileges of the Jews, who had multiplied to the number of 40,000, were secured by the laws of the Caesars and Ptolemies and a long prescription of 700 years since the foundation of Alexandria. Without any legal sentence, without any royal mandate, the patriarch, at the dawn of day, led a seditious multitude to the attack of the synagogues. Unarmed and unprepared, the Jews were incapable of resistance, their houses of prayer were leveled with the ground. And the episcopal warrior, after rewarding his troops with the plunder of their goods, expelled from the city the remnant of the unbelieving nation. Perhaps he might plead the insolence of their prosperity, and their deadly hatred of the Christians, whose blood they had recently shed in a malicious or accidental tumult. Such crimes would have deserved the animadversion of the magistrate. But in this promiscuous outrage, the innocent were confounded with the guilty, and Alexandria was impoverished by the loss of a wealthy and industrious colony. The zeal of Cyril exposed him to the penalties of the Julian law, but in a feeble government and a superstitious age he was secure of impunity, and even of praise. Orestes complained. But his just complaints were too quickly forgotten by the ministers of Theodosius, and too deeply remembered by a priest who affected to pardon, and continued to hate, the prefect of Egypt. As he passed through the streets, his chariot was assaulted by a band of 500 of the Nitrian monks, his guards fled from the wild beasts of the desert. His protestations that he was a Christian and a Catholic were answered by a volley of stones, and the face of Orestes was covered with blood. The loyal citizens of Alexandria hastened to his rescue. He instantly satisfied his justice and revenge against the monk by whose hand he had been wounded, and Ammonius expired under the rod of the lictor. At the command of Cyril, his body was raised from the ground and transported in solemn procession to the cathedral. The name of Ammonius was changed to that of Thaumazius the Wonderful. His tomb was decorated with the trophies of martyrdom, and the patriarch ascended the pulpit to celebrate the magnanimity of an assassin and a rebel. Such honors might incite the faithful to combat and die under the banners of the saint. And he soon prompted, or accepted, the sacrifice of a virgin, who professed the religion of the Greeks, and cultivated the friendship of Orestes. Hypatia, the daughter of Theon the mathematician, 58-53, was initiated in her father's studies. Her learned comments have elucidated the geometry of Apollonius and Diophantus, and she publicly taught, both at Athens and Alexandria, the philosophy of Plato and Aristotle. In the bloom of beauty and in the maturity of wisdom, the modest maid refused her lovers and instructed her disciples. The persons most illustrious for their rank or merit were impatient to visit the female philosopher. And Cyril beheld, with a jealous eye, the gorgeous train of horses and slaves who crowded the door of her academy. A rumor was spread among the Christians that the daughter of Theon was the only obstacle to the reconciliation of the prefect and the archbishop, and that obstacle was speedily removed. On a fatal day, in the holy season of Lent, Hypatia was torn from her chariot, stripped naked, dragged to the church, and inhumanly butchered by the hands of Peter the Reader and a troop of savage and merciless fanatics. Her flesh was scraped from her bones with sharp oyster shells, 58-54, and her quivering limbs were delivered to the flames. The just progress of inquiry and punishment was stopped by seasonable gifts. But the murder of Hypatia has imprinted an indelible stain on the character and religion of Cyril of Alexandria. 5855. Superstition, perhaps, would more gently expiate the blood of a virgin than the banishment of a saint, and Cyril had accompanied his uncle to the iniquitous synod of the Oak. When the memory of Chrysostom was restored and consecrated, the nephew of Theophilus, at the head of a dying faction, still maintained the justice of his sentence. Nor was it till after a tedious delay and an obstinate resistance that he yielded to the consent of the Catholic world. 5856 His enmity to the Byzantine pontiffs. 5857 was a sense of interest, not a sally of passion. He envied their fortunate station in the sunshine of the imperial court. And he dreaded their upstart ambition, which oppressed the metropolitans of Europe and Asia, invaded the provinces of Antioch and Alexandria, and measured their dioceses by the limits of the empire. The long moderation of Atticus, the mild usurper of the throne of Chrysostom, suspended the animosities of the Eastern patriarchs. But Cyril was at length awakened by the exaltation of a rival more worthy of his esteem and hatred. After the short and troubled reign of Sicinius, bishop of Constantinople, the factions of the clergy and people were appeased by the choice of the emperor, who, on this occasion, consulted the voice of fame, and invited the merit of a stranger. AD 428 Nestorius, 5858, a native of Germanicia and a monk of Antioch, was recommended by the austerity of his life and the eloquence of his sermons. But the first homily which he preached before the devout Theodosius betrayed the acrimony and impatience of his zeal. "Give me, O Caesar," he exclaimed, "give me the earth purged of heretics, and I will give you in exchange the kingdom of heaven. Exterminate with me the heretics, and with you I will exterminate the Persians." On the fifth day, as if the treaty had been already signed, the Patriarch of Constantinople discovered, surprised, and attacked a secret conventicle of the Arians. They preferred death to submission. The flames that were kindled by their despair soon spread to the neighboring houses, and the triumph of Nestorius was clouded by the name of incendiary. On either side of the Hellespont his episcopal vigor imposed a rigid formulary of faith and discipline. A chronological error concerning the festival of Easter was punished as an offense against the Church and State. Lydia and Curia, Sardes and Miletus, were purified with the blood of the obstinate Quartodecimans. And the edict of the emperor, or rather of the patriarch, enumerates 23 degrees and denominations in the guilt and punishment of heresy. 5859 But the sword of persecution which Nestorius so furiously wielded was soon turned against his own breast. Religion was the pretense. But, in the judgment of a contemporary saint, ambition was the genuine motive of episcopal warfare. 5860 AD 429, 431 In the Syrian school, Nestorius had been taught to abhor the confusion of the two natures, and nicely to discriminate the humanity of his Master Christ from the divinity of the Lord Jesus. 5861 The Blessed Virgin he revered as the Mother of Christ, but his ears were offended with the rash and recent title of Mother of God. 5862 Which had been insensibly adopted since the origin of the Arian controversy. From the pulpit of Constantinople, a friend of the Patriarch, and afterwards the Patriarch himself, repeatedly preached against the use, or the abuse, of a word 5863 unknown to the apostles, unauthorized by the Church, and which could only tend to alarm the timorous, to mislead the simple, to amuse the profane, and to justify, by a seeming resemblance, the old genealogy of Olympus. 5864 In his calmer moments Nestorius confessed that it might be tolerated or excused by the union of the two natures and the communication of their idioms. 5865 But he was exasperated, by contradiction, to disclaim the worship of a newborn, an infant deity, to draw his inadequate similes from the conjugal or civil partnerships of life, and to describe the manhood of Christ as the robe, the instrument, the tabernacle of his Godhead. At these blasphemous sounds, the pillars of the sanctuary were shaken. The unsuccessful competitors of Nestorius indulged their pious or personal resentment. The Byzantine clergy was secretly displeased with the intrusion of a stranger. Whatever is superstitious or absurd might claim the protection of the monks. And the people were interested in the glory of their virgin patroness. 5866 The sermons of the archbishop and the service of the altar were disturbed by seditious clamor. His authority and doctrine were renounced by separate congregations. Every wind scattered round the empire the leaves of controversy. And the voice of the combatants on a sonorous theater re-echoed in the cells of Palestine and Egypt. It was the duty of Cyril to enlighten the zeal and ignorance of his innumerable monks. In the school of Alexandria, he had imbibed and professed the incarnation of one nature. And the successor of Athanasius consulted his pride and ambition when he rose in arms against another Arius, more formidable and more guilty, on the second throne of the hierarchy. After a short correspondence, in which the rival prelates disguised their hatred in the hollow language of respect and charity, the Patriarch of Alexandria denounced to the prince and people, to the east and to the west, the damnable errors of the Byzantine pontiff. From the east, more especially from Antioch, he obtained the ambiguous counsels of toleration and silence, which were addressed to both parties while they favored the cause of Nestorius. But the Vatican received with open arms the messengers of Egypt. The vanity of Celestine was flattered by the appeal. And the partial version of a monk decided the faith of the Pope, who, with his Latin clergy, was ignorant of the language, the arts, and the theology of the Greeks. At the head of an Italian synod, Celestine weighed the merits of the cause, approved the creed of Cyril, condemned the sentiments and person of Nestorius, degraded the heretic from his episcopal dignity, allowed a respite of 10 days for recantation and penance, and delegated to his enemy the execution of this rash and illegal sentence. But the Patriarch of Alexandria, while he darted the thunders of a god, exposed the errors and passions of a mortal. And his 12 anathemas 5867 still torture the Orthodox slaves who adore the memory of a saint, without forfeiting their allegiance to the Synod of Chalcedon. These bold assertions are indelibly tinged with the colors of the Apollinarian heresy. But the serious, and perhaps the sincere, professions of Nestorius have satisfied the wiser and less partial theologians of the present times. 5868. Yet neither the emperor or the primate of the East were disposed to obey the mandate of an Italian priest. And a synod of the Catholic, or rather of the Greek Church, was unanimously demanded as the sole remedy that could appease or decide this ecclesiastical quarrel. 5869 AD 431 Ephesus, on all sides accessible by sea and land, was chosen for the place, the festival of Pentecost for the day of the meeting. A writ of summons was dispatched to each metropolitan, and a guard was stationed to protect and confine the fathers till they should settle the mysteries of heaven and the faith of the earth. Nestorius appeared, not as a criminal, but as a judge. He depended on the weight rather than the number of his prelates, and his sturdy slaves from the baths of Zizippus were armed for every service of injury or defense. But his adversary Cyril was more powerful in the weapons both of the flesh and of the spirit. Disobedient to the letter, or at least to the meaning, of the royal summons, he was attended by 50 Egyptian bishops, who expected from their patriarch's nod the inspiration of the Holy Ghost. He had contracted an intimate alliance with Memnon, bishop of Ephesus. The despotic primate of Asia disposed of the ready succors of 30 or 40 episcopal votes. A crowd of peasants, the slaves of the church, was poured into the city to support with blows and clamors a metaphysical argument. And the people zealously asserted the honor of the Virgin, whose body reposed within the walls of Ephesus. 5870 The fleet which had transported Cyril from Alexandria was laden with the riches of Egypt. And he disembarked a numerous body of mariners, slaves, and fanatics, enlisted with blind obedience under the banner of Saint Mark and the Mother of God. The fathers, and even the guards, of the council were awed by this martial array. The adversaries of Cyril and Mary were insulted in the streets, or threatened in their houses. His eloquence and liberality made a daily increase in the number of his adherents, and the Egyptian soon computed that he might command the attendance and the voices of 200 bishops. 5871 But the author of the 12 anathemas foresaw and dreaded the opposition of John of Antioch, who, with a small, but respectable train of metropolitans and divines was advancing by slow journeys from the distant capital of the East. Impatient of a delay which he stigmatized as voluntary and culpable, 5872 Cyril announced the opening of the synod 16 days after the festival of Pentecost. Nestorius, who depended on the near approach of his eastern friends, persisted, like his predecessor Chrysostom, to disclaim the jurisdiction and to disobey the summons of his enemies. They hastened his trial, and his accuser presided in the seat of judgment. 68 bishops, 22 of metropolitan rank, defended his cause by a modest and temperate protest. They were excluded from the councils of their brethren. Candidian, in the emperor's name, requested a delay of 4 days. The profane magistrate was driven with outrage and insult from the assembly of the saints. The whole of this momentous transaction was crowded into the compass of a summer's day. The bishops delivered their separate opinions. But the uniformity of style reveals the influence or the hand of a master, who has been accused of corrupting the public evidence of their acts and subscriptions. 5873 without a dissenting voice. They recognized in the epistles of Cyril the Nicene Creed and the doctrine of the Fathers, but the partial extracts from the letters and homilies of Nestorius were interrupted by curses and anathemas. And the heretic was degraded from his episcopal and ecclesiastical dignity. The sentence, maliciously inscribed to the new Judas, was affixed and proclaimed in the streets of Ephesus. The weary prelates, as they issued from the church of the Mother of God, were saluted as her champions, and her victory was celebrated by the illuminations, the songs, and the tumult of the night. On the 5th day, the triumph was clouded by the arrival and indignation of the Eastern bishops. In a chamber of the inn, before he had wiped the dust from his shoes, John of Antioch gave audience to Candidian the imperial minister, who related his ineffectual efforts to prevent or to annul the hasty violence of the Egyptian. With equal haste and violence, the Oriental Synod of 50 bishops degraded Cyril and Memnon from their episcopal honors, condemned, in the 12 anathemas, the purest venom of the Apollinarian heresy, and described the Alexandrian primate as a monster, born and educated for the destruction of the Church. 5874 His throne was distant and inaccessible, but they instantly resolved to bestow on the flock of Ephesus the blessing of a faithful shepherd. By the vigilance of Memnon, the churches were shut against them, and a strong garrison was thrown into the cathedral. The troops, under the command of Candidian, advanced to the assault. The outguards were routed and put to the sword, but the place was impregnable, the besiegers retired, their retreat was pursued by a vigorous sally. They lost their horses, and many of their soldiers were dangerously wounded with clubs and stones. Ephesus, the city of the Virgin, was defiled with rage and clamor, with sedition and blood. The rival synods darted anathemas and excommunications from their spiritual engines. And the court of Theodosius was perplexed by the adverse and contradictory narratives of the Syrian and Egyptian factions. During a busy period of 3 months, the emperor tried every method, except the most effectual means of indifference and contempt, to reconcile this theological quarrel. He attempted to remove or intimidate the leaders by a common sentence of acquittal or condemnation. He invested his representatives at Ephesus with ample power and military force. He summoned from either party 8 chosen deputies to a free and candid conference in the neighborhood of the capital, far from the contagion of popular frenzy. But the Orientals refused to yield, and the Catholics, proud of their numbers and of their Latin allies, rejected all terms of union or toleration. The patience of the meek Theodosius was provoked, and he dissolved in anger this episcopal tumult, which at the distance of 13 centuries assumes the venerable aspect of the Third Ecumenical Council. 5875 God is my witness, said the pious prince, that I am not the author of this confusion. His providence will discern and punish the guilty. Return to your provinces, and may your private virtues repair the mischief and scandal of your meeting. They returned to their provinces. But the same passions which had distracted the Synod of Ephesus were diffused over the Eastern world. After 3 obstinate and equal campaigns, John of Antioch and Cyril of Alexandria condescended to explain and embrace. But their seeming reunion must be imputed rather to prudence than to reason, to the mutual lassitude rather than to the Christian charity of the patriarchs. The Byzantine pontiff had instilled into the royal ear a baleful prejudice against the character and conduct of his Egyptian rival. AD 431, 435 an epistle of menace and invective 5876 which accompanied the summons, accused him as a busy, insolent, and envious priest, who perplexed the simplicity of the faith, violated the peace of the church and state, and, by his artful and separate addresses to the wife and sister of Theodosius, presumed to suppose, or to scatter, the seeds of discord in the imperial family. At the stern command of his sovereign, Cyril had repaired to Ephesus, where he was resisted, threatened, and confined by the magistrates in the interest of Nestorius and the Orientals, who assembled the troops of Lydia and Ionia to suppress the fanatic and disorderly train of the Patriarch. Without expecting the royal license, he escaped from his guards, precipitately embarked, deserted the imperfect synod, and retired to his episcopal fortress of safety and independence. But his artful emissaries, both in the court and city, successfully labored to appease the resentment, and to conciliate the favor, of the emperor. The feeble son of Arcadius was alternately swayed by his wife and sister, by the eunuchs and women of the palace. Superstition and avarice were their ruling passions, and the orthodox chiefs were assiduous in their endeavors to alarm the former and to gratify the latter. Constantinople and the suburbs were sanctified with frequent monasteries, and the holy abbots, Dalmatius and Eutyches 5877 had devoted their zeal and fidelity to the cause of Cyril, the worship of Mary, and the unity of Christ. From the first moment of their monastic life, they had never mingled with the world, or trod the profane ground of the city. But in this awful moment of the danger of the Church, their vow was superseded by a more sublime and indispensable duty. At the head of a long order of monks and hermits, who carried burning tapers in their hands and chanted litanies to the Mother of God, they proceeded from their monasteries to the palace. The people was edified and inflamed by this extraordinary spectacle, and the trembling monarch listened to the prayers and adjurations of the saints, who boldly pronounced that none could hope for salvation unless they embraced the person and the creed of the orthodox successor of Athanasius. At the same time every avenue of the throne was assaulted with gold. Under the decent names of eulogies and benedictions, the courtiers of both sexes were bribed according to the measure of their power and rapaciousness. But their incessant demands despoiled the sanctuaries of Constantinople and Alexandria, and the authority of the Patriarch was unable to silence the just murmur of his clergy that a debt of £60,000 had already been contracted to support the expense of this scandalous corruption. 5878 Pulcheria, who relieved her brother from the weight of an empire, was the firmest pillar of orthodoxy. And so intimate was the alliance between the thunders of the synod and the whispers of the court that Cyril was assured of success if he could displace one eunuch and substitute another in the favor of Theodosius. Yet the Egyptian could not boast of a glorious or decisive victory. The emperor, with unaccustomed firmness, adhered to his promise of protecting the innocence of the Oriental bishops. And Cyril softened his anathemas, and confessed, with ambiguity and reluctance, a twofold nature of Christ, before he was permitted to satiate his revenge against the unfortunate Nestorius. 5879. The rash and obstinate Nestorius, before the end of the synod, was oppressed by Cyril, betrayed by the court, and faintly supported by his Eastern friends. AD 436 a sentiment or fear or indignation prompted him, while it was yet time, to effect the glory of a voluntary abdication. 5880 his wish, or at least his request, was readily granted. He was conducted with honor from Ephesus to his old monastery of Antioch, and, after a short pause, his successors, Maximian and Proclus, were acknowledged as the lawful bishops of Constantinople. But in the silence of his cell the degraded patriarch could no longer resume the innocence and security of a private monk. The past he regretted, he was discontented with the present, and the future he had reason to dread. The Oriental bishops successively disengaged their cause from his unpopular name, and each day decreased the number of the schismatics who revered Nestorius as the confessor of the faith. After a residence at Antioch of 4 years, the hand of Theodosius subscribed an edict 5881 which ranked him with Simon the magician, proscribed his opinions and followers, condemned his writings to the flames, and banished his person first to Petra in Arabia, and at length to Oasis, one of the islands of the Libyan desert. 5882 Secluded from the church and from the world, the exile was still pursued by the rage of bigotry and war. A wandering tribe of the Blemmyes or Nubians invaded his solitary prison. In their retreat they dismissed a crowd of useless captives. But no sooner had Nestorius reached the banks of the Nile, than he would gladly have escaped from a Roman and Orthodox city to the milder servitude of the savages. His flight was punished as a new crime. The soul of the patriarch inspired the civil and ecclesiastical powers of Egypt. The magistrates, the soldiers, the monks, devoutly tortured the enemy of Christ and Saint Cyril. And, as far as the confines of Ethiopia, the heretic was alternately dragged and recalled, till his aged body was broken by the hardships and accidents of these reiterated journeys. Yet his mind was still independent and erect. The president of Thebes was awed by his pastoral letters. He survived the Catholic tyrant of Alexandria, and, after 16 years' banishment, the Synod of Chalcedon would perhaps have restored him to the honors, or at least to the communion, of the Church. The death of Nestorius prevented his obedience to their welcome summons. 5883 And his disease might afford some color to the scandalous report that his tongue, the organ of blasphemy, had been eaten by the worms. He was buried in a city of Upper Egypt, known by the names of Chemnus, or Panopolis, or Akhmim. 5884 But the immortal malice of the Jacobites has persevered for ages to cast stones against his sepulchre, and to propagate the foolish tradition that it was never watered by the rain of heaven, which equally descends on the righteous and the ungodly. 5885 Humanity may drop a tear on the fate of Nestorius, yet justice must observe that he suffered the persecution which he had approved and inflicted. 5886 The death of the Alexandrian primate, after a reign of 32 years, abandoned the Catholics to the intemperance of zeal and the abuse of victory. 5887 AD 448 The Monophysite doctrine, one incarnate nature, was rigorously preached in the churches of Egypt and the monasteries of the East. The primitive creed of Apollinarius was protected by the sanctity of Cyril. And the name of Eutyches, his venerable friend, has been applied to the sect most adverse to the Syrian heresy of Nestorius. His rival Eutyches was the abbot, or archimandrite, or superior of 300 monks. But the opinions of a simple and illiterate recluse might have expired in the cell where he had slept above 70 years, if the resentment or indiscretion of Flavian, the Byzantine pontiff, had not exposed the scandal to the eyes of the Christian world. His domestic synod was instantly convened, their proceedings were sullied with clamor and artifice. And the aged heretic was surprised into a seeming confession that Christ had not derived his body from the substance of the Virgin Mary. From their partial decree, Eutyches appealed to a general council. And his cause was vigorously asserted by his godson Chrysaphius, the reigning eunuch of the palace, and his accomplice Dioscorus, who had succeeded to the throne, the creed, the talents, and the vices of the nephew of Theophilus. AD 449 By the special summons of Theodosius, the Second Synod of Ephesus was judiciously composed of 10 metropolitans and 10 bishops from each of the 6 dioceses of the Eastern Empire. Some exceptions of favor or merit enlarged the number to 135. And the Syrian Barsumas, as the chief and representative of the monks, was invited to sit and vote with the successors of the apostles. But the despotism of the Alexandrian Patriarch again oppressed the freedom of debate. The same spiritual and carnal weapons were again drawn from the arsenals of Egypt. The Asiatic veterans, a band of archers, served under the orders of Dioscorus, and the more formidable monks, whose minds were inaccessible to reason or mercy, besieged the doors of the cathedral. The general and, as it should seem, the unconstrained voice of the fathers accepted the faith and even the anathemas of Cyril. And the heresy of the two natures was formally condemned in the persons and writings of the most learned Orientals. May those who divide Christ be divided with the sword, may they be hewn in pieces, may they be burned alive, were the charitable wishes of a Christian synod. 5888 The innocence and sanctity of Eutyches were acknowledged without hesitation. But the prelates, more especially those of Thrace and Asia, were unwilling to depose their patriarch for the use or even the abuse of his lawful jurisdiction. They embraced the knees of Dioscorus, as he stood with a threatening aspect on the footstool of his throne, and conjured him to forgive the offenses and to respect the dignity of his brother. "Do you mean to raise a sedition?" exclaimed the relentless tyrant. "Where are the officers?" At these words a furious multitude of monks and soldiers, with staves, and swords, and chains, burst into the church. The trembling bishops hid themselves behind the altar, or under the benches. And as they were not inspired with the zeal of martyrdom, they successively subscribed a blank paper, which was afterwards filled with the condemnation of the Byzantine pontiff. Flavian was instantly delivered to the wild beasts of this spiritual amphitheater. The monks were stimulated by the voice and example of Barsumas to avenge the injuries of Christ. It is said that the Patriarch of Alexandria reviled, and buffeted, and kicked, and trampled his brother of Constantinople 5889. It is certain that the victim, before he could reach the place of his exile, expired on the third day of the wounds and bruises which he had received at Ephesus. This second synod has been justly branded as a gang of robbers and assassins. Yet the accusers of Dioscorus would magnify his violence, to alleviate the cowardice and inconstancy of their own behavior. The faith of Egypt had prevailed. But the vanquished party was supported by the same pope who encountered without fear the hostile rage of Attila and Genseric. The theology of Leo, his famous tome or epistle on the mystery of the Incarnation, had been disregarded by the Synod of Ephesus. His authority, and that of the Latin Church, was insulted in his legates, who escaped from slavery and death to relate the melancholy tale of the tyranny of Dioscorus and the martyrdom of Flavian. His provincial synod annulled the irregular proceedings of Ephesus. But as this step was itself irregular, he solicited the convocation of a general council in the free and orthodox provinces of Italy. From his independent throne the Roman bishop spoke and acted without danger as the head of the Christians, and his dictates were obsequiously transcribed by Placidia and her son Valentinian, who addressed their Eastern colleague to restore the peace and unity of the Church. But the pageant of Oriental royalty was moved with equal dexterity by the hand of the eunuch. And Theodosius could pronounce, without hesitation, that the Church was already peaceful and triumphant, and that the recent flame had been extinguished by the just punishment of the Nestorians. Perhaps the Greeks would be still involved in the heresy of the Monophysites, if the emperor's horse had not fortunately stumbled. Theodosius expired. His orthodox sister Pulcheria, with a nominal husband, succeeded to the throne. Chrysaphius was burnt, Dioscorus was disgraced, the exiles were recalled, and the tome of Leo was subscribed by the Oriental bishops. AD 451. Yet the Pope was disappointed in his favorite project of a Latin council. He disdained to preside in the Greek synod which was speedily assembled at Nice in Bithynia. His legates required in a peremptory tone the presence of the emperor, and the weary fathers were transported to Chalcedon under the immediate eye of Marcian and the Senate of Constantinople. A quarter of a mile from the Thracian Bosphorus, the church of St. Euphemia was built on the summit of a gentle though lofty ascent. The triple structure was celebrated as a prodigy of art. And the boundless prospect of the land and sea might have raised the mind of a sectary to the contemplation of the God of the universe. 630 bishops were ranged in order in the nave of the church, but the patriarchs of the East were preceded by the legates, of whom the third was a simple priest. And the place of honor was reserved for 20 laymen of consular or senatorian rank. The gospel was ostentatiously displayed in the center, but the rule of faith was defined by the papal and imperial ministers, who moderated the 13 sessions of the Council of Chalcedon. 5890. Their partial interposition silenced the intemperate shouts and execrations which degraded the episcopal gravity. But, on the formal accusation of the legates, Dioscorus was compelled to descend from his throne to the rank of a criminal, already condemned in the opinion of his judges. The Orientals, less adverse to Nestorius than to Cyril, accepted the Romans as their deliverers. Thrace, and Pontus, and Asia were exasperated against the murderer of Flavian. And the new patriarchs of Constantinople and Antioch secured their places by the sacrifice of their benefactor. The bishops of Palestine, Macedonia, and Greece were attached to the faith of Cyril. But in the face of the synod, in the heat of the battle, the leaders, with their obsequious train, passed from the right to the left wing, and decided the victory by this seasonable desertion. Of the 17 suffragans who sailed from Alexandria, 4 were tempted from their allegiance, and the 13, falling prostrate on the ground, implored the mercy of the council. With sighs and tears and a pathetic declaration that, if they yielded, they should be massacred, on their return to Egypt, by the indignant people. A tardy repentance was allowed to expiate the guilt or error of the accomplices of Dioscorus, but their sins were accumulated on his head. He neither asked nor hoped for pardon, and the moderation of those who pleaded for a general amnesty was drowned in the prevailing cry of victory and revenge. To save the reputation of his late adherents, some personal offences were skillfully detected, his rash and illegal excommunication of the Pope, and his contumacious refusal, while he was detained a prisoner, to attend to the summons of the synod. Witnesses were introduced to prove the special facts of his pride, avarice, and cruelty. And the fathers heard with abhorrence that the alms of the church were lavished on the female dancers, that his palace, and even his bath, was open to the prostitutes of Alexandria. And that the infamous Pansophia, or Irene, was publicly entertained as the concubine of the patriarch. 5891. For these scandalous offences, Dioscorus was deposed by the synod and banished by the emperor. But the purity of his faith was declared in the presence, and with the tacit approbation, of the fathers. Their prudence supposed rather than pronounced the heresy of Eutyches, who was never summoned before their tribunal. And they sat silent and abashed, when a bold Monophysite, casting at their feet a volume of Cyril, challenged them to anathematize in his person the doctrine of the saint. If we fairly peruse the Acts of Chalcedon as they are recorded by the Orthodox party, 5892, we shall find that a great majority of the bishops embraced the simple unity of Christ. And the ambiguous concession that he was formed of or from 2 natures, might imply either their previous existence, or their subsequent confusion, or some dangerous interval between the conception of the man and the assumption of the God. The Roman theology, more positive and precise, adopted the term most offensive to the ears of the Egyptians, that Christ existed in 2 natures. And this momentous particle 5893, which the memory, rather than the understanding, must retain, had almost produced a schism among the Catholic bishops. The tome of Leo had been respectfully, perhaps sincerely, subscribed. But they protested, in 2 successive debates, that it was neither expedient nor lawful to transgress the sacred landmarks which had been fixed at Nice, Constantinople, and Ephesus, according to the rule of Scripture and tradition. At length they yielded to the importunities of their masters, but their infallible decree, after it had been ratified with deliberate votes and vehement acclamations, was overturned in the next session by the opposition of the legates and their Oriental friends. It was in vain that a multitude of episcopal voices repeated in chorus, "The definition of the Fathers is orthodox and immutable. The heretics are now discovered. Anathema to the Nestorians. Let them depart from the synod. Let them repair to Rome." 5894. The legates threatened, the emperor was absolute, and a committee of 18 bishops prepared a new decree, which was imposed on the reluctant assembly. In the name of the 4th General Council, the Christ in 1 person, but in 2 natures, was announced to the Catholic world. An invisible line was drawn between the heresy of Apollinaris and the faith of Saint Cyril. And the road to paradise, a bridge as sharp as a razor, was suspended over the abyss by the masterhand of the theological artist. During 10 centuries of blindness and servitude, Europe received her religious opinions from the oracle of the Vatican. And the same doctrine, already varnished with the rust of antiquity, was admitted without dispute into the creed of the Reformers, who disclaimed the supremacy of the Roman Pontiff. The Synod of Chalcedon still triumphs in the Protestant churches. But the ferment of controversy has subsided, and the most pious Christians of the present day are ignorant or careless of their own belief concerning the mystery of the Incarnation. Far different was the temper of the Greeks and Egyptians under the orthodox reigns of Leo and Marcian. AD 451–482 those pious emperors enforced with arms and edicts the symbol of their faith. 5895 and it was declared by the conscience or honor of 500 bishops that the decrees of the Synod of Chalcedon might be lawfully supported, even with blood. The Catholics observed with satisfaction that the same synod was odious both to the Nestorians and the Monophysites. 5896 but the Nestorians were less angry, or less powerful, and the East was distracted by the obstinate and sanguinary zeal of the Monophysites. Jerusalem was occupied by an army of monks. In the name of the one incarnate nature, they pillaged, they burnt, they murdered, the sepulchre of Christ was defiled with blood. And the gates of the city were guarded in tumultuous rebellion against the troops of the emperor. After the disgrace and exile of Dioscorus, the Egyptians still regretted their spiritual father, and detested the usurpation of his successor, who was introduced by the fathers of Chalcedon. The throne of Praetorius was supported by a guard of 2,000 soldiers. He waged a 5 years' war against the people of Alexandria. And on the first intelligence of the death of Marcian, he became the victim of their zeal. On the third day before the festival of Easter, the patriarch was besieged in the cathedral and murdered in the baptistry. The remains of his mangled corpse were delivered to the flames, and his ashes to the wind. And the deed was inspired by the vision of a pretended angel, an ambitious monk, who, under the name of Timothy the Cat, 5897 succeeded to the place and opinions of Dioscorus. This deadly superstition was inflamed on either side by the principle and the practice of retaliation. In the pursuit of a metaphysical quarrel, many thousands 5898 were slain. And the Christians of every degree were deprived of the substantial enjoyments of social life and of the invisible gifts of baptism and the Holy Communion. Perhaps an extravagant fable of the times may conceal an allegorical picture of these fanatics, who tortured each other and themselves. Under the consulship of Venantius and Celer, says a grave bishop, the people of Alexandria, and all Egypt, were seized with a strange and diabolical frenzy, great and small, slaves and freedmen. Monks and clergy, the natives of the land, who opposed the Synod of Chalcedon, lost their speech and reason, barked like dogs, and tore, with their own teeth, the flesh from their hands and arms. 5899. AD 482 the disorders of 30 years at length produced the famous Henoticon 5900 of the Emperor Zeno, which in his reign, and in that of Anastasius, was signed by all the bishops of the East. Under the penalty of degradation and exile, if they rejected or infringed this salutary and fundamental law. The clergy may smile or groan at the presumption of a layman who defines the articles of faith. Yet if he stoops to the humiliating task, his mind is less infected by prejudice or interest, and the authority of the magistrate can only be maintained by the concord of the people. It is in ecclesiastical story that Zeno appears least contemptible. And I am not able to discern any Manichaean or Eutychian guilt in the generous saying of Anastasius, that it was unworthy of an emperor to persecute the worshippers of Christ and the citizens of Rome. The Henoticon was most pleasing to the Egyptians. Yet the smallest blemish has not been described by the jealous, and even jaundiced eyes of our Orthodox schoolmen, and it accurately represents the Catholic faith of the Incarnation. Without adopting or disclaiming the peculiar terms of tenets of the hostile sects. A solemn anathema is pronounced against Nestorius and Eutychs, against all heretics by whom Christ is divided, or confounded, or reduced to a phantom. Without defining the number or the article of the word nature, the pure system of Saint Cyril, the faith of Nice, Constantinople, and Ephesus, is respectfully confirmed. But, instead of bowing at the name of the Fourth Council, the subject is dismissed by the censure of all contrary doctrines, if any such have been taught either elsewhere or at Chalcedon. Under this ambiguous expression, the friends and the enemies of the last synod might unite in a silent embrace. The most reasonable Christians acquiesced in this mode of toleration. But their reason was feeble and inconstant, and their obedience was despised as timid and servile by the vehement spirit of their brethren. On a subject which engrossed the thoughts and discourses of men, it was difficult to preserve an exact neutrality. A book, a sermon, a prayer, rekindled the flame of controversy. And the bonds of communion were alternately broken and renewed by the private animosity of the bishops. The space between Nestorius and Eutyches was filled by 1,000 shades of language and opinion. The XLVII 5901 of Egypt and the Roman pontiffs, of equal valor though of unequal strength, may be found at the two extremities of the theological scale. The XLVII, without a king or a bishop, were separated above 300 years from the patriarchs of Alexandria, who had accepted the communion of Constantinople, without exacting a formal condemnation of the Synod of Chalcedon. For accepting the communion of Alexandria, without a formal approbation of the same synod, the patriarchs of Constantinople were anathematized by the popes. Their inflexible despotism involved the most orthodox of the Greek churches in this spiritual contagion, denied or doubted the validity of their sacraments 5902 and fomented 35 years. The schism of the East and West, till they finally abolished the memory of 4 Byzantine pontiffs, who had dared to oppose the supremacy of St. Peter. 5903. Before that period, the precarious truce of Constantinople and Egypt had been violated by the zeal of the rival prelates. Macedonius, who was suspected of the Nestorian heresy, asserted, in disgrace and exile, the Synod of Chalcedon, while the successor of Cyril would have purchased its overthrow with a bribe of 2,000 pounds of gold. In the fever of the times, the sense, or rather the sound, of a syllable was sufficient to disturb the peace of an empire. AD 508, 518. The Trisagion 5904, thrice holy, 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 Lord God of hosts, is supposed by the Greeks to be the identical hymn which the angels and cherubim eternally repeat before the throne of God, and which, about the middle of the 5th century, was miraculously revealed to the Church of Constantinople. The devotion of Antioch soon added, "Who was crucified for us." And this grateful address, either to Christ alone or to the whole Trinity, may be justified by the rules of theology, and has been gradually adopted by the Catholics of the East and West. But it had been imagined by a Monophysite bishop. 5905. The gift of an enemy was at first rejected as a dire and dangerous blasphemy, and the rash innovation had nearly cost the Emperor Anastasius his throne and his life. 5906. The people of Constantinople was devoid of any rational principles of freedom. But they held, as a lawful cause of rebellion, the color of a livery in the races, or the color of a mystery in the schools. The Trisagion, with and without this obnoxious addition, was chanted in the cathedral by 2 adverse choirs, and, when their lungs were exhausted, they had recourse to the more solid arguments of sticks and stones. The aggressors were punished by the emperor, and defended by the patriarch, and the crown and mitre were staked on the event of this momentous quarrel. The streets were instantly crowded with innumerable swarms of men, women, and children. The legions of monks, in regular array, marched, and shouted, and fought at their head, "Christians! This is the day of martyrdom, let us not desert our spiritual father, anathema to the Manichaean tyrant. He is unworthy to reign." Such was the Catholic cry. And the galleys of Anastasius lay upon their oars before the palace, till the patriarch had pardoned his penitent and hushed the waves of the troubled multitude. The triumph of Macedonius was checked by a speedy exile, but the zeal of his flock was again exasperated by the same question, whether one of the Trinity had been crucified? On this momentous occasion, the blue and green factions of Constantinople suspended their discord, and the civil and military powers were annihilated in their presence. The keys of the city and the standards of the guards were deposited in the Forum of Constantine, the principal station and camp of the faithful. Day and night they were incessantly busied either in singing hymns to the honor of their god or in pillaging and murdering the servants of their prince. The head of his favorite monk, the friend, as they styled him, of the enemy of the Holy Trinity, was borne aloft on a spear. And the firebrands, which had been darted against heretical structures, diffused the undistinguishing flames over the most orthodox buildings. The statues of the emperor were broken, and his person was concealed in a suburb, till, at the end of 3 days, he dared to implore the mercy of his subjects. Without his diadem and in the posture of a suppliant, Anastasius appeared on the throne of the circus. The Catholics, before his face, rehearsed their genuine trisagion. They exulted in the offer which he proclaimed by the voice of a herald of abdicating the purple. They listened to the admonition that, since all could not reign, they should previously agree in the choice of a sovereign. And they accepted the blood of 2 unpopular ministers, whom their master, without hesitation, condemned to the lions. These furious but transient seditions were encouraged by the success of Vitalian, who, with an army of Huns and Bulgarians, for the most part idolaters, declared himself the champion of the Catholic faith. In this pious rebellion he depopulated Thrace, besieged Constantinople, exterminated 65,000 of his fellow Christians, till he obtained the recall of the bishops, the satisfaction of the Pope, and the establishment of the Council of Chalcedon, an orthodox treaty, reluctantly signed by the dying Anastasius, and more faithfully performed by the uncle of Justinian. And such was the event of the first of the religious wars which have been waged in the name, and by the disciples, of the God of peace. 5907. AD 519, 565 Justinian has been already seen in the various lights of a prince, a conqueror, and a lawgiver. The theologian 5908 still remains. And it affords an unfavorable prejudice that his theology should form a very prominent feature of his portrait. The sovereign sympathized with his subjects in their superstitious reverence for living and departed saints. His code, and more especially his novels, confirm and enlarge the privileges of the clergy. And in every dispute between a monk and a layman, the partial judge was inclined to pronounce that truth and innocence and justice were always on the side of the Church. In his public and private devotions the emperor was assiduous and exemplary. His prayers, vigils, and fasts displayed the austere penance of a monk. His fancy was amused by the hope or belief of personal inspiration. He had secured the patronage of the Virgin and Saint Michael the Archangel. And his recovery from a dangerous disease was ascribed to the miraculous succor of the holy martyrs Cosmas and Damian. The capital and the provinces of the East were decorated with the monuments of his religion. 5909 And though the far greater part of these costly structures may be attributed to his taste or ostentation, the zeal of the royal architect was probably quickened by a genuine sense of love and gratitude towards his invisible benefactors. Among the titles of imperial greatness, the name of Pius was most pleasing to his ear. To promote the temporal and spiritual interest of the Church was the serious business of his life. And the duty of father of his country was often sacrificed to that of defender of the faith. The controversies of the times were congenial to his temper and understanding. And the theological professors must inwardly deride the diligence of a stranger who cultivated their art and neglected his own. "What can ye fear," said a bold conspirator to his associates, "from your bigoted tyrant? Sleepless and unarmed he sits whole nights in his closet, debating with reverend greybeards, and turning over the pages of ecclesiastical volumes." 5910 The fruits of these lucubrations were displayed in many a conference, where Justinian might shine as the loudest and most subtle of the disputants. In many a sermon, which, under the name of edicts and epistles, proclaimed to the empire the theology of their master. While the barbarians invaded the provinces, while the victorious legion marched under the banners of Belisarius and Narses, the successor of Trajan, unknown to the camp, was content to vanquish at the head of a synod. Had he invited to these synods a disinterested and rational spectator, Justinian might have learned that religious controversy is the offspring of arrogance and folly. That true piety is most laudably expressed by silence and submission, that man, ignorant of his own nature, should not presume to scrutinize the nature of his God. And that it is sufficient for us to know that power and benevolence are the perfect attributes of the deity. 5911. Toleration was not the virtue of the times, and indulgence to rebels has seldom been the virtue of princes. But when the prince descends to the narrow and peevish character of a disputant, he is easily provoked to supply the defect of argument by the plenitude of power, and to chastise without mercy the perverse blindness of those who wilfully shut their eyes against the light of demonstration. The reign of Justinian was a uniform yet various scene of persecution, and he appears to have surpassed his indolent predecessors both in the contrivance of his laws and the rigor of their execution. The insufficient term of 3 months was assigned for the conversion or exile of all heretics. 5912 And if he still connived at their precarious stay, they were deprived, under his iron yoke, not only of the benefits of society, but of the common birthright of men and Christians. At the end of 400 years, the Montanists of Phrygia 5913 still breathed the wild enthusiasm of perfection and prophecy which they had imbibed from their male and female apostles, the special organs of the Paraclete. On the approach of the Catholic priests and soldiers, they grasped with alacrity the crown of martyrdom. The conventicle and the congregation perished in the flames, but these primitive fanatics were not extinguished 300 years after the death of their tyrant. Under the protection of their Gothic confederates, the Church of the Arians at Constantinople had braved the severity of the laws, their clergy equaled the wealth and magnificence of the Senate. And the gold and silver which were seized by the rapacious hand of Justinian might perhaps be claimed as the spoils of the provinces and the trophies of the barbarians. A secret remnant of pagans, who still lurked in the most refined and most rustic conditions of mankind, excited the indignation of the Christians, who were perhaps unwilling that any strangers should be the witnesses of their intestine quarrels. A bishop was named as the inquisitor of the faith, and his diligence soon discovered, in the court and city, the magistrates, lawyers, physicians, and sophists, who still cherished the superstition of the Greeks. They were sternly informed that they must choose without delay between the displeasure of Jupiter or Justinian, and that their aversion to the gospel could no longer be distinguished under the scandalous mask of indifference or impiety. The patrician Photius perhaps alone was resolved to live and to die like his ancestors. He enfranchised himself with the stroke of a dagger, and left his tyrant the poor consolation of exposing with ignominy the lifeless corpse of the fugitive. His weaker brethren submitted to their earthly monarch, underwent the ceremony of baptism, and labored, by their extraordinary zeal, to erase the suspicion, or to expiate the guilt, of idolatry. The native country of Homer, and the theatre of the Trojan War, still retained the last sparks of his mythology, by the care of the same bishop. 70,000 pagans were detected and converted in Asia, Phrygia, Lydia, and Caria. 96 churches were built for the new proselytes, and linen vestments, Bibles and liturgies, and vases of gold and silver were supplied by the pious munificence of Justinian. 5914 The Jews, who had been gradually stripped of their immunities, were oppressed by a vexatious law, which compelled them to observe the festival of Easter the same day on which it was celebrated by the Christians. 5915 And they might complain with the more reason, since the Catholics themselves did not agree with the astronomical calculations of their sovereign. The people of Constantinople delayed the beginning of their Lent a whole week after it had been ordained by authority. And they had the pleasure of fasting 7 days, while meat was exposed for sale by the command of the emperor. The Samaritans of Palestine 5916 were a motley race, an ambiguous sect, rejected as Jews by the pagans, by the Jews as schismatics, and by the Christians as idolaters. The abomination of the cross had already been planted on their holy mount of Gerizim 5917, but the persecution of Justinian offered only the alternative of baptism or rebellion. They chose the latter. Under the standard of a desperate leader, they rose in arms, and retaliated their wrongs on the lives, the property, and the temples of a defenseless people. The Samaritans were finally subdued by the regular forces of the East, 20,000 were slain, 20,000 were sold by the Arabs to the infidels of Persia and India. And the remains of that unhappy nation atoned for the crime of treason by the sin of hypocrisy. It has been computed that 100,000 Roman subjects were extirpated in the Samaritan War, 5918, which converted the once fruitful province into a desolate and smoking wilderness. But in the creed of Justinian the guilt of murder could not be applied to the slaughter of unbelievers. And he piously labored to establish with fire and sword the unity of the Christian faith. 5919. With these sentiments, it was incumbent on him, at least, to be always in the right. In the first years of his administration, he signalized his zeal as the disciple and patron of orthodoxy. The reconciliation of the Greeks and Latins established the tome of Saint Leo as the creed of the emperor and the empire. The Nestorians and Eutychians were exposed, on either side, to the double edge of persecution. And the four synods of Nice, Constantinople, Ephesus, and Chalcedon were ratified by the code of a Catholic lawgiver. 5920. But while Justinian strove to maintain the uniformity of faith and worship, his wife Theodora, whose vices were not incompatible with devotion, had listened to the Monophysite teachers. And the open or clandestine enemies of the Church revived and multiplied at the smile of their gracious patroness. The capital, the palace, the nuptial bed, were torn by spiritual discord. Yet so doubtful was the sincerity of the royal consorts that their seeming disagreement was imputed by many to a secret and mischievous confederacy against the religion and happiness of their people. 5921 AD 532, 698. The famous dispute of the three chapters, 5922, which has filled more volumes than it deserves lines, is deeply marked with this subtle and disingenuous spirit. It was now 300 years since the body of Origen 5923 had been eaten by the worms. His soul, of which he held the pre-existence, was in the hands of its creator. But his writings were eagerly perused by the monks of Palestine. In these writings the piercing eye of Justinian descried more than 10 metaphysical errors. And the primitive doctor, in the company of Pythagoras and Plato, was devoted by the clergy to the eternity of hellfire, which he had presumed to deny. Under the cover of this precedent, a treacherous blow was aimed at the Council of Chalcedon. The fathers had listened without impatience to the praise of Theodore of Mopsuestia. 5924, and their justice or indulgence had restored both Theodore of Cyrus and Ebas of Edessa to the communion of the Church. But the characters of these Oriental bishops were tainted with the reproach of heresy. The first had been the master, the two others were the friends, of Nestorius. Their most suspicious passages were accused under the title of the three chapters. And the condemnation of their memory must involve the honor of a synod whose name was pronounced with sincere or affected reverence by the Catholic world. If these bishops, whether innocent or guilty, were annihilated in the sleep of death, they would not probably be awakened by the clamor which, after 100 years, was raised over their grave. If they were already in the fangs of the demon, their torments could neither be aggravated nor assuaged by human industry. If in the company of saints and angels they enjoyed the rewards of piety, they must have smiled at the idle fury of the theological insects who still crawled on the surface of the earth. The foremost of these insects, the Emperor of the Romans, darted his sting, and distilled his venom, perhaps without discerning the true motives of Theodora and her ecclesiastical faction. The victims were no longer subject to his power. And the vehement style of his edicts could only proclaim their damnation and invite the clergy of the East to join in a full chorus of curses and anathemas. AD 553 the East, with some hesitation, consented to the voice of her sovereign. The Fifth General Council, of 3 patriarchs and 165 bishops, was held at Constantinople. And the authors, as well as the defenders, of the three chapters were separated from the communion of the saints and solemnly delivered to the Prince of Darkness. But the Latin churches were more jealous of the honor of Leo and the Synod of Chalcedon. And if they had fought as they usually did under the standard of Rome, they might have prevailed in the cause of reason and humanity. But their chief was a prisoner in the hands of the enemy. The throne of St. Peter, which had been disgraced by the simony, was betrayed by the cowardice of Vigilius, who yielded, after a long and inconsistent struggle, to the despotism of Justinian and the sophistry of the Greeks. His apostasy provoked the indignation of the Latins, and no more than 2 bishops could be found who would impose their hands on his deacon and successor Pelagius. Yet the perseverance of the popes insensibly transferred to their adversaries the appellation of schismatics, the Illyrian, African. And Italian churches were oppressed by the civil and ecclesiastical powers, not without some effort of military force. 5925 The distant barbarians transcribed the Creed of the Vatican, and, in the period of a century, the schism of the three chapters expired in an obscure angle of the Venetian province. 5926 But the religious discontent of the Italians had already promoted the conquests of the Lombards, and the Romans themselves were accustomed to suspect the faith, and to detest the government of their Byzantine tyrant. Justinian was neither steady nor consistent in the nice process of fixing his volatile opinions and those of his subjects. AD 564 In his youth he was offended by the slightest deviation from the orthodox line. In his old age he transgressed the measure of temperate heresy, and the Jacobites, not less than the Catholics, were scandalized by his declaration that the body of Christ was incorruptible, and that his manhood was never subject to any wants and infirmities, the inheritance of our mortal flesh. This fantastic opinion was announced in the last edicts of Justinian. And at the moment of his seasonable departure the clergy had refused to subscribe, the prince was prepared to persecute, and the people were resolved to suffer or resist. A bishop of Treves, secure beyond the limits of his power, addressed the monarch of the East in the language of authority and affection. Most gracious Justinian, remember your baptism and your creed. Let not your grey hairs be defiled with heresy. Recall your fathers from exile, and your followers from perdition. You cannot be ignorant that Italy and Gaul, Spain and Africa, already deplore your fall, and anathematize your name. Unless, without delay, you destroy what you have taught. Unless you exclaim with a loud voice, I have erred, I have sinned, anathema to Nestorius, anathema to Eutyches, you deliver your soul to the same flames in which they will eternally burn. He died and made no sign. 5927 His death restored in some degree the peace of the Church, and the reigns of his four successors, Justin, Tiberius, Maurice, and Phocas, are distinguished by a rare, though fortunate, vacancy in the ecclesiastical history of the East. 5928 The faculties of sense and reason are least capable of acting on themselves, the eye is most inaccessible to the sight, the soul to the thought. Yet we think, and even feel, that one will, a sole principle of action, is essential to a rational and conscious being. AD 629 When Heraclius returned from the Persian War, the Orthodox hero consulted his bishops, whether the Christ whom he adored, of one person but of two natures, was actuated by a single or a double will. They replied in the singular, and the emperor was encouraged to hope that the Jacobites of Egypt and Syria might be reconciled by the profession of a doctrine, most certainly harmless, and most probably true, since it was taught even by the Nestorians themselves. 5929 The experiment was tried without effect, and the timid or vehement Catholics condemned even the semblance of a retreat in the presence of a subtle and audacious enemy. The Orthodox, the prevailing party, devised new modes of speech, and argument, and interpretation. To either nature of Christ they speciously applied a proper and distinct energy. But the difference was no longer visible when they allowed that the human and the divine will were invariably the same. 5930 The disease was attended with the customary symptoms. But the Greek clergy, as if satiated with the endless controversy of the Incarnation, instilled a healing counsel into the ear of the prince and people. They declared themselves monothelites, assertors of the unity of will. But they treated the words as new, the questions as superfluous, and recommended a religious silence as the most agreeable to the prudence and charity of the gospel. AD 639, 648 This law of silence was successively imposed by the ekthesis or exposition of Heraclius, the type or model of his grandson Constans. 5931 And the imperial edicts were subscribed with alacrity or reluctance by the four patriarchs of Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, and Antioch. But the bishop and monks of Jerusalem sounded the alarm. In the language, or even in the silence, of the Greeks, the Latin churches detected a latent heresy. And the obedience of Pope Honorius to the commands of his sovereign was retracted and censured by the bolder ignorance of his successors. They condemned the execrable and abominable heresy of the Monothelites, who revived the errors of Manes, Apollinaris, Eutyches, etc. They signed the sentence of excommunication on the tomb of St. Peter. The ink was mingled with the sacramental wine, the blood of Christ, and no ceremony was omitted that could fill the superstitious mind with horror and affright. As the representative of the Western Church, Pope Martin and his Lateran Synod anathematized the perfidious and guilty silence of the Greeks, 105 bishops of Italy. For the most part the subjects of Constans, presumed to reprobate his wicked type and the impious ecthesis of his grandfather, and to confound the authors and their adherents with the 21 notorious heretics, the apostates from the Church, and the organs of the devil. Such an insult under the tamest reign could not pass with impunity. Pope Martin ended his days on the inhospitable shore of the Tauric Chersonesus, and his oracle, the abbot Maximus, was inhumanly chastised by the amputation of his tongue and his right hand. 5932 But the same invincible spirit survived in their successors, and the triumph of the Latins avenged their recent defeat and obliterated the disgrace of the three chapters. AD 680-681 The synods of Rome were confirmed by the Sixth General Council of Constantinople, in the palace and the presence of a new Constantine, a descendant of Heraclius. The royal convert converted the Byzantine pontiff and a majority of the bishops. 5933 The dissenters, with their chief, Macarius of Antioch, were condemned to the spiritual and temporal pains of heresy. The East condescended to accept the lessons of the West. And the creed was finally settled, which teaches the Catholics of every age that two wills or energies are harmonized in the person of Christ. The majesty of the Pope and the Roman Synod was represented by 2 priests, 1 deacon, and 3 bishops. But these obscure Latins had neither arms to compel, nor treasures to bribe, nor language to persuade. And I am ignorant by what arts they could determine the lofty emperor of the Greeks to abjure the catechism of his infancy, and to persecute the religion of his fathers. Perhaps the monks and people of Constantinople 5934 were favorable to the Lateran Creed, which is indeed the least reasonable of the two. And the suspicion is countenanced by the unnatural moderation of the Greek clergy, who appear in this quarrel to be conscious of their weakness. While the synod debated, a fanatic proposed a more summary decision, by raising a dead man to life. The prelates assisted at the trial. But the acknowledged failure may serve to indicate that the passions and prejudices of the multitude were not enlisted on the side of the Monothelites. In the next generation, when the son of Constantine was deposed and slain by the disciple of Macarius, they tasted the feast of revenge and dominion. The image or monument of the Sixth Council was defaced, and the original acts were committed to the flames. But in the second year their patron was cast headlong from the throne. The bishops of the East were released from their occasional conformity. The Roman faith was more firmly replanted by the orthodox successors of Bardanes. And the fine problems of the Incarnation were forgotten in the more popular and visible quarrel of the worship of images. 5935. Before the end of the 7th century, the Creed of the Incarnation, which had been defined at Rome and Constantinople, was uniformly preached in the remote islands of Britain and Ireland. 5936 The same ideas were entertained, or rather the same words were repeated, by all the Christians whose liturgy was performed in the Greek or the Latin tongue. Their numbers and visible splendor bestowed an imperfect claim to the appellation of Catholics, but in the East they were marked with the less honorable name of Melchites or Royalists. 5937 Of men, whose faith, instead of resting on the basis of scripture, reason, or tradition, had been established, and was still maintained, by the arbitrary power of a temporal monarch. Their adversaries might allege the words of the fathers of Constantinople, who professed themselves the slaves of the king. And they might relate, with malicious joy, how the decrees of Chalcedon had been inspired and reformed by the Emperor Marcian and his virgin bride. The prevailing faction will naturally inculcate the duty of submission, nor is it less natural that dissenters should feel and assert the principles of freedom. Under the rod of persecution, the Nestorians and Monophysites degenerated into rebels and fugitives. And the most ancient and useful allies of Rome were taught to consider the emperor not as the chief but as the enemy of the Christians. Language, the leading principle which unites or separates the tribes of mankind, soon discriminated the sectaries of the East by a peculiar and perpetual badge, which abolished the means of intercourse and the hope of reconciliation. The long dominion of the Greeks, their colonies, and, above all, their eloquence, had propagated a language doubtless the most perfect that has been contrived by the art of man. Yet the body of the people, both in Syria and Egypt, still persevered in the use of their national idioms. With this difference, however, that the Coptic was confined to the rude and illiterate peasants of the Nile, while the Syriac, 5938 from the mountains of Assyria to the Red Sea, was adapted to the higher topics of poetry and argument. Armenia and Abyssinia were infected by the speech or learning of the Greeks. And their barbaric tongues, which have been revived in the studies of modern Europe, were unintelligible to the inhabitants of the Roman Empire. The Syriac and the Coptic, the Armenian and the Ethiopic, are consecrated in the service of their respective churches. And their theology is enriched by domestic versions 5939 both of the scriptures and of the most popular fathers. After a period of 1,360 years, the spark of controversy, first kindled by a sermon of Nestorius, still burns in the bosom of the East. And the hostile communions still maintain the faith and discipline of their founders. In the most abject state of ignorance, poverty, and servitude, the Nestorians and Monophysites reject the spiritual supremacy of Rome and cherish the toleration of their Turkish masters, which allows them to anathematize, on the one hand, St. Cyril and the Synod of Ephesus, on the other, Pope Leo and the Council of Chalcedon. The weight which they cast into the downfall of the Eastern Empire demands our notice, and the reader may be amused with the various prospect of I. The Nestorians, 2. The Jacobites, 5943. The Maronites, 4. The Armenians, v. The Copts, and 6. The Abyssinians. To the three former, the Syriac is common, but of the latter, each is discriminated by the use of a national idiom. Yet the modern natives of Armenia and Abyssinia would be incapable of conversing with their ancestors. And the Christians of Egypt and Syria, who reject the religion, have adopted the language of the Arabians. The lapse of time has seconded the sacerdotal arts. And in the East, as well as in the West, the deity is addressed in an obsolete tongue, unknown to the majority of the congregation. Both in his native and his episcopal province, the heresy of the unfortunate Nestorius was speedily obliterated. The Oriental bishops, who at Ephesus had resisted to his face the arrogance of Cyril, were mollified by his tardy concessions. The same prelates, or their successors, subscribed, not without a murmur, the decrees of Chalcedon. The power of the Monophysites reconciled them with the Catholics in the conformity of passion, of interest, and, insensibly of belief. And their last reluctant sigh was breathed in the defense of the three chapters. Their dissenting brethren, less moderate, or more sincere, were crushed by the penal laws. And as early as the reign of Justinian it became difficult to find a church of Nestorians within the limits of the Roman Empire. Beyond those limits they had discovered a new world, in which they might hope for liberty and aspire to conquest. In Persia, notwithstanding the resistance of the Magi, Christianity had struck a deep root, and the nations of the East reposed under its salutary shade. The Catholic, or primate, resided in the capital, in his synods, and in their dioceses, his metropolitans, bishops, and clergy represented the pomp and order of a regular hierarchy. They rejoiced in the increase of proselytes, who were converted from the Zendavesta to the gospel, from the secular to the monastic life. And their zeal was stimulated by the presence of an artful and formidable enemy. The Persian Church had been founded by the missionaries of Syria. And their language, discipline, and doctrine were closely interwoven with its original frame. The Catholics were elected and ordained by their own suffragans. But their filial dependence on the patriarchs of Antioch is attested by the canons of the Oriental Church. 5941 in the Persian school of Edessa, 5942 the rising generations of the faithful imbibed their theological idiom, they studied in the Syriac version the 10,000 volumes of Theodore of Mopsuestia. And they revered the apostolic faith and holy martyrdom of his disciple Nestorius, whose person and language were equally unknown to the nations beyond the Tigris. The first indelible lesson of Ebas, bishop of Edessa, taught them to execrate the Egyptians, who, in the Synod of Ephesus, had impiously confounded the two natures of Christ. The flight of the masters and scholars, who were twice expelled from the Athens of Syria, dispersed a crowd of missionaries inflamed by the double zeal of religion and revenge. And the rigid unity of the Monophysites, who, under the reigns of Zeno and Anastasius, had invaded the thrones of the East, provoked their antagonists in a land of freedom to avow a moral, rather than a physical, union of the two persons of Christ. Since the first preaching of the gospel, the Sasanian kings beheld with an eye of suspicion a race of aliens and apostates who had embraced the religion, and who might favor the cause of the hereditary foes of their country. The royal edicts had often prohibited their dangerous correspondence with the Syrian clergy. The progress of the schism was grateful to the jealous pride of Perozes, and he listened to the eloquence of an artful prelate, who painted Nestorius as the friend of Persia, and urged him to secure the fidelity of his Christian subjects by granting a just preference to the victims and enemies of the Roman tyrant. The Nestorians composed a large majority of the clergy and people. They were encouraged by the smile, and armed with the sword, of despotism. Yet many of their weaker brethren were startled at the thought of breaking loose from the communion of the Christian world, and the blood of 7,700 Monophysites, or Catholics, confirmed the uniformity of faith and discipline in the churches of Persia. 5943 AD 500 plus their ecclesiastical institutions are distinguished by a liberal principle of reason, or at least of policy. The austerity of the cloister was relaxed and gradually forgotten. Houses of charity were endowed for the education of orphans and foundlings. The law of celibacy, so forcibly recommended to the Greeks and Latins, was disregarded by the Persian clergy. And the number of the elect was multiplied by the public and reiterated nuptials of the priests, the bishops, and even the patriarch himself. To this standard of natural and religious freedom myriads of fugitives resorted from all the provinces of the Eastern Empire. The narrow bigotry of Justinian was punished by the emigration of his most industrious subjects. They transported into Persia the arts both of peace and war. And those who deserved the favor were promoted in the service of a discerning monarch. The arms of Nushirvan, and his fiercer grandson, were assisted with advice, and money, and troops, by the desperate sectaries who still lurked in their native cities of the East. Their zeal was rewarded with the gift of the Catholic churches. But when those cities and churches were recovered by Heraclius, their open profession of treason and heresy compelled them to seek a refuge in the realm of their foreign ally. But the seeming tranquility of the Nestorians was often endangered and sometimes overthrown. They were involved in the common evils of Oriental despotism. Their enmity to Rome could not always atone for their attachment to the gospel. And a colony of 300,000 Jacobites, the captives of Apamea and Antioch, was permitted to erect a hostile altar in the face of the Catholic and in the sunshine of the court. In his last treaty, Justinian introduced some conditions which tended to enlarge and fortify the toleration of Christianity in Persia. The emperor, ignorant of the rights of conscience, was incapable of pity or esteem for the heretics who denied the authority of the holy synods. But he flattered himself that they would gradually perceive the temporal benefits of union with the empire and the Church of Rome. And if he failed in exciting their gratitude, he might hope to provoke the jealousy of their sovereign. In a later age the Lutherans have been burnt at Paris and protected in Germany, by the superstition and policy of the most Christian king. The desire of gaining souls for God and subjects for the Church has excited in every age the diligence of the Christian priests. AD 500, 1200 from the conquest of Persia they carried their spiritual arms to the north, the east, and the south. And the simplicity of the gospel was fashioned and painted with the colors of the Syriac theology. In the 6th century, according to the report of a Nestorian traveler, 5944 Christianity was successfully preached to the Bactrians, the Huns, the Persians, the Indians, the Perse-Armenians, the Medes, and the Elamites. The barbaric churches, from the Gulf of Persia to the Caspian Sea, were almost infinite, and their recent faith was conspicuous in the number and sanctity of their monks and martyrs. The Pepper coast of Malabar, and the Isles of the Ocean, Socotora and Ceylon, were peopled with an increasing multitude of Christians. And the bishops and clergy of those sequestered regions derived their ordination from the Catholic of Babylon. In a subsequent age the zeal of the Nestorians overleaped the limits which had confined the ambition and curiosity both of the Greeks and Persians. The missionaries of Balch and Samarkand pursued without fear the footsteps of the roving Tartar, and insinuated themselves into the camps of the valleys of Imaz and the banks of the Salinga. They exposed a metaphysical creed to those illiterate shepherds, to those sanguinary warriors they recommended humanity and repose. Yet a Khan, whose power they vainly magnified, is said to have received at their hands the rites of baptism, and even of ordination. And the fame of Prester or Presbyter John 5945 has long amused the credulity of Europe. The royal convert was indulged in the use of a portable altar. But he dispatched an embassy to the Patriarch, to inquire how, in the season of Lent, he should abstain from animal food, and how he might celebrate the Eucharist in a desert that produced neither corn nor wine. In their progress by sea and land, the Nestorians entered China by the port of Canton and the northern residence of Saigon. Unlike the senators of Rome, who assumed with a smile the characters of priests and augurs, the mandarins, who affect in public the reason of philosophers, are devoted in private to every mode of popular superstition. They cherished and they confounded the gods of Palestine and of India. But the propagation of Christianity awakened the jealousy of the state, and, after a short vicissitude of favor and persecution, the foreign sect expired in ignorance and oblivion. 5946 Under the reign of the caliphs, the Nestorian Church was diffused from China to Jerusalem and Cyrus. And their numbers, with those of the Jacobites, were computed to surpass the Greek and Latin communions. 5947 25 metropolitans or archbishops composed their hierarchy, but several of these were dispensed, by the distance and danger of the way, from the duty of personal attendance, on the easy condition that every 6 years they should testify their faith and obedience to the Catholic or Patriarch of Babylon, a vague appellation which has been successively applied to the royal seats of Seleucia, Ctesiphon, and Baghdad. These remote branches are long since withered, and the old patriarchal trunk 5948 is now divided by the Elijahs of Mosul. The representatives almost in lineal descent of the genuine and primitive succession, the Josephs of Amida, who are reconciled to the Church of Rome 5949 and the Simeons of Van or Ormia, whose revolt, at the head of 40,000 families, was promoted in the 16th century by the Safis of Persia. The number of 300,000 is allowed for the whole body of the Nestorians, who, under the name of Chaldeans or Assyrians, are confounded with the most learned or the most powerful nation of Eastern antiquity. According to the legend of antiquity, the Gospel was preached in India by St. Thomas. 5950 AD 883 At the end of the 9th century, his shrine, perhaps in the neighborhood of Madras, was devoutly visited by the ambassadors of Alfred. And their return with a cargo of pearls and spices rewarded the zeal of the English monarch, who entertained the largest projects of trade and discovery. 5951 When the Portuguese first opened the navigation of India, the Christians of St. Thomas had been seated for ages on the coast of Malabar, and the difference of their character and color attested the mixture of a foreign race. In arms, in arts, and possibly in virtue, they excelled the natives of Hindostan. The husbandmen cultivated the palm tree, the merchants were enriched by the pepper trade, the soldiers preceded the Nairs or nobles of Malabar, and their hereditary privileges were respected by the gratitude or the fear of the king of Cochin and the Zamarin himself. They acknowledged a Genta sovereign, but they were governed, even in temporal concerns, by the Bishop of Angamala. He still asserted his ancient title of Metropolitan of India, but his real jurisdiction was exercised in 1,400 churches, and he was entrusted with the care of 200,000 souls. AD 1500 plus their religion would have rendered them the firmest and most cordial allies of the Portuguese, but the inquisitors soon discerned in the Christians of St. Thomas the unpardonable guilt of heresy and schism. Instead of owning themselves the subjects of the Roman pontiff, the spiritual and temporal monarch of the globe, they adhered, like their ancestors, to the communion of the Nestorian patriarch. And the bishops whom he ordained at Mosul traversed the dangers of the sea and land to reach their diocese on the coast of Malabar. In their Syriac liturgy the names of Theodore and Nestorius were piously commemorated. They united their adoration of the two persons of Christ. The title of Mother of God was offensive to their ear, and they measured with scrupulous avarice the honors of the Virgin Mary, whom the superstition of the Latins had almost exalted to the rank of a goddess. When her image was first presented to the disciples of St. Thomas, they indignantly exclaimed, "We are Christians, not idolaters." And their simple devotion was content with the veneration of the cross. Their separation from the Western world had left them in ignorance of the improvements, or corruptions, of 1,000 years. And their conformity with the faith and practice of the 5th century would equally disappoint the prejudices of a papist or a Protestant. It was the first care of the ministers of Rome to intercept all correspondence with the Nestorian Patriarch, and several of his bishops expired in the prisons of the Holy Office. The flock, without a shepherd, was assaulted by the power of the Portuguese, the arts of the Jesuits, and the zeal of Alexis de Meneses, Archbishop of Goa, in his personal visitation of the coast of Malabar. The Synod of Diamper, at which he presided, consummated the pious work of the reunion, and rigorously imposed the doctrine and discipline of the Roman Church, without forgetting auricular confession, the strongest engine of ecclesiastical torture. The memory of Theodore and Nestorius was condemned, and Malabar was reduced under the dominion of the Pope, of the Primate, and of the Jesuits who invaded the See of Angamala or Cranganer. AD 1599, 1663 60 years of servitude and hypocrisy were patiently endured. But as soon as the Portuguese Empire was shaken by the courage and industry of the Dutch, the Nestorians asserted, with vigor and effect, the religion of their fathers. The Jesuits were incapable of defending the power which they had abused. The arms of 40,000 Christians were pointed against their falling tyrants. And the Indian archdeacon assumed the character of bishop till a fresh supply of episcopal gifts and Syriac missionaries could be obtained from the Patriarch of Babylon. Since the expulsion of the Portuguese, the Nestorian creed is freely professed on the coast of Malabar. The trading companies of Holland and England are the friends of toleration. But if oppression be less mortifying than contempt, the Christians of St. Thomas have reason to complain of the cold and silent indifference of their brethren of Europe. 5952. 2. The history of the Monophysites is less copious and interesting than that of the Nestorians. Under the reigns of Zeno and Anastasius, their artful leaders surprised the ear of the prince, usurped the thrones of the East, and crushed on its native soil the school of the Syrians. The rule of the Monophysite faith was defined with exquisite discretion by Severus, Patriarch of Antioch. He condemned, in the style of the Henoticon, the adverse heresies of Nestorius and Eutyches, maintained against the latter the reality of the body of Christ, and constrained the Greeks to allow that he was a liar who spoke truth. 5953. But the approximation of ideas could not abate the vehemence of passion. Each party was the more astonished that their blind antagonist could dispute on so trifling a difference. The tyrant of Syria enforced the belief of his creed, and his reign was polluted with the blood of 350 monks, who were slain, not perhaps without provocation or resistance, under the walls of Apamea. 5954 AD 518. The successor of Anastasius replanted the Orthodox standard in the East. Severus fled into Egypt. And his friend, the eloquent Xenias 5955, who had escaped from the Nestorians of Persia, was suffocated in his exile by the Melchites of Paphlagonia. 54 bishops were swept from their thrones, 800 ecclesiastics were cast into prison 5956 and, notwithstanding the ambiguous favor of Theodora, the oriental flocks, deprived of their shepherds, must insensibly have been either famished or poisoned. In this spiritual distress, the expiring faction was revived, and united, and perpetuated by the labors of a monk. And the name of James Baradius 5957 has been preserved in the appellation of Jacobites, a familiar sound which may startle the ear of an English reader. From the holy confessors in their prison of Constantinople he received the powers of Bishop of Edessa and Apostle of the East, and the ordination of 80,000 bishops, priests, and deacons is derived from the same inexhaustible source. The speed of the zealous missionary was promoted by the fleetest dromedaries of a devout chief of the Arabs. The doctrine and discipline of the Jacobites were secretly established in the dominions of Justinian, and each Jacobite was compelled to violate the laws and to hate the Roman legislator. The successors of Severus, while they lurked in convents or villages, while they sheltered their proscribed heads in the caverns of hermits or the tents of the Saracens, still asserted, as they now assert, their indefeasible right to the title, the rank, and the prerogatives of Patriarch of Antioch. Under the milder yoke of the infidels they reside about a league from Merdin, in the pleasant monastery of Zaffron, which they have embellished with cells, aqueducts, and plantations. The secondary, though honorable, place is filled by the Maphrian, who, in his station at Mosul itself, defies the Nestorian Catholic, with whom he contests the primacy of the East. Under the Patriarch and the Maphrian, 150 archbishops and bishops have been counted in the different ages of the Jacobite Church. But the order of the hierarchy is relaxed or dissolved, and the greater part of their diocese is confined to the neighborhood of the Euphrates and the Tigris. The cities of Aleppo and Amida, which are often visited by the Patriarch, contain some wealthy merchants and industrious mechanics. But the multitude derive their scanty sustenance from their daily labor. And poverty, as well as superstition, may impose their excessive fasts, 5 annual Lents, during which both the clergy and laity abstain not only from flesh or eggs, but even from the taste of wine, of oil, and of fish. Their present numbers are esteemed from 50 to 80,000 souls, the remnant of a populous church, which was gradually decreased under the impression of 12 centuries. Yet in that long period some strangers of merit have been converted to the Monophysite faith, and a Jew was the father of Abulpharagius 5958 primate of the East. So truly eminent both in his life and death. In his life he was an elegant writer of the Syriac and Arabic tongues, a poet, physician, and historian, a subtle philosopher, and a moderate divine. In his death his funeral was attended by his rival the Nestorian Patriarch, with a train of Greeks and Armenians, who forgot their disputes and mingled their tears over the grave of an enemy. The sect which was honored by the virtues of Abulpharagius appears, however, to sink below the level of their Nestorian brethren. The superstition of the Jacobites is more abject, their fasts more rigid, 5959 their intestine divisions are more numerous. And their doctors, as far as I can measure the degrees of nonsense, are more remote from the precincts of reason. Something may possibly be allowed for the rigor of the Monophysite theology, much more for the superior influence of the monastic order. In Syria, in Egypt, in Ethiopia, the Jacobite monks have ever been distinguished by the austerity of their penance and the absurdity of their legends. Alive or dead, they are worshipped as the favorites of the deity, the crozier of bishop and patriarch is reserved for their venerable hands. And they assume the government of men while they are yet reeking with the habits and prejudices of the cloister. 5960. 3. In the style of the Oriental Christians, the Monothelites of every age are described under the appellation of Maronites 5961, a name which has been insensibly transferred from a hermit to a monastery. From a monastery to a nation. Maron, a saint or savage of the 5th century, displayed his religious madness in Syria. The rival cities of Apamea and Emesa disputed his relics, a stately church was erected on his tomb, and 600 of his disciples united their solitary cells on the banks of the Orontes. In the controversies of the Incarnation they nicely threaded the orthodox line between the sects of Nestorians and Eutics. But the unfortunate question of one will or operation in the two natures of Christ was generated by their curious leisure. Their proselyte, the Emperor Heraclius, was rejected as a Maronite from the walls of Emesa. He found a refuge in the monastery of his brethren. And their theological lessons were repaid with the gift a spacious and wealthy domain. The name and doctrine of this venerable school were propagated among the Greeks and Syrians, and their zeal is expressed by Macarius, Patriarch of Antioch, who declared before the Synod of Constantinople that, sooner than subscribe the two wills of Christ, he would submit to be hewn piecemeal and cast into the sea. 5962. A similar or a less cruel mode of persecution soon converted the unresisting subjects of the plain, while the glorious title of Martyites 5963 or rebels was bravely maintained by the hardy natives of Mount Libanus. John Maron, one of the most learned and popular of the monks, assumed the character of Patriarch of Antioch. His nephew Abraham, at the head of the Maronites, defended their civil and religious freedom against the tyrants of the East. The son of the Orthodox Constantine pursued with pious hatred a people of soldiers, who might have stood the bulwark of his empire against the common foes of Christ and of Rome. An army of Greeks invaded Syria. The monastery of St. Maron was destroyed with fire, the bravest chieftains were betrayed and murdered. And 12,000 of their followers were transplanted to the distant frontiers of Armenia and Thrace. Yet the humble nation of the Maronites had survived the empire of Constantinople, and they still enjoy, under their Turkish masters, a free religion and a mitigated servitude. Their domestic governors are chosen among the ancient nobility. The Patriarch, in his monastery of Konobin, still fancies himself on the throne of Antioch. 9 bishops compose his synod, and 150 priests, who retain the liberty of marriage, are entrusted with the care of 100,000 souls. Their country extends from the ridge of Mount Libanus to the shores of Tripoli. And the gradual descent affords, in a narrow space, each variety of soil and climate, from the holy cedars, erect under the weight of snow 5964 to the vine, the mulberry, and the olive trees of the fruitful valley. In the 12th century, the Maronites, abjuring the monothelite error, were reconciled to the Latin churches of Antioch and Rome. 5965. And the same alliance has been frequently renewed by the ambition of the popes and the distress of the Syrians. But it may reasonably be questioned whether their union has ever been perfect or sincere. And the learned Maronites of the College of Rome have vainly labored to absolve their ancestors from the guilt of heresy and schism. 5966. 4. Since the age of Constantine, the Armenians 5967 had signalized their attachment to the religion and empire of the Christians. 5968. The disorders of their country, and their ignorance of the Greek tongue, prevented their clergy from assisting at the Synod of Chalcedon. And they floated 84 years 5969 in a state of indifference or suspense, till their vacant faith was finally occupied by the missionaries of Julian of Halicarnassus 5970, who in Egypt, their common exile, had been vanquished by the arguments or the influence of his rival Severus, the Monophysite Patriarch of Antioch. The Armenians alone are the pure disciples of Eutix, an unfortunate parent, who has been renounced by the greater part of his spiritual progeny. They alone persevere in the opinion that the manhood of Christ was created, or existed without creation, of a divine and incorruptible substance. Their adversaries reproach them with the adoration of a phantom. And they retort the accusation, by deriding or execrating the blasphemy of the Jacobites, who impute to the Godhead the vile infirmities of the flesh, even the natural effects of nutrition and digestion. The religion of Armenia could not derive much glory from the learning or the power of its inhabitants. The royalty expired with the origin of their schism, and their Christian kings, who arose and fell in the 13th century on the confines of Cilicia, were the clients of the Latins and the vassals of the Turkish Sultan of Iconium. The helpless nation has seldom been permitted to enjoy the tranquility of servitude. From the earliest period to the present hour, Armenia has been the theater of perpetual war. The lands between Taurus and Erivan were dispeopled by the cruel policy of the Safis. And myriads of Christian families were transplanted, to perish or to propagate in the distant provinces of Persia. Under the rod of oppression, the zeal of the Armenians is fervent and intrepid. They have often preferred the crown of martyrdom to the white turban of Muhammad. They devoutly hate the error and idolatry of the Greeks. And their transient union with the Latins is not less devoid of truth than the 1,000 bishops whom their patriarch offered at the feet of the Roman pontiff. 5971 The Catholic, or Patriarch, of the Armenians resides in the monastery of Ichmyasin, 3 leagues from Erivan. 47 archbishops, each of whom may claim the obedience of 4 or 5 suffragans, are consecrated by his hand. But the far greater part are only titular prelates, who dignify with their presence and service the simplicity of his court. As soon as they have performed the liturgy, they cultivate the garden. And our bishops will hear with surprise that the austerity of their life increases in just proportion to the elevation of their rank. In the 4,000 towns or villages of his spiritual empire, the Patriarch receives a small and voluntary tax from each person above the age of 15. But the annual amount of 600,000 crowns is insufficient to supply the incessant demands of charity and tribute. Since the beginning of the last century, the Armenians have obtained a large and lucrative share of the commerce of the East. In their return from Europe, the caravan usually halts in the neighborhood of Erivan. The altars are enriched with the fruits of their patient industry. And the faith of Eutychs is preached in their recent congregations of Barbary and Poland. 5972. v. In the rest of the Roman Empire, the despotism of the prince might eradicate or silence the sectaries of an obnoxious creed. But the stubborn temper of the Egyptians maintained their opposition to the Synod of Chalcedon, and the policy of Justinian condescended to expect and to seize the opportunity of discord. The Monophysite Church of Alexandria 5973 was torn by the disputes of the corruptibles and incorruptibles, and on the death of the Patriarch the 2 factions upheld their respective candidates. 5974 AD 537, 568 Gaian was the disciple of Julian. Theodosius had been the pupil of Severus. The claims of the former were supported by the consent of the monks and senators. The city and the province. The latter depended on the priority of his ordination, the favor of the Empress Theodora, and the arms of the eunuch Narsas, which might have been used in more honorable warfare. The exile of the popular candidate to Carthage and Sardinia inflamed the ferment of Alexandria, and after a schism of 170 years, the Gaianites still revered the memory and doctrine of their founder. The strength of numbers and of discipline was tried in a desperate and bloody conflict. The streets were filled with the dead bodies of citizens and soldiers. The pious women, ascending the roofs of their houses, showered down every sharp or ponderous utensil on the heads of the enemy. And the final victory of Narsas was owing to the flames with which he wasted the 3rd capital of the Roman world. But the lieutenant of Justinian had not conquered in the cause of a heretic. Theodosius himself was speedily, though gently, removed, and Paul of Tanis, an orthodox monk, was raised to the throne of Athanasius. The powers of government were strained in his support. He might appoint or displace the dukes and tribunes of Egypt. The allowance of bread which Diocletian had granted was suppressed, the churches were shut, and a nation of schismatics was deprived at once of their spiritual and carnal food. In his turn, the tyrant was excommunicated by the zeal and revenge of the people, and none except his servile Melchites would salute him as a man, a Christian, or a bishop. Yet such is the blindness of ambition that, when Paul was expelled on a charge of murder, he solicited, with a bribe of 700 pounds of gold, his restoration to the same station of hatred and ignominy. AD 551 his successor Apollinaris entered the hostile city in military array, alike qualified for prayer or for battle. His troops, under arms, were distributed through the streets. The gates of the cathedral were guarded, and a chosen band was stationed in the choir, to defend the person of their chief. He stood erect on his throne, and, throwing aside the upper garment of a warrior, suddenly appeared before the eyes of the multitude in the robes of Patriarch of Alexandria. Astonishment held them mute, but no sooner had Apollinaris begun to read the tome of XLVIII. Leo than a volley of curses, and invectives, and stones assaulted the odious minister of the emperor and the synod. A charge was instantly sounded by the successor of the apostles. The soldiers waded to their knees in blood. And 200,000 Christians are said to have fallen by the sword, an incredible account, even if it be extended from the slaughter of a day to the 18 years of the reign of Apollinaris. Two succeeding patriarchs, Eulogius 5975 and John 5976, labored in the conversion of heretics, with arms and arguments more worthy of their evangelical profession. AD 580, the theological knowledge of Eulogius was displayed in many a volume, which magnified the errors of Eutychus and Severus, and attempted to reconcile the ambiguous language of XLVIII. Cyril with the orthodox creed of Pope Leo and the Fathers of Chalcedon. AD 609, the bounteous alms of John the Eleemosynary were dictated by superstition, or benevolence, or policy. 7,500 poor were maintained at his expense. On his accession he found 8,000 pounds of gold in the treasury of the church. He collected 10,000 from the liberality of the faithful, yet the primate could boast in his testament that he left behind him no more than the third part of the smallest of the silver coins. The churches of Alexandria were delivered to the Catholics, the religion of the Monophysites was proscribed in Egypt. And a law was revived which excluded the natives from the honors and emoluments of the state. A more important conquest still remained, of the Patriarch, the oracle and leader of the Egyptian Church. Theodosius had resisted the threats and promises of Justinian with the spirit of an apostle or an enthusiast. Such, replied the Patriarch, were the offers of the tempter when he showed the kingdoms of the earth. But my soul is far dearer to me than life or dominion. The churches are in the hands of a prince who can kill the body, but my conscience is my own. And in exile, poverty, or chains, I will steadfastly adhere to the faith of my holy predecessors, Athanasius, Cyril, and Dioscorus. Anathema to the tome of Leo and the synod of Chalcedon. Anathema to all who embrace their creed. Anathema to them now and forevermore. Naked came I out of my mother's womb, naked shall I descend into the grave. Let those who love God follow me and seek their salvation. After comforting his brethren, he embarked for Constantinople, and sustained in 6 successive interviews the almost irresistible weight of the royal presence. His opinions were favorably entertained in the palace and the city. The influence of Theodora assured him a safe conduct and honorable dismission. And he ended his days, though not on the throne, yet in the bosom of his native country. On the news of his death, Apollinaris indecently feasted the nobles and the clergy. But his joy was checked by the intelligence of a new election. And while he enjoyed the wealth of Alexandria, his rivals reigned in the monasteries of Thebes, and were maintained by the voluntary oblations of the people. A perpetual succession of patriarchs arose from the ashes of Theodosius, and the Monophysite churches of Syria and Egypt were united by the name of Jacobites and the communion of the faith. But the same faith, which has been confined to a narrow sect of the Syrians, was diffused over the mass of the Egyptian or Coptic nation, who, almost unanimously, rejected the decrees of the Synod of Chalcedon. 1,000 years were now elapsed since Egypt had ceased to be a kingdom. Since the conquerors of Asia and Europe had trampled on the ready necks of a people whose ancient wisdom and power ascend beyond the records of history. The conflict of zeal and persecution rekindled some sparks of their national spirit. They abjured, with a foreign heresy, the manners and language of the Greeks. Every Melchite, in their eyes, was a stranger, every Jacobite a citizen. The alliance of marriage, the offices of humanity, were condemned as a deadly sin. The natives renounced all allegiance to the emperor. And his orders, at a distance from Alexandria, were obeyed only under the pressure of military force. A generous effort might have redeemed the religion and liberty of Egypt, and her 600 monasteries might have poured forth their myriads of holy warriors, for whom death should have no terrors. Since life had no comfort or delight. But experience has proved the distinction of active and passive courage. The fanatic who endures without a groan the torture of the rack or the stake would tremble and fly before the face of an armed enemy. The pusillanimous temper of the Egyptians could only hope for a change of masters. The arms of Khosrow depopulated the land, yet under his reign the Jacobites enjoyed a short and precarious respite. The victory of Heraclius renewed and aggravated the persecution, and the patriarch again escaped from Alexandria to the desert. AD 625 in his flight, Benjamin was encouraged by a voice which bade him expect, at the end of 10 years, the aid of a foreign nation. Marked like the Egyptians themselves with the ancient rite of circumcision. The character of these deliverers and the nature of the deliverance will be hereafter explained. And I shall step over the interval of 11 centuries to observe the present misery of the Jacobites of Egypt. The populous city of Cairo affords a residence, or rather a shelter, for their indigent patriarch and a remnant of 10 bishops. 40 monasteries have survived the inroads of the Arabs. And the progress of servitude and apostasy has reduced the Coptic nation to the despicable number of 25 or 30,000 families, 5977, a race of illiterate beggars, whose only consolation is derived from the superior wretchedness of the Greek patriarch and his diminutive congregation. 5978. 6. The Coptic patriarch, a rebel to the Caesars, or a slave to the caliphs, still gloried in the filial obedience of the kings of Nubia and Ethiopia. He repaid their homage by magnifying their greatness, and it was boldly asserted that they could bring into the field 100,000 horse, with an equal number of camels. 5979 that their hand could pour out or restrain the waters of the Nile. 5980 and the peace and plenty of Egypt was obtained, even in this world, by the intercession of the patriarch. In exile at Constantinople, Theodosius recommended to his patroness the conversion of the black nations of Nubia, from the Tropic of Cancer to the confines of Abyssinia. 5981 her design was suspected and emulated by the more orthodox emperor. The rival missionaries, a Melchite and a Jacobite, embarked at the same time. But the empress, from a motive of love or fear, was more effectually obeyed. And the Catholic priest was detained by the president of Thebes while the king of Nubia and his court were hastily baptized in the faith of Dioscorus. The tardy envoy of Justinian was received and dismissed with honor. But when he accused the heresy and treason of the Egyptians, the Negro convert was instructed to reply that he would never abandon his brethren, the true believers. To the persecuting ministers of the Synod of Chalcedon. 5982 during several ages the bishops of Nubia were named and consecrated by the Jacobite Patriarch of Alexandria. As late as the 12th century, Christianity prevailed. And some rites, some ruins, are still visible in the savage towns of Sennar and Dongola. 5983 but the Nubians at length executed their threats of returning to the worship of idols. The climate required the indulgence of polygamy, and they have finally preferred the triumph of the Quran to the abasement of the cross. A metaphysical religion may appear too refined for the capacity of the Negro race, yet a black or a parrot might be taught to repeat the words of the Chalcedonian or Monophysite creed. AD 530 plus Christianity was more deeply rooted in the Abyssinian Empire. And, although the correspondence has been sometimes interrupted above 70 or 100 years, the Mother Church of Alexandria retains her colony in a state of perpetual pupillage. 7 bishops once composed the Ethiopic Synod. Had their number amounted to 10, they might have elected an independent primate. And one of their kings was ambitious of promoting his brother to the ecclesiastical throne. But the event was foreseen, the increase was denied. The episcopal office has been gradually confined to the Abuna. 5980 for the head and author of the Abyssinian priesthood, the patriarch supplies each vacancy with an Egyptian monk. And the character of a stranger appears more venerable in the eyes of the people, less dangerous in those of the monarch. In the 6th century, when the schism of Egypt was confirmed, the rival chiefs, with their patrons Justinian and Theodora, strove to outstrip each other in the conquest of a remote and independent province. The industry of the empress was again victorious, and the pious Theodora has established in that sequestered church the faith and discipline of the Jacobites. 5985 Encompassed on all sides by the enemies of their religion, the Ethiopians slept near 1,000 years, forgetful of the world, by whom they were forgotten. AD 1525, 1550 they were awakened by the Portuguese, who, turning the southern promontory of Africa, appeared in India and the Red Sea, as if they had descended through the air from a distant planet. In the first moments of their interview, the subjects of Rome and Alexandria observed the resemblance, rather than the difference, of their faith. And each nation expected the most important benefits from an alliance with their Christian brethren. In their lonely situation, the Ethiopians had almost relapsed into the savage life. Their vessels, which had traded to Ceylon, scarcely presumed to navigate the rivers of Africa. The ruins of Axum were deserted, the nation was scattered in villages, and the emperor, a pompous name, was content, both in peace and war, with the immovable residence of a camp. Conscious of their own indigence, the Abyssinians had formed the rational project of importing the arts and ingenuity of Europe. 5986 and their ambassadors at Rome and Lisbon were instructed to solicit a colony of smiths, carpenters, tilers, masons, printers, surgeons, and physicians, for the use of their country. But the public danger soon called for the instant and effectual aid of arms and soldiers to defend an unwarlike people from the barbarians who ravaged the inland country, and the Turks and Arabs who advanced from the seacoast in more formidable array. Ethiopia was saved by 450 Portuguese, who displayed in the field the native valor of Europeans and the artificial power of the musket and cannon. In a moment of terror, the emperor had promised to reconcile himself and his subjects to the Catholic faith. A Latin patriarch represented the supremacy of the Pope. 5987 The empire, enlarged in a tenfold proportion, was supposed to contain more gold than the mines of America. And the wildest hopes of avarice and zeal were built on the willing submission of the Christians of Africa. But the vows which pain had extorted were forsworn on the return of health. The Abyssinians still adhered with unshaken constancy to the Monophysite faith. Their languid belief was inflamed by the exercise of dispute. They branded the Latins with the names of Arians and Nestorians, and imputed the adoration of four gods to those who separated the two natures of Christ. AD 1557 Fremona, a place of worship, or rather of exile, was assigned to the Jesuit missionaries. Their skill in the liberal and mechanic arts, their theological learning, and the decency of their manners inspired a barren esteem. But they were not endowed with the gift of miracles 5988 and they vainly solicited a reinforcement of European troops. The patience and dexterity of 40 years at length obtained a more favorable audience. And two emperors of Abyssinia were persuaded that Rome could ensure the temporal and everlasting happiness of her votaries. The first of these royal converts lost his crown and his life. And the rebel army was sanctified by the Abuna, who hurled an anathema at the apostate, and absolved his subjects from their oath of fidelity. The fate of Zadingel was revenged by the courage and fortune of Susnius, who ascended the throne under the name of Segwade, and more vigorously prosecuted the pious enterprise of his kinsman. After the amusement of some unequal combats between the Jesuits and his illiterate priests, the emperor declared himself a proselyte to the Synod of Chalcedon, presuming that his clergy and people would embrace without delay the religion of their prince. The liberty of choice was succeeded by a law which imposed, under pain of death, the belief of the two natures of Christ. The Abyssinians were enjoined to work and to play on the Sabbath. And Segwade, in the face of Europe and Africa, renounced his connection with the Alexandrian Church. AD 1626 a Jesuit, Alfonso Mendez, the Catholic Patriarch of Ethiopia, accepted, in the name of Urban VIII, the homage and abjuration of the penitent. "I confess," said the emperor on his knees, "I confess that the Pope is the vicar of Christ, the successor of St. Peter, and the sovereign of the world. To him I swear true obedience, and at his feet I offer my person and kingdom." A similar oath was repeated by his son, his brother, the clergy, the nobles, and even the ladies of the court. The Latin patriarch was invested with honors and wealth, and his missionaries erected their churches or citadels in the most convenient stations of the empire. The Jesuits themselves deplore the fatal indiscretion of their chief, who forgot the mildness of the gospel and the policy of his order. To introduce with hasty violence the liturgy of Rome and the Inquisition of Portugal. He condemned the ancient practice of circumcision, which health rather than superstition had first invented in the climate of Ethiopia. 5989 A new baptism, a new ordination, was inflicted on the natives. And they trembled with horror when the most holy of the dead were torn from their graves, when the most illustrious of the living were excommunicated by a foreign priest. In the defense of their religion and liberty, the Abyssinians rose in arms, with desperate but unsuccessful zeal. 5 rebellions were extinguished in the blood of the insurgents. 2 Abunas were slain in battle, whole legions were slaughtered in the field. Or suffocated in their caverns, and neither merit nor rank nor sex could save from an ignominious death the enemies of Rome. But the victorious monarch was finally subdued by the constancy of the nation, of his mother, of his son, and of his most faithful friends. Segued listened to the voice of pity, of reason, perhaps of fear, and his edict of liberty of conscience instantly revealed the tyranny and weakness of the Jesuits. AD 1632 On the death of his father, Basilides expelled the Latin patriarch, and restored to the wishes of the nation the faith and the discipline of Egypt. The Monophysite churches resounded with a song of triumph, that the sheep of Ethiopia were now delivered from the hyenas of the West. And the gates of that solitary realm were forever shut against the arts, the science, and the fanaticism of Europe. 5990. Chapter 48. Plan of the last 2 volumes, Succession and Characters of the Greek Emperors of Constantinople, from the time of Heraclius to the Latin conquest. I have now deduced from Trajan to Constantine, from Constantine to Heraclius, the regular series of the Roman emperors, and faithfully exposed the prosperous and adverse fortunes of their reigns. 5 centuries of the decline and fall of the empire have already elapsed. But a period of more than 800 years still separates me from the term of my labors, the taking of Constantinople by the Turks. Should I persevere in the same course, should I observe the same measure, a prolix and slender thread would be spun through many a volume. Nor would the patient reader find an adequate reward of instruction or amusement. At every step, as we sink deeper in the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire, the annals of each succeeding reign would impose a more ungrateful and melancholy task. These annals must continue to repeat a tedious and uniform tale of weakness and misery. The natural connection of causes and events would be broken by frequent and hasty transitions. And a minute accumulation of circumstances must destroy the light and effect of those general pictures which compose the use and ornament of a remote history. From the time of Heraclius, the Byzantine theatre is contracted and darkened. The line of empire, which had been defined by the laws of Justinian and the arms of Belisarius, recedes on all sides from our view. The Roman name, the proper subject of our inquiries, is reduced to a narrow corner of Europe, to the lonely suburbs of Constantinople. And the fate of the Greek Empire has been compared to that of the Rhine, which loses itself in the sands, before its waters can mingle with the ocean. The scale of dominion is diminished to our view by the distance of time and place, nor is the loss of external splendor compensated by the nobler gifts of virtue and genius. In the last moments of her decay, Constantinople was doubtless more opulent and populous than Athens at her most flourishing era, when a scanty sum of 6,000 talents, or £1,200,000 sterling, was possessed by 21,000 male citizens of an adult age. But each of these citizens was a freeman, who dared to assert the liberty of his thoughts, words, and actions, whose person and property were guarded by equal law, and who exercised his independent vote in the government of the Republic. Their numbers seem to be multiplied by the strong and various discriminations of character, under the shield of freedom, on the wings of emulation and vanity. Each Athenian aspired to the level of the national dignity. From this commanding eminence some chosen spirits soared beyond the reach of a vulgar eye. And the chances of superior merit in a great and populous kingdom, as they are proved by experience, would excuse the computation of imaginary millions. The territories of Athens, Sparta, and their allies do not exceed a moderate province of France or England. But after the trophies of Salamis and Plataea, they expand in our fancy to the gigantic size of Asia, which had been trampled under the feet of the victorious Greeks. But the subjects of the Byzantine Empire, who assume and dishonor the names both of Greeks and Romans, present a dead uniformity of abject vices, which are neither softened by the weakness of humanity, nor animated by the vigor of memorable crimes. The freeman of antiquity might repeat with generous enthusiasm the sentence of Homer, that on the first day of his servitude, the captive is deprived of one half of his manly virtue. But the poet had only seen the effects of civil or domestic slavery. Nor could he foretell that the second moiety of manhood must be annihilated by the spiritual despotism which shackles not only the actions, but even the thoughts of the prostrate votary. By this double yoke, the Greeks were oppressed under the successors of Heraclius. The tyrant, a law of eternal justice, was degraded by the vices of his subjects. And on the throne, in the camp, in the schools, we search, perhaps with fruitless diligence, the names and characters that may deserve to be rescued from oblivion. Nor are the defects of the subject compensated by the skill and variety of the painters. Of a space of 800 years, the 4 first centuries are overspread with a cloud interrupted by some faint and broken rays of historic light, in the lives of the emperors. From Maurice to Alexius, Basil the Macedonian has alone been the theme of a separate work. And the absence, or loss, or imperfection of contemporary evidence must be poorly supplied by the doubtful authority of more recent compilers. The 4 last centuries are exempt from the reproach of penury. And with the Comnenian family the historic muse of Constantinople again revives, but her apparel is gaudy, her motions are without elegance or grace. A succession of priests, or courtiers, treads in each other's footsteps in the same path of servitude and superstition. Their views are narrow, their judgment is feeble or corrupt. And we close the volume of copious barrenness, still ignorant of the causes of events, the characters of the actors, and the manners of the times, which they celebrate or deplore. The observation which has been applied to a man may be extended to a whole people, that the energy of the sword is communicated to the pen. And it will be found by experience that the tone of history will rise or fall with the spirit of the age. From these considerations, I should have abandoned without regret the Greek slaves and their servile historians, had I not reflected that the fate of the Byzantine monarchy is passively connected with the most splendid and important revolutions which have changed the state of the world. The space of the lost provinces was immediately replenished with new colonies and rising kingdoms, the active virtues of peace and war deserted from the vanquished to the victorious nations. And it is in their origin and conquests, in their religion and government, that we must explore the causes and effects of the decline and fall of the Eastern Empire. Nor will this scope of narrative, the riches and variety of these materials, be incompatible with the unity of design and composition. As, in his daily prayers, the Mussulman of Fez or Delhi still turns his face towards the temple of Mecca, the historian's eye shall be always fixed on the city of Constantinople. The excursive line may embrace the wilds of Arabia and Tartary, but the circle will be ultimately reduced to the decreasing limit of the Roman monarchy. On this principle I shall now establish the plan of the last 2 volumes of the present work. The first chapter will contain, in a regular series, the emperors who reigned at Constantinople during a period of 600 years. From the days of Heraclius to the Latin conquest, a rapid abstract, which may be supported by a general appeal to the order and text of the original historians. In this introduction, I shall confine myself to the revolutions of the throne, the succession of families, the personal characters of the Greek princes, the mode of their life and death, the maxims and influence of their domestic government, and the tendency of their reign to accelerate or suspend the downfall of the Eastern Empire. Such a chronological review will serve to illustrate the various argument of the subsequent chapters. And each circumstance of the eventful story of the barbarians will adapt itself in a proper place to the Byzantine annals. The internal state of the empire, and the dangerous heresy of the Paulicians, which shook the East and enlightened the West, will be the subject of 2 separate chapters. But these inquiries must be postponed till our further progress shall have opened the view of the world in the 9th and 10th centuries of the Christian era. After this foundation of Byzantine history, the following nations will pass before our eyes, and each will occupy the space to which it may be entitled by greatness or merit, or the degree of connection with the Roman world and the present age. The Franks, a general appellation which includes all the barbarians of France, Italy, and Germany, who were united by the sword and scepter of Charlemagne. The persecution of images and their votaries separated Rome and Italy from the Byzantine throne, and prepared the restoration of the Roman Empire in the West. 2. The Arabs or Saracens. 3 ample chapters will be devoted to this curious and interesting object. In the first, after a picture of the country and its inhabitants, I shall investigate the character of Muhammad, the character, religion, and success of the Prophet. In the second, I shall lead the Arabs to the conquest of Syria, Egypt, and Africa, the provinces of the Roman Empire. Nor can I check their victorious career till they have overthrown the monarchies of Persia and Spain. In the third, I shall inquire how Constantinople and Europe were saved by the luxury and arts, the division and decay, of the empire of the caliphs. A single chapter will include 3. The Bulgarians, 4. Hungarians, and Russians, who assaulted by sea or by land the provinces and the capital. But the last of these, so important in their present greatness, will excite some curiosity in their origin and infancy. 6. The Normans. Or rather the private adventurers of that warlike people, who founded a powerful kingdom in Apulia and Sicily, shook the throne of Constantinople, displayed the trophies of chivalry, and almost realized the wonders of romance. 7. The Latins, the subjects of the Pope, the nations of the West, who enlisted under the banner of the cross for the recovery or relief of the Holy Sepulchre. The Greek emperors were terrified and preserved by the myriads of pilgrims who marched to Jerusalem with Godfrey of Bouillon and the peers of Christendom. The Second and Third Crusades trod in the footsteps of the First. Asia and Europe were mingled in a sacred war of 200 years. And the Christian powers were bravely resisted, and finally expelled, by Saladin and the Mamelukes of Egypt. In these memorable crusades, a fleet and army of French and Venetians were diverted from Syria to the Thracian Bosphorus, they assaulted the capital, they subverted the Greek monarchy. And a dynasty of Latin princes was seated near 60 years on the throne of Constantine VIII. The Greeks themselves, during this period of captivity and exile, must be considered as a foreign nation, the enemies, and again the sovereigns, of Constantinople. Misfortune had rekindled a spark of national virtue, and the imperial series may be continued with some dignity from their restoration to the Turkish conquest. 9. The Moguls and Tartars. By the arms of Zingis and his descendants the globe was shaken from China to Poland and Greece, the sultans were overthrown, the caliphs fell, and the Caesars trembled on their throne. The victories of Timur suspended above 50 years the final ruin of the Byzantine Empire. I have already noticed the first appearance of the Turks. And the names of the fathers, of Seljuk and Othman, discriminate the two successive dynasties of the nation which emerged in the 11th century from the Scythian wilderness. The former established a potent and splendid kingdom from the banks of the Oxus to Antioch and Nice, and the First Crusade was provoked by the violation of Jerusalem and the danger of Constantinople. From an humble origin, the Ottomans arose, the scourge and terror of Christendom. Constantinople was besieged and taken by Muhammad II, and his triumph annihilates the remnant, the image, the title, of the Roman Empire in the East. The schism of the Greeks will be connected with their last calamities, and the restoration of learning in the Western world. I shall return from the captivity of the new to the ruins of ancient Rome. And the venerable name, the interesting theme, will shed a ray of glory on the conclusion of my labors. The Emperor Heraclius had punished a tyrant and ascended his throne. And the memory of his reign is perpetuated by the transient conquest and irreparable loss of the eastern provinces. After the death of Eudocia, his first wife, he disobeyed the patriarch, and violated the laws, by his second marriage with his niece Martina. And the superstition of the Greeks beheld the judgment of heaven in the diseases of the father and the deformity of his offspring. But the opinion of an illegitimate birth is sufficient to distract the choice, and loosen the obedience, of the people. The ambition of Martina was quickened by maternal love, and perhaps by the envy of a stepmother, and the aged husband was too feeble to withstand the arts of conjugal allurements. Constantine, his eldest son, enjoyed in a mature age the title of Augustus. But the weakness of his constitution required a colleague and a guardian, and he yielded with secret reluctance to the partition of the empire. A.D. 638 the Senate was summoned to the palace to ratify or attest the association of Heracleonas, the son of Martina. The imposition of the diadem was consecrated by the prayer and blessing of the patriarch. The senators and patricians adored the majesty of the great emperor and the partners of his reign. And as soon as the doors were thrown open, they were hailed by the tumultuary but important voice of the soldiers. After an interval of 5 months, the pompous ceremonies which formed the essence of the Byzantine state were celebrated in the cathedral and the hippodrome. The concord of the royal brothers was affectedly displayed by the younger leaning on the arm of the elder, and the name of Martina was mingled in the reluctant or venal acclamations of the people. Heraclius survived this association about 2 years. His last testimony declared his 2 sons the equal heirs of the Eastern Empire, and commanded them to honor his widow Martina as their mother and their sovereign. When Martina first appeared on the throne with the name and attributes of royalty, she was checked by a firm, though respectful, opposition. And the dying embers of freedom were kindled by the breath of superstitious prejudice. "We reverence," exclaimed the voice of a citizen, "we reverence the mother of our princes. But to those princes alone our obedience is due, and Constantine, the elder emperor, is of an age to sustain, in his own hands, the weight of the scepter. Your sex is excluded by nature from the toils of government. How could you combat, how could you answer, the barbarians, who, with hostile or friendly intentions, may approach the royal city? May heaven avert from the Roman Republic this national disgrace, which would provoke the patience of the slaves of Persia." Martina descended from the throne with indignation, and sought a refuge in the female apartment of the palace. A.D. 641 the reign of Constantine III lasted only 103 days. He expired in the 30th year of his age, and, although his life had been a long malady, a belief was entertained that poison had been the means, and his cruel stepmother the author of his untimely fate. Martina reaped indeed the harvest of his death, and assumed the government in the name of the surviving emperor, but the incestuous widow of Heraclius was universally abhorred. The jealousy of the people was awakened, and the 2 orphans whom Constantine had left became the objects of the public care. It was in vain that the son of Martina, who was no more than 15 years of age, was taught to declare himself the guardian of his nephews, one of whom he had presented at the baptismal font. It was in vain that he swore on the wood of the true cross to defend them against all their enemies. On his deathbed, the late emperor had dispatched a trusty servant to arm the troops and provinces of the East in the defense of his helpless children. The eloquence and liberality of Valentine had been successful, and from his camp of Chalcedon he boldly demanded the punishment of the assassins and the restoration of the lawful heir. The license of the soldiers, who devoured the grapes and drank the wine of their Asiatic vineyards, provoked the citizens of Constantinople against the domestic authors of their calamities. And the dome of St. Sophia re-echoed, not with prayers and hymns, but with the clamors and imprecations of an enraged multitude. At their imperious command, Heracleonas appeared in the pulpit with the eldest of the royal orphans. Constans alone was saluted as emperor of the Romans. And a crown of gold, which had been taken from the tomb of Heraclius, was placed on his head, with the solemn benediction of the patriarch. But in the tumult of joy and indignation the church was pillaged, the sanctuary was polluted by a promiscuous crowd of Jews and barbarians. And the monothelite Pyrrhus, a creature of the empress, after dropping a protestation on the altar, escaped by a prudent flight from the zeal of the Catholics. A more serious and bloody task was reserved for the Senate, who derived a temporary strength from the consent of the soldiers and people. The spirit of Roman freedom revived the ancient and awful examples of the judgment of tyrants, and the imperial culprits were deposed and condemned as the authors of the death of Constantine. But the severity of the conscript fathers was stained by the indiscriminate punishment of the innocent and the guilty. Martina and Heracleonas were sentenced to the amputation. The former of her tongue, the latter of his nose. And after this cruel execution they consumed the remainder of their days in exile and oblivion. The Greeks who were capable of reflection might find some consolation for their servitude, by observing the abuse of power when it was lodged for a moment in the hands of an aristocracy. We shall imagine ourselves transported 500 years backwards to the age of the Antonines. If we listen to the oration which Constans 259-91 pronounced in the 12th year of his age before the Byzantine Senate. After returning his thanks for the just punishment of the assassins who had intercepted the fairest hopes of his father's reign, by the divine providence, said the young emperor. And by your righteous decree, Martina and her incestuous progeny have been cast headlong from the throne. Your majesty and wisdom have prevented the Roman state from degenerating into lawless tyranny. I therefore exhort and beseech you to stand forth as the counselors and judges of the common safety. The senators were gratified by the respectful address and liberal donative of their sovereign, but these servile Greeks were unworthy and regardless of freedom. And in his mind the lesson of an hour was quickly erased by the prejudices of the age and the habits of despotism. He retained only a jealous fear lest the Senate or people should one day invade the right of primogeniture and seat his brother Theodosius on an equal throne. By the imposition of holy orders, the grandson of Heraclius was disqualified for the purple. But this ceremony, which seemed to profane the sacraments of the Church, was insufficient to appease the suspicions of the tyrant. And the death of the deacon Theodosius could alone expiate the crime of his royal birth. 5992 AD 660 His murder was avenged by the imprecations of the people, and the assassin, in the fullness of power, was driven from his capital into voluntary and perpetual exile. Constans embarked for Greece. And, as if he meant to retort the abhorrence which he deserved, he is said, from the imperial galley, to have spit against the walls of his native city. After passing the winter at Athens, he sailed to Tarentum in Italy, visited Rome 5993 and concluded a long pilgrimage of disgrace and sacrilegious rapine, by fixing his residence at Syracuse. But if Constans could fly from his people, he could not fly from himself. The remorse of his conscience created a phantom who pursued him by land and sea, by day and by night. And the visionary Theodosius, presenting to his lips a cup of blood, said, or seemed to say, "Drink, brother, drink." A sure emblem of the aggravation of his guilt, since he had received from the hands of the deacon the mystic cup of the blood of Christ. Odious to himself and to mankind, Constans perished by domestic, perhaps by episcopal, treason in the capital of Sicily. A servant who waited in the bath, after pouring warm water on his head, struck him violently with the vase. He fell, stunned by the blow and suffocated by the water. And his attendants, who wondered at the tedious delay, beheld with indifference the corpse of their lifeless emperor. The troops of Sicily invested with the purple an obscure youth, whose inimitable beauty eluded, and it might easily elude, the declining art of the painters and sculptors of the age. Constans had left in the Byzantine palace 3 sons, the eldest of whom had been clothed in his infancy with the purple. When the father summoned them to attend his person in Sicily, these precious hostages were detained by the Greeks, and a firm refusal informed him that they were the children of the state. AD 668 The news of his murder was conveyed with almost supernatural speed from Syracuse to Constantinople. And Constantine, the eldest of his sons, inherited his throne without being the heir of the public hatred. His subjects contributed, with zeal and alacrity, to chastise the guilt and presumption of a province which had usurped the rights of the Senate and people. The young emperor sailed from the Hellespont with a powerful fleet, and the legions of Rome and Carthage were assembled under his standard in the harbor of Syracuse. The defeat of the Sicilian tyrant was easy, his punishment just, and his beauteous head was exposed in the hippodrome. But I cannot applaud the clemency of a prince who, among a crowd of victims, condemned the son of a patrician for deploring with some bitterness the execution of a virtuous father. The youth was castrated, he survived the operation, and the memory of this indecent cruelty is preserved by the elevation of Germanus to the rank of a patriarch and saint. After pouring this bloody libation on his father's tomb, Constantine returned to his capital, and the growth of his young beard during the Sicilian voyage was announced by the familiar surname of Pogonatus, to the Grecian world. But his reign, like that of his predecessor, was stained with fraternal discord. On his two brothers, Heraclius and Tiberius, he had bestowed the title of Augustus, an empty title, for they continued to languish, without trust or power, in the solitude of the palace. At their secret instigation, the troops of the Anatolian theme or province approached the city on the Asiatic side, demanded for the royal brothers the partition or exercise of sovereignty, and supported their seditious claim by a theological argument. They were Christians, they cried, and Orthodox Catholics, the sincere votaries of the Holy and Undivided Trinity. Since there are 3 equal persons in heaven, it is reasonable there should be 3 equal persons upon earth. The emperor invited these learned divines to a friendly conference, in which they might propose their arguments to the Senate. They obeyed the summons, but the prospect of their bodies hanging on the gibbet in the suburb of Galata reconciled their companions to the unity of the reign of Constantine. He pardoned his brothers, and their names were still pronounced in the public acclamations. But on the repetition or suspicion of a similar offense, the obnoxious princes were deprived of their titles and noses. 5994 In the presence of the Catholic bishops who were assembled at Constantinople in the 6th General Synod. In the close of his life, Pogonatus was anxious only to establish the right of primogeniture. The heir of his 2 sons, Justinian and Heraclius, was offered on the shrine of St. Peter, as a symbol of their spiritual adoption by the Pope, but the elder was alone exalted to the rank of Augustus and the assurance of the empire. AD 685 After the decease of his father, the inheritance of the Roman world devolved to Justinian too. And the name of a triumphant lawgiver was dishonored by the vices of a boy, who imitated his namesake only in the expensive luxury of building. His passions were strong, his understanding was feeble. And he was intoxicated with a foolish pride that his birth had given him the command of millions, of whom the smallest community would not have chosen him for their local magistrate. His favorite ministers were 2 beings the least susceptible of human sympathy, a eunuch and a monk. To the one he abandoned the palace, to the other the finances. The former corrected the emperor's mother with a scourge, the latter suspended the insolvent tributaries, with their heads downwards, over a slow and smoky fire. Since the days of Commodus and Caracalla, the cruelty of the Roman princes had most commonly been the effect of their fear. But Justinian, who possessed some vigor of character, enjoyed the sufferings, and braved the revenge, of his subjects about 10 years, till the measure was full, of his crimes and of their patience. In a dark dungeon, Leontius, a general of reputation, had groaned above 3 years with some of the noblest and most deserving of the patricians. He was suddenly drawn forth to assume the government of Greece, and this promotion of an injured man was a mark of the contempt rather than of the confidence of his prince. As he was followed to the port by the kind offices of his friends, Leontius observed, with a sigh, that he was a victim adorned for sacrifice and that inevitable death would pursue his footsteps. They ventured to reply that glory and empire might be the recompense of a generous resolution, that every order of men abhorred the reign of a monster, and that the hands of 200,000 patriots expected only the voice of a leader. The night was chosen for their deliverance. And in the first effort of the conspirators, the prefect was slain and the prisons were forced open. The emissaries of Leontius proclaimed in every street, Christians, to Saint Sophia. And the seasonable text of the Patriarch, "This is the day of the Lord," was the prelude of an inflammatory sermon. From the church the people adjourned to the hippodrome. Justinian, in whose cause not a sword had been drawn, was dragged before these tumultuary judges, and their clamors demanded the instant death of the tyrant. But Leontius, who was already clothed with the purple, cast an eye of pity on the prostrate son of his own benefactor and of so many emperors. The life of Justinian was spared, the amputation of his nose, perhaps of his tongue, was imperfectly performed. The happy flexibility of the Greek language could impose the name of Rhinotmetus, and the mutilated tyrant was banished to Chersoni in Crim Tartary, a lonely settlement, where corn, wine, and oil were imported as foreign luxuries. AD 695, 705 On the edge of the Scythian wilderness, Justinian still cherished the pride of his birth, and the hope of his restoration. After 3 years' exile, he received the pleasing intelligence that his injury was avenged by a second revolution, and that Leontius in his turn had been dethroned and mutilated by the rebel Apsamar, who assumed the more respectable name of Tiberius. But the claim of lineal succession was still formidable to a plebeian usurper, and his jealousy was stimulated by the complaints and charges of the Chersonites, who beheld the vices of the tyrant in the spirit of the exile. With a band of followers, attached to his person by common hope or common despair, Justinian fled from the inhospitable shore to the horde of the Khazars, who pitched their tents between the Tanais and Borysthenes. The Khan entertained with pity and respect the royal suppliant. Phanagoria, once an opulent city, on the Asiatic side of the Lake Moeotis, was assigned for his residence. And every Roman prejudice was stifled in his marriage with the sister of the barbarian, who seems, however, from the name of Theodora, to have received the sacrament of baptism. But the faithless Khazar was soon tempted by the gold of Constantinople. And had not the design been revealed by the conjugal love of Theodora, her husband must have been assassinated or betrayed into the power of his enemies. After strangling, with his own hands, the 2 emissaries of the Khan, Justinian sent back his wife to her brother, and embarked on the Euxine in search of new and more faithful allies. His vessel was assaulted by a violent tempest, and one of his pious companions advised him to deserve the mercy of God by a vow of general forgiveness, if he should be restored to the throne. "Of forgiveness," replied the intrepid tyrant, "may I perish this instant, may the Almighty whelm me in the waves, if I consent to spare a single head of my enemies." He survived this impious menace, sailed into the mouth of the Danube, trusted his person in the royal village of the Bulgarians, and purchased the aid of Turbulus, a pagan conqueror, by the promise of his daughter and a fair partition of the treasures of the empire. The Bulgarian kingdom extended to the confines of Thrace, and the 2 princes besieged Constantinople at the head of 15,000 horse. Apsamar was dismayed by the sudden and hostile apparition of his rival, whose head had been promised by the Khazar, and of whose evasion he was yet ignorant. After an absence of 10 years, the crimes of Justinian were faintly remembered, and the birth and misfortunes of their hereditary sovereign excited the pity of the multitude, ever discontented with the ruling powers. And by the active diligence of his adherents he was introduced into the city and palace of Constantine. AD 705, 711 In rewarding his allies and recalling his wife, Justinian displayed some sense of honor and gratitude. 5995 And Turbulus retired, after sweeping away a heap of gold coin, which he measured with his Scythian whip. But never was vow more religiously performed than the sacred oath of revenge which he had sworn amidst the storms of the Euxine. The 2 usurpers, for I must reserve the name of tyrant for the conqueror, were dragged into the hippodrome, the one from his prison, the other from his palace. Before their execution, Leontius and Apsamar were cast prostrate in chains beneath the throne of the emperor. And Justinian, planting a foot on each of their necks, contemplated above an hour the chariot race, while the inconstant people shouted, in the words of the psalmist, "Thou shalt trample on the asp and basilisk, and on the lion and dragon shalt thou set thy foot." 5996 The universal defection which he had once experienced might provoke him to repeat the wish of Caligula, that the Roman people had but one head. Yet I shall presume to observe that such a wish is unworthy of an ingenious tyrant, since his revenge and cruelty would have been extinguished by a single blow. Instead of the slow variety of tortures which Justinian inflicted on the victims of his anger, his pleasures were inexhaustible, neither private virtue nor public service could expiate the guilt of active or even passive obedience to an established government. And, during the 6 years of his new reign, he considered the axe, the cord, and the rack as the only instruments of royalty. But his most implacable hatred was pointed against the Chersonites, who had insulted his exile and violated the laws of hospitality. Their remote situation afforded some means of defense, or at least of escape, and a grievous tax was imposed on Constantinople, to supply the preparations of a fleet and army. All are guilty, and all must perish, was the mandate of Justinian, and the bloody execution was entrusted to his favorite Stephen, who was recommended by the epithet of the savage. Yet even the savage Stephen imperfectly accomplished the intentions of his sovereign. The slowness of his attack allowed the greater part of the inhabitants to withdraw into the country. And the minister of vengeance contented himself with reducing the youth of both sexes to a state of servitude, with roasting alive 7 of the principal citizens, with drowning 20 in the sea, and with reserving 42 in chains to receive their doom from the mouth of the emperor. In their return, the fleet was driven on the rocky shores of Anatolia, and Justinian applauded the obedience of the Euxine, which had involved so many thousands of his subjects and enemies in a common shipwreck. But the tyrant was still insatiate of blood, and a second expedition was commanded to extirpate the remains of the proscribed colony. In the short interval, the Chersonites had returned to their city, and were prepared to die in arms. The Khan of the Khazars had renounced the cause of his odious brother. The exiles of every province were assembled in Taurus, and Bardanes, under the name of Philippicus, was invested with the purple. The imperial troops, unwilling and unable to perpetrate the revenge of Justinian, escaped his displeasure by abjuring his allegiance. The fleet, under their new sovereign, steered back a more auspicious course to the harbors of Sinope and Constantinople. And every tongue was prompt to pronounce, every hand to execute, the death of the tyrant. Destitute of friends, he was deserted by his barbarian guards. And the stroke of the assassin was praised as an act of patriotism and Roman virtue. His son Tiberius had taken refuge in a church, his aged grandmother guarded the door. And the innocent youth, suspending round his neck the most formidable relics, embraced with one hand the altar, with the other the wood of the true cross. But the popular fury that dares to trample on superstition is deaf to the cries of humanity, and the race of Heraclius was extinguished after a reign of 100 years. Between the fall of the Heraclian and the rise of the Isaurian dynasty, a short interval of 6 years is divided into 3 reigns. AD 711 Bardanes, or Philippicus, was hailed at Constantinople as a hero who had delivered his country from a tyrant. And he might taste some moments of happiness in the first transports of sincere and universal joy. Justinian had left behind him an ample treasure, the fruit of cruelty and rapine. But this useful fund was soon and idly dissipated by his successor. On the festival of his birthday, Philippicus entertained the multitude with the games of the hippodrome. From thence he paraded through the streets with 1,000 banners and 1,000 trumpets, refreshed himself in the baths of Xanthippus, and, returning to the palace, entertained his nobles with a sumptuous banquet. At the meridian hour he withdrew to his chamber, intoxicated with flattery and wine, and forgetful that his example had made every subject ambitious and that every ambitious subject was his secret enemy. Some bold conspirators introduced themselves in the disorder of the feast, and the slumbering monarch was surprised, bound, blinded, and deposed, before he was sensible of his danger. Yet the traitors were deprived of their reward. And the free voice of the Senate and people promoted Artemius from the office of secretary to that of emperor. He assumed the title of Anastasius II, and displayed in a short and troubled reign the virtues both of peace and war. But after the extinction of the imperial line, the rule of obedience was violated, and every change diffused the seeds of new revolutions. In a mutiny of the fleet, an obscure and reluctant officer of the revenue was forcibly invested with the purple. After some months of a naval war, Anastasius resigned the scepter. And the conqueror, Theodosius III, submitted in his turn to the superior ascendant of Leo, the general and emperor of the Oriental troops. His two predecessors were permitted to embrace the ecclesiastical profession. The restless impatience of Anastasius tempted him to risk and to lose his life in a treasonable enterprise. But the last days of Theodosius were honorable and secure. The single sublime word, health, which he inscribed on his tomb, expresses the confidence of philosophy or religion. And the fame of his miracles was long preserved among the people of Ephesus. This convenient shelter of the church might sometimes impose a lesson of clemency. But it may be questioned whether it is for the public interest to diminish the perils of unsuccessful ambition. I have dwelt on the fall of a tyrant. I shall briefly represent the founder of a new dynasty, who is known to posterity by the invectives of his enemies, and whose public and private life is involved in the ecclesiastical story of the iconoclasts. AD 717. Yet in spite of the clamors of superstition, a favorable prejudice for the character of Leo the Isaurian may be reasonably drawn from the obscurity of his birth and the duration of his reign. In an age of manly spirit, the prospect of an imperial reward would have kindled every energy of the mind, and produced a crowd of competitors as deserving as they were desirous to reign. Even in the corruption and debility of the modern Greeks, the elevation of a plebeian from the last to the first rank of society supposes some qualifications above the level of the multitude. He would probably be ignorant and disdainful of speculative science, and in the pursuit of fortune he might absolve himself from the obligations of benevolence and justice. But to his character we may ascribe the useful virtues of prudence and fortitude, the knowledge of mankind, and the important art of gaining their confidence and directing their passions. It is agreed that Leo was a native of Isauria 5997 and that Conon was his primitive name. The writers, whose awkward satire is praise, describe him as an itinerant peddler, who drove an ass with some paltry merchandise to the country fairs, and foolishly relate that he met on the road some Jewish fortune-tellers, who promised him the Roman Empire on condition that he should abolish the worship of idols. A more probable account relates the migration of his father from Asia Minor to Thrace, where he exercised the lucrative trade of a grazier. And he must have acquired considerable wealth, since the first introduction of his son was procured by a supply of 500 sheep to the imperial camp. His first service was in the guards of Justinian, where he soon attracted the notice, and by degrees the jealousy, of the tyrant. His valor and dexterity were conspicuous in the Colchian War. From Anastasius he received the command of the Anatolian legions, and by the suffrage of the soldiers he was raised to the empire with the general applause of the Roman world. 2. In this dangerous elevation, Leo III supported himself against the envy of his equals, the discontent of a powerful faction, and the assaults of his foreign and domestic enemies. The Catholics, who accuse his religious innovations, are obliged to confess that they were undertaken with temper and conducted with firmness. Their silence respects the wisdom of his administration and the purity of his manners. After a reign of 24 years, he peaceably expired in the palace of Constantinople. And the purple which he had acquired was transmitted by the right of inheritance to the third generation. 5998. AD 741. In a long reign of 34 years, the son and successor of Leo, Constantine V, surnamed Copronymus, attacked with less tempered zeal the images or idols of the Church. 5999. Their votaries have exhausted the bitterness of religious gall in their portrait of this spotted panther, this Antichrist, this flying dragon of the serpent seed, who surpassed the vices of Elagabalus and Nero. His reign was a long butchery of whatever was most noble, or holy, or innocent in his empire. In person, the emperor assisted at the execution of his victims, surveyed their agonies, listened to their groans, and indulged, without satiating, his appetite for blood. A plate of noses was accepted as a grateful offering, and his domestics were often scourged or mutilated by the royal hand. His surname was derived from his pollution of his baptismal font. The infant might be excused, but the manly pleasures of Copronymus degraded him below the level of a brute. His lust confounded the eternal distinctions of sex and species, and he seemed to extract some unnatural delight from the objects most offensive to human sense. In his religion the iconoclast was a heretic, a Jew, a Mohammedan, a pagan, and an atheist. And his belief of an invisible power could be discovered only in his magic rites, human victims, and nocturnal sacrifices to Venus and the demons of antiquity. His life was stained with the most opposite vices, and the ulcers which covered his body anticipated before his death the sentiment of hell tortures. Of these accusations, which I have so patiently copied, a part is refuted by its own absurdity. And in the private anecdotes of the life of the princes, the lie is more easy as the detection is more difficult. Without adopting the pernicious maxim that, where much is alleged, something must be true, I can however discern that Constantine V was dissolute and cruel. Calumny is more prone to exaggerate than to invent, and her licentious tongue is checked in some measure by the experience of the age and country to which she appeals. Of the bishops and monks, the generals and magistrates, who are said to have suffered under his reign, the numbers are recorded, the names were conspicuous, the execution was public. The mutilation visible and permanent. 6,000 The Catholics hated the person and government of Copronymus, but even their hatred is a proof of their oppression. They dissembled the provocations which might excuse or justify his rigor, but even these provocations must gradually inflame his resentment and harden his temper in the use or the abuse of despotism. Yet the character of the fifth Constantine was not devoid of merit, nor did his government always deserve the curses or the contempt of the Greeks. From the confession of his enemies, I am informed of the restoration of an ancient aqueduct, of the redemption of 2,500 captives, of the uncommon plenty of the times, and of the new colonies with which he repeopled Constantinople and the Thracian cities. They reluctantly praise his activity and courage. He was on horseback in the field at the head of his legions. And, although the fortune of his arms was various, he triumphed by sea and land, on the Euphrates and the Danube, in civil and barbarian war. Heretical praise must be cast into the scale to counterbalance the weight of orthodox invective. The iconoclasts revered the virtues of the prince. 40 years after his death they still prayed before the tomb of the saint. A miraculous vision was propagated by fanaticism or fraud. And the Christian hero appeared on a milk-white steed, brandishing his lance against the pagans of Bulgaria, an absurd fable, says the Catholic historian. Since Copronymus is chained with the demons in the abyss of hell. AD 775 Leo IV, the son of the fifth and the father of the sixth Constantine, was of a feeble constitution both of mind 6001 and body. And the principal care of his reign was the settlement of the succession. The association of the young Constantine was urged by the officious zeal of his subjects, and the emperor, conscious of his decay, complied, after a prudent hesitation, with their unanimous wishes. The royal infant, at the age of 5 years, was crowned with his mother Irene. And the national consent was ratified by every circumstance of pomp and solemnity that could dazzle the eyes or bind the conscience of the Greeks. An oath of fidelity was administered in the palace, the church, and the hippodrome, to the several orders of the state, who adjured the holy names of the Son and Mother of God. Be witness, O Christ, that we will watch over the safety of Constantine the son of Leo, expose our lives in his service, and bear true allegiance to his person and posterity. They pledged their faith on the wood of the true cross, and the act of their engagement was deposited on the altar of Saint Sophia. The first to swear, and the first to violate their oath, were the 5 sons of Copronymus by a second marriage, and the story of these princes is singular and tragic. The right of primogeniture excluded them from the throne. The injustice of their elder brother defrauded them of a legacy of about 2 million sterling. Some vain titles were not deemed a sufficient compensation for wealth and power, and they repeatedly conspired against their nephew, before and after the death of his father. Their first attempt was pardoned. For the second offense 6002 they were condemned to the ecclesiastical state. And for the third treason Nicephorus, the eldest and most guilty, was deprived of his eyes, and his 4 brothers, Christopher, Nicetas, Anthimus, and Eudoxus, were punished, as a milder sentence, by the amputation of their tongues. After 5 years' confinement, they escaped to the church of Saint Sophia, and displayed a pathetic spectacle to the people. "Countrymen and Christians," cried Nicephorus for himself and his mute brethren, "behold the sons of your emperor, if you can still recognize our features in this miserable state. A life, an imperfect life, is all that the malice of our enemies has spared. It is now threatened, and we now throw ourselves on your compassion." The rising murmur might have produced a revolution, had it not been checked by the presence of a minister, who soothed the unhappy princes with flattery and hope, and gently drew them from the sanctuary to the palace. They were speedily embarked for Greece, and Athens was allotted for the place of their exile. In this calm retreat, and in their helpless condition, Nicephorus and his brothers were tormented by the thirst of power, and tempted by a Sclavonian chief, who offered to break their prison and to lead them in arms, and in the purple, to the gates of Constantinople. But the Athenian people, ever zealous in the cause of Irene, prevented her justice or cruelty, and the 5 sons of Copronymus were plunged in eternal darkness and oblivion. For himself, that emperor had chosen a barbarian wife, the daughter of the Khan of the Khazars. But in the marriage of his heir he preferred an Athenian virgin, an orphan, 17 years old, whose sole fortune must have consisted in her personal accomplishments. The nuptials of Leo and Irene were celebrated with royal pomp. She soon acquired the love and confidence of a feeble husband. And in his testament he declared the empress guardian of the Roman world, and of their son Constantine VI, who was no more than 10 years of age. AD 780. During his childhood, Irene most ably and assiduously discharged, in her public administration, the duties of a faithful mother. And her zeal in the restoration of images has deserved the name and honors of a saint, which she still occupies in the Greek calendar. But the emperor attained the maturity of youth. The maternal yoke became more grievous, and he listened to the favorites of his own age, who shared his pleasures, and were ambitious of sharing his power. Their reasons convinced him of his right, their praises of his ability, to reign, and he consented to reward the services of Irene by a perpetual banishment to the Isle of Sicily. But her vigilance and penetration easily disconcerted their rash projects. A similar or more severe punishment was retaliated on themselves and their advisers. And Irene inflicted on the ungrateful prince the chastisement of a boy. After this contest, the mother and the son were at the head of 2 domestic factions. And instead of mild influence and voluntary obedience, she held in chains a captive and an enemy. The empress was overthrown by the abuse of victory. The oath of fidelity, which she exacted to herself alone, was pronounced with reluctant murmurs. And the bold refusal of the Armenian guards encouraged a free and general declaration that Constantine VI was the lawful emperor of the Romans. In this character he ascended his hereditary throne, and dismissed Irene to a life of solitude and repose. But her haughty spirit condescended to the arts of dissimulation. She flattered the bishops and eunuchs, revived the filial tenderness of the prince, regained his confidence, and betrayed his credulity. The character of Constantine was not destitute of sense or spirit, but his education had been studiously neglected. And the ambitious mother exposed to the public censure the vices which she had nourished and the actions which she had secretly advised. His divorce and second marriage offended the prejudices of the clergy. And by his imprudent rigor he forfeited the attachment of the Armenian guards. A powerful conspiracy was formed for the restoration of Irene. And the secret, though widely diffused, was faithfully kept above 8 months, till the emperor, suspicious of his danger, escaped from Constantinople, with the design of appealing to the provinces and armies. By this hasty flight, the empress was left on the brink of the precipice. Yet before she implored the mercy of her son, Irene addressed a private epistle to the friends whom she had placed about his person, with a menace that, unless they accomplished, she would reveal their treason. Their fear rendered them intrepid. They seized the emperor on the Asiatic shore, and he was transported to the porphyry apartment of the palace, where he had first seen the light. In the mind of Irene, ambition had stifled every sentiment of humanity in nature, and it was decreed in her bloody council that Constantine should be rendered incapable of the throne. Her emissaries assaulted the sleeping prince, and stabbed their daggers with such violence and precipitation into his eyes as if they meant to execute a mortal sentence. An ambiguous passage of Theophanes persuaded the annalist of the Church that death was the immediate consequence of this barbarous execution. The Catholics have been deceived or subdued by the authority of Baronius, and Protestant zeal has re-echoed the words of a cardinal, desirous, as it should seem, to favor the patroness of images. 6003 Yet the blind son of Irene survived many years, oppressed by the court and forgotten by the world. The Isaurian dynasty was silently extinguished. And the memory of Constantine was recalled only by the nuptials of his daughter Euphrosyne with the Emperor Michael II. The most bigoted orthodoxy has justly execrated the unnatural mother, who may not easily be paralleled in the history of crimes. AD 797 to her bloody deed superstition has attributed a subsequent darkness of 17 days. During which many vessels in midday were driven from their course, as if the sun, a globe of fire so vast and so remote, could sympathize with the atoms of a revolving planet. On earth, the crime of Irene was left 5 years unpunished, her reign was crowned with external splendor. And if she could silence the voice of conscience, she neither heard nor regarded the reproaches of mankind. The Roman world bowed to the government of a female. And as she moved through the streets of Constantinople, the reins of 4 milk-white steeds were held by as many patricians, who marched on foot before the golden chariot of their queen. But these patricians were for the most part eunuchs, and their black ingratitude justified, on this occasion, the popular hatred and contempt. Raised, enriched, entrusted with the first dignities of the empire, they basely conspired against their benefactress. The great treasurer Nicephorus was secretly invested with the purple. Her successor was introduced into the palace, and crowned at St. Sophia by the venal patriarch. In their first interview, she recapitulated with dignity the revolutions of her life, gently accused the perfidy of Nicephorus, insinuated that he owed his life to her unsuspicious clemency. And for the throne and treasures which she resigned, solicited a decent and honorable retreat. His avarice refused this modest compensation, and, in her exile of the Isle of Lesbos, the empress earned a scanty subsistence by the labors of her distaff. Many tyrants have reigned undoubtedly more criminal than Nicephorus, but none perhaps have more deeply incurred the universal abhorrence of their people. His character was stained with the 3 odious vices of hypocrisy, ingratitude, and avarice. His want of virtue was not redeemed by any superior talents, nor his want of talents by any pleasing qualifications. Unskillful and unfortunate in war, Nicephorus was vanquished by the Saracens, and slain by the Bulgarians. And the advantage of his death overbalanced, in the public opinion, the destruction of a Roman army. 6004 AD 811 His son and heir Stauracius escaped from the field with a mortal wound. Yet 6 months of an expiring life were sufficient to refute his indecent, though popular, declaration that he would in all things avoid the example of his father. On the near prospect of his decease, Michael, the great master of the palace and the husband of his sister Procopia, was named by every person of the palace and city, except by his envious brother. Tenacious of a scepter now falling from his hand, he conspired against the life of his successor, and cherished the idea of changing to a democracy the Roman Empire. But these rash projects served only to inflame the zeal of the people and to remove the scruples of the candidate. Michael I accepted the purple, and before he sunk into the grave the son of Nicephorus implored the clemency of his new sovereign. Had Michael in an age of peace ascended an hereditary throne, he might have reigned and died the father of his people. But his mild virtues were adapted to the shade of private life, nor was he capable of controlling the ambition of his equals, or of resisting the arms of the victorious Bulgarians. While his want of ability and success exposed him to the contempt of the soldiers, the masculine spirit of his wife Procopia awakened their indignation. Even the Greeks of the 9th century were provoked by the insolence of a female, who, in the front of the standards, presumed to direct their discipline and animate their valor. And their licentious clamors advised the new Semiramis to reverence the majesty of a Roman camp. After an unsuccessful campaign, the emperor left, in their winter quarters of Thrace, a disaffected army under the command of his enemies. And their artful eloquence persuaded the soldiers to break the dominion of the eunuchs, to degrade the husband of Procopia, and to assert the right of a military election. They marched towards the capital, yet the clergy, the Senate, and the people of Constantinople adhered to the cause of Michael. And the troops and treasures of Asia might have protracted the mischiefs of civil war. But his humanity, by the ambitious it will be termed his weakness, protested that not a drop of Christian blood should be shed in his quarrel. And his messengers presented the conquerors with the keys of the city and the palace. They were disarmed by his innocence and submission, his life and his eyes were spared. And the imperial monk enjoyed the comforts of solitude and religion above 32 years after he had been stripped of the purple and separated from his wife. A rebel, in the time of Nicephorus, the famous and unfortunate Bardanes, had once the curiosity to consult an Asiatic prophet, who, after prognosticating his fall, announced the fortunes of his three principal officers, Leo the Armenian, Michael the Phrygian, and Thomas the Cappadocian, the successive reigns of the two former. The fruitless and fatal enterprise of the third. This prediction was verified, or rather was produced, by the event. AD 813, 10 years afterwards, when the Thracian camp rejected the husband of Procopia, the crown was presented to the same Leo, the first in military rank and the secret author of the mutiny. As he affected to hesitate, "With this sword," said his companion Michael, "I will open the gates of Constantinople to your imperial sway. Or instantly plunge it into your bosom, if you obstinately resist the just desires of your fellow soldiers." The compliance of the Armenian was rewarded with the empire, and he reigned 7 years and a half under the name of Leo V. Educated in a camp, and ignorant both of laws and letters, he introduced into his civil government the rigor and even cruelty of military discipline. But if his severity was sometimes dangerous to the innocent, it was always formidable to the guilty. His religious inconstancy was taxed by the epithet of chameleon, but the Catholics have acknowledged, by the voice of a saint and confessors, that the life of the iconoclast was useful to the Republic. The zeal of his companion Michael was repaid with riches, honors, and military command, and his subordinate talents were beneficially employed in the public service. Yet the Phrygian was dissatisfied at receiving as a favor a scanty portion of the imperial prize which he had bestowed on his equal. And his discontent, which sometimes evaporated in hasty discourse, at length assumed a more threatening and hostile aspect against a prince whom he represented as a cruel tyrant. That tyrant, however, repeatedly detected, warned, and dismissed the old companion of his arms, till fear and resentment prevailed over gratitude. And Michael, after a scrutiny into his actions and designs, was convicted of treason and sentenced to be burnt alive in the furnace of the private baths. The devout humanity of the Empress Theophano was fatal to her husband and family. A solemn day, the 25th of December, had been fixed for the execution. She urged that the anniversary of the Saviour's birth would be profaned by this inhuman spectacle, and Leo consented with reluctance to a decent respite. But on the vigil of the feast his sleepless anxiety prompted him to visit at the dead of night the chamber in which his enemy was confined. He beheld him released from his chain, and stretched on his jailer's bed in a profound slumber. Leo was alarmed at these signs of security and intelligence. But though he retired with silent steps, his entrance and departure were noticed by a slave who lay concealed in a corner of the prison. Under the pretense of requesting the spiritual aid of a confessor, Michael informed the conspirators that their lives depended on his discretion, and that a few hours were left to assure their own safety by the deliverance of their friend and country. On the great festivals, a chosen band of priests and chanters was admitted into the palace by a private gate to sing matins in the chapel. And Leo, who regulated with the same strictness the discipline of the choir and of the camp, was seldom absent from these early devotions. In the ecclesiastical habit, but with their swords under their robes, the conspirators mingled with the procession, lurked in the angles of the chapel, and expected, as the signal of murder, the intonation of the first psalm by the emperor himself. The imperfect light, and the uniformity of dress, might have favored his escape, whilst their assault was pointed against a harmless priest. But they soon discovered their mistake, and encompassed on all sides the royal victim. Without a weapon and without a friend, he grasped a weighty cross, and stood at bay against the hunters of his life. But as he asked for mercy, "This is the hour, not of mercy, but of vengeance," was the inexorable reply. The stroke of a well-aimed sword separated from his body the right arm and the cross, and Leo the Armenian was slain at the foot of the altar. AD 820 a memorable reverse of fortune was displayed in Michael II, who from a defect in his speech was surnamed the Stammerer. He was snatched from the fiery furnace to the sovereignty of an empire. And as in the tumult a smith could not readily be found, the fetters remained on his legs several hours after he was seated on the throne of the Caesars. The royal blood which had been the price of his elevation was unprofitably spent, in the purple he retained the ignoble vices of his origin. And Michael lost his provinces with as supine indifference as if they had been the inheritance of his fathers. His title was disputed by Thomas, the last of the military triumvirate, who transported into Europe 80,000 barbarians from the banks of the Tigris and the shores of the Caspian. He formed the siege of Constantinople, but the capital was defended with spiritual and carnal weapons. A Bulgarian king assaulted the camp of the Orientals, and Thomas had the misfortune, or the weakness, to fall alive into the power of the conqueror. The hands and feet of the rebel were amputated. He was placed on an ass, and, amidst the insults of the people, was led through the streets, which he sprinkled with his blood. The deprivation of manners, as savage as they were corrupt, is marked by the presence of the emperor himself. Deaf to the lamentation of a fellow soldier, he incessantly pressed the discovery of more accomplices. Till his curiosity was checked by the question of an honest or guilty minister, "Would you give credit to an enemy against the most faithful of your friends?" After the death of his first wife, the emperor, at the request of the Senate, drew from her monastery Euphrosyne, the daughter of Constantine VI. Her august birth might justify a stipulation in the marriage contract, that her children should equally share the empire with their elder brother. But the nuptials of Michael and Euphrosyne were barren, and she was content with the title of mother of Theophilus, his son and successor. AD 829 The character of Theophilus is a rare example in which religious zeal has allowed, and perhaps magnified, the virtues of a heretic and a persecutor. His valor was often felt by the enemies, and his justice by the subjects, of the monarchy, but the valor of Theophilus was rash and fruitless, and his justice arbitrary and cruel. He displayed the banner of the cross against the Saracens, but his 5 expeditions were concluded by a signal overthrow. Amorium, the native city of his ancestors, was leveled with the ground, and from his military toils he derived only the surname of the unfortunate. The wisdom of a sovereign is comprised in the institution of laws and the choice of magistrates, and, while he seems without action, his civil government revolves round his center with the silence and order of the planetary system. But the justice of Theophilus was fashioned on the model of the Oriental despots, who, in personal and irregular acts of authority, consult the reason or passion of the moment, without measuring the sentence by the law or the penalty by the offense. A poor woman threw herself at the emperor's feet to complain of a powerful neighbor, the brother of the empress, who had raised his palace wall to such an inconvenient height that her humble dwelling was excluded from light and air. On the proof of the fact, instead of granting, like an ordinary judge, sufficient or ample damages to the plaintiff, the sovereign adjudged to her use and benefit the palace and the ground. Nor was Theophilus content with this extravagant satisfaction. His zeal converted a civil trespass into a criminal act. And the unfortunate patrician was stripped and scourged in the public place of Constantinople. For some venial offences, some defect of equity or vigilance, the principal ministers, a prefect, a quaestor, a captain of the guards, were banished or mutilated, or scalded with boiling pitch, or burnt alive in the hippodrome. And as these dreadful examples might be the effects of error or caprice, they must have alienated from his service the best and wisest of the citizens. But the pride of the monarch was flattered in the exercise of power, or, as he thought, of virtue, and the people, safe in their obscurity, applauded the danger and debasement of their superiors. This extraordinary rigor was justified in some measure by its salutary consequences, since, after a scrutiny of 17 days, not a complaint or abuse could be found in the court or city. And it might be alleged that the Greeks could be ruled only with a rod of iron, and that the public interest is the motive and law of the supreme judge. Yet in the crime, or the suspicion, of treason, that judge is of all others the most credulous and partial. Theophilus might inflict a tardy vengeance on the assassins of Leo and the saviors of his father, but he enjoyed the fruits of their crime. And his jealous tyranny sacrificed a brother and a prince to the future safety of his life. A Persian of the race of the Sassanides died in poverty and exile at Constantinople, leaving an only son, the issue of a plebeian marriage. At the age of 12 years, the royal birth of Theophobus was revealed, and his merit was not unworthy of his birth. He was educated in the Byzantine palace, a Christian and a soldier. Advanced with rapid steps in the career of fortune and glory, received the hand of the emperor's sister, and was promoted to the command of 30,000 Persians, who, like his father, had fled from the Mohammedan conquerors. These troops, doubly infected with mercenary and fanatic vices, were desirous of revolting against their benefactor and erecting the standard of their native king. But the loyal Theophobus rejected their offers, disconcerted their schemes, and escaped from their hands to the camp or palace of his royal brother. A generous confidence might have secured a faithful and able guardian for his wife and his infant son, to whom Theophilus, in the flower of his age, was compelled to leave the inheritance of the empire. But his jealousy was exasperated by envy and disease. He feared the dangerous virtues which might either support or oppress their infancy and weakness. And the dying emperor demanded the head of the Persian prince. With savage delight he recognized the familiar features of his brother. "Thou art no longer Theophobus," he said. And, sinking on his couch, he added, with a faltering voice, "Soon, too soon, I shall be no more Theophilus." The Russians, who have borrowed from the Greeks the greatest part of their civil and ecclesiastical policy, preserved, till the last century, a singular institution in the marriage of the Tsar. They collected, not the virgins of every rank and of every province, a vain and romantic idea, but the daughters of the principal nobles, who awaited in the palace the choice of their sovereign. It is affirmed, that a similar method was adopted in the nuptials of Theophilus. With a golden apple in his hand, he slowly walked between two lines of contending beauties. His eye was detained by the charms of Acacia, and in the awkwardness of a first declaration, the prince could only observe that, in this world, women had been the cause of much evil, and surely, "Sir," she pertly replied, "they have likewise been the occasion of much good." This affectation of unseasonable wit displeased the imperial lover. He turned aside in disgust. Acacia concealed her mortification in a convent. And the modest silence of Theodora was rewarded with the golden apple. She deserved the love, but did not escape the severity, of her lord. From the palace garden he beheld a vessel deeply laden, and steering into the port. On the discovery that the precious cargo of Syrian luxury was the property of his wife, he condemned the ship to the flames. With a sharp reproach that her avarice had degraded the character of an empress into that of a merchant. Yet his last choice entrusted her with the guardianship of the empire and her son Michael, who was left an orphan in the 5th year of his age. AD 842. The restoration of images, and the final extirpation of the iconoclasts, has endeared her name to the devotion of the Greeks. But in the fervor of religious zeal Theodora entertained a grateful regard for the memory and salvation of her husband. After 13 years of a prudent and frugal administration, she perceived the decline of her influence, but the second Irene imitated only the virtues of her predecessor. Instead of conspiring against the life or government of her son, she retired, without a struggle, though not without a murmur, to the solitude of private life, deploring the ingratitude, the vices, and the inevitable ruin of the worthless youth. Among the successors of Nero and Elagabalus, we have not hitherto found the imitation of their vices. The character of a Roman prince who considered pleasure as the object of life and virtue as the enemy of pleasure. Whatever might have been the maternal care of Theodora in the education of Michael III, her unfortunate son was a king before he was a man. If the ambitious mother labored to check the progress of reason, she could not cool the ebullition of passion. And her selfish policy was justly repaid by the contempt and ingratitude of the headstrong youth. At the age of 18, he rejected her authority, without feeling his own incapacity to govern the empire and himself. With Theodora, all gravity and wisdom retired from the court. Their place was supplied by the alternate dominion of vice and folly, and it was impossible, without forfeiting the public esteem, to acquire or preserve the favor of the emperor. The millions of gold and silver which had been accumulated for the service of the state were lavished on the vilest of men, who flattered his passions and shared his pleasures. And in a reign of 13 years, the richest of sovereigns was compelled to strip the palace and the churches of their precious furniture. Like Nero, he delighted in the amusements of the theatre, and sighed to be surpassed in the accomplishments in which he should have blushed to excel. Yet the studies of Nero in music and poetry betrayed some symptoms of a liberal taste. The more ignoble arts of the son of Theophilus were confined to the chariot race of the hippodrome. The four factions which had agitated the peace, still amused the idleness, of the capital. For himself, the emperor assumed the blue livery. The three rival colors were distributed to his favorites, and in the vile though eager contention he forgot the dignity of his person and the safety of his dominions. He silenced the messenger of an invasion, who presumed to divert his attention in the most critical moment of the race. And by his command the importunate beacons were extinguished, that too frequently spread the alarm from Tarsus to Constantinople. The most skillful charioteers obtained the first place in his confidence and esteem, their merit was profusely rewarded. The emperor feasted in their houses, and presented their children at the baptismal font. And while he applauded his own popularity, he affected to blame the cold and stately reserve of his predecessors. The unnatural lusts which had degraded even the manhood of Nero were banished from the world, yet the strength of Michael was consumed by the indulgence of love and intemperance. 6005 in his midnight revels, when his passions were inflamed by wine, he was provoked to issue the most sanguinary commands. And if any feelings of humanity were left, he was reduced, with the return of sense, to approve the salutary disobedience of his servants. But the most extraordinary feature in the character of Michael is the profane mockery of the religion of his country. The superstition of the Greeks might indeed excite the smile of a philosopher. But his smile would have been rational and temperate, and he must have condemned the ignorant folly of a youth who insulted the objects of public veneration. A buffoon of the court was invested in the robes of the patriarch. His 12 metropolitans, among whom the emperor was ranked, assumed their ecclesiastical garments. They used or abused the sacred vessels of the altar, and in their bacchanalian feasts, the Holy Communion was administered in a nauseous compound of vinegar and mustard. Nor were these impious spectacles concealed from the eyes of the city. On the day of a solemn festival, the emperor, with his bishops or buffoons, rode on asses through the streets, encountered the true patriarch at the head of his clergy. And by their licentious shouts and obscene gestures disordered the gravity of the Christian procession. The devotion of Michael appeared only in some offense to reason or piety. He received his theatrical crowns from the statue of the Virgin. And an imperial tomb was violated for the sake of burning the bones of Constantine the iconoclast. By this extravagant conduct, the son of Theophilus became as contemptible as he was odious. Every citizen was impatient for the deliverance of his country, and even the favorites of the moment were apprehensive that a caprice might snatch away what a caprice had bestowed. In the 30th year of his age, and in the hour of intoxication and sleep, Michael III was murdered in his chamber by the founder of a new dynasty, whom the emperor had raised to an equality of rank and power. AD 867 The genealogy of Basil the Macedonian, if it be not the spurious offspring of pride and flattery, exhibits a genuine picture of the revolution of the most illustrious families. The Arsacides, the rivals of Rome, possessed the scepter of the East near 400 years, a younger branch of these Parthian kings continued to reign in Armenia. And their royal descendants survived the partition and servitude of that ancient monarchy. Two of these, Artabanus and Cleines, escaped or retired to the court of Leo I. His bounty seated them in a safe and hospitable exile. In the province of Macedonia, Adrianople was their final settlement. During several generations they maintained the dignity of their birth. And their Roman patriotism rejected the tempting offers of the Persian and Arabian powers, who recalled them to their native country. But their splendor was insensibly clouded by time and poverty. And the father of Basil was reduced to a small farm, which he cultivated with his own hands. Yet he scorned to disgrace the blood of the Arsacides by a plebeian alliance. His wife, a widow of Adrianople, was pleased to count among her ancestors the great Constantine. And their royal infant was connected by some dark affinity of lineage or country with the Macedonian Alexander. No sooner was he born than the cradle of Basil, his family, and his city were swept away by an inundation of the Bulgarians. He was educated a slave in a foreign land. And in this severe discipline, he acquired the hardiness of body and flexibility of mind which promoted his future elevation. In the age of youth or manhood he shared the deliverance of the Roman captives, who generously broke their fetters, marched through Bulgaria to the shores of the Euxine, defeated 2 armies of barbarians, embarked in the ships which had been stationed for their reception, and returned to Constantinople, from whence they were distributed to their respective homes. But the freedom of Basil was naked and destitute, his farm was ruined by the calamities of war. After his father's death, his manual labor or service could no longer support a family of orphans. And he resolved to seek a more conspicuous theater, in which every virtue and every vice may lead to the paths of greatness. The first night of his arrival at Constantinople, without friends or money, the weary pilgrim slept on the steps of the church of St. Diomede. He was fed by the casual hospitality of a monk, and was introduced to the service of a cousin and namesake of the Emperor Theophilus, who, though himself of a diminutive person, was always followed by a train of tall and handsome domestics. Basil attended his patron to the government of Peloponnesus. Eclipsed, by his personal merit, the birth and dignity of Theophilus, and formed a useful connection with a wealthy and charitable matron of Patras. Her spiritual or carnal love embraced the young adventurer, whom she adopted as her son. Danielis presented him with 30 slaves. And the produce of her bounty was expended in the support of his brothers and the purchase of some large estates in Macedonia. His gratitude or ambition still attached him to the service of Theophilus, and a lucky accident recommended him to the notice of the court. A famous wrestler, in the train of the Bulgarian ambassadors, had defied, at the royal banquet, the boldest and most robust of the Greeks. The strength of Basil was praised. He accepted the challenge, and the barbarian champion was overthrown at the first onset. A beautiful but vicious horse was condemned to be hamstrung. It was subdued by the dexterity and courage of the servant of Theophilus. And his conqueror was promoted to an honorable rank in the imperial stables. But it was impossible to obtain the confidence of Michael, without complying with his vices. And his new favorite, the great chamberlain of the palace, was raised and supported by a disgraceful marriage with a royal concubine, and the dishonor of his sister, who succeeded to her place. 6006 The public administration had been abandoned to the Caesar Bardas, the brother and enemy of Theodora, but the arts of female influence persuaded Michael to hate and to fear his uncle. He was drawn from Constantinople, under the pretense of a Cretan expedition, and stabbed in the tent of audience, by the sword of the chamberlain, and in the presence of the emperor. About a month after this execution, Basil was invested with the title of Augustus and the government of the empire. He supported this unequal association till his influence was fortified by popular esteem. His life was endangered by the caprice of the emperor. And his dignity was profaned by a second colleague, who had rowed in the galleys. Yet the murder of his benefactor must be condemned as an act of ingratitude and treason. And the churches which he dedicated to the name of Saint Michael were a poor and puerile expiation of his guilt. The different ages of Basil I may be compared with those of Augustus. The situation of the Greek did not allow him in his earliest youth to lead an army against his country or to proscribe the nobles of her sons, but his aspiring genius stooped to the arts of a slave. He dissembled his ambition and even his virtues, and grasped with the bloody hand of an assassin the empire which he ruled with the wisdom and tenderness of a parent. A private citizen may feel his interest repugnant to his duty. But it must be from a deficiency of sense or courage that an absolute monarch can separate his happiness from his glory or his glory from the public welfare. The life or panegyric of Basil has indeed been composed and published under the long reign of his descendants. But even their stability on the throne may be justly ascribed to the superior merit of their ancestor. In his character, his grandson Constantine has attempted to delineate a perfect image of royalty. But that feeble prince, unless he had copied a real model, could not easily have soared so high above the level of his own conduct or conceptions. But the most solid praise of Basil is drawn from the comparison of a ruined and a flourishing monarchy, that which he wrested from the dissolute Michael, and that which he bequeathed to the Macedonian dynasty. The evils which had been sanctified by time and example were corrected by his master hand, and he revived, if not the national spirit, at least the order and majesty of the Roman Empire. His application was indefatigable, his temper cool, his understanding vigorous and decisive. And in his practice he observed that rare and salutary moderation, which pursues each virtue at an equal distance between the opposite vices. His military service had been confined to the palace. Nor was the emperor endowed with the spirit or the talents of a warrior. Yet under his reign the Roman arms were again formidable to the barbarians. As soon as he had formed a new army by discipline and exercise, he appeared in person on the banks of the Euphrates, curbed the pride of the Saracens, and suppressed the dangerous though just revolt of the Manichaeans. His indignation against a rebel who had long eluded his pursuit provoked him to wish and to pray that, by the grace of God, he might drive 3 arrows into the head of Chrysochir. That odious head, which had been obtained by treason rather than by valor, was suspended from a tree, and thrice exposed to the dexterity of the imperial archer. A base revenge against the dead, more worthy of the times than of the character of Basil. But his principal merit was in the civil administration of the finances and of the laws. To replenish an exhausted treasury, it was proposed to resume the lavish and ill-placed gifts of his predecessor. His prudence abetted one moiety of the restitution, and a sum of £1,200,000 was instantly procured to answer the most pressing demands and to allow some space for the mature operations of economy. Among the various schemes for the improvement of the revenue, a new mode was suggested of capitation, or tribute, which would have too much depended on the arbitrary discretion of the assessors. A sufficient list of honest and able agents was instantly produced by the minister. But on the more careful scrutiny of Basil himself, only 2 could be found, who might be safely entrusted with such dangerous powers, but they justified his esteem by declining his confidence. But the serious and successful diligence of the emperor established by degrees the equitable balance of property and payment, of receipt and expenditure. A peculiar fund was appropriated to each service, and a public method secured the interest of the prince and the property of the people. After reforming the luxury, he assigned 2 patrimonial estates to supply the decent plenty of the imperial table. The contributions of the subject were reserved for his defense, and the residue was employed in the embellishment of the capital and provinces. A taste for building, however costly, may deserve some praise and much excuse. From thence industry is fed, art is encouraged, and some object is attained of public emolument or pleasure. The use of a road, an aqueduct, or a hospital is obvious and solid. And the 100 churches that arose by the command of Basil were consecrated to the devotion of the age. In the character of a judge he was assiduous and impartial. Desirous to save, but not afraid to strike, the oppressors of the people were severely chastised. But his personal foes, whom it might be unsafe to pardon, were condemned, after the loss of their eyes, to a life of solitude and repentance. The change of language and manners demanded a revision of the obsolete jurisprudence of Justinian. The voluminous body of his institutes, pandects, code, and novels, was digested under 40 titles, in the Greek idiom. And the basilics, which were improved and completed by his son and grandson, must be referred to the original genius of the founder of their race. This glorious reign was terminated by an accident in the chase. A furious stag entangled his horns in the belt of Basil, and raised him from his horse. He was rescued by an attendant, who cut the belt and slew the animal. But the fall, or the fever, exhausted the strength of the aged monarch, and he expired in the palace amidst the tears of his family and people. If he struck off the head of the faithful servant for presuming to draw his sword against his sovereign, the pride of despotism, which had lain dormant in his life, revived in the last moments of despair, when he no longer wanted or valued the opinion of mankind. Of the 4 sons of the emperor, Constantine died before his father, whose grief and credulity were amused by a flattering impostor and a vain apparition. Stephen, the youngest, was content with the honors of a patriarch and a saint. Both Leo and Alexander were alike invested with the purple, but the powers of government were solely exercised by the elder brother. AD 886. The name of Leo VI has been dignified with the title of philosopher. And the union of the prince and the sage, of the active and speculative virtues, would indeed constitute the perfection of human nature. But the claims of Leo are far short of this ideal excellence. Did he reduce his passions and appetites under the dominion of reason? His life was spent in the pomp of the palace, in the society of his wives and concubines. And even the clemency which he showed, and the peace which he strove to preserve, must be imputed to the softness and indolence of his character. Did he subdue his prejudices, and those of his subjects? His mind was tinged with the most puerile superstition, the influence of the clergy and the errors of the people were consecrated by his laws. And the oracles of Leo, which reveal, in prophetic style, the fates of the empire, are founded on the arts of astrology and divination. If we still inquire the reason of his sage appellation, it can only be replied that the son of Basil was less ignorant than the greater part of his contemporaries in church and state. That his education had been directed by the learned Photius, and that several books of profane and ecclesiastical science were composed by the pen, or in the name, of the imperial philosopher. But the reputation of his philosophy and religion was overthrown by a domestic vice, the repetition of his nuptials. The primitive ideas of the merit and holiness of celibacy were preached by the monks and entertained by the Greeks. Marriage was allowed as a necessary means for the propagation of mankind. After the death of either party, the survivor might satisfy, by a second union, the weakness or the strength of the flesh, but a third marriage was censured as a state of legal fornication. And a fourth was a sin or scandal as yet unknown to the Christians of the East. In the beginning of his reign, Leo himself had abolished the state of concubines, and condemned, without annulling, third marriages. But his patriotism and love soon compelled him to violate his own laws, and to incur the penance which in a similar case he had imposed on his subjects. In his 3 first alliances, his nuptial bed was unfruitful, the emperor required a female companion, and the empire a legitimate heir. The beautiful Zoe was introduced into the palace as a concubine. And after a trial of her fecundity and the birth of Constantine, her lover declared his intention of legitimating the mother and the child by the celebration of his 4th nuptials. But the patriarch Nicholas refused his blessing. The imperial baptism of the young prince was obtained by a promise of separation. And the contumacious husband of Zoe was excluded from the communion of the faithful. Neither the fear of exile, nor the desertion of his brethren, nor the authority of the Latin Church, nor the danger of failure or doubt in the succession to the empire could bend the spirit of the inflexible monk. After the death of Leo, he was recalled from exile to the civil and ecclesiastical administration. And the Edict of Union which was promulgated in the name of Constantine condemned the future scandal of 4th marriages and left a tacit imputation on his own birth. In the Greek language, purple and porphyry are the same word. And as the colors of nature are invariable, we may learn that a dark deep red was the Tyrian dye which stained the purple of the ancients. An apartment of the Byzantine palace was lined with porphyry, it was reserved for the use of the pregnant empresses. And the royal birth of their children was expressed by the appellation of porphyrogenite, or born in the purple. AD 911 several of the Roman princes had been blessed with an heir. But this peculiar surname was first applied to Constantine VII. His life and titular reign were of equal duration, but of 54 years 6 had elapsed before his father's death. And the son of Leo was ever the voluntary or reluctant subject of those who oppressed his weakness or abused his confidence. His uncle Alexander, who had long been invested with the title of Augustus, was the first colleague and governor of the young prince, but in a rapid career of vice and folly. The brother of Leo already emulated the reputation of Michael. And when he was extinguished by a timely death, he entertained a project of castrating his nephew and leaving the empire to a worthless favorite. The succeeding years of the minority of Constantine were occupied by his mother Zoe, and a succession or council of 7 regents, who pursued their interest, gratified their passions, abandoned the republic, supplanted each other, and finally vanished in the presence of a soldier. From an obscure origin, Romanus Lecapinus had raised himself to the command of the naval armies, and in the anarchy of the times had deserved, or at least had obtained, the national esteem. With a victorious and affectionate fleet, he sailed from the mouth of the Danube into the harbor of Constantinople, and was hailed as the deliverer of the people and the guardian of the prince. AD 919 his supreme office was at first defined by the new appellation of Father of the Emperor, but Romanus soon disdained the subordinate powers of a minister, and assumed, with the titles of Caesar and Augustus, the full independence of royalty, which he held near 25 years. His 3 sons, Christopher, Stephen, and Constantine, were successively adorned with the same honors, and the lawful emperor was degraded from the 1st to the 5th rank in this college of princes. Yet, in the preservation of his life and crown, he might still applaud his own fortune and the clemency of the usurper. The examples of ancient and modern history would have excused the ambition of Romanus. The powers and the laws of the empire were in his hand. The spurious birth of Constantine would have justified his exclusion, and the grave or the monastery was open to receive the son of the concubine. But Lecapinus does not appear to have possessed either the virtues or the vices of a tyrant. The spirit and activity of his private life dissolved away in the sunshine of the throne. And in his licentious pleasures, he forgot the safety both of the republic and of his family. Of a mild and religious character, he respected the sanctity of oaths, the innocence of the youth, the memory of his parents, and the attachment of the people. The studious temper and retirement of Constantine disarmed the jealousy of power. His books and music, his pen and his pencil, were a constant source of amusement. And if he could improve a scanty allowance by the sale of his pictures, if their price was not enhanced by the name of the artist, he was endowed with a personal talent which few princes could employ in the hour of adversity. The fall of Romanus was occasioned by his own vices and those of his children. After the decease of Christopher, his eldest son, the 2 surviving brothers quarreled with each other, and conspired against their father. At the hour of noon, when all strangers were regularly excluded from the palace, they entered his apartment with an armed force, and conveyed him, in the habit of a monk, to a small island in the Propontis, which was peopled by a religious community. The rumor of this domestic revolution excited a tumult in the city, but Porphyrogenitus alone, the true and lawful emperor, was the object of the public care. And the sons of Lecapinus were taught, by tardy experience, that they had achieved a guilty and perilous enterprise for the benefit of their rival. AD 945 their sister Helena, the wife of Constantine, revealed, or supposed, their treacherous design of assassinating her husband at the royal banquet. His loyal adherents were alarmed, and the 2 usurpers were prevented, seized, degraded from the purple, and embarked for the same island and monastery where their father had been so lately confined. Old Romanus met them on the beach with a sarcastic smile, and, after a just reproach of their folly and ingratitude, presented his imperial colleagues with an equal share of his water and vegetable diet. In the 40th year of his reign, Constantine VII obtained the possession of the Eastern world, which he ruled or seemed to rule, near 15 years. But he was devoid of that energy of character which could emerge into a life of action and glory. And the studies which had amused and dignified his leisure were incompatible with the serious duties of a sovereign. The emperor neglected the practice, to instruct his son Romanus in the theory, of government. While he indulged the habits of intemperance and sloth, he dropped the reins of the administration into the hands of Helena his wife. And, in the shifting scene of her favor and caprice, each minister was regretted in the promotion of a more worthless successor. Yet the birth and misfortunes of Constantine had endeared him to the Greeks, they excused his failings, they respected his learning, his innocence, and charity, his love of justice. And the ceremony of his funeral was mourned with the unfeigned tears of his subjects. The body, according to ancient custom, lay in state in the vestibule of the palace. And the civil and military officers, the patricians, the senate, and the clergy approached in due order to adore and kiss the inanimate corpse of their sovereign. Before the procession moved towards the imperial sepulchre, a herald proclaimed this awful admonition: "Arise, O King of the world, and obey the summons of the King of Kings." A.D. 959. The death of Constantine was imputed to poison, and his son Romanus, who derived that name from his maternal grandfather, ascended the throne of Constantinople. A prince who, at the age of 20, could be suspected of anticipating his inheritance must have been already lost in the public esteem, yet Romanus was rather weak than wicked. And the largest share of the guilt was transferred to his wife, Theophano, a woman of base origin, masculine spirit, and flagitious manners. The sense of personal glory and public happiness, the true pleasures of royalty, were unknown to the son of Constantine. And, while the two brothers, Nicephorus and Leo, triumphed over the Saracens, the hours which the emperor owed to his people were consumed in strenuous idleness. In the morning he visited the circus. At noon he feasted the senators, the greater part of the afternoon he spent in the sphoeristerium, or tennis court, the only theatre of his victories. From thence he passed over to the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, hunted and killed 4 wild boars of the largest size, and returned to the palace, proudly content with the labors of the day. In strength and beauty he was conspicuous above his equals. Tall and straight as a young cypress, his complexion was fair and florid, his eyes sparkling, his shoulders broad, his nose long and aquiline. Yet even these perfections were insufficient to fix the love of Theophano. And, after a reign of 6,007 years, she mingled for her husband the same deadly draught which she had composed for his father. By his marriage with this impious woman, Romanus the younger left 2 sons, Basil II and Constantine IX, and 2 daughters, Theophano and Anne. The eldest sister was given to Otto II, Emperor of the West. The younger became the wife of Wladimir, Great Duke and Apostle of Russia, and, by the marriage of her granddaughter with Henry I, King of France, the blood of the Macedonians, and perhaps of the Arsacides, still flows in the veins of the Bourbon line. After the death of her husband, the empress aspired to reign in the name of her sons, the elder of whom was 5, and the younger only 2 years of age. But she soon felt the instability of a throne which was supported by a female who could not be esteemed, and 2 infants who could not be feared. Theophano looked around for a protector, and threw herself into the arms of the bravest soldier. Her heart was capacious. But the deformity of the new favorite rendered it more than probable that interest was the motive and excuse of her love. A.D. 963. Nicephorus Phocas united, in the popular opinion, the double merit of a hero and a saint. In the former character, his qualifications were genuine and splendid, the descendant of a race illustrious by their military exploits. He had displayed in every station and in every province the courage of a soldier and the conduct of a chief. And Nicephorus was crowned with recent laurels from the important conquest of the Isle of Crete. His religion was of a more ambiguous cast. And his haircloth, his fasts, his pious idiom, and his wish to retire from the business of the world were a convenient mask for his dark and dangerous ambition. Yet he imposed on a holy patriarch, by whose influence, and by a decree of the Senate, he was entrusted, during the minority of the young princes, with the absolute and independent command of the Oriental armies. As soon as he had secured the leaders and the troops, he boldly marched to Constantinople, trampled on his enemies, avowed his correspondence with the Empress, and without degrading her sons, assumed, with the title of Augustus, the preeminence of rank and the plenitude of power. But his marriage with Theophano was refused by the same patriarch who had placed the crown on his head. By his second nuptials he incurred a year of canonical penance. 6008 A bar of spiritual affinity was opposed to their celebration, and some evasion and perjury were required to silence the scruples of the clergy and people. The popularity of the emperor was lost in the purple. In a reign of 6 years he provoked the hatred of strangers and subjects. And the hypocrisy and avarice of the first Nicephorus were revived in his successor. Hypocrisy I shall never justify or palliate. But I will dare to observe that the odious vice of avarice is of all others most hastily arraigned and most unmercifully condemned. In a private citizen, our judgment seldom expects an accurate scrutiny into his fortune and expense. And in a steward of the public treasure, frugality is always a virtue, and the increase of taxes too often an indispensable duty. In the use of his patrimony, the generous temper of Nicephorus had been proved. And the revenue was strictly applied to the service of the state. Each spring the emperor marched in person against the Saracens. And every Roman might compute the employment of his taxes in triumphs, conquests, and the security of the eastern barrier. 6009. Among the warriors who promoted his elevation and served under his standard, a noble and valiant Armenian had deserved and obtained the most eminent rewards. The stature of John Zimisces was below the ordinary standard, but this diminutive body was endowed with strength, beauty, and the soul of a hero. By the jealousy of the emperor's brother, he was degraded from the office of general of the East to that of director of the posts, and his murmurs were chastised with disgrace and exile. But Zimisces was ranked among the numerous lovers of the empress. On her intercession, he was permitted to reside at Chalcedon, in the neighborhood of the capital. Her bounty was repaid in his clandestine and amorous visits to the palace, and Theophano consented with alacrity to the death of an ugly and penurious husband. Some bold and trusty conspirators were concealed in her most private chambers. In the darkness of a winter night, Zimisces, with his principal companions, embarked in a small boat, traversed the Bosphorus, landed at the palace stairs, and silently ascended a ladder of ropes, which was cast down by the female attendants. Neither his own suspicions, nor the warnings of his friends, nor the tardy aid of his brother Leo, nor the fortress which he had erected in the palace could protect Nicephorus from a domestic foe, at whose voice every door was open to the assassins. As he slept on a bearskin on the ground, he was roused by their noisy intrusion, and 30 daggers glittered before his eyes. It is doubtful whether Zimisces imbrued his hands in the blood of his sovereign, but he enjoyed the inhuman spectacle of revenge. 6010 The murder was protracted by insult and cruelty. And as soon as the head of Nicephorus was shown from the window, the tumult was hushed and the Armenian was emperor of the East. On the day of his coronation, he was stopped on the threshold of St. Sophia by the intrepid patriarch, who charged his conscience with the deed of treason and blood, and required, as a sign of repentance, that he should separate himself from his more criminal associate. This sally of apostolic zeal was not offensive to the prince, since he could neither love nor trust a woman who had repeatedly violated the most sacred obligations. And Theophano, instead of sharing his imperial fortune, was dismissed with ignominy from his bed and palace. In their last interview, she displayed a frantic and impotent rage, accused the ingratitude of her lover, assaulted with words and blows her son Basil, as he stood silent and submissive in the presence of a superior colleague, and avowed her own prostitution in proclaiming the illegitimacy of his birth. 6011 The public indignation was appeased by her exile and the punishment of the meaner accomplices. The death of an unpopular prince was forgiven, and the guilt of Zimisces was forgotten in the splendor of his virtues. Perhaps his profusion was less useful to the state than the avarice of Nicephorus, but his gentle and generous behavior delighted all who approached his person. And it was only in the paths of victory that he trod in the footsteps of his predecessor. The greatest part of his reign was employed in the camp and the field. His personal valor and activity were signalized on the Danube and the Tigris, the ancient boundaries of the Roman world. And by his double triumph over the Russians and the Saracens he deserved the titles of Savior of the Empire and Conqueror of the East. In his last return from Syria, he observed that the most fruitful lands of his new provinces were possessed by the eunuchs. "And is it for them," he exclaimed, with honest indignation, "that we have fought and conquered? Is it for them that we shed our blood, and exhaust the treasures of our people?" The complaint was re-echoed to the palace, and the death of Ximenes is strongly marked with the suspicion of poison. Under this usurpation, or regency, of 12 years, the two lawful emperors, Basil and Constantine, had silently grown to the age of manhood. AD 976 their tender years had been incapable of dominion, the respectful modesty of their attendants and salutation was due to the age and merit of their guardians. The childless ambition of those guardians had no temptation to violate their right of succession, their patrimony was ably and faithfully administered. And the premature death of Ximenes was a loss, rather than a benefit, to the sons of Romanus. Their want of experience detained them 12 years longer, the obscure and voluntary pupils of a minister, who extended his reign by persuading them to indulge the pleasures of youth and to disdain the labors of government. In this silken web, the weakness of Constantine was forever entangled, but his elder brother felt the impulse of genius and the desire of action, he frowned, and the minister was no more. Basil was the acknowledged sovereign of Constantinople and the provinces of Europe. But Asia was oppressed by two veteran generals, Phocas and Sclerus, who, alternately friends and enemies, subjects and rebels, maintained their independence, and labored to emulate the example of successful usurpation. Against these domestic enemies the son of Romanus first drew his sword, and they trembled in the presence of a lawful and high-spirited prince. The first, in the front of battle, was thrown from his horse, by the stroke of poison or an arrow. The second, who had been twice loaded with chains 60-12 and twice invested with the purple, was desirous of ending in peace the small remainder of his days. As the aged suppliant approached the throne, with dim eyes and faltering steps, leaning on his two attendants, the emperor exclaimed, in the insolence of youth and power, "And is this the man who has so long been the object of our terror?" After he had confirmed his own authority, and the peace of the empire, the trophies of Nicephorus and Ximenes would not suffer their royal pupil to sleep in the palace. His long and frequent expeditions against the Saracens were rather glorious than useful to the empire. But the final destruction of the kingdom of Bulgaria appears, since the time of Belisarius, the most important triumph of the Roman arms. Yet, instead of applauding their victorious prince, his subjects detested the rapacious and rigid avarice of Basil. And in the imperfect narrative of his exploits, we can only discern the courage, patience, and ferociousness of a soldier. A vicious education, which could not subdue his spirit, had clouded his mind, he was ignorant of every science. And the remembrance of his learned and feeble grandsire might encourage his real or affected contempt of laws and lawyers, of artists and arts. Of such a character, in such an age, superstition took a firm and lasting possession. After the first license of his youth, Basil II devoted his life, in the palace and the camp, to the penance of a hermit, wore the monastic habit under his robes and armor, observed a vow of continence, and imposed on his appetites a perpetual abstinence from wine and flesh. In the 68th year of his age, his martial spirit urged him to embark in person for a holy war against the Saracens of Sicily. He was prevented by death, and Basil, surnamed the Slayer of the Bulgarians, was dismissed from the world with the blessings of the clergy and the curses of the people. AD 1025 after his decease, his brother Constantine enjoyed, about 3 years, the power, or rather the pleasures, of royalty, and his only care was the settlement of the succession. He had enjoyed 66 years the title of Augustus, and the reign of the two brothers is the longest and most obscure of the Byzantine history. A lineal succession of 5 emperors, in a period of 160 years, had attached the loyalty of the Greeks to the Macedonian dynasty, which had been thrice respected by the usurpers of their power. After the death of Constantine IX, the last male of the royal race, a new and broken scene presents itself. And the accumulated years of 12 emperors do not equal the space of his single reign. His elder brother had preferred his private chastity to the public interest, and Constantine himself had only 3 daughters, Eudocia, who took the veil, and Zoe and Theodora, who were preserved till a mature age in a state of ignorance and virginity. When their marriage was discussed in the council of their dying father, the cold or pious Theodora refused to give an heir to the empire. But her sister Zoe presented herself a willing victim at the altar. AD 1028 Romanus Argyrus, a patrician of a graceful person and fair reputation, was chosen for her husband, and, on his declining that honor, was informed that blindness or death was the second alternative. The motive of his reluctance was conjugal affection, but his faithful wife sacrificed her own happiness to his safety and greatness. And her entrance into a monastery removed the only bar to the imperial nuptials. After the decease of Constantine, the scepter devolved to Romanus III. But his labors at home and abroad were equally feeble and fruitless. And the mature age, the 48 years of Zoe, were less favorable to the hopes of pregnancy than to the indulgence of pleasure. Her favorite chamberlain was a handsome Paphlagonian of the name of Michael, whose first trade had been that of a money changer. And Romanus, either from gratitude or equity, connived at their criminal intercourse, or accepted a slight assurance of their innocence. AD 1034 But Zoe soon justified the Roman maxim that every adulteress is capable of poisoning her husband. And the death of Romanus was instantly followed by the scandalous marriage and elevation of Michael IV. The expectations of Zoe were however disappointed. Instead of a vigorous and grateful lover, she had placed in her bed a miserable wretch, whose health and reason were impaired by epileptic fits, and whose conscience was tormented by despair and remorse. The most skillful physicians of the mind and body were summoned to his aid, and his hopes were amused by frequent pilgrimages to the baths, and to the tombs of the most popular saints. The monks applauded his penance, and, except restitution, but to whom should he have restored, Michael sought every method of expiating his guilt. While he groaned and prayed in sackcloth and ashes, his brother, the eunuch John, smiled at his remorse, and enjoyed the harvest of a crime of which himself was the secret and most guilty author. His administration was only the art of satiating his avarice, and Zoe became a captive in the palace of her fathers and in the hands of her slaves. AD 1041 When he perceived the irretrievable decline of his brother's health, he introduced his nephew, another Michael, who derived his surname of Caliphates from his father's occupation in the careening of vessels. At the command of the eunuch, Zoe adopted for her son the son of a mechanic, and this fictitious heir was invested with the title and purple of the Caesars, in the presence of the Senate and clergy. So feeble was the character of Zoe that she was oppressed by the liberty and power which she recovered by the death of the Paphlagonian. And at the end of 4 days, she placed the crown on the head of Michael V, who had protested, with tears and oaths, that he should ever reign the first and most obedient of her subjects. The only act of his short reign was his base ingratitude to his benefactors, the eunuch and the empress. The disgrace of the former was pleasing to the public. But the murmurs, and at length the clamors, of Constantinople deplored the exile of Zoe, the daughter of so many emperors. Her vices were forgotten, and Michael was taught that there is a period in which the patience of the tamest slaves rises into fury and revenge. The citizens of every degree assembled in a formidable tumult which lasted 3 days. They besieged the palace, forced the gates, recalled their mothers, Zoe from her prison, Theodora from her monastery, and condemned the son of Caliphates to the loss of his eyes or of his life. AD 1042 For the first time the Greeks beheld with surprise the 2 royal sisters seated on the same throne, presiding in the Senate, and giving audience to the ambassadors of the nations. But the singular union subsisted no more than 2 months. The two sovereigns, their tempers, interests, and adherents, were secretly hostile to each other. And as Theodora was still averse to marriage, the indefatigable Zoe, at the age of 60, consented, for the public good, to sustain the embraces of a third husband. And the censures of the Greek Church. His name and number were Constantine X, and the epithet of Monomachus, the single combatant, must have been expressive of his valor and victory in some public or private quarrel. 6013 But his health was broken by the tortures of the gout, and his dissolute reign was spent in the alternative of sickness and pleasure. A fair and noble widow had accompanied Constantine in his exile to the Isle of Lesbos, and Sclerina gloried in the appellation of his mistress. After his marriage and elevation, she was invested with the title and pomp of Augusta, and occupied a contiguous apartment in the palace. The lawful consort, such was the delicacy or corruption of Zoe, consented to this strange and scandalous partition, and the emperor appeared in public between his wife and his concubine. He survived them both, but the last measures of Constantine to change the order of succession were prevented by the more vigilant friends of Theodora. And after his decease, she resumed, with the general consent, the possession of her inheritance. AD 1054 In her name, and by the influence of 4 eunuchs, the Eastern world was peaceably governed about 19 months. And as they wished to prolong their dominion, they persuaded the aged princess to nominate for her successor Michael VI. The surname of Stratioticus declares his military profession. But the crazy and decrepit veteran could only see with the eyes, and execute with the hands, of his ministers. Whilst he ascended the throne, Theodora sunk into the grave, the last of the Macedonian or Basilian dynasty. I have hastily reviewed, and gladly dismiss, this shameful and destructive period of 28 years, in which the Greeks, degraded below the common level of servitude, were transferred like a herd of cattle by the choice or caprice of 2 impotent females. From this night of slavery, a ray of freedom, or at least of spirit, begins to emerge. The Greeks either preserved or revived the use of surnames, which perpetuate the fame of hereditary virtue, and we now discern the rise, succession, and alliances of the last dynasties of Constantinople and Trebizond. The Comneni, who upheld for a while the fate of the sinking empire, assumed the honor of a Roman origin, but the family had been long since transported from Italy to Asia. Their patrimonial estate was situate in the district of Castamona, in the neighborhood of the Euxine. And one of their chiefs, who had already entered the paths of ambition, revisited with affection, perhaps with regret, the modest though honorable dwelling of his fathers. The first of their line was the illustrious Manuel, who, in the reign of the second Basil, contributed by war and treaty to appease the troubles of the East. He left in a tender age 2 sons, Isaac and John, whom, with the consciousness of desert, he bequeathed to the gratitude and favor of his sovereign. The noble youths were carefully trained in the learning of the monastery, the arts of the palace, and the exercises of the camp. And from the domestic service of the guards they were rapidly promoted to the command of provinces and armies. Their fraternal union doubled the force and reputation of the Comneni, and their ancient nobility was illustrated by the marriage of the 2 brothers, with a captive princess of Bulgaria, and the daughter of a patrician, who had obtained the name of Sharon from the number of enemies whom he had sent to the infernal shades. The soldiers had served with reluctant loyalty a series of effeminate masters. The elevation of Michael VI was a personal insult to the more deserving generals. And their discontent was inflamed by the parsimony of the emperor and the insolence of the eunuchs. They secretly assembled in the sanctuary of St. Sophia, and the votes of the military synod would have been unanimous in favor of the old and valiant Catacolon, if the patriotism or modesty of the veteran had not suggested the importance of birth as well as merit in the choice of a sovereign. AD 1057 Isaac Comnenus was approved by general consent, and the associates separated without delay to meet in the plains of Phrygia at the head of their respective squadrons and detachments. The cause of Michael was defended in a single battle by the mercenaries of the imperial guard, who were aliens to the public interest, and animated only by a principle of honor and gratitude. After their defeat, the fears of the emperor solicited a treaty, which was almost accepted by the moderation of the Komnenian. But the former was betrayed by his ambassadors, and the latter was prevented by his friends. The solitary Michael submitted to the voice of the people. The patriarch annulled their oath of allegiance. And as he shaved the head of the royal monk, congratulated his beneficial exchange of temporal royalty for the kingdom of heaven, an exchange, however, which the priest, on his own account, would probably have declined. By the hands of the same patriarch, Isaac Comnenus was solemnly crowned. The sword which he inscribed on his coins might be an offensive symbol, if it implied his title by conquest. But this sword would have been drawn against the foreign and domestic enemies of the state. The decline of his health and vigor suspended the operation of active virtue. And the prospect of approaching death determined him to interpose some moments between life and eternity. But instead of leaving the empire as the marriage portion of his daughter, his reason and inclination concurred in the preference of his brother John, a soldier, a patriot, and the father of 5 sons, the future pillars of an hereditary succession. His first modest reluctance might be the natural dictates of discretion and tenderness, but his obstinate and successful perseverance, however it may dazzle with the show of virtue, must be censured as a criminal desertion of his duty and a rare offense against his family and country. The purple which he had refused was accepted by Constantine Ducas, a friend of the Komnenian house, and whose noble birth was adorned with the experience and reputation of civil policy. In the monastic habit, Isaac recovered his health, and survived 2 years his voluntary abdication. At the command of his abbot, he observed the rule of St. Basil, and executed the most servile offices of the convent. But his latent vanity was gratified by the frequent and respectful visits of the reigning monarch, who revered in his person the character of a benefactor and a saint. A.D. 1059. If Constantine XI were indeed the subject most worthy of empire, we must pity the debasement of the age and nation in which he was chosen. In the labor of puerile declamations he sought, without obtaining, the crown of eloquence, more precious in his opinion than that of Rome. And in the subordinate functions of a judge, he forgot the duties of a sovereign and a warrior. Far from imitating the patriotic indifference of the authors of his greatness, Ducas was anxious only to secure, at the expense of the Republic, the power and prosperity of his children. His 3 sons, Michael VII, Andronicus I, and Constantine XII, were invested in a tender age with the equal title of Augustus. And the succession was speedily opened by their father's death. A.D. 1067. His widow, Eudocia, was entrusted with the administration. But experience had taught the jealousy of the dying monarch to protect his sons from the danger of her second nuptials. And her solemn engagement, attested by the principal senators, was deposited in the hands of the patriarch. Before the end of 7 months, the wants of Eudocia, or those of the state, called aloud for the male virtues of a soldier. And her heart had already chosen Romanus Diogenes, whom she raised from the scaffold to the throne. The discovery of a treasonable attempt had exposed him to the severity of the laws, his beauty and valor absolved him in the eyes of the empress. And Romanus, from a mild exile, was recalled on the 2nd day to the command of the Oriental armies. Her royal choice was yet unknown to the public, and the promise which would have betrayed her falsehood and levity was stolen by a dexterous emissary from the ambition of the patriarch. Xiphilin at first alleged the sanctity of oaths and the sacred nature of a trust. But a whisper that his brother was the future emperor relaxed his scruples, and forced him to confess that the public safety was the supreme law. He resigned the important paper. And when his hopes were confounded by the nomination of Romanus, he could no longer regain his security, retract his declarations, nor oppose the second nuptials of the empress. Yet a murmur was heard in the palace. And the barbarian guards had raised their battle axes in the cause of the house of Ducas. Till the young princes were soothed by the tears of their mother and the solemn assurances of the fidelity of their guardian, who filled the imperial station with dignity and honor. Hereafter I shall relate his valiant but unsuccessful efforts to resist the progress of the Turks. His defeat and captivity inflicted a deadly wound on the Byzantine monarchy of the East. And after he was released from the chains of the Sultan, he vainly sought his wife and his subjects. His wife had been thrust into a monastery, and the subjects of Romanus had embraced the rigid maxim of the civil law that a prisoner in the hands of the enemy is deprived, as by the stroke of death, of all the public and private rights of a citizen. A.D. 1071. In the general consternation, the Caesar John asserted the indefeasible right of his 3 nephews. Constantinople listened to his voice. And the Turkish captive was proclaimed in the capital, and received on the frontier, as an enemy of the Republic. Romanus was not more fortunate in domestic than in foreign war. The loss of 2 battles compelled him to yield, on the assurance of fair and honorable treatment. But his enemies were devoid of faith or humanity, and, after the cruel extinction of his sight, his wounds were left to bleed and corrupt, till in a few days he was relieved from a state of misery. Under the triple reign of the house of Ducas, the 2 younger brothers were reduced to the vain honors of the purple. But the eldest, the pusillanimous Michael, was incapable of sustaining the Roman scepter. And his surname of Peloponnesus denotes the reproach which he shared with an avaricious favorite who enhanced the price, and diminished the measure, of wheat. In the school of Cellus, and after the example of his mother, the son of Eudocia made some proficiency in philosophy and rhetoric. But his character was degraded, rather than ennobled, by the virtues of a monk and the learning of a sophist. Strong in the contempt of their sovereign and their own esteem, 2 generals at the head of the European and Asiatic legions assumed the purple at Adrianople and Nice. Their revolt was in the same month. They bore the same name of Nicephorus. But the 2 candidates were distinguished by the surnames of Bryennius and Botaniates, the former in the maturity of wisdom and courage, the latter conspicuous only by the memory of his past exploits. While Botaniates advanced with cautious and dilatory steps, his active competitor stood in arms before the gates of Constantinople. The name of Bryennius was illustrious, his cause was popular. But his licentious troops could not be restrained from burning and pillaging a suburb, and the people, who would have hailed the rebel, rejected and repulsed the incendiary of his country. This change of the public opinion was favorable to Botaniates, who at length, with an army of Turks, approached the shores of Chalcedon. A formal invitation, in the name of the Patriarch, the Synod, and the Senate, was circulated through the streets of Constantinople, and the General Assembly, in the Dome of St. Sophia, debated, with order and calmness, on the choice of their sovereign. The guards of Michael would have dispersed this unarmed multitude. But the feeble emperor, applauding his own moderation and clemency, resigned the ensigns of royalty, and was rewarded with the monastic habit, and the title of Archbishop of Ephesus. He left a son, a Constantine, born and educated in the purple, and a daughter of the house of Ducas illustrated the blood, and confirmed the succession, of the Comnenian dynasty. John Comnenus, the brother of the Emperor Isaac, survived in peace and dignity his generous refusal of the scepter. By his wife Anne, a woman of masculine spirit and a policy, he left 8 children. The 3 daughters multiplied the Comnenian alliance with the noblest of the Greeks. Of the 5 sons, Manuel was stopped by a premature death. Isaac and Alexius restored the imperial greatness of their house, which was enjoyed without toil or danger by the 2 younger brethren, Adrian and Nicephorus. A.D. 1078. Alexius, the third and most illustrious of the brothers, was endowed by nature with the choicest gifts both of mind and body. They were cultivated by a liberal education, and exercised in the school of obedience and adversity. The youth was dismissed from the perils of the Turkish war by the paternal care of the Emperor Romanus. But the mother of the Comneni, with her aspiring race, was accused of treason, and banished, by the sons of Ducas, to an island in the Propontis. The 2 brothers soon emerged into favor and action, fought by each other's side against the rebels and barbarians, and adhered to the Emperor Michael, till he was deserted by the world and by himself. In his first interview with Botaniates, "Prince," said Alexius with a noble frankness, "my duty rendered me your enemy, the decrees of God and of the people have made me your subject. Judge of my future loyalty by my past opposition. The successor of Michael entertained him with esteem and confidence. His valor was employed against 3 rebels, who disturbed the peace of the empire, or at least of the emperors. Ursel, Bryennius, and Basilacius were formidable by their numerous forces and military fame. They were successively vanquished in the field, and led in chains to the foot of the throne. And whatever treatment they might receive from a timid and cruel court, they applauded the clemency, as well as the courage, of their conqueror. But the loyalty of the Comneni was soon tainted by fear and suspicion. Nor is it easy to settle between a subject and a despot the debt of gratitude, which the former is tempted to claim by a revolt and the latter to discharge by an executioner. The refusal of Alexius to march against a 4th rebel, the husband of his sister, destroyed the merit or memory of his past services. The favorites of Botaniates provoked the ambition which they apprehended and accused, and the retreat of the 2 brothers might be justified by the defense of their life and liberty. The women of the family were deposited in a sanctuary, respected by tyrants. The men, mounted on horseback, sallied from the city and erected the standard of civil war. The soldiers who had been gradually assembled in the capital and the neighborhood were devoted to the cause of a victorious and injured leader. The ties of common interest and domestic alliance secured the attachment of the house of Ducas. And the generous dispute of the Comneni was terminated by the decisive resolution of Isaac, who was the first to invest his younger brother with the name and ensigns of royalty. They returned to Constantinople, to threaten rather than besiege that impregnable fortress, but the fidelity of the guards was corrupted. A gate was surprised, and the fleet was occupied by the active courage of George Palaeologus, who fought against his father, without foreseeing that he labored for his posterity. Alexius ascended the throne, and his aged competitor disappeared in a monastery. An army of various nations was gratified with the pillage of the city. But the public disorders were expiated by the tears and fasts of the Comneni, who submitted to every penance compatible with the possession of the empire. AD 1081. The life of the Emperor Alexius has been delineated by a favorite daughter, who was inspired by a tender regard for his person and a laudable zeal to perpetuate his virtues. Conscious of the just suspicions of her readers, the Princess Anna Komnena repeatedly protests that, besides her personal knowledge, she had searched the discourses and writings of the most respectable veterans. And after an interval of 30 years, forgotten by, and forgetful of, the world, her mournful solitude was inaccessible to hope and fear. And that truth, the naked perfect truth, was more dear and sacred than the memory of her parent. Yet, instead of the simplicity of style and narrative which wins our belief, an elaborate affectation of rhetoric and science betrays in every page the vanity of a female author. The genuine character of Alexius is lost in a vague constellation of virtues. And the perpetual strain of panegyric and apology awakens our jealousy, to question the veracity of the historian and the merit of the hero. We cannot, however, refuse her judicious and important remark that the disorders of the times were the misfortune and the glory of Alexius. And that every calamity which can afflict a declining empire was accumulated on his reign, by the justice of heaven and the vices of his predecessors. In the east, the victorious Turks had spread, from Persia to the Hellespont, the reign of the Koran and the Crescent. The west was invaded by the adventurous valor of the Normans. And, in the moments of peace, the Danube poured forth new swarms, who had gained, in the science of war, what they had lost in the ferociousness of manners. The sea was not less hostile than the land, and while the frontiers were assaulted by an open enemy, the palace was distracted with secret treason and conspiracy. On a sudden, the banner of the cross was displayed by the Latins, Europe was precipitated on Asia, and Constantinople had almost been swept away by this impetuous deluge. In the tempest Alexius steered the imperial vessel with dexterity and courage. At the head of his armies he was bold in action, skillful in stratagem, patient of fatigue, ready to improve his advantages, and rising from his defeats with inexhaustible vigor. The discipline of the camp was revived, and a new generation of men and soldiers was created by the example and precepts of their leader. In his intercourse with the Latins, Alexius was patient and artful, his discerning eye pervaded the new system of an unknown world. And I shall hereafter describe the superior policy with which he balanced the interests and passions of the champions of the First Crusade. In a long reign of 37 years, he subdued and pardoned the envy of his equals, the laws of public and private order were restored, the arts of wealth and science were cultivated. The limits of the empire were enlarged in Europe and Asia, and the Comnenian scepter was transmitted to his children of the third and fourth generation. Yet the difficulties of the times betrayed some defects in his character, and have exposed his memory to some just or ungenerous reproach. The reader may possibly smile at the lavish praise which his daughter so often bestows on a flying hero. The weakness or prudence of his situation might be mistaken for a want of personal courage. And his political arts are branded by the Latins with the names of deceit and dissimulation. The increase of the male and female branches of his family adorned the throne and secured the succession. But their princely luxury and pride offended the patricians, exhausted the revenue, and insulted the misery of the people. Anna is a faithful witness that his happiness was destroyed, and his health was broken, by the cares of a public life. The patience of Constantinople was fatigued by the length and severity of his reign, and before Alexius expired, he had lost the love and reverence of his subjects. The clergy could not forgive his application of the sacred riches to the defense of the state. But they applauded his theological learning and ardent zeal for the orthodox faith, which he defended with his tongue, his pen, and his sword. His character was degraded by the superstition of the Greeks. And the same inconsistent principle of human nature enjoined the emperor to found a hospital for the poor and infirm, and to direct the execution of a heretic, who was burned alive in the square of St. Sophia. Even the sincerity of his moral and religious virtues was suspected by the persons who had passed their lives in his familiar confidence. In his last hours, when he was pressed by his wife Irene to alter the succession, he raised his head, and breathed a pious ejaculation on the vanity of this world. The indignant reply of the empress may be inscribed as an epitaph on his tomb: "You die, as you have lived, a hypocrite." It was the wish of Irene to supplant the eldest of her surviving sons in favor of her daughter the princess, and whose philosophy would not have refused the weight of a diadem. AD 1118. But the order of male succession was asserted by the friends of their country. The lawful heir drew the royal signet from the finger of his insensible or conscious father. And the empire obeyed the master of the palace. Anna Komnena was stimulated by ambition and revenge to conspire against the life of her brother, and when the design was prevented by the fears or scruples of her husband, she passionately exclaimed that nature had mistaken the two sexes and had endowed Bryennius with the soul of a woman. The two sons of Alexius, John and Isaac, maintained the fraternal concord, the hereditary virtue of their race. And the younger brother was content with the title of Sebastocrator, which approached the dignity, without sharing the power, of the emperor. In the same person the claims of primogeniture and merit were fortunately united. His swarthy complexion, harsh features, and diminutive stature had suggested the ironical surname of Kalojohannes, or John the Handsome, which his grateful subjects more seriously applied to the beauties of his mind. After the discovery of her treason, the life and fortune of Anne were justly forfeited to the laws. Her life was spared by the clemency of the emperor, but he visited the pomp and treasures of her palace, and bestowed the rich confiscation on the most deserving of his friends. That respectable friend Aksak, a slave of Turkish extraction, presumed to decline the gift and to intercede for the criminal. His generous master applauded and imitated the virtue of his favorite. And the reproach or complaint of an injured brother was the only chastisement of the guilty princess. After this example of clemency, the remainder of his reign was never disturbed by conspiracy or rebellion, feared by his nobles, beloved by his people. John was never reduced to the painful necessity of punishing, or even of pardoning, his personal enemies. During his government of 25 years, the penalty of death was abolished in the Roman Empire, a law of mercy most delightful to the humane theorist, but of which the practice, in a large and vicious community, is seldom consistent with the public safety. Severe to himself, indulgent to others, chaste, frugal, abstemious, the philosophic Marcus would not have disdained the artless virtues of his successor, derived from his heart, and not borrowed from the schools. He despised and moderated the stately magnificence of the Byzantine court, so oppressive to the people, so contemptible to the eye of reason. Under such a prince, innocence had nothing to fear, and merit had everything to hope. And, without assuming the tyrannic office of a censor, he introduced a gradual though visible reformation in the public and private manners of Constantinople. The only defect of this accomplished character was the frailty of noble minds, the love of arms and military glory. Yet the frequent expeditions of John the Handsome may be justified, at least in their principle, by the necessity of repelling the Turks from the Hellespont and the Bosphorus. The Sultan of Iconium was confined to his capital, the barbarians were driven to the mountains, and the maritime provinces of Asia enjoyed the transient blessings of their deliverance. From Constantinople to Antioch and Aleppo, he repeatedly marched at the head of a victorious army, and in the sieges and battles of this holy war. His Latin allies were astonished by the superior spirit and prowess of a Greek. As he began to indulge the ambitious hope of restoring the ancient limits of the empire, as he revolved in his mind the Euphrates and Tigris, the dominion of Syria, and the conquest of Jerusalem, the thread of his life and of the public felicity was broken by a singular accident. He hunted the wild boar in the valley of Anazarbus, and had fixed his javelin in the body of the furious animal. But in the struggle a poisoned arrow dropped from his quiver, and a slight wound in his hand, which produced a mortification, was fatal to the best and greatest of the Comnenian princes. A.D. 1143 a premature death had swept away the two eldest sons of John the Handsome. Of the two survivors, Isaac and Manuel, his judgment or affection preferred the younger. And the choice of their dying prince was ratified by the soldiers who had applauded the valor of his favorite in the Turkish war. The faithful Axioch hastened to the capital, secured the person of Isaac in honorable confinement, and purchased, with a gift of 200 pounds of silver, the leading ecclesiastics of St. Sophia, who possessed a decisive voice in the consecration of an emperor. With his veteran and affectionate troops, Manuel soon visited Constantinople. His brother acquiesced in the title of Sebastocrator. His subjects admired the lofty stature and martial graces of their new sovereign, and listened with credulity to the flattering promise that he blended the wisdom of age with the activity and vigor of youth. By the experience of his government, they were taught that he emulated the spirit and shared the talents of his father, whose social virtues were buried in the grave. A reign of 37 years is filled by a perpetual though various warfare against the Turks, the Christians, and the hordes of the wilderness beyond the Danube. The arms of Manuel were exercised on Mount Taurus, in the plains of Hungary, on the coast of Italy and Egypt, and on the seas of Sicily and Greece. The influence of his negotiations extended from Jerusalem to Rome and Russia, and the Byzantine monarchy, for a while, became an object of respect or terror to the powers of Asia and Europe. Educated in the silk and purple of the East, Manuel possessed the iron temper of a soldier, which cannot easily be paralleled, except in the lives of Richard I of England, and of Charles XII of Sweden. Such was his strength and exercise in arms that Raymond, surnamed the Hercules of Antioch, was incapable of wielding the lance and buckler of the Greek emperor. In a famous tournament, he entered the lists on a fiery courser, and overturned in his first career two of the stoutest of the Italian knights. The first in the charge, the last in the retreat, his friends and his enemies alike trembled, the former for his safety and the latter for their own. After posting an ambuscade in a wood, he rode forwards in search of some perilous adventure, accompanied only by his brother and the faithful Axioch, who refused to desert their sovereign. 18 horsemen, after a short combat, fled before them, but the numbers of the enemy increased. The march of the reinforcement was tardy and fearful, and Manuel, without receiving a wound, cut his way through a squadron of 500 Turks. In a battle against the Hungarians, impatient of the slowness of his troops, he snatched a standard from the head of the column, and was the first, almost alone, who passed a bridge that separated him from the enemy. In the same country, after transporting his army beyond the Save, he sent back the boats with an order, under pain of death, to their commander, that he should leave him to conquer or die on that hostile land. In the siege of Corfu, towing after him a captive galley, the emperor stood aloft on the poop, opposing against the volleys of darts and stones, a large buckler and a flowing sail. Nor could he have escaped inevitable death, had not the Sicilian admiral enjoined his archers to respect the person of a hero. In one day, he is said to have slain above 40 of the barbarians with his own hand. He returned to the camp, dragging along 4 Turkish prisoners, whom he had tied to the rings of his saddle. He was ever the foremost to provoke or to accept a single combat. And the gigantic champions, who encountered his arm, were transpierced by the lance, or cut asunder by the sword, of the invincible Manuel. The story of his exploits, which appear as a model or a copy of the romances of chivalry, may induce a reasonable suspicion of the veracity of the Greeks. I will not, to vindicate their credit, endanger my own, yet I may observe that, in the long series of their annals, Manuel is the only prince who has been the subject of similar exaggeration. With the valor of a soldier, he did not unite the skill or prudence of a general. His victories were not productive of any permanent or useful conquest. And his Turkish laurels were blasted in his last unfortunate campaign, in which he lost his army in the mountains of Pisidia, and owed his deliverance to the generosity of the Sultan. But the most singular feature in the character of Manuel is the contrast and vicissitude of labor and sloth, of hardiness and effeminacy. In war he seemed ignorant of peace, in peace he appeared incapable of war. In the field he slept in the sun or in the snow, tired in the longest marches the strength of his men and horses, and shared with a smile the abstinence or diet of the camp. No sooner did he return to Constantinople than he resigned himself to the arts and pleasures of a life of luxury. The expense of his dress, his table, and his palace surpassed the measure of his predecessors, and whole summer days were idly wasted in the delicious isles of the Propontis. In the incestuous love of his niece Theodora. The double cost of a warlike and dissolute prince exhausted the revenue and multiplied the taxes. And Manuel, in the distress of his last Turkish campaign, endured a bitter reproach from the mouth of a desperate soldier. As he quenched his thirst, he complained that the water of a fountain was mingled with Christian blood. "It is not the first time," exclaimed a voice from the crowd, "that you have drank, O Emperor, the blood of your Christian subjects." Manuel Comnenus was twice married, to the virtuous Bertha or Irene of Germany, and to the beauteous Maria, a French or Latin princess of Antioch. The only daughter of his first wife was destined for Bela, a Hungarian prince, who was educated at Constantinople under the name of Alexius. And the consummation of their nuptials might have transferred the Roman scepter to a race of free and warlike barbarians. But as soon as Maria of Antioch had given a son and heir to the empire, the presumptive rights of Bela were abolished, and he was deprived of his promised bride. But the Hungarian prince resumed his name and the kingdom of his fathers, and displayed such virtues as might excite the regret and envy of the Greeks. A.D. 1180 the son of Maria was named Alexius. And at the age of 10 years he ascended the Byzantine throne, after his father's decease had closed the glories of the Comnenian line. The fraternal concord of the 2 sons of the great Alexius had been sometimes clouded by an opposition of interest and passion. By ambition, Isaac the Sebastocrator was excited to flight and rebellion, from whence he was reclaimed by the firmness and clemency of John the Handsome. The errors of Isaac, the father of the emperors of Trebizond, were short and venial, but John, the elder of his sons, renounced forever his religion. Provoked by a real or imaginary insult of his uncle, he escaped from the Roman to the Turkish camp. His apostasy was rewarded with the Sultan's daughter, the title of Celebi, or noble, and the inheritance of a princely estate. And in the 15th century, Muhammad II boasted of his imperial descent from the Comnenian family. Andronicus, the younger brother of John, son of Isaac and grandson of Alexius Comnenus, is one of the most conspicuous characters of the age. And his genuine adventures might form the subject of a very singular romance. To justify the choice of 3 ladies of royal birth, it is incumbent on me to observe that their fortunate lover was cast in the best proportions of strength and beauty, and that the want of the softer graces was supplied by a manly countenance, a lofty stature, athletic muscles, and the air and deportment of a soldier. The preservation, in his old age, of health and vigor was the reward of temperance and exercise. A piece of bread and a draught of water was often his sole and evening repast. And if he tasted of a wild boar or a stag, which he had roasted with his own hands, it was the well-earned fruit of a laborious chase. Dexterous in arms, he was ignorant of fear. His persuasive eloquence could bend to every situation and character of life. His style, though not his practice, was fashioned by the example of St. Paul. And, in every deed of mischief, he had a heart to resolve, a head to contrive, and a hand to execute. In his youth, after the death of the Emperor John, he followed the retreat of the Roman army. But, in the march through Asia Minor, design or accident tempted him to wander in the mountains. The hunter was encompassed by the Turkish huntsman, and he remained some time a reluctant or willing captive in the power of the Sultan. His virtues and vices recommended him to the favor of his cousin. He shared the perils and the pleasures of Manuel. And while the emperor lived in public incest with his niece Theodora, the affections of her sister Eudocia were seduced and enjoyed by Andronicus. Above the decencies of her sex and rank, she gloried in the name of his concubine, and both the palace and the camp could witness that she slept, or watched, in the arms of her lover. She accompanied him to his military command of Cilicia, the first scene of his valor and imprudence. He pressed, with active ardor, the siege of Mopsuestia. The day was employed in the boldest attacks, but the night was wasted in song and dance, and a band of Greek comedians formed the choicest part of his retinue. Andronicus was surprised by the sally of a vigilant foe, but, while his troops fled in disorder, his invincible lance transpierced the thickest ranks of the Armenians. On his return to the imperial camp in Macedonia, he was received by Manuel with public smiles and a private reproof. But the duchies of Nisus, Brandisiba, and Castoria were the reward or consolation of the unsuccessful general. Eudocia still attended his motions. At midnight, their tent was suddenly attacked by her angry brothers. Impatient to expiate her infamy in his blood, his daring spirit refused her advice, and the disguise of a female habit. And, boldly starting from his couch, he drew his sword and cut his way through the numerous assassins. It was here that he first betrayed his ingratitude and treachery. He engaged in a treasonable correspondence with the King of Hungary and the German Emperor. Approached the royal tent at a suspicious hour with a drawn sword, and under the mask of a Latin soldier avowed an intention of revenge against a mortal foe. And imprudently praised the fleetness of his horse as an instrument of flight and safety. The monarch dissembled his suspicions. But, after the close of the campaign, Andronicus was arrested and strictly confined in a tower of the Palace of Constantinople. In this prison he was left about 12 years. A most painful restraint, from which the thirst of action and pleasure perpetually urged him to escape. Alone and pensive, he perceived some broken bricks in a corner of the chamber, and gradually widened the passage till he had explored a dark and forgotten recess. Into this hole he conveyed himself and the remains of his provisions, replacing the bricks in their former position, and erasing with care the footsteps of his retreat. At the hour of the customary visit, his guards were amazed by the silence and solitude of the prison, and reported, with shame and fear, his incomprehensible flight. The gates of the palace and city were instantly shut, the strictest orders were dispatched into the provinces for the recovery of the fugitive. And his wife, on the suspicion of a pious act, was basely imprisoned in the same tower. At the dead of night she beheld a spectre, she recognized her husband, they shared their provisions. And a son was the fruit of these stolen interviews, which alleviated the tediousness of their confinement. In the custody of a woman, the vigilance of the keepers was insensibly relaxed. And the captive had accomplished his real escape, when he was discovered, brought back to Constantinople, and loaded with a double chain. At length he found the moment and the means of his deliverance. A boy, his domestic servant, intoxicated the guards, and obtained in wax the impression of the keys. By the diligence of his friends, a similar key, with a bundle of ropes, was introduced into the prison, in the bottom of a hogshead. Andronicus employed, with industry and courage, the instruments of his safety, unlocked the doors, descended from the tower, concealed himself all day among the bushes, and scaled in the night the garden wall of the palace. A boat was stationed for his reception. He visited his own house, embraced his children, cast away his chain, mounted a fleet horse, and directed his rapid course towards the banks of the Danube. At Anchialus in Thrace, an intrepid friend supplied him with horses and money. He passed the river, traversed with speed the desert of Moldavia and the Carpathian hills, and had almost reached the town of Halich, in the Polish Russia, when he was intercepted by a party of Wallachians, who resolved to convey their important captive to Constantinople. His presence of mind again extricated him from danger. Under the pretense of sickness, he dismounted in the night, and was allowed to step aside from the troop. He planted in the ground his long staff, clothed it with his cap and upper garment, and, stealing into the wood, left a phantom to amuse for some time the eyes of the Wallachians. From Halich he was honorably conducted to Kiev, the residence of the great duke. The subtle Greek soon obtained the esteem and confidence of Yaroslaus. His character could assume the manners of every climate, and the barbarians applauded his strength and courage in the chase of the elks and bears of the forest. In this northern region he deserved the forgiveness of Manuel, who solicited the Russian prince to join his arms in the invasion of Hungary. The influence of Andronicus achieved this important service. His private treaty was signed with a promise of fidelity on one side and of oblivion on the other. And he marched, at the head of the Russian cavalry, from the Borysthenes to the Danube. In his resentment Manuel had ever sympathized with the martial and dissolute character of his cousin. And his free pardon was sealed in the assault of Zemlin, in which he was second, and second only, to the valor of the emperor. No sooner was the exile restored to freedom in his country, than his ambition revived, at first to his own, and at length to the public, misfortune. A daughter of Manuel was a feeble bar to the succession of the more deserving males of the Comnenian blood. Her future marriage with the Prince of Hungary was repugnant to the hopes or prejudices of the princes and nobles. But when an oath of allegiance was required to the presumptive heir, Andronicus alone asserted the honor of the Roman name, declined the unlawful engagement, and boldly protested against the adoption of a stranger. His patriotism was offensive to the emperor, but he spoke the sentiments of the people, and was removed from the royal presence by an honorable banishment, a second command of the Cilician frontier, with the absolute disposal of the revenues of Cyprus. In this station the Armenians again exercised his courage and exposed his negligence, and the same rebel, who baffled all his operations, was unhorsed and almost slain by the vigor of his lance. But Andronicus soon discovered a more easy and pleasing conquest, the beautiful Philippa, sister of the Empress Maria, and daughter of Raymond of Poitou, the Latin prince of Antioch. For her sake he deserted his station, and wasted the summer in balls and tournaments. To his love she sacrificed her innocence, her reputation, and the offer of an advantageous marriage. But the resentment of Manuel for this domestic affront interrupted his pleasures. Andronicus left the indiscreet princess to weep and to repent, and, with a band of desperate adventurers, undertook the pilgrimage of Jerusalem. His birth, his martial renown, and professions of zeal announced him as the champion of the cross. He soon captivated both the clergy and the king, and the Greek prince was invested with the lordship of Berytus, on the coast of Phoenicia. In his neighborhood resided a young and handsome queen, of his own nation and family, great-granddaughter of the Emperor Alexis, and widow of Baldwin III, king of Jerusalem. She visited and loved her kinsman. Theodora was the third victim of his amorous seduction, and her shame was more public and scandalous than that of her predecessors. The emperor still thirsted for revenge, and his subjects and allies of the Syrian frontier were repeatedly pressed to seize the person and put out the eyes of the fugitive. In Palestine he was no longer safe, but the tender Theodora revealed his danger and accompanied his flight. The Queen of Jerusalem was exposed to the east, his obsequious concubine. And 2 illegitimate children were the living monuments of her weakness. Damascus was his first refuge. And in the characters of the great Nureddin and his servant Saladin, the superstitious Greek might learn to revere the virtues of the Mussulmans. As the friend of Nureddin he visited, most probably, Baghdad and the courts of Persia. And, after a long circuit round the Caspian Sea and the mountains of Georgia, he finally settled among the Turks of Asia Minor, the hereditary enemies of his country. The Sultan of Colonia afforded a hospitable retreat to Andronicus, his mistress, and his band of outlaws. The debt of gratitude was paid by frequent inroads in the Roman province of Trebizond. And he seldom returned without an ample harvest of spoil and of Christian captives. In the story of his adventures, he was fond of comparing himself to David, who escaped, by a long exile, the snares of the wicked. But the royal prophet, he presumed to add, was content to lurk on the borders of Judea, to slay an Amalekite, and to threaten, in his miserable state, the life of the avaricious Nabal. The excursions of the Comnenian prince had a wider range, and he had spread over the eastern world the glory of his name and religion. By a sentence of the Greek Church, the licentious rover had been separated from the faithful, but even this excommunication may prove that he never abjured the profession of Christianity. His vigilance had eluded or repelled the open and secret persecution of the emperor, but he was at length ensnared by the captivity of his female companion. The governor of Trebizond succeeded in his attempt to surprise the person of Theodora. The Queen of Jerusalem and her 2 children were sent to Constantinople, and their loss embittered the tedious solitude of banishment. The fugitive implored and obtained a final pardon, with leave to throw himself at the feet of his sovereign, who was satisfied with the submission of this haughty spirit. Prostrate on the ground, he deplored with tears and groans the guilt of his past rebellion. Nor would he presume to arise, unless some faithful subject would drag him to the foot of the throne by an iron chain with which he had secretly encircled his neck. This extraordinary penance excited the wonder and pity of the assembly. His sins were forgiven by the church and state. But the just suspicion of Manuel fixed his residence at a distance from the court, at Eno, a town of Pontus, surrounded with rich vineyards, and situate on the coast of the Euxine. The death of Manuel and the disorders of the minority soon opened the fairest field to his ambition. The emperor was a boy of 12 or 14 years of age, without vigor, or wisdom, or experience. His mother, the Empress Mary, abandoned her person and government to a favorite of the Comnenian name. And his sister, another Mary, whose husband, an Italian, was decorated with the title of Caesar, excited a conspiracy, and at length an insurrection, against her odious stepmother. The provinces were forgotten, the capital was in flames, and a century of peace and order was overthrown in the vice and weakness of a few months. A civil war was kindled in Constantinople. The 2 factions fought a bloody battle in the square of the palace, and the rebels sustained a regular siege in the cathedral of St. Sophia. The patriarch labored with honest zeal to heal the wounds of the republic. The most respectable patriots called aloud for a guardian and avenger. And every tongue repeated the praise of the talents and even the virtues of Andronicus. In his retirement he affected to revolve the solemn duties of his oath: if the safety or honor of the imperial family be threatened, I will reveal and oppose the mischief to the utmost of my power. His correspondence with the patriarch and patricians was seasoned with apt quotations from the Psalms of David and the epistles of St. Paul. And he patiently waited till he was called to her deliverance by the voice of his country. In his march from Eno to Constantinople, his slender train insensibly swelled to a crowd and an army. His professions of religion and loyalty were mistaken for the language of his heart. And the simplicity of a foreign dress, which showed to advantage his majestic stature, displayed a lively image of his poverty in exile. All opposition sunk before him. He reached the straits of the Thracian Bosphorus. The Byzantine navy sailed from the harbor to receive and transport the savior of the empire. The torrent was loud and irresistible, and the insects who had basked in the sunshine of royal favor disappeared at the blast of the storm. It was the first care of Andronicus to occupy the palace, to salute the emperor, to confine his mother, to punish her minister, and to restore the public order and tranquility. He then visited the sepulchre of Manuel. The spectators were ordered to stand aloof. But as he bowed in the attitude of prayer, they heard, or thought they heard, a murmur of triumph or revenge. "I no longer fear thee, my old enemy, who hast driven me a vagabond to every climate of the earth. Thou art safely deposited under a sevenfold dome, from whence thou canst never arise till the signal of the last trumpet. It is now my turn, and speedily will I trample on thy ashes and thy posterity." From his subsequent tyranny we may impute such feelings to the man and the moment. But it is not extremely probable that he gave an articulate sound to his secret thoughts. In the first months of his administration, his designs were veiled by a fair semblance of hypocrisy, which could delude only the eyes of the multitude. The coronation of Alexius was performed with due solemnity, and his perfidious guardian, holding in his hands the body and blood of Christ, most fervently declared that he lived, and was ready to die, for the service of his beloved pupil. But his numerous adherents were instructed to maintain that the sinking empire must perish in the hands of a child, that the Romans could only be saved by a veteran prince, bold in arms, skillful in policy, and taught to reign by the long experience of fortune and mankind, and that it was the duty of every citizen to force the reluctant modesty of Andronicus to undertake the burden of the public care. The young emperor was himself constrained to join his voice to the general acclamation and to solicit the association of a colleague, who instantly degraded him from the supreme rank, secluded his person, and verified the rash declaration of the patriarch that Alexius might be considered as dead, so soon as he was committed to the custody of his guardian. But his death was preceded by the imprisonment and execution of his mother. After blackening her reputation and inflaming against her the passions of the multitude, the tyrant accused and tried the empress for a treasonable correspondence with the king of Hungary. His own son, a youth of honor and humanity, avowed his abhorrence of this flagitious act, and 3 of the judges had the merit of preferring their conscience to their safety. But the obsequious tribunal, without requiring any proof, or hearing any defense, condemned the widow of Manuel, and her unfortunate son subscribed the sentence of her death. Maria was strangled, her corpse was buried in the sea, and her memory was wounded by the insult most offensive to female vanity, a false and ugly representation of her beauteous form. The fate of her son was not long deferred, he was strangled with a bowstring. And the tyrant, insensible to pity or remorse, after surveying the body of the innocent youth, struck it rudely with his foot. "Thy father," he cried, "was a knave, thy mother a whore, and thyself a fool." A.D. 1183. The Roman scepter, the reward of his crimes, was held by Andronicus about 3 years and a half as the guardian or sovereign of the empire. His government exhibited a singular contrast of vice and virtue. When he listened to his passions, he was the scourge; when he consulted his reason, the father of his people. In the exercise of private justice, he was equitable and rigorous. A shameful and pernicious venality was abolished, and the offices were filled with the most deserving candidates, by a prince who had sense to choose, and severity to punish. He prohibited the inhuman practice of pillaging the goods and persons of shipwrecked mariners. The provinces, so long the objects of oppression or neglect, revived in prosperity and plenty. And millions applauded the distant blessings of his reign, while he was cursed by the witnesses of his daily cruelties. The ancient proverb, that bloodthirsty is the man who returns from banishment to power, had been applied with too much truth to Marius and Tiberius, and was now verified for the 3rd time in the life of Andronicus. His memory was stored with a black list of the enemies and rivals who had traduced his merit, opposed his greatness, or insulted his misfortunes. And the only comfort of his exile was the sacred hope and promise of revenge. The necessary extinction of the young emperor and his mother imposed the fatal obligation of extirpating the friends who hated and might punish the assassin. And the repetition of murder rendered him less willing, and less able, to forgive. 6014. A horrid narrative of the victims whom he sacrificed by poison or the sword, by the sea or the flames, would be less expressive of his cruelty than the appellation of the halcyon days. which was applied to a rare and bloodless week of repose, the tyrant strove to transfer, on the laws and the judges, some portion of his guilt. But the mask was fallen, and his subjects could no longer mistake the true author of their calamities. The noblest of the Greeks, more especially those who, by descent or alliance, might dispute the Comnenian inheritance, escaped from the monster's den. Nice or Prusa, Sicily or Cyprus, were their places of refuge, and as their flight was already criminal, they aggravated their offense by an open revolt and the imperial title. Yet Andronicus resisted the daggers and swords of his most formidable enemies. Nice and Prusa were reduced and chastised, the Sicilians were content with the sack of Thessalonica. And the distance of Cyprus was not more propitious to the rebel than to the tyrant. His throne was subverted by a rival without merit and a people without arms. Isaac Angelus, a descendant in the female line from the great Alexius, was marked as a victim by the prudence or superstition of the emperor. 6015 In a moment of despair, Angelus defended his life and liberty, slew the executioner, and fled to the church of Saint Sophia. The sanctuary was insensibly filled with a curious and mournful crowd, who, in his fate, prognosticated their own. But their lamentations were soon turned to curses, and their curses to threats. They dared to ask, "Why do we fear? Why do we obey? We are many, and he is one, our patience is the only bond of our slavery." With the dawn of day the city burst into a general sedition, the prisons were thrown open, the coldest and most servile were roused to the defense of their country, and Isaac, the second of the name, was raised from the sanctuary to the throne. Unconscious of his danger, the tyrant was absent, withdrawn from the toils of state, in the delicious islands of the Propontis. He had contracted an indecent marriage with Alice, or Agnes, daughter of Louis VII of France, and relict of the unfortunate Alexius. And his society, more suitable to his temper than to his age, was composed of a young wife and a favorite concubine. On the first alarm he rushed to Constantinople, impatient for the blood of the guilty. But he was astonished by the silence of the palace, the tumult of the city, and the general desertion of mankind. Andronicus proclaimed a free pardon to his subjects. They neither desired nor would grant forgiveness. He offered to resign the crown to his son Manuel, but the virtues of the son could not expiate his father's crimes. The sea was still open for his retreat, but the news of the revolution had flown along the coast. When fear had ceased, obedience was no more. The imperial galley was pursued and taken by an armed brigantine, and the tyrant was dragged to the presence of Isaac Angelus, loaded with fetters, and a long chain round his neck. His eloquence and the tears of his female companions pleaded in vain for his life. But, instead of the decencies of a legal execution, the new monarch abandoned the criminal to the numerous sufferers whom he had deprived of a father, a husband, or a friend. His teeth and hair, an eye and a hand, were torn from him, as a poor compensation for their loss, and a short respite was allowed, that he might feel the bitterness of death. Astride on a camel, without any danger of a rescue, he was carried through the city, and the basest of the populace rejoiced to trample on the fallen majesty of their prince. After 1,000 blows and outrages, Andronicus was hung by the feet between two pillars that supported the statues of a wolf and a sow. And every hand that could reach the public enemy inflicted on his body some mark of ingenious or brutal cruelty, till two friendly or furious Italians, plunging their swords into his body, released him from all human punishment. In this long and painful agony, "Lord, have mercy upon me," and "Why will you bruise a broken reed?" were the only words that escaped from his mouth. Our hatred for the tyrant is lost in pity for the man, nor can we blame his pusillanimous resignation, since a Greek Christian was no longer master of his life. I have been tempted to expatiate on the extraordinary character and adventures of Andronicus, but I shall here terminate the series of the Greek emperors since the time of Heraclius. The branches that sprang from the Comnenian trunk had insensibly withered. And the male line was continued only in the posterity of Andronicus himself, who, in the public confusion, usurped the sovereignty of Trebizond, so obscure in history, and so famous in romance. A private citizen of Philadelphia, Constantine Angelus, had emerged to wealth and honors by his marriage with a daughter of the Emperor Alexius. His son Andronicus is conspicuous only by his cowardice. AD 1204 his grandson Isaac punished and succeeded the tyrant, but he was dethroned by his own vices and the ambition of his brother. And their discord introduced the Latins to the conquest of Constantinople, the first great period in the fall of the Eastern Empire. If we compute the number and duration of the reigns, it will be found that a period of 600 years is filled by 60 emperors. Including in the Augustan list some female sovereigns, and deducting some usurpers who were never acknowledged in the capital, and some princes who did not live to possess their inheritance. The average proportion will allow 10 years for each emperor, far below the chronological rule of Sir Isaac Newton, who, from the experience of more recent and regular monarchies, has defined about 18 or 20 years as the term of an ordinary reign. The Byzantine Empire was most tranquil and prosperous when it could acquiesce in hereditary succession. 5 dynasties, the Heraclean, Isaurian, Amorian, Basilian, and Comnenian families, enjoyed and transmitted the royal patrimony during their respective series of 5, 4, 3, 6, and 4 generations. Several princes number the years of their reign with those of their infancy, and Constantine VII and his 2 grandsons occupy the space of an entire century. But in the intervals of the Byzantine dynasties, the succession is rapid and broken, and the name of a successful candidate is speedily erased by a more fortunate competitor. Many were the paths that led to the summit of royalty. The fabric of rebellion was overthrown by the stroke of conspiracy or undermined by the silent arts of intrigue. The favorites of the soldiers or people, of the senate or clergy, of the women and eunuchs, were alternately clothed with the purple. The means of their elevation were base, and their end was often contemptible or tragic. A being of the nature of man, endowed with the same faculties, but with a longer measure of existence, would cast down a smile of pity and contempt on the crimes and follies of human ambition. So eager, in a narrow span, to grasp at a precarious and short-lived enjoyment. It is thus that the experience of history exalts and enlarges the horizon of our intellectual view. In a composition of some days, in a perusal of some hours, 600 years have rolled away, and the duration of a life or reign is contracted to a fleeting moment. The grave is ever beside the throne, the success of a criminal is almost instantly followed by the loss of his prize. And our immortal reason survives and disdains the 60 phantoms of kings who have passed before our eyes, and faintly dwell on our remembrance. The observation that, in every age and climate, ambition has prevailed with the same commanding energy may abate the surprise of a philosopher. But while he condemns the vanity, he may search the motive, of this universal desire to obtain and hold the scepter of dominion. To the greater part of the Byzantine series we cannot reasonably ascribe the love of fame and of mankind. The virtue alone of John Comnenus was beneficent and pure. The most illustrious of the princes who proceed or follow that respectable name have trod with some dexterity and vigor the crooked and bloody paths of a selfish policy. In scrutinizing the imperfect characters of Leo the Isaurian, Basil I, and Alexius Comnenus, of Theophilus, the second Basil, and Manuel Comnenus, our esteem and censure are almost equally balanced. And the remainder of the imperial crowd could only desire and expect to be forgotten by posterity. Was personal happiness the aim and object of their ambition? I shall not descant on the vulgar topics of the misery of kings, but I may surely observe that their condition, of all others, is the most pregnant with fear and the least susceptible of hope. For these opposite passions, a larger scope was allowed in the revolutions of antiquity than in the smooth and solid temper of the modern world, which cannot easily repeat either the triumph of Alexander or the fall of Darius. But the peculiar infelicity of the Byzantine princes exposed them to domestic perils, without affording any lively promise of foreign conquest. From the pinnacle of greatness, Andronicus was precipitated by a death more cruel and shameful than that of the vilest malefactor. But the most glorious of his predecessors had much more to dread from their subjects than to hope from their enemies. The army was licentious without spirit, the nation turbulent without freedom. The barbarians of the east and west pressed on the monarchy, and the loss of the provinces was terminated by the final servitude of the capital. The entire series of Roman emperors, from the first of the Caesars to the last of the Constantines, extends above 1500 years. And the term of dominion unbroken by foreign conquest surpasses the measure of the ancient monarchies, the Assyrians or Medes, the successors of Cyrus, or those of Alexander. Chapter 49. Introduction, Worship and Persecution of Images, Revolt of Italy and Rome, Temporal Dominion of the Popes, Conquest of Italy by the Franks, Establishment of Images, Character and Coronation of Charlemagne, Restoration and Decay of the Roman Empire in the West, Independence of Italy, Constitution of the Germanic Body. In the connection of the Church and State, I have considered the former as subservient only in relative to the latter, a salutary maxim, if in fact, as well as in narrative. It had ever been held sacred. The Oriental philosophy of the Gnostics, the dark abyss of predestination and grace, and the strange transformation of the Eucharist from the sign to the substance of Christ's body. 6016 I have purposely abandoned to the curiosity of speculative divines. But I have reviewed, with diligence and pleasure, the objects of ecclesiastical history, by which the decline and fall of the Roman Empire were materially affected, the propagation of Christianity, the constitution of the Catholic Church, the ruin of paganism, and the sects that arose from the mysterious controversies concerning the Trinity and Incarnation. At the head of this class, we may justly rank the worship of images, so fiercely disputed in the 8th and 9th centuries. Since a question of popular superstition produced the revolt of Italy, the temporal power of the popes, and the restoration of the Roman Empire in the West, the primitive Christians were possessed with an unconquerable repugnance to the use and abuse of images. And this aversion may be ascribed to their descent from the Jews and their enmity to the Greeks. The Mosaic Law had severely proscribed all representations of the deity. And that precept was firmly established in the principles and practice of the chosen people. The wit of the Christian apologists was pointed against the foolish idolaters, who bowed before the workmanship of their own hands, the images of brass and marble, which, had they been endowed with sense and motion, should have started rather from the pedestal to adore the creative powers of the artist. 6017 Perhaps some recent and imperfect converts of the Gnostic tribe might crown the statues of Christ and St. Paul with the profane honors which they paid to those of Aristotle and Pythagoras. 6018 But the public religion of the Catholics was uniformly simple and spiritual. And the first notice of the use of pictures is in the censure of the Council of Illiberis, 300 years after the Christian era. Under the successors of Constantine, in the peace and luxury of the triumphant Church, the more prudent bishops condescended to indulge a visible superstition for the benefit of the multitude. And, after the ruin of paganism, they were no longer restrained by the apprehension of an odious parallel. The first introduction of a symbolic worship was in the veneration of the cross and of relics. The saints and martyrs, whose intercession was implored, were seated on the right hand of God. But the gracious and often supernatural favors, which, in the popular belief, were showered round their tomb, conveyed an unquestionable sanction of the devout pilgrims, who visited, and touched, and kissed these lifeless remains, the memorials of their merits and sufferings. 6019 But a memorial, more interesting than the skull or the sandals of a departed worthy, is the faithful copy of his person and features, delineated by the arts of painting or sculpture. In every age, such copies, so congenial to human feelings, have been cherished by the zeal of private friendship or public esteem. The images of the Roman emperors were adored with civil and almost religious honors. A reverence less ostentatious, but more sincere, was applied to the statues of sages and patriots. And these profane virtues, these splendid sins, disappeared in the presence of the holy men who had died for their celestial and everlasting country. At first, the experiment was made with caution and scruple. And the venerable pictures were discreetly allowed to instruct the ignorant, to awaken the cold, and to gratify the prejudices of the heathen proselytes. By a slow though inevitable progression, the honors of the original were transferred to the copy, the devout Christian prayed before the image of a saint. And the pagan rites of genuflection, luminaries, and incense again stole into the Catholic Church. The scruples of reason, or piety, were silenced by the strong evidence of visions and miracles. And the pictures which speak, and move, and bleed, must be endowed with a divine energy, and may be considered as the proper objects of religious adoration. The most audacious pencil might tremble in the rash attempt of defining, by forms and colors, the infinite Spirit, the eternal Father, who pervades and sustains the universe. 6020 But the superstitious mind was more easily reconciled to paint and to worship the angels, and, above all, the Son of God, under the human shape which on earth they have condescended to assume. The second person of the Trinity had been clothed with a real and mortal body. But that body had ascended into heaven, and, had not some similitude been presented to the eyes of his disciples, the spiritual worship of Christ might have been obliterated by the visible relics and representations of the saints. A similar indulgence was requisite and propitious for the Virgin Mary. The place of her burial was unknown. And the assumption of her soul and body into heaven was adopted by the credulity of the Greeks and Latins. The use, and even the worship, of images was firmly established before the end of the 6th century. They were fondly cherished by the warm imagination of the Greeks and Asiatics. The Pantheon and Vatican were adorned with the emblems of a new superstition, but this semblance of idolatry was more coldly entertained by the rude barbarians and the Arian clergy of the West. The bolder forms of sculpture, in brass or marble, which peopled the temples of antiquity, were offensive to the fancy or conscience of the Christian Greeks. And a smooth surface of colors has ever been esteemed a more decent and harmless mode of imitation. 6021. The merit and effect of a copy depends on its resemblance with the original. But the primitive Christians were ignorant of the genuine features of the Son of God, his mother, and his apostles. The statue of Christ at Panias in Palestine 6022 was more probably that of some temporal savior. The Gnostics and their profane monuments were reprobated, and the fancy of the Christian artists could only be guided by the clandestine imitation of some heathen model. In this distress, a bold and dexterous invention assured at once the likeness of the image and the innocence of the worship. A new superstructure of fable was raised on the popular basis of a Syrian legend, on the correspondence of Christ and Abgarus, so famous in the days of Eusebius, so reluctantly deserted by our modern advocates. The Bishop of Caesarea 6023 records the epistle, 6024, but he most strangely forgets the picture of Christ, 6025, the perfect impression of his face on a linen, with which he gratified the faith of the royal stranger who had invoked his healing power and offered the strong city of Edessa to protect him against the malice of the Jews. The ignorance of the primitive church is explained by the long imprisonment of the image in a niche of the wall, from whence, after an oblivion of 500 years, it was released by some prudent bishop, and seasonably presented to the devotion of the times. Its first and most glorious exploit was the deliverance of the city from the arms of Khosrow-Nushirvan. And it was soon revered as a pledge of the divine promise that Edessa should never be taken by a foreign enemy. It is true, indeed, that the text of Procopius ascribes the double deliverance of Edessa to the wealth and valor of her citizens, who purchased the absence and repelled the assaults of the Persian monarch. He was ignorant, the profane historian, of the testimony which he is compelled to deliver in the ecclesiastical page of Evagrius, that the Palladium was exposed on the rampart, and that the water which had been sprinkled on the holy face, instead of quenching, added new fuel to the flames of the besieged. After this important service, the image of Edessa was preserved with respect and gratitude. And if the Armenians rejected the legend, the more credulous Greeks adored the similitude, which was not the work of any mortal pencil, but the immediate creation of the divine original. The style and sentiments of a Byzantine hymn will declare how far their worship was removed from the grossest idolatry. How can we with mortal eyes contemplate this image, whose celestial splendor the host of heaven presumes not to behold? He who dwells in heaven condescends this day to visit us by his venerable image. He who is seated on the cherubim visits us this day by a picture, which the Father has delineated with his immaculate hand, which he has formed in an ineffable manner, and which we sanctify by adoring it with fear and love. Before the end of the 6th century, these images, made without hands, in Greek it is a single word 6026, were propagated in the camps and cities of the Eastern Empire. 6027 they were the objects of worship, and the instruments of miracles. And in the hour of danger or tumult their venerable presence could revive the hope, rekindle the courage, or repress the fury of the Roman legions. Of these pictures, the far greater part, the transcripts of a human pencil, could only pretend to a secondary likeness and improper title. But there were some of higher descent, who derived their resemblance from an immediate contact with the original, endowed, for that purpose, with a miraculous and prolific virtue. The most ambitious aspired from a filial to a fraternal relation with the image of Edessa. And such is the Veronica of Rome, or Spain, or Jerusalem, which Christ in his agony and bloody sweat applied to his face and delivered to a holy matron. The fruitful precedent was speedily transferred to the Virgin Mary and the saints and martyrs. In the Church of Diospolis in Palestine, the features of the Mother of God 6028 were deeply inscribed in a marble column. The east and west have been decorated by the pencil of St. Luke. And the evangelist, who was perhaps a physician, has been forced to exercise the occupation of a painter, so profane and odious in the eyes of the primitive Christians. The Olympian Jove, created by the muse of Homer and the chisel of Phidias, might inspire a philosophic mind with momentary devotion. But these Catholic images were faintly and flatly delineated by monkish artists in the last degeneracy of taste and genius. 6029. The worship of images had stolen into the Church by insensible degrees, and each petty step was pleasing to the superstitious mind, as productive of comfort and innocent of sin. But in the beginning of the 8th century, in the full magnitude of the abuse, the more timorous Greeks were awakened by an apprehension that, under the mask of Christianity, they had restored the religion of their fathers. They heard, with grief and impatience, the name of idolaters. The incessant charge of the Jews and Mohammedans 6030 who derived from the law and the Quran an immortal hatred to graven images and all relative worship. The servitude of the Jews might curb their zeal and depreciate their authority. But the triumphant Mussulmans, who reigned at Damascus and threatened Constantinople, cast into the scale of reproach the accumulated weight of truth and victory. The cities of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had been fortified with the images of Christ, his mother, and his saints, and each city presumed on the hope or promise of miraculous defense. In a rapid conquest of 10 years, the Arabs subdued those cities and these images. And, in their opinion, the Lord of hosts pronounced a decisive judgment between the adoration and contempt of these mute and inanimate idols. 6031 For a while Edessa had braved the Persian assaults. But the chosen city, the spouse of Christ, was involved in the common ruin, and his divine resemblance became the slave and trophy of the infidels. After a servitude of 300 years, the Palladium was yielded to the devotion of Constantinople, for a ransom of 12,000 pounds of silver, the redemption of 200 Mussulmans, and a perpetual truce for the territory of Edessa. 6032 In this season of distress and dismay, the eloquence of the monks was exercised in the defense of images. And they attempted to prove that the sin and schism of the greatest part of the Orientals had forfeited the favor and annihilated the virtue of these precious symbols. But they were now opposed by the murmurs of many simple or rational Christians, who appealed to the evidence of texts, of facts, and of the primitive times, and secretly desired the reformation of the Church. As the worship of images had never been established by any general or positive law, its progress in the Eastern Empire had been retarded, or accelerated, by the differences of men and manners, the local degrees of refinement, and the personal characters of the bishops. The splendid devotion was fondly cherished by the levity of the capital and the inventive genius of the Byzantine clergy, while the rude and remote districts of Asia were strangers to this innovation of sacred luxury. Many large congregations of Gnostics and Arians maintained, after their conversion, the simple worship which had preceded their separation. And the Armenians, the most warlike subjects of Rome, were not reconciled, in the 12th century, to the sight of images. 6033 These various denominations of men afforded a fund of prejudice and aversion, of small account in the villages of Anatolia or Thrace, but which, in the fortune of a soldier, a prelate, or a eunuch, might be often connected with the powers of the Church and State. AD 726, 840 Of such adventurers, the most fortunate was the Emperor Leo III, 6034 who, from the mountains of Isauria, ascended the throne of the East. He was ignorant of sacred and profane letters, but his education, his reason, perhaps his intercourse with the Jews and Arabs, had inspired the martial peasant with a hatred of images. And it was held to be the duty of a prince to impose on his subjects the dictates of his own conscience. But in the outset of an unsettled reign, during 10 years of toil and danger, Leo submitted to the meanness of hypocrisy, bowed before the idols which he despised, and satisfied the Roman pontiff with the annual professions of his orthodoxy and zeal. In the reformation of religion, his first steps were moderate and cautious. He assembled a great council of senators and bishops, and enacted, with their consent, that all the images should be removed from the sanctuary and altar to a proper height in the churches, where they might be visible to the eyes, and inaccessible to the superstition, of the people. But it was impossible on either side to check the rapid through adverse impulse of veneration and abhorrence. In their lofty position, the sacred images still edified their votaries and reproached the tyrant. He was himself provoked by resistance and invective, and his own party accused him of an imperfect discharge of his duty, and urged for his imitation the example of the Jewish king, who had broken without scruple the brazen serpent of the temple. By a second edict, he proscribed the existence as well as the use of religious pictures. The churches of Constantinople and the provinces were cleansed from idolatry. The images of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints were demolished, or a smooth surface of plaster was spread over the walls of the edifice. The sect of the iconoclasts was supported by the zeal and despotism of 6 emperors, and the East and West were involved in a noisy conflict of 120 years. It was the design of Leo the Isaurian to pronounce the condemnation of images as an article of faith, and by the authority of a general council. But the convocation of such an assembly was reserved for his son Constantine. 6035 And though it is stigmatized by triumphant bigotry as a meeting of fools and atheists, their own partial and mutilated acts betray many symptoms of reason and piety. AD 754 The debates and decrees of many provincial synods introduced the summons of the General Council, which met in the suburbs of Constantinople, and was composed of the respectable number of 338 bishops of Europe and Anatolia. For the patriarchs of Antioch and Alexandria were the slaves of the Caliph, and the Roman pontiff had withdrawn the churches of Italy and the West from the communion of the Greeks. This Byzantine synod assumed the rank and powers of the 7th General Council. Yet even this title was a recognition of the 6 preceding assemblies which had laboriously built the structure of the Catholic faith. After a serious deliberation of 6 months, the 338 bishops pronounced and subscribed a unanimous decree that all visible symbols of Christ, except in the Eucharist, were either blasphemous or heretical. That image worship was a corruption of Christianity and a renewal of paganism, that all such monuments of idolatry should be broken or erased, and that those who should refuse to deliver the objects of their private superstition were guilty of disobedience to the authority of the Church and of the Emperor. In their loud and loyal acclamations, they celebrated the merits of their temporal Redeemer, and to his zeal and justice they entrusted the execution of their spiritual censures. At Constantinople, as in the former councils, the will of the prince was the rule of episcopal faith. But on this occasion, I am inclined to suspect that a large majority of the prelates sacrificed their secret conscience to the temptations of hope and fear. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from the simplicity of the gospel, nor was it easy for them to discern the clue, and tread back the mazes, of the labyrinth. The worship of images was inseparably blended, at least to a pious fancy, with the cross, the Virgin, the saints, and their relics, the holy ground was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions. And the nerves of the mind, curiosity and skepticism, were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief. Constantine himself is accused of indulging a royal license to doubt, or deny, or deride the mysteries of the Catholics. 6036 But they were deeply inscribed in the public and private creed of his bishops. And the boldest iconoclast might assault with a secret horror the monuments of popular devotion, which were consecrated to the honor of his celestial patrons. In the Reformation of the 16th century, freedom and knowledge had expanded all the faculties of man, the thirst of innovation superseded the reverence of antiquity. And the vigor of Europe could disdain those phantoms which terrified the sickly and servile weakness of the Greeks. AD 726, 775 The scandal of an abstract heresy can be only proclaimed to the people by the blast of the ecclesiastical trumpet. But the most ignorant can perceive, the most torpid must feel, the profanation and downfall of their visible deities. The first hostilities of Leo were directed against a lofty Christ on the vestibule, and above the gate, of the palace. A ladder had been planted for the assault, but it was furiously shaken by a crowd of zealots and women. They beheld, with pious transport, the ministers of sacrilege tumbling from on high and dashed against the pavement. And the honors of the ancient martyrs were prostituted to these criminals, who justly suffered for murder and rebellion. 6037 The execution of the imperial edicts was resisted by frequent tumults in Constantinople and the provinces. The person of Leo was endangered, his officers were massacred, and the popular enthusiasm was quelled by the strongest efforts of the civil and military power. Of the archipelago, or Holy See, the numerous islands were filled with images and monks, their votaries abjured, without scruple, the enemy of Christ, his mother, and the saints. They armed a fleet of boats and galleys, displayed their consecrated banners, and boldly steered for the harbor of Constantinople, to place on the throne a new favorite of God and the people. They depended on the succor of a miracle, but their miracles were inefficient against the Greek fire. And, after the defeat and conflagration of the fleet, the naked islands were abandoned to the clemency or justice of the conqueror. The son of Leo, in the first year of his reign, had undertaken an expedition against the Saracens. During his absence, the capital, the palace, and the purple were occupied by his kinsman Artavasdes, the ambitious champion of the Orthodox faith. The worship of images was triumphantly restored. The patriarch renounced his dissimulation, or dissembled his sentiments, and the righteous claim of the usurper was acknowledged both in the new, and in ancient, Rome. Constantine flew for refuge to his paternal mountains, but he descended at the head of the bold and affectionate Isaurians, and his final victory confounded the arms and predictions of the fanatics. His long reign was distracted with clamor, sedition, conspiracy, and mutual hatred, and sanguinary revenge. The persecution of images was the motive or pretense of his adversaries. And, if they missed a temporal diadem, they were rewarded by the Greeks with the crown of martyrdom. In every act of open and clandestine treason, the emperor felt the unforgiving enmity of the monks, the faithful slaves of the superstition to which they owed their riches and influence. They prayed, they preached, they absolved, they inflamed, they conspired. The solitude of Palestine poured forth a torrent of invective, and the pen of St. John Damascenus 6038 The last of the Greek fathers, devoted the tyrant's head, both in this world and the next. 6039 6040 I am not at leisure to examine how far the monks provoked, nor how much they have exaggerated, their real and pretended sufferings, nor how many lost their lives or limbs. Their eyes or their beards, by the cruelty of the emperor. 6041 From the chastisement of individuals, he proceeded to the abolition of the order, and, as it was wealthy and useless, his resentment might be stimulated by avarice and justified by patriotism. The formidable name and mission of the dragon, 6042 His visitor general, excited the terror and abhorrence of the black nation. The religious communities were dissolved, the buildings were converted into magazines or barracks, the lands, movables, and cattle were confiscated. And our modern precedents will support the charge that much wanton or malicious havoc was exercised against the relics, and even the books, of the monasteries. With the habit and profession of monks, the public and private worship of images was rigorously proscribed. And it should seem that a solemn abjuration of idolatry was exacted from the subjects, or at least from the clergy, of the Eastern Empire. 6043. The patient East abjured, with reluctance, her sacred images. They were fondly cherished, and vigorously defended, by the independent zeal of the Italians. In ecclesiastical rank and jurisdiction, the Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope of Rome were nearly equal. But the Greek prelate was a domestic slave under the eye of his master, at whose nod he alternately passed from the convent to the throne, and from the throne to the convent. A distant and dangerous station, amidst the barbarians of the West, excited the spirit and freedom of the Latin bishops. Their popular election endeared them to the Romans. The public and private indigence was relieved by their ample revenue, and the weakness or neglect of the emperors compelled them to consult, both in peace and war, the temporal safety of the city. In the school of adversity the priest insensibly imbibed the virtues and the ambition of a prince. The same character was assumed, the same policy was adopted, by the Italian, the Greek, or the Syrian, who ascended the chair of St. Peter. And, after the loss of her legions and provinces, the genius and fortune of the popes again restored the supremacy of Rome. It is agreed that in the 8th century, their dominion was founded on rebellion, and that the rebellion was produced, and justified, by the heresy of the iconoclasts. But the conduct of the 2nd and 3rd Gregory, in this memorable contest, is variously interpreted by the wishes of their friends and enemies. The Byzantine writers unanimously declare that, after a fruitless admonition, they pronounced the separation of the East and West, and deprived the sacrilegious tyrant of the revenue and sovereignty of Italy. Their excommunication is still more clearly expressed by the Greeks, who beheld the accomplishment of the papal triumphs. And as they are more strongly attached to their religion than to their country, they praise, instead of blaming, the zeal and orthodoxy of these apostolical men. 6044. The modern champions of Rome are eager to accept the praise and the precedent. This great and glorious example of the deposition of royal heretics is celebrated by the Cardinals Baronius and Bellarmine. 6045. And if they are asked why the same thunders were not hurled against the Neros and Julians of antiquity, they reply that the weakness of the primitive church was the sole cause of her patient loyalty. 6046. On this occasion the effects of love and hatred are the same. And the zealous Protestants, who seek to kindle the indignation and to alarm the fears of princes and magistrates, expatiate on the insolence and treason of the 2 Gregories against their lawful sovereign. 6047. They are defended only by the moderate Catholics, for the most part, of the Gallican Church. 6048. Who respect the saint without approving the sin. These common advocates of the crown and the mitre circumscribe the truth of facts by the rule of equity, scripture, and tradition, and appeal to the evidence of the Latins. 6049. And the lives. 6050. In epistles of the popes, themselves. AD 727. 2 original epistles, from Gregory II to the Emperor Leo, are still extant. 6051. And if they cannot be praised as the most perfect models of eloquence and logic, they exhibit the portrait, or at least the mask, of the founder of the papal monarchy. During 10 pure and fortunate years, says Gregory to the emperor, we have tasted the annual comfort of your royal letters, subscribed in purple ink, with your own hand. The sacred pledges of your attachment to the orthodox creed of our fathers. How deplorable is the change! How tremendous the scandal! You now accuse the Catholics of idolatry, and, by the accusation, you betray your own impiety and ignorance. To this ignorance we are compelled to adapt the grossness of our style and arguments. The first elements of holy letters are sufficient for your confusion. And were you to enter a grammar school and avow yourself the enemy of our worship, the simple and pious children would be provoked to cast their hornbooks at your head. After this decent salutation, the Pope attempts the usual distinction between the idols of antiquity and the Christian images. The former were the fanciful representations of phantoms or demons, at a time when the true God had not manifested his person in any visible likeness. The latter are the genuine forms of Christ, his mother, and his saints, who had approved, by a crowd of miracles, the innocence and merit of this relative worship. He must indeed have trusted to the ignorance of Leo, since he could assert the perpetual use of images from the apostolic age, and their venerable presence in the 6 synods of the Catholic Church. A more specious argument is drawn from present possession and recent practice: the harmony of the Christian world supersedes the demand of a general council. And Gregory frankly confesses that such assemblies can only be useful under the reign of an orthodox prince. To the impudent and inhuman Leo, more guilty than a heretic, he recommends peace, silence, and implicit obedience to his spiritual guides of Constantinople and Rome. The limits of civil and ecclesiastical powers are defined by the pontiff. To the former he appropriates the body, to the latter, the soul. The sword of justice is in the hands of the magistrate. The more formidable weapon of excommunication is entrusted to the clergy, and in the exercise of their divine commission a zealous son will not spare his offending father, the successor of St. Peter may lawfully chastise the kings of the earth. You assault us, O tyrant, with a carnal and military hand. Unarmed and naked we can only implore the Christ, the Prince of the heavenly host, that he will send unto you a devil, for the destruction of your body and the salvation of your soul. You declare, with foolish arrogance, I will dispatch my orders to Rome, I will break in pieces the image of St. Peter. And Gregory, like his predecessor Martin, shall be transported in chains, and in exile, to the foot of the imperial throne. Would to God that I might be permitted to tread in the footsteps of the holy Martin. But may the fate of Constans serve as a warning to the persecutors of the Church. After his just condemnation by the bishops of Sicily, the tyrant was cut off, in the fullness of his sins, by a domestic servant. The saint is still adored by the nations of Scythia, among whom he ended his banishment and his life. But it is our duty to live for the edification and support of the faithful people. Nor are we reduced to risk our safety on the event of a combat. Incapable as you are of defending your Roman subjects, the maritime situation of the city may perhaps expose it to your depredation. But we can remove to the distance of 24 stadia 60-52 to the first fortress of the Lombards, and then, you may pursue the winds. Are you ignorant that the popes are the bond of union, the mediators of peace, between the East and West? The eyes of the nations are fixed on our humility. And they revere, as a god upon earth, the apostle St. Peter, whose image you threaten to destroy. 60-53 The remote and interior kingdoms of the West present their homage to Christ and his vicegerent. And we now prepare to visit one of their most powerful monarchs, who desires to receive from our hands the sacrament of baptism. 60-54 The barbarians have submitted to the yoke of the gospel, while you alone are deaf to the voice of the shepherd. These pious barbarians are kindled into rage. They thirst to avenge the persecution of the East. Abandon your rash and fatal enterprise, reflect, tremble, and repent. If you persist, we are innocent of the blood that will be spilt in the contest, may it fall on your own head. The first assault of Leo against the images of Constantinople had been witnessed by a crowd of strangers from Italy and the West, who related with grief and indignation the sacrilege of the emperor. But on the reception of his proscriptive edict they trembled for their domestic deities. The images of Christ and the Virgin, of the angels, martyrs, and saints, were abolished in all the churches of Italy. And a strong alternative was proposed to the Roman pontiff: the royal favor as the price of his compliance, degradation and exile as the penalty of his disobedience. Neither zeal nor policy allowed him to hesitate, and the haughty strain in which Gregory addressed the emperor displays his confidence in the truth of his doctrine or the powers of resistance. AD 728 without depending on prayers or miracles, he boldly armed against the public enemy, and his pastoral letters admonished the Italians of their danger and their duty. 60-55 At this signal, Ravenna, Venice, and the cities of the Exarchate and Pentapolis adhered to the cause of religion. Their military force by sea and land consisted, for the most part, of the natives, and the spirit of patriotism and zeal was transfused into the mercenary strangers. The Italians swore to live and die in the defense of the Pope and the holy images. The Roman people was devoted to their father, and even the Lombards were ambitious to share the merit and advantage of this holy war. The most treasonable act, but the most obvious revenge, was the destruction of the statues of Leo himself. The most effectual and pleasing measure of rebellion was the withholding the tribute of Italy, and depriving him of a power which he had recently abused by the imposition of a new capitation. 6056 A form of administration was preserved by the election of magistrates and governors. And so high was the public indignation that the Italians were prepared to create an Orthodox emperor, and to conduct him with a fleet and army to the palace of Constantinople. In that palace, the Roman bishops, the second and third Gregory, were condemned as the authors of the revolt, and every attempt was made, either by fraud or force, to seize their persons and to strike at their lives. The city was repeatedly visited or assaulted by captains of the guards, and dukes and exarchs of high dignity or secret trust. They landed with foreign troops, they obtained some domestic aid, and the superstition of Naples made blush that her fathers were attached to the cause of heresy. But these clandestine or open attacks were repelled by the courage and vigilance of the Romans. The Greeks were overthrown and massacred, their leaders suffered an ignominious death, and the popes, however inclined to mercy, refused to intercede for these guilty victims. At Ravenna 6057 the several quarters of the city had long exercised a bloody and hereditary feud. In religious controversy they found a new element of faction. But the votaries of images were superior in numbers or spirit, and the exarch, who attempted to stem the torrent, lost his life in a popular sedition. To punish this flagitious deed and restore his dominion in Italy, the emperor sent a fleet and army into the Adriatic Gulf. After suffering from the winds and waves much loss and delay, the Greeks made their descent in the neighborhood of Ravenna. They threatened to depopulate the guilty capital and to imitate, perhaps to surpass, the example of Justinian II, who had chastised a former rebellion by the choice and execution of 50 of the principal inhabitants. The women and clergy, in sackcloth and ashes, lay prostrate in prayer, the men were in arms for the defense of their country. The common danger had united the factions, and the event of a battle was preferred to the slow miseries of a siege. In a hard-fought day, as the two armies alternately yielded and advanced, a phantom was seen, a voice was heard, and Ravenna was victorious by the assurance of victory. The strangers retreated to their ships, but the populous seacoast poured forth a multitude of boats. The waters of the Po were so deeply infected with blood that during 6 years the public prejudice abstained from the fish of the river. And the institution of an annual feast perpetuated the worship of images, and the abhorrence of the Greek tyrant. Amidst the triumph of the Catholic arms, the Roman pontiff convened a synod of 93 bishops against the heresy of the iconoclasts. With their consent he pronounced a general excommunication against all who by word or deed should attack the tradition of the fathers and the images of the saints. In this sentence the emperor was tacitly involved, 6058, but the vote of a last and hopeless remonstrance may seem to imply that the anathema was yet suspended over his guilty head. No sooner had they confirmed their own safety, the worship of images, and the freedom of Rome and Italy, then the popes appear to have relaxed of their severity and to have spared the relics of the Byzantine dominion. Their moderate counsels delayed and prevented the election of a new emperor, and they exhorted the Italians not to separate from the body of the Roman monarchy. The exarch was permitted to reside within the walls of Ravenna, a captive rather than a master. Until the imperial coronation of Charlemagne, the government of Rome and Italy was exercised in the name of the successors of Constantine. 6059. The liberty of Rome, which had been oppressed by the arms and arts of Augustus, was rescued, after 750 years of servitude, from the persecution of Leo the Isaurian. By the Caesars, the triumphs of the consuls had been annihilated. In the decline and fall of the empire, the god Terminus, the sacred boundary, had insensibly receded from the ocean, the Rhine, the Danube, and the Euphrates. And Rome was reduced to her ancient territory from Viterbo to Terracina, and from Narni to the mouth of the Tiber. 60 when the kings were banished, the republic reposed on the firm basis which had been founded by their wisdom and virtue. Their perpetual jurisdiction was divided between 2 annual magistrates. The Senate continued to exercise the powers of administration and counsel. And the legislative authority was distributed in the assemblies of the people by a well-proportioned scale of property and service. Ignorant of the arts of luxury, the primitive Romans had improved the science of government and war. The will of the community was absolute, the rights of individuals were sacred. 130,000 citizens were armed for defense or conquest, and a band of robbers and outlaws was molded into a nation deserving of freedom and ambitious of glory. 60 when the sovereignty of the Greek emperors was extinguished, the ruins of Rome presented the sad image of depopulation and decay. Her slavery was a habit, her liberty an accident, the effect of superstition, and the object of her own amazement and terror. The last vestige of the substance, or even the forms, of the constitution was obliterated from the practice and memory of the Romans. And they were devoid of knowledge, or virtue, again to build the fabric of a commonwealth. Their scanty remnant, the offspring of slaves and strangers, was despicable in the eyes of the victorious barbarians. As often as the Franks or Lombards expressed their most bitter contempt of a foe, they called him a Roman. And in this name, says the Bishop Liutprand, we include whatever is base, whatever is cowardly, whatever is perfidious, the extremes of avarice and luxury, and every vice that can prostitute the dignity of human nature. 60 by the necessity of their situation, the inhabitants of Rome were cast into the rough model of a republican government. They were compelled to elect some judges in peace, and some leaders in war. The nobles assembled to deliberate, and their resolves could not be executed without the union and consent of the multitude. The style of the Roman Senate and people was revived, 60 but the spirit was fled, and their new independence was disgraced by the tumultuous conflict of licentiousness and oppression. The want of laws could only be supplied by the influence of religion, and their foreign and domestic councils were moderated by the authority of the bishop. His alms, his sermons, his correspondence with the kings and prelates of the West, his recent services, their gratitude, and oath, accustomed the Romans to consider him as the first magistrate or prince of the city. The Christian humility of the popes was not offended by the name of Dominus, or Lord, and their face and inscription are still apparent on the most ancient coins. 60 their temporal dominion is now confirmed by the reverence of 1,000 years, and their noblest title is the free choice of a people whom they had redeemed from slavery. In the quarrels of ancient Greece, the holy people of Elis enjoyed a perpetual peace, under the protection of Jupiter, and in the exercise of the Olympic Games. 60 happy would it have been for the Romans if a similar privilege had guarded the patrimony of St. Peter from the calamities of war. If the Christians who visited the holy threshold would have sheathed their swords in the presence of the apostle and his successor. But this mystic circle could have been traced only by the wand of a legislator and a sage. This pacific system was incompatible with the zeal and ambition of the popes. The Romans were not addicted, like the inhabitants of Elis, to the innocent and placid labors of agriculture. And the barbarians of Italy, though softened by the climate, were far below the Grecian states in the institutions of public and private life. AD 752 a memorable example of repentance and piety was exhibited by Liutprand, king of the Lombards. In arms, at the gate of the Vatican, the conqueror listened to the voice of Gregory II. 60 withdrew his troops, resigned his conquests, respectfully visited the church of St. Peter, and after performing his devotions, offered his sword and dagger, his cuirass and mantle, his silver cross and his crown of gold, on the tomb of the apostle. But this religious fervor was the illusion, perhaps the artifice, of the moment. The sense of interest is strong and lasting, the love of arms and rapine was congenial to the Lombards. And both the prince and people were irresistibly tempted by the disorders of Italy, the nakedness of Rome, and the unwarlike profession of her new chief. On the first edicts of the emperor, they declared themselves the champions of the holy images. Liutprand invaded the province of Romagna, which had already assumed that distinctive appellation. The Catholics of the Exarchate yielded without reluctance to his civil and military power, and a foreign enemy was introduced for the first time into the impregnable fortress of Ravenna. That city and fortress were speedily recovered by the active diligence and maritime forces of the Venetians. And those faithful subjects obeyed the exhortation of Gregory himself, in separating the personal guilt of Leo from the general cause of the Roman Empire. 6068 The Greeks were less mindful of the service than the Lombards of the injury. The two nations, hostile in their faith, were reconciled in a dangerous and unnatural alliance. The king and the exarch marched to the conquest of Spoleto and Rome. The storm evaporated without effect. But the policy of Liutprand alarmed Italy with a vexatious alternative of hostility and truce. His successor Astolphus declared himself the equal enemy of the emperor and the pope. Ravenna was subdued by force or treachery 6069, and this final conquest extinguished the series of the exarchs, who had reigned with a subordinate power since the time of Justinian and the ruin of the Gothic kingdom. Rome was summoned to acknowledge the victorious Lombard as her lawful sovereign. The annual tribute of a piece of gold was fixed as the ransom of each citizen. And the sword of destruction was unsheathed to exact the penalty of her disobedience. The Romans hesitated, they entreated, they complained. And the threatening barbarians were checked by arms and negotiations, till the popes had engaged the friendship of an ally and avenger beyond the Alps. 6070. In his distress, the first 6071 Gregory had implored the aid of the hero of the age, of Charles Martel, who governed the French monarchy with the humble title of mayor or duke, and who, by his signal victory over the Saracens, had saved his country, and perhaps Europe, from the Mohammedan yoke. The ambassadors of the Pope were received by Charles with decent reverence. But the greatness of his occupations and the shortness of his life prevented his interference in the affairs of Italy, except by a friendly and ineffectual mediation. AD 754 his son Pepin, the heir of his power and virtues, assumed the office of champion of the Roman Church. And the zeal of the French prince appears to have been prompted by the love of glory and religion. But the danger was on the banks of the Tiber, the succor on those of the Seine. And our sympathy is cold to the relation of distant misery. Amidst the tears of the city, Stephen III embraced the generous resolution of visiting in person the courts of Lombardy and France, to deprecate the injustice of his enemy, or to excite the pity and indignation of his friend. After soothing the public despair by litanies and orations, he undertook this laborious journey with the ambassadors of the French monarch and the Greek emperor. The king of the Lombards was inexorable, but his threats could not silence the complaints, nor retard the speed of the Roman pontiff, who traversed the Pennine Alps, reposed in the abbey of Asti, Maurice, and hastened to grasp the right hand of his protector, a hand which was never lifted in vain, either in war or friendship. Stephen was entertained as the visible successor of the apostle. At the next assembly, the field of March or of May, his injuries were exposed to a devout and warlike nation, and he repassed the Alps, not as a suppliant, but as a conqueror, at the head of a French army, which was led by the king in person. The Lombards, after a weak resistance, obtained an ignominious peace, and swore to restore the possessions, and to respect the sanctity, of the Roman Church. But no sooner was Astolphus delivered from the presence of the French arms, than he forgot his promise and resented his disgrace. Rome was again encompassed by his arms. And Stephen, apprehensive of fatiguing the zeal of his Transalpine allies, enforced his complaint and request by an eloquent letter in the name and person of Saint Peter himself. 6072 The apostle assures his adopted sons, the king, the clergy, and the nobles of France that, dead in the flesh, he is still alive in the spirit. That they now hear, and must obey, the voice of the founder and guardian of the Roman Church. That the Virgin, the angels, the saints, and the martyrs, and all the host of heaven, unanimously urge the request, and will confess the obligation. that riches, victory, and paradise will crown their pious enterprise, and that eternal damnation will be the penalty of their neglect, if they suffer his tomb, his temple, and his people to fall into the hands of the perfidious Lombards. The second expedition of Pepin was not less rapid and fortunate than the first. St. Peter was satisfied, Rome was again saved, and Astolphus was taught the lessons of justice and sincerity by the scourge of a foreign master. After this double chastisement, the Lombards languished about 20 years in a state of languor and decay. But their minds were not yet humbled to their condition. And instead of affecting the pacific virtues of the feeble, they peevishly harassed the Romans with a repetition of claims, evasions, and inroads, which they undertook without reflection and terminated without glory. On either side, their expiring monarchy was pressed by the zeal and prudence of Pope Hadrian I, the genius, the fortune, and greatness of Charlemagne the son of Pepin. These heroes of the church and state were united in public and domestic friendship. And while they trampled on the prostrate, they varnished their proceedings with the fairest colors of equity and moderation. 6073 AD 774 The passes of the Alps, and the walls of Pavia, were the only defense of the Lombards. The former were surprised, the latter were invested, by the son of Pepin. And after a blockade of 2 years 6074 Desiderius, the last of their native princes, surrendered his scepter and his capital. Under the dominion of a foreign king, but in the possession of their national laws, the Lombards became the brethren, rather than the subjects, of the Franks, who derived their blood, and manners, and language from the same Germanic origin. 6075. The mutual obligations of the popes and the Carlovingian family form the important link of ancient and modern, of civil and ecclesiastical, history. In the conquest of Italy, the champions of the Roman Church obtained a favorable occasion, a specious title, the wishes of the people, the prayers and intrigues of the clergy. But the most essential gifts of the popes to the Carlovingian race were the dignities of King of France 6076 and of Patrician of Rome. Under the sacerdotal monarchy of St. Peter, the nations began to resume the practice of seeking, on the banks of the Tiber, their kings, their laws, and the oracles of their fate. The Franks were perplexed between the name and substance of their government. All the powers of royalty were exercised by Pepin, mayor of the palace. And nothing, except the regal title, was wanting to his ambition. His enemies were crushed by his valor, his friends were multiplied by his liberality, his father had been the savior of Christendom. And the claims of personal merit were repeated and ennobled in a descent of 4 generations. The name and image of royalty was still preserved in the last descendant of Clovis, the feeble Childeric. But his obsolete right could only be used as an instrument of sedition. The nation was desirous of restoring the simplicity of the constitution. And Pepin, a subject and a prince, was ambitious to ascertain his own rank and the fortune of his family. The mayor and the nobles were bound, by an oath of fidelity, to the royal phantom. The blood of Clovis was pure and sacred in their eyes, and their common ambassadors addressed the Roman pontiff, to dispel their scruples or to absolve their promise. The interest of Pope Zachary, the successor of the 2 Gregories, prompted him to decide, and to decide in their favor. He pronounced that the nation might lawfully unite in the same person the title and authority of king, and that the unfortunate Childeric, a victim of the public safety, should be degraded, shaved, and confined in a monastery for the remainder of his days. An answer so agreeable to their wishes was accepted by the Franks as the opinion of a casuist, the sentence of a judge, or the oracle of a prophet. The Merovingian race disappeared from the earth. And Pepin was exalted on a buckler by the suffrage of a free people, accustomed to obey his laws and to march under his standard. His coronation was twice performed, with the sanction of the popes, by their most faithful servant St. Boniface, the apostle of Germany, and by the grateful hands of Stephen III, who, in the monastery of St. Denis, placed the diadem on the head of his benefactor. The royal unction of the kings of Israel was dexterously applied. 6077 The successor of St. Peter assumed the character of a divine ambassador. A German chieftain was transformed into the Lord's anointed, and this Jewish rite has been diffused and maintained by the superstition and vanity of modern Europe. The Franks were absolved from their ancient oath. But a dire anathema was thundered against them and their posterity, if they should dare to renew the same freedom of choice, or to elect a king. Except in the holy and meritorious race of the Carlovingian princes. Without apprehending the future danger, these princes gloried in their present security. The secretary of Charlemagne affirms that the French scepter was transferred by the authority of the popes. 6078, and in their boldest enterprises, they insist, with confidence, on this signal and successful act of temporal jurisdiction. 2. In the change of manners and language, the patricians of Rome 6079 were far removed from the Senate of Romulus or the palace of Constantine. From the free nobles of the Republic or the fictitious parents of the emperor. After the recovery of Italy and Africa by the arms of Justinian, the importance and danger of those remote provinces required the presence of a supreme magistrate. He was indifferently styled the exarch or the patrician, and these governors of Ravenna, who fill their place in the chronology of princes, extended their jurisdiction over the Roman city. Since the revolt of Italy and the loss of the exarchate, the distress of the Romans had exacted some sacrifice of their independence. Yet, even in this act, they exercised the right of disposing of themselves. And the decrees of the Senate and people successively invested Charles Martel and his posterity with the honors of patrician of Rome. The leaders of a powerful nation would have disdained a servile title and subordinate office, but the reign of the Greek emperors was suspended. And, in the vacancy of the empire, they derived a more glorious commission from the Pope and the Republic. The Roman ambassadors presented these patricians with the keys of the shrine of St. Peter, as a pledge and symbol of sovereignty, with a holy banner, which it was their right and duty to unfurl in the defense of the church and city. 6080. In the time of Charles Martel and of Pepin, the interposition of the Lombard kingdom covered the freedom, while it threatened the safety, of Rome. And the patriciate represented only the title, the service, the alliance, of these distant protectors. The power and policy of Charlemagne annihilated an enemy and imposed a master. In his first visit to the capital, he was received with all the honors which had formerly been paid to the exarch, the representative of the emperor. And these honors obtained some new decorations from the joy and gratitude of Pope Adrian I. 6081. No sooner was he informed of the sudden approach of the monarch, than he dispatched the magistrates and nobles of Rome to meet him, with the banner, about 30 miles from the city. At the distance of 1 mile, the Flaminian Way was lined with the schools, or national communities, of Greeks, Lombards, Saxons, etc. The Roman youth were under arms. And the children of a more tender age, with palms and olive branches in their hands, chanted the praises of their great deliverer. At the aspect of the holy crosses and ensigns of the saints, he dismounted from his horse, led the procession of his nobles to the Vatican, and, as he ascended the stairs, devoutly kissed each step of the threshold of the apostles. In the portico, Adrian expected him at the head of his clergy. They embraced, as friends and equals, but in their march to the altar, the king or patrician assumed the right hand of the pope. Nor was the Frank content with these vain and empty demonstrations of respect. In the 26 years that elapsed between the conquest of Lombardy and his imperial coronation, Rome, which had been delivered by the sword, was subject as his own, to the scepter of Charlemagne. The people swore allegiance to his person and family, in his name money was coined, and justice was administered, and the election of the popes was examined and confirmed by his authority. Except an original and self-inherent claim of sovereignty, there was not any prerogative remaining which the title of emperor could add to the patrician of Rome. 6082. The gratitude of the Carlovingians was adequate to these obligations, and their names are consecrated as the saviors and benefactors of the Roman Church. Her ancient patrimony of farms and houses was transformed by their bounty into the temporal dominion of cities and provinces. And the donation of the exarchate was the first fruits of the conquests of Pepin. 6083. Astolphus with a sigh relinquished his prey. The keys and the hostages of the principal cities were delivered to the French ambassador, and, in his master's name, he presented them before the tomb of St. Peter. The ample measure of the Exarchate 6084 might comprise all the provinces of Italy which had obeyed the emperor and his vicegerent. But its strict and proper limits were included in the territories of Ravenna, Bologna, and Ferrara. Its inseparable dependency was the Pentapolis, which stretched along the Adriatic from Rimini to Ancona, and advanced into the Midland country as far as the ridges of the Apennine. In this transaction, the ambition and avarice of the popes have been severely condemned. Perhaps the humility of a Christian priest should have rejected an earthly kingdom, which it was not easy for him to govern without renouncing the virtues of his profession. Perhaps a faithful subject, or even a generous enemy, would have been less impatient to divide the spoils of the barbarian. And if the emperor had entrusted Stephen to solicit in his name the restitution of the exarchate, I will not absolve the pope from the reproach of treachery and falsehood. But in the rigid interpretation of the laws, everyone may accept, without injury, whatever his benefactor can bestow without injustice. The Greek emperor had abdicated or forfeited his right to the exarchate, and the sword of Astolphus was broken by the stronger sword of the Carlovingian. It was not in the cause of the iconoclast that Pepin has exposed his person and army in a double expedition beyond the Alps. He possessed, and might lawfully alienate, his conquests. And to the importunities of the Greeks he piously replied that no human consideration should tempt him to resume the gift which he had conferred on the Roman pontiff for the remission of his sins and the salvation of his soul. The splendid donation was granted in supreme and absolute dominion, and the world beheld for the first time a Christian bishop invested with the prerogatives of a temporal prince. The choice of magistrates, the exercise of justice, the imposition of taxes, and the wealth of the palace of Ravenna. In the dissolution of the Lombard kingdom, the inhabitants of the Duchy of Spoleto 6085 sought a refuge from the storm, shaved their heads after the Roman fashion, declared themselves the servants and subjects of St. Peter, and completed, by this voluntary surrender, the present circle of the ecclesiastical state. That mysterious circle was enlarged to an indefinite extent by the verbal or written donation of Charlemagne 6086 who, in the first transports of his victory, despoiled himself and the Greek emperor of the cities and islands which had formerly been annexed to the exarchate. But, in the cooler moments of absence and reflection, he viewed, with an eye of jealousy and envy, the recent greatness of his ecclesiastical ally. The execution of his own and his father's promises was respectfully eluded. The king of the Franks and Lombards asserted the inalienable rights of the empire. And, in his life and death, Ravenna, 6087 as well as Rome, was numbered in the list of his metropolitan cities. The sovereignty of the exarchate melted away in the hands of the popes. They found in the archbishops of Ravenna a dangerous and domestic rival. 6088 the nobles and people disdained the yoke of a priest. And in the disorders of the times, they could only retain the memory of an ancient claim, which, in a more prosperous age, they have revived and realized. Fraud is the resource of weakness and cunning, and the strong, though ignorant, barbarian was often entangled in the net of sacerdotal policy. The Vatican and Lateran were an arsenal and manufacture, which, according to the occasion, have produced or concealed a various collection of false or genuine, of corrupt or suspicious acts, as they tended to promote the interest of the Roman Church. Before the end of the 8th century, some apostolic scribe, perhaps the notorious Isidore, composed the Decretals, and the donation of Constantine, the two magic pillars of the spiritual and temporal monarchy of the popes. This memorable donation was introduced to the world by an epistle of Adrian I, who exhorts Charlemagne to imitate the liberality and revive the name of the great Constantine. 6089 according to the legend, the first of the Christian emperors was healed of the leprosy, and purified in the waters of baptism, by Saint Sylvester, the Roman bishop. And never was physician more gloriously recompensed. His royal proselyte withdrew from the seat and patrimony of St. Peter, declared his resolution of founding a new capital in the East, and resigned to the popes the free and perpetual sovereignty of Rome, Italy, and the provinces of the West. 6090 This fiction was productive of the most beneficial effects. The Greek princes were convicted of the guilt of usurpation, and the revolt of Gregory was the claim of his lawful inheritance. The popes were delivered from their debt of gratitude. And the nominal gifts of the Carlovingians were no more than the just and irrevocable restitution of a scanty portion of the ecclesiastical state. The sovereignty of Rome no longer depended on the choice of a fickle people, and the successors of St. Peter and Constantine were invested with the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. So deep was the ignorance and credulity of the times that the most absurd of fables was received, with equal reverence, in Greece and in France, and is still enrolled among the decrees of the canon law. 6091 The emperors and the Romans were incapable of discerning a forgery that subverted their rights and freedom. And the only opposition proceeded from a Sabine monastery, which, in the beginning of the 12th century, disputed the truth and validity of the donation of Constantine. 6092 In the revival of letters and liberty this fictitious deed was transpierced by the pen of Laurentius Valla, the pen of an eloquent critic and a Roman patriot. 6093 His contemporaries of the 15th century were astonished at his sacrilegious boldness. Yet such is the silent and irresistible progress of reason that before the end of the next age the fable was rejected by the contempt of historians. 6094 and poets. 6095 And the tacit or modest censure of the advocates of the Roman Church. 6096 The popes themselves have indulged a smile at the credulity of the vulgar. 6097 But a false and obsolete title still sanctifies their reign. And, by the same fortune which has attended the decretals and the Sibylline oracles, the edifice has subsisted after the foundations have been undermined. AD 780 plus While the popes established in Italy their freedom and dominion, the images, the first cause of their revolt, were restored in the Eastern Empire. 6098 Under the reign of Constantine V, the union of civil and ecclesiastical power had overthrown the tree, without extirpating the root, of superstition. The idols, for such they were now held, were secretly cherished by the order and the sex most prone to devotion. And the fond alliance of the monks and females obtained a final victory over the reason and authority of man. Leo IV maintained with less rigor the religion of his father and grandfather. But his wife, the fair and ambitious Irene, had imbibed the zeal of the Athenians, the heirs of the idolatry, rather than the philosophy, of their ancestors. During the life of her husband, these sentiments were inflamed by danger and dissimulation, and she could only labor to protect and promote some favorite monks, whom she drew from their caverns and seated on the metropolitan thrones of the East. But as soon as she reigned in her own name and that of her son, Irene more seriously undertook the ruin of the iconoclasts. And the first step of her future persecution was a general edict for liberty of conscience. In the restoration of the monks, 1,000 images were exposed to the public veneration. 1,000 legends were inverted of their sufferings and miracles. By the opportunities of death or removal the episcopal seats were judiciously filled. The most eager competitors for earthly or celestial favor anticipated and flattered the judgment of their sovereign. And the promotion of her secretary Tarasius gave Irene the Patriarch of Constantinople and the command of the Oriental Church. But the decrees of a general council could only be repealed by a similar assembly. 6099 The iconoclasts whom she convened were bold in possession and averse to debate. And the feeble voice of the bishops was re-echoed by the more formidable clamor of the soldiers and people of Constantinople. AD 787 The delay and intrigues of a year, the separation of the disaffected troops, and the choice of Nice for a second Orthodox synod removed these obstacles. And the episcopal conscience was again, after the Greek fashion, in the hands of the prince. No more than 18 days were allowed for the consummation of this important work. The iconoclasts appeared, not as judges, but as criminals or penitents. The scene was decorated by the legates of Pope Adrian and the Eastern Patriarchs. 6,100 The decrees were framed by the President Tarasius, and ratified by the acclamations and subscriptions of 350 bishops. They unanimously pronounced that the worship of images is agreeable to Scripture and reason, to the Fathers and Councils of the Church, but they hesitate whether that worship be relative or direct. Whether the Godhead and the figure of Christ be entitled to the same mode of adoration. Of this Second Nicene Council the Acts are still extant. A curious monument of superstition and ignorance, of falsehood and folly. I shall only notice the judgment of the bishops on the comparative merit of image worship and morality. A monk had concluded a truce with the demon of fornication, on condition of interrupting his daily prayers to a picture that hung in his cell. His scruples prompted him to consult the abbot. Rather than abstain from adoring Christ and his mother in their holy images, it would be better for you, replied the casuist, to enter every brothel, and visit every prostitute, in the city. 6101 For the honor of orthodoxy, at least the orthodoxy of the Roman Church. It is somewhat unfortunate that the two princes who convened the two councils of Nice are both stained with the blood of their sons. The second of these assemblies was approved and rigorously executed by the despotism of Irene, and she refused her adversaries the toleration which at first she had granted to her friends. During the 5 succeeding reigns, a period of 38 years, the contest was maintained, with unabated rage and various success, between the worshippers and the breakers of the images. But I am not inclined to pursue with minute diligence the repetition of the same events. Nicephorus allowed a general liberty of speech and practice. And the only virtue of his reign is accused by the monks as the cause of his temporal and eternal perdition. Superstition and weakness formed the character of Michael I, but the saints and images were incapable of supporting their votary on the throne. In the purple, Leo V asserted the name and religion of an Armenian, and the idols, with their seditious adherents, were condemned to a second exile. Their applause would have sanctified the murder of an impious tyrant, but his assassin and successor, the second Michael, was tainted from his birth with the Phrygian heresies. He attempted to mediate between the contending parties. And the intractable spirit of the Catholics insensibly cast him into the opposite scale. His moderation was guarded by timidity. But his son Theophilus, alike ignorant of fear and pity, was the last and most cruel of the iconoclasts. The enthusiasm of the times ran strongly against them. And the emperors who stemmed the torrent were exasperated and punished by the public hatred. AD 842 After the death of Theophilus, the final victory of the images was achieved by a second female, his widow Theodora, whom he left the guardian of the empire. Her measures were bold and decisive. The fiction of a tardy repentance absolved the fame and the soul of her deceased husband. The sentence of the iconoclast patriarch was commuted from the loss of his eyes to a whipping of 200 lashes. The bishops trembled, the monks shouted, and the festival of orthodoxy preserves the annual memory of the triumph of the images. A single question yet remained, whether they are endowed with any proper and inherent sanctity. It was agitated by the Greeks of the 11th century. 6102 And as this opinion has the strongest recommendation of absurdity, I am surprised that it was not more explicitly decided in the affirmative. In the West, Pope Adrian I accepted and announced the decrees of the Nicene Assembly, which is now revered by the Catholics as the 7th in rank of the General Councils. Rome and Italy were docile to the voice of their father, but the greatest part of the Latin Christians were far behind in the race of superstition. AD 794 The churches of France, Germany, England, and Spain steered a middle course between the adoration and the destruction of images, which they admitted into their temples. Not as objects of worship, but as lively and useful memorials of faith and history. An angry book of controversy was composed and published in the name of Charlemagne. 6103 Under his authority a synod of 300 bishops was assembled at Frankfurt. 6104 They blamed the fury of the iconoclasts. But they pronounced a more severe censure against the superstition of the Greeks and the decrees of their pretended council, which was long despised by the barbarians of the West. 6105 Among them the worship of images advanced with a silent and insensible progress. But a large atonement is made for their hesitation and delay by the gross idolatry of the ages which precede the Reformation, and of the countries, both in Europe and America, which are still immersed in the gloom of superstition. AD 774, 800 It was after the Nicene Synod, and under the reign of the pious Irene, that the popes consummated the separation of Rome and Italy by the translation of the empire to the less orthodox Charlemagne. They were compelled to choose between the rival nations. Religion was not the sole motive of their choice. And while they dissembled the failings of their friends, they beheld, with reluctance and suspicion, the Catholic virtues of their foes. The difference of language and manners had perpetuated the enmity of the two capitals, and they were alienated from each other by the hostile opposition of 70 years. In that schism the Romans had tasted of freedom, and the popes of sovereignty. Their submission would have exposed them to the revenge of a jealous tyrant. And the revolution of Italy had betrayed the impotence, as well as the tyranny, of the Byzantine court. The Greek emperors had restored the images, but they had not restored the Calabrian estate 6106 and the Illyrian diocese 6107 which the iconoclasts had torn away from the successors of St. Peter. And Pope Adrian threatens them with a sentence of excommunication unless they speedily abjured this practical heresy. 6108 The Greeks were now Orthodox, but their religion might be tainted by the breath of the reigning monarch. The Franks were now contumacious, but a discerning eye might discern their approaching conversion from the use, to the adoration, of images. The name of Charlemagne was stained by the polemic acrimony of his scribes, but the conqueror himself conformed, with the temper of a statesman, to the various practice of France and Italy. In his 4 pilgrimages or visits to the Vatican, he embraced the popes in the communion of friendship and piety, knelt before the tomb, and consequently before the image, of the apostle. And joined, without scruple, in all the prayers and processions of the Roman liturgy. Would prudence or gratitude allow the pontiffs to renounce their benefactor? Had they a right to alienate his gift of the exarchate? Had they power to abolish his government of Rome? The title of patrician was below the merit and greatness of Charlemagne. And it was only by reviving the Western Empire that they could pay their obligations or secure their establishment. By this decisive measure they would finally eradicate the claims of the Greeks. From the debasement of a provincial town, the majesty of Rome would be restored, the Latin Christians would be united under a supreme head, in their ancient metropolis. And the conquerors of the West would receive their crown from the successors of St. Peter. The Roman Church would acquire a zealous and respectable advocate. And, under the shadow of the Carlovingian power, the bishop might exercise, with honor and safety, the government of the city. 6109. Before the ruin of paganism in Rome, the competition for a wealthy bishopric had often been productive of tumult and bloodshed. The people was less numerous, but the times were more savage, the prize more important, and the chair of St. Peter was fiercely disputed by the leading ecclesiastics who aspired to the rank of sovereign. The reign of Adrian I 6110 surpasses the measure of past or succeeding ages. 6111 The walls of Rome, the sacred patrimony, the ruin of the Lombards and the friendship of Charlemagne, were the trophies of his fame. He secretly edified the throne of his successors, and displayed in a narrow space the virtues of a great prince. His memory was revered. But in the next election, a priest of the Lateran, Leo III, was preferred to the nephew and the favorite of Adrian, whom he had promoted to the first dignities of the Church. Their acquiescence or repentance disguised, above 4 years, the blackest intention of revenge, till the day of a procession, when a furious band of conspirators dispersed the unarmed multitude and assaulted with blows and wounds the sacred person of the Pope. But their enterprise on his life or liberty was disappointed, perhaps by their own confusion and remorse. Leo was left for dead on the ground. On his revival from the swoon, the effect of his loss of blood, he recovered his speech and sight. And this natural event was improved to the miraculous restoration of his eyes and tongue, of which he had been deprived, twice deprived, by the knife of the assassins. 6112 From his prison he escaped to the Vatican. The Duke of Spoleto hastened to his rescue, Charlemagne sympathized in his injury, and in his camp of Paderborn in Westphalia accepted or solicited a visit from the Roman pontiff. Leo repassed the Alps with a commission of counts and bishops, the guards of his safety and the judges of his innocence. And it was not without reluctance that the conqueror of the Saxons delayed till the ensuing year the personal discharge of this pious office. In his fourth and last pilgrimage, he was received at Rome with the due honors of king and patrician. Leo was permitted to purge himself by oath of the crimes imputed to his charge. His enemies were silenced, and the sacrilegious attempt against his life was punished by the mild and insufficient penalty of exile. On the festival of Christmas, the last year of the 8th century, Charlemagne appeared in the church of St. Peter. And, to gratify the vanity of Rome, he had exchanged the simple dress of his country for the habit of a patrician. 6113 AD 8001225 After the celebration of the Holy Mysteries, Leo suddenly placed a precious crown on his head, 6114 and the dome resounded with the acclamations of the people. Long life and victory to Charles, the most pious Augustus, crowned by God, the great and pacific emperor of the Romans. The head and body of Charlemagne were consecrated by the royal unction. After the example of the Caesars he was saluted or adored by the pontiff. His coronation oath represents a promise to maintain the faith and privileges of the Church, and the first fruits were paid in his rich offerings to the shrine of his apostle. In his familiar conversation, the emperor protested his ignorance of the intentions of Leo, which he would have disappointed by his absence on that memorable day. But the preparations of the ceremony must have disclosed the secret. And the journey of Charlemagne reveals his knowledge and expectation. He had acknowledged that the imperial title was the object of his ambition. And a Roman synod had pronounced that it was the only adequate reward of his merit and services. 6115. AD 768, 814 The appellation of great has been often bestowed and sometimes deserved, but Charlemagne is the only prince in whose favor the title has been indissolubly blended with the name. That name, with the addition of saint, is inserted in the Roman calendar, and the saint, by a rare felicity, is crowned with the praises of the historians and philosophers of an enlightened age. 6116 His real merit is doubtless enhanced by the barbarism of the nation and the times from which he emerged, but the apparent magnitude of an object is likewise enlarged by an unequal comparison. And the ruins of Palmyra derive a casual splendor from the nakedness of the surrounding desert. Without injustice to his fame, I may discern some blemishes in the sanctity and greatness of the restorer of the Western Empire. Of his moral virtues, chastity is not the most conspicuous. 6117 But the public happiness could not be materially injured by his 9 wives or concubines, the various indulgence of meaner or more transient amours. The multitude of his bastards whom he bestowed on the Church, and the long celibacy and licentious manners of his daughters, 6118 whom the father was suspected of loving with too fond a passion. 6119 I shall be scarcely permitted to accuse the ambition of a conqueror. But in a day of equal retribution, the sons of his brother Carloman, the Merovingian princes of Aquitaine, and the 4,500 Saxons who were beheaded on the same spot, would have something to allege against the justice and humanity of Charlemagne. His treatment of the vanquished Saxons 6120 was an abuse of the right of conquest. His laws were not less sanguinary than his arms. And in the discussion of his motives, whatever is subtracted from bigotry must be imputed to temper. The sedentary reader is amazed by his incessant activity of mind and body. And his subjects and enemies were not less astonished at his sudden presence, at the moment when they believed him at the most distant extremity of the empire. Neither peace nor war, nor summer or winter, were a season of repose, and our fancy cannot easily reconcile the annals of his reign with the geography of his expeditions. 6121 But this activity was a national rather than a personal virtue. The vagrant life of a Frank was spent in the chase, in pilgrimage, in military adventures. And the journeys of Charlemagne were distinguished only by a more numerous train and a more important purpose. His military renown must be tried by the scrutiny of his troops, his enemies, and his actions. Alexander conquered with the arms of Philip, but the two heroes who preceded Charlemagne bequeathed him their name, their examples, and the companions of their victories. At the head of his veteran and superior armies, he oppressed the savage or degenerate nations who were incapable of confederating for their common safety. Nor did he ever encounter an equal antagonist in numbers, in discipline, or in arms. The science of war has been lost and revived with the arts of peace. But his campaigns are not illustrated by any siege or battle of singular difficulty and success, and he might behold, with envy, the Saracen trophies of his grandfather. After the Spanish expedition, his rearguard was defeated in the Pyrenean mountains. And the soldiers, whose situation was irretrievable and whose valor was useless, might accuse, with their last breath, the want of skill or caution of their general. 6122 I touch with reverence the laws of Charlemagne, so highly applauded by a respectable judge. They compose not a system, but a series, of occasional and minute edicts, for the correction of abuses, the reformation of manners, the economy of his farms, the care of his poultry, and even the sale of his eggs. He wished to improve the laws and the character of the Franks, and his attempts, however feeble and imperfect, are deserving of praise. The inveterate evils of the times were suspended or mollified by his government. 6123 But in his institutions I can seldom discover the general views and the immortal spirit of a legislator, who survives himself for the benefit of posterity. The union and stability of his empire depended on the life of a single man. He imitated the dangerous practice of dividing his kingdoms among his sons. And after his numerous diets, the whole constitution was left to fluctuate between the disorders of anarchy and despotism. His esteem for the piety and knowledge of the clergy tempted him to entrust that aspiring order with temporal dominion and civil jurisdiction. And his son Louis, when he was stripped and degraded by the bishops, might accuse, in some measure, the imprudence of his father. His laws enforced the imposition of tithes, because the demons had proclaimed in the air that the default of payment had been the cause of the last scarcity. 6124 The literary merits of Charlemagne are attested by the foundation of schools, the introduction of arts, the works which were published in his name, and his familiar connection with the subjects and strangers whom he invited to his court to educate both the prince and people. His own studies were tardy, laborious, and imperfect. If he spoke Latin, and understood Greek, he derived the rudiments of knowledge from conversation rather than from books. And, in his mature age, the emperor strove to acquire the practice of writing, which every peasant now learns in his infancy. 6125 The grammar and logic, the music and astronomy, of the times were only cultivated as the handmaids of superstition. But the curiosity of the human mind must ultimately tend to its improvement, and the encouragement of learning reflects the purest and most pleasing luster on the character of Charlemagne. 6126 The dignity of his person, 6127 The length of his reign, the prosperity of his arms, the vigor of his government, and the reverence of distant nations distinguish him from the royal crowd. And Europe dates a new era from his restoration of the Western Empire. That empire was not unworthy of its title. 6128 And some of the fairest kingdoms of Europe were the patrimony or conquest of a prince who reigned at the same time in France, Spain, Italy, Germany, and Hungary. 6129 The Roman province of Gaul had been transformed into the name and monarchy of France. But, in the decay of the Merovingian line, its limits were contracted by the independence of the Britons and the revolt of Aquitaine. Charlemagne pursued and confined the Britons on the shores of the ocean. And that ferocious tribe, whose origin and language are so different from the French, was chastised by the imposition of tribute, hostages, and peace. After a long and evasive contest, the rebellion of the Dukes of Aquitaine was punished by the forfeiture of their province, their liberty, and their lives. Harsh and rigorous would have been such treatment of ambitious governors, who had too faithfully copied the mayors of the palace. But a recent discovery 6130 has proved that these unhappy princes were the last and lawful heirs of the blood and scepter of Clovis, a younger branch, from the brother of Dagobert, of the Merovingian house. Their ancient kingdom was reduced to the Duchy of Gascogny, to the counties of Fezensac and Armagnac, at the foot of the Pyrenees. Their race was propagated till the beginning of the 16th century, and, after surviving their Carlovingian tyrants, they were reserved to feel the injustice, or the favors, of a third dynasty. By the reunion of Aquitaine, France was enlarged to its present boundaries, with the additions of the Netherlands and Spain, as far as the Rhine. 2. The Saracens had been expelled from France by the grandfather and father of Charlemagne, but they still possessed the greatest part of Spain, from the Rock of Gibraltar to the Pyrenees. Amidst their civil divisions, an Arabian emir of Saragossa implored his protection in the Diet of Paderborn. Charlemagne undertook the expedition, restored the emir, and, without distinction of faith, impartially crushed the resistance of the Christians, and rewarded the obedience and services of the Mohammedans. In his absence he instituted the Spanish March 6131, which extended from the Pyrenees to the river Ebro. Barcelona was the residence of the French governor. He possessed the counties of Roussillon and Catalonia, and the infant kingdoms of Navarre and Aragon were subject to his jurisdiction. 3. As king of the Lombards, and patrician of Rome, he reigned over the greatest part of Italy 6132, a tract of 1,000 miles from the Alps to the borders of Calabria. The Duchy of Beneventum, a Lombard fief, had spread, at the expense of the Greeks, over the modern kingdom of Naples. But Arecus, the reigning duke, refused to be included in the slavery of his country, assumed the independent title of prince, and opposed his sword to the Carlovingian monarchy. His defense was firm, his submission was not inglorious, and the emperor was content with an easy tribute, the demolition of his fortresses, and the acknowledgment, on his coins, of a supreme lord. The artful flattery of his son Grimoald added the appellation of father, but he asserted his dignity with prudence, and Beneventum insensibly escaped from the French yoke. 6133. 4. Charlemagne was the first who united Germany under the same scepter. The name of Oriental France is preserved in the circle of Franconia. And the people of Hesse and Thuringia were recently incorporated with the victors by the conformity of religion and government. The Alemanni, so formidable to the Romans, were the faithful vassals and confederates of the Franks, and their country was inscribed within the modern limits of Alsace, Swabia, and Switzerland. The Bavarians, with a similar indulgence of their laws and manners, were less patient of a master. The repeated treasons of Tassilo justified the abolition of their hereditary dukes. And their power was shared among the counts, who judged and guarded that important frontier. But the north of Germany, from the Rhine and beyond the Elbe, was still hostile and pagan. Nor was it till after a war of 33 years that the Saxons bowed under the yoke of Christ and of Charlemagne. The idols and their votaries were extirpated. The foundation of 8 bishoprics, of Munster, Osnaburg, Paderborn, and Minden, of Bremen, Verden, Hildesheim, and Halberstadt, define, on either side of the Weser, the bounds of ancient Saxony. These episcopal seats were the first schools and cities of that savage land, and the religion and humanity of the children atoned, in some degree, for the massacre of the parents. Beyond the Elbe, the Slavi, or Sclavonians, of similar manners and various denominations, overspread the modern dominions of Prussia, Poland, and Bohemia. And some transient marks of obedience have tempted the French historian to extend the empire to the Baltic and the Vistula. The conquest or conversion of those countries is of a more recent age, but the first union of Bohemia with the Germanic body may be justly ascribed to the arms of Charlemagne. V. He retaliated on the Avars, or Huns of Pannonia, the same calamities which they had inflicted on the nations. Their rings, the wooden fortifications which encircled their districts and villages, were broken down by the triple effort of a French army that was poured into their country by land and water, through the Carpathian mountains and along the plain of the Danube. After a bloody conflict of 8 years, the loss of some French generals was avenged by the slaughter of the most noble Huns. The relics of the nation submitted. The royal residence of the Kagan was left desolate and unknown. And the treasures, the rapine of 250 years, enriched the victorious troops or decorated the churches of Italy and Gaul. 6134 After the reduction of Pannonia, the empire of Charlemagne was bounded only by the conflux of the Danube with the Theiss and the Save. The provinces of Istria, Liburnia, and Dalmatia were an easy though unprofitable accession. And it was an effect of his moderation that he left the maritime cities under the real or nominal sovereignty of the Greeks. But these distant possessions added more to the reputation than to the power of the Latin emperor. Nor did he risk any ecclesiastical foundations to reclaim the barbarians from their vagrant life and idolatrous worship. Some canals of communication between the rivers, the Saône and the Meuse, the Rhine and the Danube, were faintly attempted. 6135 Their execution would have vivified the empire. And more cost and labor were often wasted in the structure of a cathedral. 6136. If we retrace the outlines of this geographical picture, it will be seen that the empire of the Franks extended, between east and west, from the Ebro to the Elbe or Vistula. Between the north and south, from the Duchy of Beneventum to the river Ader, the perpetual boundary of Germany and Denmark. The personal and political importance of Charlemagne was magnified by the distress and division of the rest of Europe. The islands of Great Britain and Ireland were disputed by a crowd of princes of Saxon or Scottish origin. And, after the loss of Spain, the Christian and Gothic kingdom of Alfonso the Chaste was confined to the narrow range of the Asturian mountains. These petty sovereigns revered the power or virtue of the Carlovingian monarch, implored the honor and support of his alliance, and styled him their common parent. The sole and supreme emperor of the West. 6137 He maintained a more equal intercourse with the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, 6138 whose dominion stretched from Africa to India, and accepted from his ambassadors a tent, a water clock, an elephant, and the keys of the Holy Sepulchre. It is not easy to conceive the private friendship of a Frank and an Arab, who were strangers to each other's person, and language, and religion. But their public correspondence was founded on vanity, and their remote situation left no room for a competition of interest. 2/3 of the Western Empire of Rome were subject to Charlemagne, and the deficiency was amply supplied by his command of the inaccessible or invincible nations of Germany. But in the choice of his enemies 6139 we may be reasonably surprised that he so often preferred the poverty of the north to the riches of the south. The 33 campaigns laboriously consumed in the woods and morasses of Germany would have sufficed to assert the amplitude of his title by the expulsion of the Greeks from Italy and the Saracens from Spain. The weakness of the Greeks would have ensured an easy victory, and the Holy Crusade against the Saracens would have been prompted by glory and revenge, and loudly justified by religion and policy. Perhaps, in his expeditions beyond the Rhine and the Elbe, he aspired to save his monarchy from the fate of the Roman Empire, to disarm the enemies of civilized society, and to eradicate the seed of future emigrations. But it has been wisely observed that, in a light of precaution, all conquest must be ineffectual, unless it could be universal. Since the increasing circle must be involved in a larger sphere of hostility. 6140 The subjugation of Germany withdrew the veil which had so long concealed the continent or islands of Scandinavia from the knowledge of Europe, and awakened the torpid courage of their barbarous natives. The fiercest of the Saxon idolaters escaped from the Christian tyrant to their brethren of the north. The ocean and Mediterranean were covered with their piratical fleets. And Charlemagne beheld with a sigh the destructive progress of the Normans, who, in less than 70 years, precipitated the fall of his race and monarchy. Had the Pope and the Romans revived the primitive constitution, the titles of Emperor and Augustus were conferred on Charlemagne for the term of his life. And his successors, on each vacancy, must have ascended the throne by a formal or tacit election. But the association of his son Louis the Pious asserts the independent right of monarchy and conquest. And the emperor seems on this occasion to have foreseen and prevented the latent claims of the clergy. AD 813 The royal youth was commanded to take the crown from the altar, and with his own hands to place it on his head, as a gift which he held from God, his Father, and the nation. 6141 The same ceremony was repeated, though with less energy, in the subsequent associations of Lothair and Louis II. The Carlovingian scepter was transmitted from father to son in a lineal descent of 4 generations. And the ambition of the popes was reduced to the empty honor of crowning and anointing these hereditary princes who were already invested with their power and dominions. AD 840 the pious Louis survived his brothers, and embraced the whole empire of Charlemagne. But the nations and the nobles, his bishops and his children, quickly discerned that this mighty mass was no longer inspired by the same soul. And the foundations were undermined to the center, while the external surface was yet fair and entire. After a war, or battle, which consumed 100,000 Franks, the empire was divided by treaty between his 3 sons, who had violated every filial and fraternal duty. AD 840-856 the kingdoms of Germany and France were forever separated. The provinces of Gaul, between the Rhone and the Alps, the Meuse and the Rhine, were assigned, with Italy, to the imperial dignity of Lothair. AD 856-875 in the partition of his share, Lorraine and Arles, 2 recent and transitory kingdoms, were bestowed on the younger children. And Louis II, his eldest son, was content with the realm of Italy, the proper and sufficient patrimony of a Roman emperor. On his death without any male issue, the vacant throne was disputed by his uncles and cousins, and the popes most dexterously seized the occasion of judging the claims and merits of the candidates, and of bestowing on the most obsequious or most liberal the imperial office of advocate of the Roman Church. The dregs of the Carlovingian race no longer exhibited any symptoms of virtue or power, and the ridiculous epithets of the bald, the stammerer, the fat, and the simple distinguished the tame and uniform features of a crowd of kings alike deserving of oblivion. By the failure of the collateral branches, the whole inheritance devolved to Charles the Fat, the last emperor of his family. His insanity authorized the desertion of Germany, Italy, and France. He was deposed in a diet, and solicited his daily bread from the rebels by whose contempt his life and liberty had been spared. AD 888 according to the measure of their force, the governors, the bishops, and the lords usurped the fragments of the falling empire. And some preference was shown to the female or illegitimate blood of Charlemagne. Of the greater part the title and possession were alike doubtful, and the merit was adequate to the contracted scale of their dominions. Those who could appear with an army at the gates of Rome were crowned emperors in the Vatican, but their modesty was more frequently satisfied with the appellation of kings of Italy. And the whole term of 74 years may be deemed a vacancy, from the abdication of Charles the Fat to the establishment of Otto I. Otto 6142 was of the noble race of the Dukes of Saxony. And if he truly descended from Widukind, the adversary and proselyte of Charlemagne, the posterity of a vanquished people was exalted to reign over their conquerors. His father Henry the Fowler was elected, by the suffrage of the nation, to save and institute the Kingdom of Germany. AD 962 its limits 6143 were enlarged on every side by his son, the first and greatest of the Ottos. A portion of Gaul to the west of the Rhine, along the banks of the Meuse and the Moselle, was assigned to the Germans, by whose blood and language it has been tinged since the time of Caesar and Tacitus. Between the Rhine, the Rhone, and the Alps, the successors of Otto acquired a vain supremacy over the broken kingdoms of Burgundy and Arles. In the north, Christianity was propagated by the sword of Otto, the conqueror and apostle of the Slavic nations of the Elbe and Oder. The marches of Brandenburg and Schleswig were fortified with German colonies, and the King of Denmark, the Dukes of Poland and Bohemia, confessed themselves his tributary vassals. At the head of a victorious army, he passed the Alps, subdued the Kingdom of Italy, delivered the Pope, and forever fixed the imperial crown in the name and nation of Germany. From that memorable era, 2 maxims of public jurisprudence were introduced by force and ratified by time. That the prince who was elected in the German Diet acquired from that instant the subject kingdoms of Italy and Rome. 2. But that he might not legally assume the titles of Emperor and Augustus, till he had received the crown from the hands of the Roman pontiff. 6144. The imperial dignity of Charlemagne was announced to the East by the alteration of his style. And instead of saluting his fathers, the Greek emperors, he presumed to adopt the more equal and familiar appellation of brother. 6145 Perhaps in his connection with Irene he aspired to the name of husband. His embassy to Constantinople spoke the language of peace and friendship, and might conceal a treaty of marriage with that ambitious princess, who had renounced the most sacred duties of a mother. The nature, the duration, the probable consequences of such a union between two distant and dissonant empires, it is impossible to conjecture. But the unanimous silence of the Latins may teach us to suspect that the report was invented by the enemies of Irene, to charge her with the guilt of betraying the Church and State to the strangers of the West. 6146 The French ambassadors were the spectators, and had nearly been the victims, of the conspiracy of Nicephorus, and the national hatred. Constantinople was exasperated by the treason and sacrilege of ancient Rome. A proverb, that the Franks were good friends and bad neighbors, was in everyone's mouth. But it was dangerous to provoke a neighbor who might be tempted to reiterate, in the church of Saint Sophia, the ceremony of his imperial coronation. After a tedious journey of circuit and delay, the ambassadors of Nicephorus found him in his camp, on the banks of the river Sala. And Charlemagne affected to confound their vanity by displaying in a Franconian village the pomp, or at least the pride, of the Byzantine palace. 6147 The Greeks were successively led through 4 halls of audience. In the first they were ready to fall prostrate before a splendid personage in a chair of state, till he informed them that he was only a servant, the constable, or master of the horse of the emperor. The same mistake and the same answer were repeated in the apartments of the Count Palatine, the steward, and the chamberlain. And their impatience was gradually heightened, till the doors of the presence chamber were thrown open, and they beheld the genuine monarch on his throne, enriched with the foreign luxury which he despised, and encircled with the love and reverence of his victorious chiefs. A treaty of peace and alliance was concluded between the two empires, and the limits of the East and West were defined by the right of present possession. But the Greeks 6148 soon forgot this humiliating equality, or remembered it only to hate the barbarians by whom it was extorted. During the short union of virtue and power, they respectfully saluted the august Charlemagne, with the acclamations of Basilius and Emperor of the Romans. As soon as these qualities were separated in the person of his pious son, the Byzantine letters were inscribed, to the king, or, as he styles himself, the emperor, of the Franks and Lombards. When both power and virtue were extinct, they despoiled Louis II of his hereditary title, and, with the barbarous appellation of Rex or Riga, degraded him among the crowd of Latin princes. His reply 6149 is expressive of his weakness. He proves, with some learning, that both in sacred and profane history the name of king is synonymous with the Greek word Basilius. If, at Constantinople, it were assumed in a more exclusive and imperial sense, he claims from his ancestors, and from the Pope, a just participation of the honors of the Roman purple. The same controversy was revived in the reign of the Ottos, and their ambassador describes in lively colors the insolence of the Byzantine court. 6150 The Greeks affected to despise the poverty and ignorance of the Franks and Saxons, and in their last decline refused to prostitute to the kings of Germany the title of Roman emperors. AD 800, 1060 These emperors, in the election of the popes, continued to exercise the powers which had been assumed by the Gothic and Grecian princes. And the importance of this prerogative increased with the temporal estate and spiritual jurisdiction of the Roman Church. In the Christian aristocracy, the principal members of the clergy still formed a senate to assist the administration, and to supply the vacancy, of the bishop. Rome was divided into 28 parishes, and each parish was governed by a cardinal priest, or presbyter, a title which, however common or modest in its origin, has aspired to emulate the purple of kings. Their number was enlarged by the association of the 7 deacons of the most considerable hospitals, the 7 Palatine judges of the Lateran, and some dignitaries of the Church. This ecclesiastical senate was directed by the 7 cardinal bishops of the Roman province, who were less occupied in the suburb dioceses of Ostia, Porto, Velletri, Tusculum, Praeneste, Tibur, And the Sabines, then by their weekly service in the Lateran, and their superior share in the honors and authority of the Apostolic See. On the death of the Pope, these bishops recommended a successor to the suffrage of the College of Cardinals. 6151 and their choice was ratified or rejected by the applause or clamor of the Roman people. But the election was imperfect, nor could the pontiff be legally consecrated till the emperor, the advocate of the Church, had graciously signified his approbation and consent. The royal commissioner examined, on the spot, the form and freedom of the proceedings. Nor was it till after a previous scrutiny into the qualifications of the candidates that he accepted an oath of fidelity and confirmed the donations which had successively enriched the patrimony of St. Peter. In the frequent schisms, the rival claims were submitted to the sentence of the emperor. And in a synod of bishops he presumed to judge, to condemn, and to punish the crimes of a guilty pontiff. Otto I imposed a treaty on the Senate and people, who engaged to prefer the candidate most acceptable to His Majesty. 6152 His successors anticipated or prevented their choice. They bestowed the Roman benefice, like the bishoprics of Cologne or Bamberg, on their chancellors or preceptors. And whatever might be the merit of a Frank or Saxon, his name sufficiently attests the interposition of foreign power. These acts of prerogative were most speciously excused by the vices of a popular election. The competitor who had been excluded by the cardinals appealed to the passions or avarice of the multitude. The Vatican and the Lateran were stained with blood, and the most powerful senators, the marquises of Tuscany and the counts of Tusculum, held the Apostolic See in a long and disgraceful servitude. The Roman pontiffs of the 9th and 10th centuries were insulted, imprisoned, and murdered by their tyrants. And such was their indigence after the loss and usurpation of the ecclesiastical patrimonies that they could neither support the state of a prince nor exercise the charity of a priest. 6153 The influence of two sister prostitutes, Marozia and Theodora, was founded on their wealth and beauty. Their political and amorous intrigues, the most strenuous of their lovers were rewarded with the Roman mitre. And their reign 6154 may have suggested to the darker ages 6155 the fable 6156 of a female pope. 6157 The bastard son, the grandson, and the great-grandson of Marozia, a rare genealogy, were seated in the chair of St. Peter, and it was at the age of 19 years that the second of these became the head of the Latin Church. 6158 His youth and manhood were of a suitable complexion. And the nations of pilgrims could bear testimony to the charges that were urged against him in a Roman synod, and in the presence of Otto the Great. As John XII had renounced the dress and decencies of his profession, the soldier may not perhaps be dishonored by the wine which he drank, the blood that he spilt, the flames that he kindled, or the licentious pursuits of gaming and hunting. His open simony might be the consequence of distress, and his blasphemous invocation of Jupiter and Venus, if it be true, could not possibly be serious. But we read with some surprise that the worthy grandson of Marozia lived in public adultery with the matrons of Rome, that the Lateran palace was turned into a school for prostitution, and that his rapes of virgins and widows had deterred the female pilgrims from visiting the tomb of St. Peter, lest, in the devout act, they should be violated by his successor. 6159 The Protestants have dwelt with malicious pleasure on these characters of Antichrist, but to a philosophic eye the vices of the clergy are far less dangerous than their virtues. AD 1073 After a long series of scandal, the Apostolic See was reformed and exalted by the austerity and zeal of Gregory VII. That ambitious monk devoted his life to the execution of two projects. To fix in the College of Cardinals the freedom and independence of election, and forever to abolish the right or usurpation of the emperors and the Roman people. 2. To bestow and resume the Western Empire as a fief or benefice 6160 of the Church, and to extend his temporal dominion over the kings and kingdoms of the earth. After a contest of 50 years, the first of these designs was accomplished by the firm support of the ecclesiastical order, whose liberty was connected with that of their chief. But the second attempt, though it was crowned with some partial and apparent success, has been vigorously resisted by the secular power, and finally extinguished by the improvement of human reason. In the revival of the Empire of Rome, neither the bishop nor the people could bestow on Charlemagne or Otto the provinces which were lost, as they had been won, by the chance of arms. But the Romans were free to choose a master for themselves, and the powers which had been delegated to the patrician were irrevocably granted to the French and Saxon emperors of the West. The broken records of the time 6161 preserve some remembrance of their palace, their mint, their tribunal, their edicts, and the sword of justice, which, as late as the 13th century, was derived from Caesar to the prefect of the city. 6162 Between the arts of the popes and the violence of the people, this supremacy was crushed and annihilated. Content with the titles of Emperor and Augustus, the successors of Charlemagne neglected to assert this local jurisdiction. In the hour of prosperity, their ambition was diverted by more alluring objects, and in the decay and division of the empire they were oppressed by the defense of their hereditary provinces. Amidst the ruins of Italy, the famous Marozia invited one of the usurpers to assume the character of her third husband. And Hugh, king of Burgundy, was introduced by her faction into the mole of Hadrian or castle of St. Angelo, which commands the principal bridge and entrance of Rome. AD 932 her son by the first marriage, Alberic, was compelled to attend at the nuptial banquet, but his reluctant and ungraceful service was chastised with a blow by his new father. The blow was productive of a revolution. "Romans," exclaimed the youth, "once you were the masters of the world, and these Burgundians the most abject of your slaves. They now reign, these voracious and brutal savages, and my injury is the commencement of your servitude." 6163 The alarm bell rang to arms in every quarter of the city. The Burgundians retreated with haste and shame. Marozia was imprisoned by her victorious son, and his brother, Pope John XI, was reduced to the exercise of his spiritual functions. With the title of prince, Alberic possessed above 20 years the government of Rome, and he is said to have gratified the popular prejudice by restoring the office, or at least the title, of consuls and tribunes. His son and heir Octavian assumed, with the pontificate, the name of John XII. Like his predecessor, he was provoked by the Lombard princes to seek a deliverer for the Church and Republic. And the services of Otto were rewarded with the imperial dignity. But the Saxon was imperious, the Romans were impatient. The festival of the coronation was disturbed by the secret conflict of prerogative and freedom. And Otto commanded his sword-bearer not to stir from his person, lest he should be assaulted and murdered at the foot of the altar. 6164 AD 967 Before he repassed the Alps, the emperor chastised the revolt of the people and the ingratitude of John XII. The pope was degraded in a synod. The prefect was mounted on an ass, whipped through the city, and cast into a dungeon. 13 of the most guilty were hanged, others were mutilated or banished. And this severe process was justified by the ancient laws of Theodosius and Justinian. The voice of fame has accused the second Otto of a perfidious and bloody act, the massacre of the senators, whom he had invited to his table under the fair semblance of hospitality and friendship. 6165 In the minority of his son Otto III, Rome made a bold attempt to shake off the Saxon yoke, and the consul Crescentius was the Brutus of the Republic. AD 998 From the condition of a subject and an exile, he twice rose to the command of the city, oppressed, expelled, and created the popes. And formed a conspiracy for restoring the authority of the Greek emperors. 6166 In the fortress of St. Angelo he maintained an obstinate siege, till the unfortunate consul was betrayed by a promise of safety. His body was suspended on a gibbet, and his head was exposed on the battlements of the castle. By a reverse of fortune, Otto, after separating his troops, was besieged 3 days, without food, in his palace, and a disgraceful escape saved him from the justice or fury of the Romans. The senator Ptolemy was the leader of the people, and the widow of Crescentius enjoyed the pleasure or the fame of revenging her husband, by a poison which she administered to her imperial lover. It was the design of Otto III to abandon the ruder countries of the north, to erect his throne in Italy, and to revive the institutions of the Roman monarchy. But his successors only once in their lives appeared on the banks of the Tiber, to receive their crown in the Vatican. 61-67 Their absence was contemptible, their presence odious and formidable. They descended from the Alps, at the head of their barbarians, who were strangers and enemies to the country, and their transient visit was a scene of tumult and bloodshed. 61-68 A faint remembrance of their ancestors still tormented the Romans. And they beheld with pious indignation the succession of Saxons, Franks, Swabians, and Bohemians, who usurped the purple and prerogatives of the Caesars. There is nothing perhaps more adverse to nature and reason than to hold in obedience remote countries and foreign nations, in opposition to their inclination and interest. A torrent of barbarians may pass over the earth, but an extensive empire must be supported by a refined system of policy and oppression, in the center, an absolute power. Prompt in action and rich in resources. A swift and easy communication with the extreme parts, fortifications to check the first effort of rebellion, a regular administration to protect and punish. And a well-disciplined army to inspire fear, without provoking discontent and despair. Far different was the situation of the German Caesars, who were ambitious to enslave the Kingdom of Italy. Their patrimonial estates were stretched along the Rhine, or scattered in the provinces, but this ample domain was alienated by the imprudence or distress of successive princes. And their revenue, from minute and vexatious prerogative, was scarcely sufficient for the maintenance of their household. Their troops were formed by the legal or voluntary service of their feudal vassals, who passed the Alps with reluctance, assumed the license of rapine and disorder, and capriciously deserted before the end of the campaign. Whole armies were swept away by the pestilential influence of the climate. The survivors brought back the bones of their princes and nobles. 61-69 And the effects of their own intemperance were often imputed to the treachery and malice of the Italians, who rejoiced at least in the calamities of the barbarians. This irregular tyranny might contend on equal terms with the petty tyrants of Italy, nor can the people, or the reader, be much interested in the event of the quarrel. But in the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lombards rekindled the flame of industry and freedom, and the generous example was at length imitated by the republics of Tuscany. 61-70 In the Italian cities a municipal government had never been totally abolished, and their first privileges were granted by the favor and policy of the emperors, who were desirous of erecting a plebeian barrier against the independence of the nobles. But their rapid progress, the daily extension of their power and pretensions, were founded on the numbers and spirit of these rising communities. 61-71 Each city filled the measure of her diocese or district, the jurisdiction of the counts and bishops, of the marquises and counts, was banished from the land. And the proudest nobles were persuaded or compelled to desert their solitary castles, and to embrace the more honorable character of freemen and magistrates. The legislative authority was inherent in the General Assembly. But the executive powers were entrusted to 3 consuls, annually chosen from the 3 orders of captains, valvassors. 61-72 and commons, into which the republic was divided. Under the protection of equal law, the labors of agriculture and commerce were gradually revived, but the martial spirit of the Lombards was nourished by the presence of danger. And as often as the bell was rung, or the standard 61-73 erected, the gates of the city poured forth a numerous and intrepid band, whose zeal in their own cause was soon guided by the use and discipline of arms. At the foot of these popular ramparts, the pride of the Caesars was overthrown, and the invincible genius of liberty prevailed over the 2 Frederics, the greatest princes of the Middle Age. The first, superior perhaps in military prowess, the second, who undoubtedly excelled in the softer accomplishments of peace and learning. AD 1152-1190 Ambitious of restoring the splendor of the purple, Frederick I invaded the republics of Lombardy, with the arts of a statesman, the valor of a soldier, and the cruelty of a tyrant. The recent discovery of the Pandects had renewed a science most favorable to despotism, and his venal advocates proclaimed the emperor the absolute master of the lives and properties of his subjects. His royal prerogatives, in a less odious sense, were acknowledged in the Diet of Roncaglia. And the revenue of Italy was fixed at £30,000 of silver, 6174, which were multiplied to an indefinite demand by the rapine of the fiscal officers. The obstinate cities were reduced by the terror or the force of his arms, his captives were delivered to the executioner, or shot from his military engines. And, after the siege and surrender of Milan, the buildings of that stately capital were razed to the ground, 300 hostages were sent into Germany. And the inhabitants were dispersed in 4 villages, under the yoke of the inflexible conqueror. 6175 But Milan soon rose from her ashes, and the League of Lombardy was cemented by distress. Their cause was espoused by Venice, Pope Alexander III, and the Greek Emperor. The fabric of oppression was overturned in a day, and in the Treaty of Constance, Frederick subscribed, with some reservations, the freedom of 24 cities. His grandson contended with their vigor and maturity, but Frederick II 6176 was endowed with some personal and peculiar advantages. AD 1198, 1250 his birth and education recommended him to the Italians. And in the implacable discord of the two factions, the Ghibellines were attached to the emperor, while the Guelphs displayed the banner of liberty and the church. The court of Rome had slumbered when his father Henry VI was permitted to unite with the empire the kingdoms of Naples and Sicily. And from these hereditary realms the son derived an ample and ready supply of troops and treasure. Yet Frederick II was finally oppressed by the arms of the Lombards and the thunders of the Vatican. His kingdom was given to a stranger, and the last of his family was beheaded at Naples on a public scaffold. During 60 years no emperor appeared in Italy, and the name was remembered only by the ignominious sale of the last relics of sovereignty. The barbarian conquerors of the West were pleased to decorate their chief with the title of emperor, but it was not their design to invest him with the despotism of Constantine and Justinian. The persons of the Germans were free, their conquests were their own, and their national character was animated by a spirit which scorned the servile jurisprudence of the new or the ancient Rome. It would have been a vain and dangerous attempt to impose a monarch on the armed freemen, who were impatient of a magistrate, on the bold, who refused to obey, on the powerful, who aspired to command. The empire of Charlemagne and Otto was distributed among the dukes of the nations or provinces, the counts of the smaller districts, and the margraves of the marches or frontiers, who all united the civil and military authority as it had been delegated to the lieutenants of the first Caesars. The Roman governors, who, for the most part, were soldiers of fortune, seduced their mercenary legions, assumed the imperial purple, and either failed or succeeded in their revolt, without wounding the power and unity of government. If the dukes, margraves, and counts of Germany were less audacious in their claims, the consequences of their success were more lasting and pernicious to the state. Instead of aiming at the supreme rank, they silently labored to establish and appropriate their provincial independence. Their ambition was seconded by the weight of their estates and vassals, their mutual example and support, the common interest of the subordinate nobility, the change of princes and families, the minorities of Otto III and Henry IV, the ambition of the popes, and the vain pursuit of the fugitive crowns of Italy and Rome. All the attributes of regal and territorial jurisdiction were gradually usurped by the commanders of the provinces. The right of peace and war, of life and death, of coinage and taxation, of foreign alliance and domestic economy. Whatever had been seized by violence was ratified by favor or distress, was granted as the price of a doubtful vote or a voluntary service. Whatever had been granted to one could not, without injury, be denied to his successor or equal. And every act of local or temporary possession was insensibly molded into the constitution of the Germanic kingdom. In every province, the visible presence of the duke or count was interposed between the throne and the nobles. The subjects of the law became the vassals of a private chief. And the standard which he received from his sovereign, was often raised against him in the field. The temporal power of the clergy was cherished and exalted by the superstition or policy of the Carlovingian and Saxon dynasties, who blindly depended on their moderation and fidelity. And the bishoprics of Germany were made equal in extent and privilege, superior in wealth and population, to the most ample states of the military order. As long as the emperors retained the prerogative of bestowing on every vacancy these ecclesiastic and secular benefices, their cause was maintained by the gratitude or ambition of their friends and favorites. But in the quarrel of the investitures they were deprived of their influence over the episcopal chapters. The freedom of election was restored, and the sovereign was reduced, by a solemn mockery, to his first prayers, the recommendation, once in his reign, to a single prebend in each church. The secular governors, instead of being recalled at the will of a superior, could be degraded only by the sentence of their peers. In the first age of the monarchy, the appointment of the son to the duchy or county of his father was solicited as a favor, it was gradually obtained as a custom and extorted as a right. The lineal succession was often extended to the collateral or female branches. The states of the empire, their popular, and at length their legal, appellation, were divided and alienated by testament and sale. And all idea of a public trust was lost in that of a private and perpetual inheritance. The emperor could not even be enriched by the casualties of forfeiture and extinction. Within the term of a year, he was obliged to dispose of the vacant fief, and in the choice of the candidate it was his duty to consult either the general or the provincial diet. After the death of Frederick II, Germany was left a monster with 100 heads. A crowd of princes and prelates disputed the ruins of the empire. The lords of innumerable castles were less prone to obey than to imitate their superiors. And, according to the measure of their strength, their incessant hostilities received the names of conquest or robbery. Such anarchy was the inevitable consequence of the laws and manners of Europe. And the kingdoms of France and Italy were shivered into fragments by the violence of the same tempest. AD 1250 But the Italian cities and the French vassals were divided and destroyed, while the union of the Germans has produced, under the name of an empire, a great system of a federative republic. In the frequent and at last the perpetual institution of diets, a national spirit was kept alive. And the powers of a common legislature are still exercised by the three branches or colleges of the electors, the princes, and the free and imperial cities of Germany. 7 of the most powerful feudatories were permitted to assume, with a distinguished name and rank, the exclusive privilege of choosing the Roman emperor. And these electors were the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Saxony, the Margrave of Brandenburg, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, and the 3 archbishops of Mentz, of Treves, and of Cologne. 2. The college of princes and prelates purged themselves of a promiscuous multitude, they reduced to 4 representative votes the long series of independent counts. And excluded the nobles or equestrian order, 60,000 of whom, as in the Polish diets, had appeared on horseback in the field of election. 3. The pride of birth and dominion, of the sword and the mitre, wisely adopted the commons as the third branch of the legislature, and, in the progress of society, they were introduced about the same era into the national assemblies of France, England, and Germany. The Hanseatic League commanded the trade and navigation of the north, the confederates of the Rhine secured the peace and intercourse of the inland country. The influence of the cities has been adequate to their wealth and policy, and their negative still invalidates the acts of the 2 superior colleges of electors and princes. 6177. It is in the 14th century that we may view in the strongest light the state and contrast of the Roman Empire of Germany, which no longer held, except on the borders of the Rhine and Danube, a single province of Trajan or Constantine. Their unworthy successors were the Counts of Habsburg, of Nassau, of Luxembourg, and Schwarzenberg. The Emperor Henry VII procured for his son the crown of Bohemia, and his grandson Charles IV was born among a people strange and barbarous in the estimation of the Germans themselves. 6178 AD 1347, 1378 After the excommunication of Louis of Bavaria, he received the gift or promise of the vacant empire from the Roman pontiffs, who, in the exile and captivity of Avignon, affected the dominion of the earth. The death of his competitors united the Electoral College, and Charles was unanimously saluted King of the Romans, and future Emperor. A title which, in the same age, was prostituted to the Caesars of Germany and Greece. The German emperor was no more than the elective and impotent magistrate of an aristocracy of princes, who had not left him a village that he might call his own. His best prerogative was the right of presiding and proposing in the national senate, which was convened at his summons. And his native kingdom of Bohemia, less opulent than the adjacent city of Nuremberg, was the firmest seat of his power and the richest source of his revenue. A.D. 1355 The army with which he passed the Alps consisted of 300 horse. In the cathedral of St. Ambrose, Charles was crowned with the Iron Crown, which tradition ascribed to the Lombard monarchy, but he was admitted only with a peaceful train. The gates of the city were shut upon him. And the King of Italy was held a captive by the arms of the Visconti, whom he confirmed in the sovereignty of Milan. In the Vatican he was again crowned with the golden crown of the empire. But, in obedience to a secret treaty, the Roman emperor immediately withdrew, without reposing a single night within the walls of Rome. The eloquent Petrarch, 6179, whose fancy revived the visionary glories of the capital, deplores and upbraids the ignominious flight of the Bohemian. And even his contemporaries could observe that the sole exercise of his authority was in the lucrative sale of privileges and titles. The gold of Italy secured the election of his son. But such was the shameful poverty of the Roman emperor that his person was arrested by a butcher in the streets of Worms, and was detained in the public inn as a pledge or hostage for the payment of his expenses. From this humiliating scene, let us turn to the apparent majesty of the same Charles in the diets of the empire. The Golden Bull, which fixes the Germanic constitution, is promulgated in the style of a sovereign and legislator. A.D. 1356 100 princes bowed before his throne, and exalted their own dignity by the voluntary honors which they yielded to their chief or minister. At the royal banquet, the hereditary great officers, the 7 electors, who in rank and title were equal to kings, performed their solemn and domestic service of the palace. The seals of the Triple Kingdom were borne in state by the archbishops of Mentz, Cologne, and Treves, the perpetual arch-chancellors of Germany, Italy, and Alsace. The great marshal, on horseback, exercised his function with a silver measure of oats, which he emptied on the ground, and immediately dismounted to regulate the order of the guests. The great steward, the Count Palatine of the Rhine, placed the dishes on the table. The great chamberlain, the Margrave of Brandenburg, presented, after the repast, the golden ewer and basin, to wash. The King of Bohemia, as great cupbearer, was represented by the emperor's brother, the Duke of Luxembourg and Brabant. And the procession was closed by the great huntsman, who introduced a boar and a stag, with a loud chorus of horns and hounds. 6180 Nor was the supremacy of the emperor confined to Germany alone. The hereditary monarchs of Europe confessed the preeminence of his rank and dignity. He was the first of the Christian princes, the temporal head of the great Republic of the West. 6181 To his person the title of majesty was long appropriated. And he disputed with the Pope the sublime prerogative of creating kings and assembling councils. The oracle of the civil law, the learned Bartolus, was a pensioner of Charles IV. And his school resounded with the doctrine that the Roman emperor was the rightful sovereign of the earth, from the rising to the setting sun. The contrary opinion was condemned, not as an error, but as a heresy, since even the gospel had pronounced, and there went forth a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. 6182. If we annihilate the interval of time and space between Augustus and Charles, strong and striking will be the contrast between the two Caesars, the Bohemian who concealed his weakness under the mask of ostentation, and the Roman, who disguised his strength under the semblance of modesty. At the head of his victorious legions, in his reign over the sea and land, from the Nile and Euphrates to the Atlantic Ocean, Augustus professed himself the servant of the state and the equal of his fellow citizens. The conqueror of Rome and her provinces assumed a popular and legal form of a censor, a consul, and a tribune. His will was the law of mankind, but in the declaration of his laws he borrowed the voice of the Senate and people. And from their decrees, their master accepted and renewed his temporary commission to administer the republic. In his dress, his domestics 6183 his titles, in all the offices of social life, Augustus maintained the character of a private Roman. And his most artful flatterers respected the secret of his absolute and perpetual monarchy.